5 years old, no supernatural powers, spirit rank F. This child has mediocre talent. At best, she can only aspire to become a spirit master. Within the safety zone of Yunchuan City, the investigator in black looked at the data on the device and coldly pronounced the little girl's future. 5-year-old Tao Tao timidly shrank behind her foster mother, clutching a worn-out plastic dumbbell tightly. She did not know what a spirit master was. She only remembered that 3 years ago, the father who was torn apart by monsters while protecting her loved lifting dumbbells the most. Meanwhile, in the terrifying spirit realm, infinitely far from the mortal world, a mountain-sized beast with 2 horns had its skull smashed in, and foul-smelling blood splattered all over the ground. Who was 2998, 2999, 3000? Zhao Tiedan casually threw the 7,000-kilogram dumbbell to the ground and wiped the beast's blood from his face. Daily mission completed, 3,000 reps of weightlifting. Health points increased by 2,000, physique increased by 200. As a father who became a spirit after death through sheer obsession, he had just learned a shocking secret. Spirit masters in the mortal world could summon beings from the spirit realm using spiritual energy. As long as I become strong enough to tear through space, I can return to her side. Zhao Tiedan looked up at the crimson sky, his muscles bulging like knotted dragons. Monsters of the mortal world, you had better pray you do not touch a single hair on my daughter's head. Otherwise, when I descend, I will grind you all into dust. As the scarlet wind blew across the ruins, his thoughts drifted back to that desperate dusk 3 years ago, the moment that separated him and his daughter between life and death. 3 years ago in the apocalyptic wasteland that followed the Great Convergence. Tao Tao, do not be afraid. A sickening thud echoed as a thick bone spur pierced through Zhao Tiedan's chest. Zhao Tiedan snapped the bone spur off and plunged it back into the eye socket of the bone demon before him. Daddy, 2-year-old Tao Tao's vision was already blurred with tears. A year ago, the world changed drastically as 3,000 worlds merged into one, becoming a vast and boundless primal wilderness. Myriad races fought for dominance in this new world. The thermal weapons humanity once prided itself on were nothing more than fireworks against those peak races. Human civilization neared collapse with only a few dozen cities and a population of over 100 million left, huddled in corners, barely clinging to life. Zhao Tiedan, once a fitness instructor, was struggling during the Great Convergence, desperately trying to get his 2-year-old daughter, Tao Tao, to the nearby city of Yunchuan. But just as they were about to reach the city, they ran into packs of bone demons. These bone demons were not undead. They were pack-hunting beasts, humanoid in shape and larger than humans. They would collect bones from various creatures and embed them into their own bodies. Zhao Tiedan forced himself to stand, his mouth constantly spilling blood. But he knew his daughter was right behind him, and if he fell, she would be torn apart by the demons. So he could not fall. Yunchuan City was right before his eyes. He absolutely could not fall. At least not until he got Tao Tao to Yunchuan City. It was just a pity he would not see his Tao Tao grow up or get married. Zhao Tiedan slammed both hands forward, shattering a bone demon's skull like a watermelon. At the same time, the bone spurs on the demon's skull embedded themselves into his palms, but Zhao Tiedan did not feel any pain. Or rather, he had forgotten what pain felt like long ago. At this moment, it was only a single-minded belief keeping him standing. Finally, after a brutal struggle, Zhao Tiedan slaughtered all dozen or so bone demons. Zhao Tiedan flashed a grin at Tao Tao and stepped forward to pick her up. Tao Tao, it is okay now, everything is fine. Daddy, it does not hurt, it does not hurt. Even at her young age, Tao Tao still felt for her father's pain. The silhouette of Yunchuan City was now visible, and blood began to trickle from the corner of Zhao Tiedan's mouth. Daddy, big house, big house. Seeing Yunchuan City ahead, Tao Tao finally relaxed. However, Zhao Tiedan's footsteps grew increasingly sluggish, each step feeling as heavy as lead. A gray, deathly pallor washed over Zhao Tiedan's face. Just then, he saw a military truck heading his way, and Zhao Tiedan managed a faint smile. As he collapsed, he did not forget to gently place Tao Tao on the ground. He was too tired, he was really truly exhausted. Death would not stop because of his sheer force of will. Zhao Tiedan could feel that his time had come. Daddy, get up, Daddy, get up. Tao Tao tried to pull on his arm, do not sleep on the road. But her entire body did not weigh as much as his arm, so how could she possibly move him? The military truck stopped beside Tao Tao, and several soldiers jumped out. One soldier approached Zhao Tiedan, first checking his breath, then turning him over to see his blood-soaked body and the ghastly, shocking wounds. It is too late. Ding, iron pumping strength system activated. Zhao Tiedan was awakened by a strange voice. He sat up and touched his body. The wounds were still there, but they were no longer bleeding. He looked around, a dim sky, a blood-red moon, and the stench of decay in the air. Am I dead? So, is this the world of the dead? Just then, a window popped up in front of Zhao Tiedan. Host Zhao Tiedan. Race heroic spirit, neither living nor ghost. A body forged by a powerful will that transcends all else. Level transcendence realm surpassed mortal flesh. Traits tireless gluttony. Skill setting sun like blood, the lower your HP, the stronger your power. Health 2500. Stamina 1. Comprehensive physique 145. Zhao Tiedan clicked to view the traits, tireless and gluttony. Tireless, heroic spirits never feel fatigue, though there is still a physical limit. Gluttony, any injury or fatigue can be recovered through eating. Right at that moment, the figure of a bodybuilder appeared before him. Muscles everywhere, a bald head, and he was currently doing a one-legged balance pose. Hello, I am your system sprite. Hold on, call yourself a system assistant if you must, but please do not call yourself a sprite. Your appearance is making me redefine the word sprite. This is the form I took based on my understanding of you, the bodybuilder sprite said confidently. Please change into another form. Form is fixed and cannot be changed. If you do not change it, I am uninstalling you. I have uninstalled the uninstall button. I am already a dead man, why do I have to deal with a bodybuilder system? You are dead, but your daughter is not. When you eventually break through the void and descend upon the human realm, you can deal with anyone who messes with your daughter. Does not that make sense? That actually makes sense. Tell me about your functions. Daily task, pump iron 300 times. System provides dumbbells 30 kg each. Just then, 2 dumbbells appeared in front of Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan reached out and gripped the pair. They felt heavier than he remembered. For over a year, he had been a refugee, barely eating or staying warm. Now, having changed bodies after death, his physical strength must have dropped significantly. Zhao Tiedan began lifting. 1, 2, 3. Stamina -3. Stamina -3. Benefiting from the heroic spirit trait, tireless. Even though his stamina was dropping, his movements did not slow down. Each repetition of the dumbbells cost 3 stamina points. After 300 reps, he only had 100 stamina left. Daily task complete. Task reward, health plus 100, stamina plus 100, physique plus 5. Zhao Tiedan felt empty in his stomach. Hey muscle man, why do I feel hungry even though I am dead? Duh, ever heard of the law of conservation of energy? You, a musclehead system, are talking to me about the law of conservation of energy. I think you should prioritize filling your stomach right now. I am already dead, can I even starve to death? Forget about whether you will starve, at least consider whether you will get eaten. Look behind you, surprise. Zhao Tiedan turned around to see a beast the size of a lion-tiger behind him, staring at him as if he were prey. The beast looked like a canine with black spots, 2 horns on its head, and 2 tails with barbed tips. Oh my god. The beast launched a fierce attack on Zhao Tiedan, pouncing with its massive body, pinning him down and stabbing its 2 tails into his flesh. Health -704. Health -655. In an instant, Zhao Tiedan's health was down to just 1/3. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan's skill, setting sun like blood, activated. The lower the health, the stronger the power. Ignoring the fact that his chest was pierced, Zhao Tiedan exerted all his force to shove the beast off, then grabbed the dumbbells and smashed them into its head. Left, right, and left, right, left, 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 right, right. He did not stop until the beast's head was a bloody pulp, and his stamina was completely drained. Zhao Tiedan sat on the ground and pulled the 2 sharp tails out of his chest, but the wounds did not bleed, and he felt no pain. In truth, not having a sense of pain is not a good thing. Pain is a creature's early warning system. Losing pain means losing that warning, as well as the ability to judge the state of one's own body. Among humans, 1 in a million is born without the ability to sense pain, and very few of them survive to adulthood. Why are the creatures of this death world also made of flesh and blood? Who told you this was the death world? Is not it? This is the world of heroic spirits. The living are in the human realm, the dead are in the death world, and naturally, heroic spirits have their own world. So should not I be in the world of the dead? You are not among the dead. But I died. You are a heroic spirit now. According to Norse mythology, a heroic spirit is greeted by 100 beauties in Valhalla, and then I get to live forever in the arms of countless beauties. It is just the same name. In reality, they are 2 completely different concepts. I do not care if the name is the same, I demand the same treatment. I think you should focus on eating right now, considering your health is constantly dropping. Time passed, Yunchuan City, Xingfu apartment complex. Tao Tao, remember, when the teacher comes later, you have to be good and do exactly as the teacher says, okay? Okay, mommy. 3 years had passed, and Cao Cao was well accustomed to her new home. She had been adopted by a retired female soldier who had been injured on the battlefield and could no longer bear children. Of course, she only adopted Cao Cao because she genuinely loved her. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Lin Xiu opened it to see 3 people in black trench coats. The woman in the lead had long, flowing hair and was very beautiful, though her face wore a cold, piercing expression. The 2 men behind her were equally solemn and stern. "Hello, we are here to test your child's talent." The woman's words were polite, yet carried a sense of detachment. After the Great Convergence, humanity lost the deterrent of thermal weapons, but they gained another weapon, cultivation. Although the Great Convergence had only been happening for a few years, powerhouses were already emerging. "Please come in, quickly come in," Lin Xiu greeted them hurriedly. After the 3 entered, the first thing they saw was the round-faced girl on the sofa, staring at them with wide, curious eyes. "Cao Cao, come here." Cao Cao obediently went to Lin Xiu's side. The 2 men in black opened their respective briefcases to reveal various instruments. The woman in black glanced at Lin Xiu and said, "First, we need a drop of blood." "Cao Cao, be brave, it will not hurt." "Mommy, I am not afraid of pain." The blood dripped into the circular slot, and the instrument sealed itself automatically. 1 minute later, the screen displayed the results. Subject: Age 5. Ability: Nuns. Talent: F. Spirit Power: F. Spirit: A. Physique: C. Evaluation: No innate ability, mediocre talent, strong spirit. It is suggested to develop toward the path of a spirit master. Limited by the growth potential of talent and spirit power, the future peak is estimated to be D to C rank. The woman in black looked at Lin Xiu and said in a flat tone, "The child's talent is average. If you are interested, you can guide her to become a spirit master. Start with basic books, they are available online. If she still wants to pursue this path at age 12, there are 2 relevant schools in Yunchuan City." 4 years have passed since the Great Convergence, yet ordinary people still know very little about extraordinary professions. "Ma'am, what is a spirit master?" Lin Xiu asked. "Someone who signs a contract with a spirit and borrows its power to fight." A black shadow of a woman holding a scythe appeared behind the woman in black. "This is a spirit. Everyone can only sign one, but the same spirit can be contracted by multiple spirit masters. The stronger your spirit power, the stronger the initial spirit you can communicate with, and the more power you can borrow. If your spirit power is sufficient, you can even summon them into the real world." Cao Cao summoned her courage and reached out to touch the shadow, but her hand passed right through it, feeling nothing at all. After seeing the 3 off, Lin Xiu immediately went online to check. Humanity had survived the hardest times after the Great Convergence, and the internet had gradually recovered. Lin Xiu clicked on an authoritative website. Initial communication with a spirit is crucial. Once the contract is signed, it cannot be changed for life. Ordinary spirits can only improve one's physique, while powerful spirits can control supernatural forces like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The website published 2 basic techniques: body forging for physical training and spirit quenching to increase spirit power. The younger one is, the better the cultivation results. Lin Xiu was already 30, practicing would at most strengthen his health, but 5-year-old Cao Cao was at the perfect age. Regardless of whether she became a spirit master in the future, building a foundation would never be a bad thing. Spirit Realm. 2997, 2998, 2999, 3000. Daily task: complete 3000 weightlifting reps today, 5000 kg dumbbells. Daily reward: HP plus 2000, stamina plus 1000, physique plus 200. Physique has exceeded 100,000, life level transition initiated. True Spirit Realm to Void Spirit Realm. Awaken new spirit trait, 2 fists against 4 hands. Daily task: 5000 kg dumbbells X, updated to 7000 kg dumbbells X. Daily task: 3000 reps, updated to 4000 reps. 2 fists against 4 hands. For every enemy within 1 kilometer, your physique increases by 1000. Zhao Tiedan called up his attribute panel. Host: Zhao Tiedan. Race: Spirit. Rank: Void Spirit Realm. Traits: Tireless Gluttony, 2 fists against 4 hands. Skill setting: Sun like Blood. HP 255,000. Stamina 110,000. Composite physique 100,025. Time to find something to eat. Having just finished his workout, the intense hunger brought on by the gluttony trait hit him instantly. In the spirit realm, almost any moving living thing was on his menu. After casually beating a wild beast to death to satisfy his hunger, Zhao Tiedan suddenly spotted a city far in the distance. Since it is called the spirit realm, it is no surprise that he was not the only spirit here. He did not rush off immediately, he headed toward the city only after he was full. Distance is deceptive when gazing at mountains. As he got closer, he realized the city was far more massive than he had imagined, and the distance was absurdly long. The spirit realm was far wider than Earth. The horizon was immeasurably vast, and it might not even be a sphere at all. After trekking on foot for 2 days and over 200 kilometers, the city was still out of reach. As he walked, a huge shadow swept over his head. Zhao Tiedan instantly looked up, alert. With a whistling sound, a figure descended from the sky and crashed heavily in front of him. The newcomer was over 3 meters tall, had giant wings on his back, and wore magnificent gold armor with dark patterns. The giant looked Zhao Tiedan up and down, who was draped in animal skin and carried a 1-meter-long bone club. Huh? A newborn spirit? Which world's warrior are you? Who are you? Zhao Tiedan was secretly on guard. He was a small giant among humans, but in front of this guy he felt like a shrimp. Captain of the 1st Battalion of the Holy Spirit City Royal Guard, belonged to the Shun clan of the Kanglin world in life. Call me Yuzhen. Earth human Zhao Tiedan. Earth Yuzhen's expression changed slightly. Zhao Tiedan keenly caught his reaction. You know Earth. One of my contractors is from Earth. What is a contractor? Zhao Tiedan relaxed his guard slightly. 3 years of wilderness training had given him a keen intuition for malice, and he felt no murderous intent from this giant. It is a kind of symbiotic relationship, Yuzhen explained. We are neither dead nor alive, with long lives but an inability to grow on our own. To get stronger, we must rely on the living to provide spirit power, while the living borrow our strength. Yuzhen paused, then continued. The stronger the power borrowed, the more spirit power it consumes. If you want our true bodies to descend directly into the world of the living, the amount of spirit power required is astronomical. Then how do spirits choose their contractors? Zhao Tiedan asked. You are not qualified to choose right now. Powerful or high potential contractors are long snatched up by veteran spirits. They have deeper foundations and more contracts, giving them priority. Someone like me can only pick up what others have left behind. As for a newborn spirit like you, you should thank the heavens if any living being even notices you. Actually, I think I am pretty strong. Maybe in your old world, but in the spirit realm, you probably could not even beat a single terror demon. Zhao Tiedan relied on his beefy cheat code and could not care less about whether he had a contractor. So there was no need to argue with Yuzhen, he simply kept his mouth shut. What is your trait? Yuzhen asked. Tireless, Zhao Tiedan replied. That is a good trait, Yuzhen nodded. You can maintain peak condition until your stamina is completely exhausted. As you grow stronger in the future, your advantage will be immense. Yuzhen, what about you? How many traits do you have? How many do you think they are just cabbages? Yuzhen said speechlessly. Heroic spirits only awaken one trait when they are born, and it stays with them for life. There is no such thing as having 2 traits. My trait is called Hideous Visage. Zhao Tiedan was full of question marks as soon as he heard the name. Yuzhen's height of over 3 meters and shoulder width twice that of an average person were indeed intimidating, but calling him hideous was an exaggeration. His face looked honest and kind. It had nothing to do with being hideous. As long as the enemy is frightened by me, my strength increases by 10% and the enemy is suppressed by 10%. Unfortunately, it is quite useless, Yuzhen sighed. Zhao Tiedan looked him up and down. Have you ever thought about changing your look, like hanging a few intestines on your body, covering yourself in blood and making your expression more perverse? Like this. As he spoke, Zhao Tiedan stretched his mouth wide to his back molars, bulging his eyes with a forced skin-crawling grin, looking just like a deranged villain. Yuzhen was so startled he took a few steps back, his face full of fear. Zhao Tiedan instantly dropped his smile. Go get some fangs and the effect will definitely double. Yuzhen looked thoughtful, genuinely starting to consider the feasibility of this plan. Without realizing it, the two had arrived at the Holy Spirit City. According to Yuzhen, the Holy Spirit City has a history of 30,000 years. The factions within the city were deeply intertwined, and he belonged to the Royal Heavenly Grey clan. After the Heavenly Grey clan became Holy Spirits, they retained their racial talents, which, when combined with their heroic spirit traits, made them extremely powerful from birth. However, the Heavenly Grey clan was not the only power in the city. Several other factions kept each other in check. Yuzhen invited Zhao Tiedan to join the first squad of the Royal Guard. Zhao Tiedan was a newcomer and was currently in need of a place to stay. He simply agreed and officially joined the squad. He received a set of golden armor, similar in style to Yuzhen's, though of a slightly lower grade. The next day, Zhao Tiedan arrived at the Royal Guard training ground. When he saw Yuzhen again, he was taken aback. Today, Yuzhen was not wearing his gold armor. He had switched to a black and red set that radiated an aura of malice. His weapon had also changed from a great sword to a giant ghost head blade. Yuzhen was gathering his team members. Spotting Zhao Tiedan, he grinned, revealing a set of sharp, menacing fangs. Zhao Tiedan was shocked. Zhao Tiedan, you are late, Yusun sneered. Run 100 laps around the training ground, if you do not finish by noon. Heh, I will use this beheading blade to slice the flesh off your body piece by piece. Yes, Captain. Zhao Tiedan cursed silently. This guy's first strike after changing his style was actually aimed at him. A lap around the training ground was at most 500 meters, so 100 laps was only 50 kilometers, far less than his daily training consumption. He took out his dumbbells. Since his promotion to the ethereal realm yesterday, the dumbbells had increased from 5,000 kilograms to 7,000 kilograms, feeling heavy in his hands. Zhao Tiedan simply started pumping iron while running. By the time he finished the 100 laps, he had also finished his daily lifting quota. Daily mission, complete 4,000 repetitions of lifting, 7,000 kg dumbbells. Daily reward, health plus 3,000, stamina plus 1,500, physique plus 300. System, you have developed a new way to lift, running while pumping iron, and have awakened a new trait, swift as wind. Zhao Tiedan opened his panel to check. Swift as wind, when running at full speed, your speed will continue to increase, rising by 10% of your initial speed every second. Theoretically, there is no limit. This skill is a bit broken. At his current speed of 3 seconds per 100 meters, he could break the sound barrier after running at full speed for 100 seconds. As for the theoretical speed of light, he would have to run at full speed without rest for nearly 30 years. Given his current stamina, running for a day is his limit, so speed of light is just talk. Upon returning to the squad, Captain Yusun was slightly surprised. Not bad speed, finishing 100 laps in just an hour. Next was combat training. Although it is extremely difficult for heroic spirits to increase their strength, they can accumulate technique and physical intensity through training, though it is not as immediate as spirit energy enhancement. The first squad had 10 members in total. Although they were all humanoid, they belonged to different races, and their only commonality was that none of them had awakened supernatural abilities. To Zhao Tiedan's surprise, he was actually the smallest among this group of strange-looking teammates. Tiedan is a newly born heroic spirit. Li Hu explained the basics to him, Yusun commanded. Yes, Captain. Li Hu was a tiger-headed monster nearly 3 meters tall, second only to Yusun in stature. He pulled Zhao Tiedan aside. I come from the beast world, the Tiger Clan. Earth human, Zhao Tiedan replied. Human, a contract world recently discovered. You all know about Earths. Earth has many people and the proportion of contractors is high. Plus, you are in the middle of a war and humans have great spirit energy compatibility and potential, so you are very popular right now. Li Hu said with envy. If one can contract a human with high potential, they will have generous spirit energy rewards for hundreds of years to come. Humans do not live for hundreds of years. Cultivating spirit energy allows life levels to leap, so hundreds of years is normal. Li Hu switched to the point. Back to business, the universal level classification for all worlds starts with the mortal realm. Above that are the limit realm, extraordinary realm, and transcendence realm, representing reaching and breaking the limits of living beings. Even higher are the true spirit realm, ethereal realm, and meta-spirit realm, where the flesh and soul undergo a leap, and the power levels are vastly different. Is there anything higher? Of course, the ruler of our holy spirit city, the leader of the heavenly Grey clan, has surpassed the meta-spirit realm and reached the firmament realm. Firmament realm, can it break the void and return to Earth, or contact Tao Tao and contract with her? Zhao Tiedan clenched his fists secretly. There was no point in overthinking right now, he had to increase his strength first. Are there no other ways for heroic spirits to become stronger besides contracting? It is not entirely impossible. 1,000 kilometers outside the Holy Spirit City is the wilderness, inhabited by a large number of wild beasts. They also contract with beings from various worlds, and the contractors are called spirit masters. Hunting these beasts can not only directly seize spirit energy, but most of their carcasses can also be exchanged for spirit coins. Our Royal Guard's mission is to clear them out regularly, and all spoils of war go to the individuals. Zhao Tiedan's eyes lit up. Hunting wild savage beasts, that was something he was truly familiar with. For the past few years, he had been fighting all kinds of savage beasts in the wilderness. Li Hu said that savage beasts could also form contracts with living beings. Does that mean there is a chance his daughter might encounter a spirit summoner? He had to get a photo of his daughter so that all the savage beasts would behave themselves once they saw her. But it has been several years, she must be all grown up by now, right? He wondered how she was doing and if she still liked to cry. At the thought of this, Zhao Tiedan felt a lump in his throat. When is there going to be a mission to hunt savage beasts? Zhao Tiedan asked. I do not know, you will have to ask our boss. Just then Yusu walked over, his tall figure projecting an immense sense of pressure. Zhao Tiedan looked at Yusu with envy. This physique was just like a Tyrannosaurus, if only he had such a build. Lai Hu returned to the formation, Yusu said, his tone carrying a hint of chill. Yes, Captain, feeling an even greater pressure, Lai Hu immediately ran back to join the line. Once Lai Hu was gone, Yusu immediately dropped his act. Tiedan, your idea was really good. I can feel the effectiveness of my traits has significantly increased. It is not enough, that is still not enough, Zhao Tiedan said. Why not? That is just a change in appearance. You also need a more brutal fighting style, Zhao Tiedan explained. For example, grab an enemy and tear them in half on the spot, letting their blood spray over your head, or grab an enemy's head and crush it right in your hands. That kind of visual impact is much greater. Changing my image is easy, but it is hard to change my fighting style. This is a skill I honed for 100 years while I was alive, Yusu said, sounding troubled. No, what you lack is the opportunity to try, Zhao Tiedan said confidently. How about our squad organizes a savage beast hunt and I give you a demonstration on the spot? Yusu stroked his chin, looking at Zhao Tiedan with skeptical eyes. Are you sure you can do it? You are still a rookie spirit and I do not think you are familiar with your power yet. Most rookie spirits are so unfamiliar with their own physical state that it is good if they can even pull off 50 or 60% of their potential. Zhao Tiedan's bones began to crackle, and an imposing aura suddenly erupted from him. Yusu took 2 steps back, he actually felt fear. Is this guy really a rookie spirit? By the way, what level are you? Yusu had always taken Zhao Tiedan for a rookie spirit, so he assumed he must be at the limit stage. Many rookie spirits are unfamiliar with their new bodies and identities, so initial level monitoring is often lower than their actual level. Yusu knew the human race well. He even had a human contractor himself, so he considered himself fairly knowledgeable about humans. The upper limit for humans transforming into rookie spirits is not very high. Most likely, they would be at the limit stage. But the aura currently radiating from Zhao Tiedan was likely already at the transcendent stage, or perhaps even higher. I should be at the transcendent stage, Zhao Tiedan said. He did not want to mention that he was actually at the ethereal stage to avoid unnecessary trouble. Have you awakened any transcendent powers? What transcendent powers? Controlling water, fire, wind, lightning, or other types of abilities. They are easy to distinguish. You will basically know what a transcendent power is the moment you see one. With Yusu's slight hint, Zhao Tiedan roughly understood, transcendent powers were just superpowers. No, I can reach the transcendent stage with just my fists. Since you are so confident, I will organize a hunting mission for tomorrow. Yusu had already followed Zhao Tiedan's advice to change his look, and the results were indeed effective. So he intended to continue testing Zhao Tiedan's suggestions. He would also make changes to his fighting style. Special mission activated, 100 Beasts Bloodbath. Hunt 100 adult savage beasts over the next month. Zhao Tiedan was somewhat surprised when he saw the system notification. For the past 3 years, the daily tasks given by the hunk system had been nothing but iron pumping, and more iron pumping. This time, it had finally updated with a different kind of task. Holy Spirit City, Titan Clan Territory. As one of the 5 major families of Holy Spirit City, the Titan clan occupied the northern part of the city. They were born with unparalleled strength and an indestructible willpower, making them the most numerous spirit race among the 5 major families. Their adults possessed power at the transcendence stage, while a few powerful titans could reach the true spirit stage. They had the largest number of low to mid-tier combatants and also a vast number of elite combatants, including 18 ethereal stage beings and 4 origin spirit stage beings. However, the Heaven Grey clan possessed the only firmament stage being, so the royal status of the Heaven Grey clan remained unshakable. Yet the Titan clan was never content. They always wanted to replace the Heaven Grey clan and become the royal family of Holy Spirit City. In recent years, the Titan clan had been making constant, clandestine moves. At this moment, the great elder of the Titan clan, Yuan Kan, had summoned his grandson Hun Sheng before him. Hun Sheng, 10 days from now, the Tianluo continent will hold a large-scale contract ceremony. My requirement is that you form contracts with all the Tianluo people. The more living beings a spirit contracts with, the more spiritual energy is naturally fed back. Of course, conversely, the more beings you contract with, the more power you have to distribute. If 2 contracted beings use the spirit's power at the same time, the spirit's original body will be weakened. The more contracted beings using the power simultaneously, the more severe the weakening. Therefore, while contracting with multiple beings brings high returns, the risks are not small. However, as Yuan Kan's grandson, Hun Sheng did not need to worry too much. First of all, Hun Sheng's strength had already reached the true spirit stage, so even if 10 beings used his power at once, he could still handle it. Furthermore, he had Yuan Kan as his backup. Even if his power was heavily depleted, Yuan Kan could provide spiritual coins for him to recover. Grandfather, I am not the only spirit at the contract altar. The Tianluo people will not just choose me as their only spirit. Then, what if the contract altar were to be attacked by a swarm of savage beasts when it is activated? Hun Sheng's pupils contracted sharply. Was his grandfather planning to release a swarm of savage beasts into the contract altar? Although the contract altar is outside the city, it is still heavily guarded by troops. In 10 days, I will arrange for 100 rookie spirits with no background to participate in the ceremony with you. At the same time, I will have the guards at the contract altar reassigned. Those rookie spirits will be killed by the savage beasts before the ceremony even begins. By then, you will be the only spirit participating in the contracts. Grandfather, but I would also be attacked by the savage beasts. Yuan Kan took out a bottle containing a purple liquid. Even though the bottle was sealed, Hun Sheng could still smell a hint of fragrance. What is this? This is water made from crushed and diluted star stones. If you spray it on your body, the savage beasts will think you are one of them. Zhao Tiedan habitually took out his dumbbells and did a set of 4,000 reps. Yusun watched him lift weights, unable to fathom the point of it all. Tiedan, the physical form of a heroic spirit, is essentially fixed. Training has very limited effects, Yusun said. Limited effects just means there is still room for improvement, Zhao Tiedan replied. Besides, pumping iron is the romance of a man. But with such high-intensity training, do not hold us back when we go hunting wild beasts later. I have another ability, gluttony. As long as there is enough food, I can recover from any injury or fatigue in the shortest time possible. He had only told Yusun about his first ability before because they were not close. Now, revealing that he had dual abilities was a sign that he had become familiar with Yusun and trusted him enough. Of course, it was also to win Yusun's trust in return. Dual abilities. Yusun looked at Zhao Tiedan in surprise, considering he was a newborn heroic spirit already at the transcendent stage. Yusun felt that Zhao Tiedan had immense potential, and might even reach the true spirit stage before contracting his first living being. After finishing his set, Zhao Tiedan began to feast heartily. The perk of joining the Royal Guard was that food and lodging were provided. The cost of living in Holy Spirit City was low enough that a single spirit coin could keep Zhao Tiedan living comfortably for 10 days, while his annual salary was 100 spirit coins. If it were not for the fact that the transformation into a heroic spirit was uncontrollable, Zhao Tiedan would have wanted his own daughter to become one too. Once he was full, Yusun gathered the team to set off and hunt wild beasts. Captain, how are we supposed to transport the beasts back after we kill them? We carry them back, of course, Yusun said as if it were obvious. Yusun figured that if their group of 10 had bad luck, they would kill 5 or 6 beasts, and if they were lucky, maybe over a dozen. And for these 10 rough men, each of them could easily carry 1 beast on their own. Zhao Tiedan rubbed his chin, realizing that no matter how many he hunted, they would only be able to bring back a small amount. He had originally hoped to make a fortune by hunting these wild beasts. Now it seemed he had thought too much. They kept moving, and even as night fell, the group continued to march forward. Everyone in the squad had at least near-transcendent strength, so their endurance was excellent. Yusun kept flying above, scouting the terrain and looking for any signs of wild beasts. Zhao Tiedan envied this birdman. He really wanted a pair of big wings for himself, not just for flying, but to look cool while showing off. Tiger, what parts of a wild beast are actually valuable? Zhao Tiedan asked the man named Lai Hu beside him. The most valuable are those that contain spiritual energy, which you can either absorb or convert into spirit coins. Next is their essence blood, which is the most important material for rituals to communicate with the world of living beings. Zhao Tiedan's heart skipped a beat. Tiger, do you know how to perform that ritual? Do you think communicating with the world of the living is that easy? Just tell me if you can or not. Why would I ask you if it were easy? I cannot. Zhao Tiedan spat on the ground. Just then, a sharp, piercing screech erupted from Yusun high above. This was an ability of the Shun tribe. They could emit high-decibel screeches with offensive power, though it was somewhat mediocre against opponents of the same level. So Yusun usually just used it to relay orders or information. The boss found the prey. The group immediately picked up the pace, sprinting toward the direction indicated by Yusun. Zhao Tiedan exerted his strength, and since he was already naturally fast, combined with his swift ability, he went even faster. He quickly pulled ahead of the others. After running about 5 kilometers, he finally caught sight of the wild beast. It was a giant beast, 6 meters long, covered in armored scales with 2 horns on its head. With sturdy forelimbs, it moved like an ape and could stand upright for short bursts. As soon as it saw Zhao Tiedan, it charged straight at him. Zhao Tiedan immediately used his hands to hold off the beast's horns. Yusun descended from the sky, raising his large ghost head blade to help Zhao Tiedan out. No need, let me show you what real brutality is. Zhao Tiedan suddenly braced his feet and exerted force through his arms, lifting the beast by its horns. Yusun gasped, "What incredible strength!" The beast in front of them was definitely at the transcendent level, weighing at least 7 or 8 tons. He had no idea that the individual dumbbells Zhao Tiedan used for his daily training weighed 7 tons each. Lifting this giant beast was no trouble at all. Zhao Tiedan hoisted the beast as high as he could and slammed it into the ground with a deafening thud that shook the earth. That one hit alone left the beast half dead. Zhao Tiedan looked up at Yusun and grinned. "When killing enemies, you have to remember to keep a ferocious smile, just like I do." Zhao Tiedan grabbed the beast again and started slamming it from side to side. Booms, 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 booms. After a dozen or so smashes, the beast was completely lifeless. Zhao Tiedan stepped on the carcass and pulled with all his might, ripping the head right off, with beast blood drenching his body. Bloodbath 1/100. Yusun stared blankly at Zhao Tiedan, feeling his own blood start to boil. Yes, that is exactly the feeling. This savage and brutal style of combat was the ultimate goal he had always pursued. He felt as though he were looking at an even more ferocious and wild beast. As the fight ended, the other team members finally caught up. They cleaned up the scene and collected the valuable parts of the horned ape. The ape did not have spiritual energy, but its horns and fur were worth quite a bit. For the guard team on hunting missions, all spoils were split equally, regardless of individual strength. If anyone thought it was unfair, they were free to go hunting on their own. Zhao Tiedan found this arrangement perfectly acceptable. After packing up the valuables, they sat down to rest, eat, and drink. Although the factions in Holy Spirit City were deeply intertwined, the atmosphere within their small squad was actually quite good. They were all just rough men without much drama. Everyone sat around the fire, eating meat and drinking alcohol to their heart's content. "Boss, how do you actually form a contract with a living being?" Zhao Tiedan asked curiously. This was the one thing he was most desperate to know. "You want to form a contract with your loved ones from when you were alive, do not you?" Yusun asked. "Is it that obvious? Many heroic spirits have the same idea as you. It is not hard to get in touch with relatives from your past life. There are many ways to do it. However, forming a contract with them is not that easy." Yujin said, "First of all, contracts are divided into natural contracts and chaotic contracts. Both sides agree on a time and perform the ritual simultaneously. Many potential contractors participate and choose suitable partners from each other. That is a natural contract." Zhao Tiedan felt this was like a job fair or recruitment event. Fixed time, fixed place, both sides interview each other, and if they hit it off, they sign the contract. There is also a chaotic contract where you project your mental energy into the void of chaos. If you are lucky, you might encounter a contract projection that needs power. If you accept it, the contract is formed. Both sides know nothing about each other's world, identity, or potential. It could even be a trap. Yujin said, "This is the chaotic contract. It is impossible to gauge anything about the other side." What are the requirements to participate in a natural contract? The Holy Spirit City holds large-scale selections several times a year. The city is responsible for the contract rituals, though the selection methods vary. Besides, Earth and the spirit realm do not have any cooperation in this regard, meaning your relatives from your past life likely cannot form a natural contract with you. Is there really no way at all? It is not that there is no way at all, Yujin said. The underground black market in Holy Spirit City sells coordinates for mental contracts from the void of chaos. As long as you pay enough money, buying a mental contract coordinate for an earthling is not a problem. Did not you say that before the contract? No one knows which world that mental contract comes from. We cannot distinguish them, but some people can. The characteristics of spirits are bizarre. Some spirits might not be good at fighting, but they possess very powerful auxiliary abilities. If I want a coordinate for an earthling's mental contract, how much would it cost? I do not know, I only know that such a black market exists. I have never traded there. Zhao Tiedan stood up and looked out into the vast night. "Tiedan, are you planning to go out tonight? The savage beasts under the red moon see their strength increase by 30%. Zhao Tiedan did not care at all. He had already spent 3 years in the wilderness. The others only reminded Zhao Tiedan, but no one stopped him. It was not that they did not care about him, but they knew Zhao Tiedan was no little lamb. Zhao Tiedan was well adapted to the wilderness under the blood moon, where everything that comes out at this time is a hunter. It is not that there are no powerful existences among the savage beasts. However, in the past 3 years, Zhao Tiedan had encountered everything he should and should not have encountered. The ones he met so far had all ended up as his food. Under the blood moon, a giant beast over 20 meters long lay in wait near Zhao Tiedan. It opened its eyes as Zhao Tiedan walked past. A shadow beast, that is what this savage beast is called. It is skilled at camouflage. Moreover, it can change its skin color and suppress its own aura. This is why Zhao Tiedan walked right by it without noticing anything. However, when it tried to stand up, Zhao Tiedan finally detected it. It can indeed perfectly camouflage itself when it stays still, but once it moves, its camouflage fails. Zhao Tiedan stopped abruptly, turned around suddenly, and threw a punch toward his back. The giant body of the shadow beast lunged at Zhao Tiedan. With a weight of perhaps 20 tons, even Zhao Tiedan struggled to handle it. Under such a fierce impact, he was forced back more than a dozen steps. Zhao Tiedan let out a shout, grabbed the shadow beast's head with both arms and lifted it up with all his might. Just then, the shadow beast's form suddenly became ethereal, slipping out of Zhao Tiedan's control. A moment later, it turned solid again and lunged to bite him. Caught off guard, the left side of Zhao Tiedan's body was firmly gripped in the beast's jaws. In pain, Zhao Tiedan raised his right fist and pounded continuously on the shadow beast's head. The beast felt the pain too, but it kept its grip tight on Zhao Tiedan, exerting force in an attempt to bite him in half. However, Zhao Tiedan's physique was formidable, and the beast's fangs barely managed to pierce his skin. His knotted muscles jammed the beast's teeth. Zhao Tiedan immediately pulled a dumbbell from his system inventory and smashed it onto the shadow beast's head. Crack! A large part of the shadow beast's head caved in. Zhao Tiedan raised the dumbbell again, but the beast turned ethereal and he swung at nothing. This shadow beast was extremely skilled at fighting, highly experienced, and very powerful. Zhao Tiedan had encountered shadow beasts before that were similar in size, but none were as troublesome as this one. It even possessed high intelligence. Zhao Tiedan suspected it might be the familiar of some world spirit master. But tonight they both were truly enraged. Zhao Tiedan looked at the bloody holes in his body, and the shadow beast had taken his blows. Neither had gotten the upper hand, and both were determined to tear the other apart. Zhao Tiedan pulled out 2 dumbbells, and the shadow beast suddenly flared with energy, glaring at him fiercely. Roared! The shadow beast suddenly began circling Zhao Tiedan. Despite its massive size, it was surprisingly fast. The moment it reached behind him, the shadow beast opened its mouth and spewed a burst of flames. Zhao Tiedan was startled. He had not expected the shadow beast to be capable of breathing fire. He did a quick roll to dodge the flames, but the beast turned its head and the fire followed his trajectory. Zhao Tiedan raised his dumbbells and smashed them toward the shadow beast. Whoosh-a-bang! The shadow beast was struck by the 7-ton dumbbells and sent sprawling to the ground. The blow was incredibly heavy, and Zhao Tiedan immediately seized the opportunity to pounce on it. But at that very moment, the shadow beast turned intangible again. Zhao Tiedan cursed internally. This beast was too cunning, and its ability to turn intangible the moment it was attacked was way too broken. He was at a complete loss. However, the intangibility only lasted a second, so it soon solidified again. Seizing the opening, Zhao Tiedan lifted his dumbbells and slammed them onto the beast's head. The shadow beast's massive tail swung across, catching him off guard and sending him flying. The tail's force was not massive, maybe 3 or 4 tons, so Zhao Tiedan quickly steadied himself and charged back at the beast. The shadow beast sensed that it was no match for Zhao Tiedan. Right then, a beam of light enveloped the beast, and in the next instant it disappeared right before his eyes. Zhao Tiedan stood there stunned for a long while. What just happened? Why did the shadow beast just vanish? Could this be what they call summoning? What? On Earth at the Spirit Academy, Liu Wuyan looked at the students before her. She was the instructor for the summoning department. Today's lesson was a practical class on summoning. Now I will teach you the advanced usage of spiritual energy. As she spoke, Liu Wuyan formed hand seals and softly chanted, "Summoning Art, Shadow Descent." A giant hexagram appeared beneath her feet, and a beam of light shot from it toward the sky. Under the curious gazes of the students, a phantom silhouette descended from the sky along the beam of light. As Liu Wuyan continued to channel her spiritual energy, the phantom became increasingly solid. Finally, as she pushed her energy to the max, the phantom solidified completely. However, when everyone saw the giant beast she had summoned, they were stunned. The beast was covered in wounds, appearing to have been severely injured. Liu Wuyan was surprised and communicated with the beast mentally. "Blackie, what happened to you?" This giant beast was none other than the shadow beast that had been fighting Zhao Tiedan in the spirit world. "Yan, I encountered a strong opponent. It is fortunate you summoned me, otherwise I might have been killed by that guy. Please lend me more spiritual energy, I need it to heal." Alright, Liu Wuyan had a contract with this shadow beast named Blackie. They thrived and suffered together. Seeing Blackie injured, she did not hesitate to share her own energy. Liu Wuyan continued her lecture while channeling energy to Blackie. Spirit beasts exist in another world and have their own battles, so getting injured is inevitable, she explained. Spiritual energy does not just improve our own physical fitness, it can also be provided to spirit beasts to heal their wounds. Summoners and spirit masters are quite similar and share many commonalities. Both rely on spiritual energy to summon and borrow strength. What I just performed is a full summoning. There are also power borrowing and phantomal summons. A summoner or a spirit beast alone is not necessarily strong, but when combined, their power grows exponentially. A summoner's energy provides a massive boost to the beast, and likewise, a beast can empower its summoner. The same principle applies to spirit masters. At this point, a young girl asked, "Teacher, who is stronger, a spirit master or a summoner?" Liu Wuyan looked at the girl who asked, recalling that her name was Zhao Tao. There is no definitive answer to who is stronger. Strength depends on many factors. The stronger your energy, the more powerful the beast or spirit you can contract. Since energy can be supplied to strengthen them and improve their baseline abilities, increasing your own spiritual energy is the most important thing. However, even at the same level, there are differences in strength, the most notable being transcendent powers. For example, my spirit beast is at the true spirit realm, but it possesses the intangibility trait and awakened the flame ember talent after becoming my summon. Teacher, what is the difference between a talent and a trait? Traits are mostly passive abilities, with a few being active skills. Traits appear only upon initial awakening or are inherited. No matter how strong you become later, you will not develop new ones. Talents, however, are all active skills. Flame Ember is a type of fire elemental talent. Teacher, can we awaken talents? Yes, but the chances are low, Liu Wuyan continued. If you awaken a transcendent type, you can be classified as an Esper. However, the younger you are, the higher the chance of awakening. If you have not awakened a transcendent talent by age 7, it is unlikely to happen. Even if you kids do not awaken one yourselves, you still have the chance to borrow such powers from your summoned spirits or beasts. Teacher, are there levels to transcendent powers? That is very complex, but it is currently a known fact that the transcendent class is stronger than purely physical ones. Even within the same transcendent element, there are many branches, each with unique forms of expression. Liu Wuyan's explanation was still somewhat general, as her students were currently only at the introductory stage. They were only being taught the basics. If they wanted more specialized knowledge in the future, they would need to go to a higher institution. Before long, Blackie the Shadow Beast had mostly recovered. Yan, I have fully recovered. Then are you going to stay here or return to your own world? That guy might have accomplices. I am not confident about dealing with him yet. I would better wait a few days. Although Blackie was a savage beast, its intelligence had grown steadily through the shared consciousness with Liu Wuyan. It was now as smart as a human and knew how to avoid danger. Then stay and assist me for these few days and teach these children. Perhaps you can find a suitable summoner among them. A summoner can only have one spirit beast, but a spirit beast can be contracted by multiple summoners. The stronger the spirit beast, the more power it can distribute to others. Of course, they can only respond to one full summoning at a time. At dawn, as day and night shifted, Zhao Tiedan dragged his weary body back to the camp. Everyone was already up by then. Seeing Zhao Tiedan return covered in wounds, Yujin immediately went over to ask what happened. Tiedan, you look a bit of a mess. It might look messy, but the haul is pretty good, Zhao Tiedan said as he took out his spoils. A bundle of sharp horns from an unknown beast, several rolled-up hides, a few bottles of beast blood, and a handful of psionic coins. When the others saw Zhao Tiedan's gains, they all gasped in astonishment. These psionic coins had clearly been newly infused, and based on the rest of the loot, Zhao Tiedan must have encountered at least 5 transcendent-tier savage beasts last night. Looking at the wounds on Zhao Tiedan, it was obvious he had been through some brutal battles. Get me something to eat. Yujin knew that Zhao Tiedan had the gluttony trait, so he did not ask further. There was still plenty of the horned ape meat they had slaughtered yesterday. After a full meal, all of Zhao Tiedan's wounds healed, and his strength and energy returned to their peak. Everyone looked at Zhao Tiedan with envy. After all, the gluttony trait was incredibly useful. Tiedan, do you need more rest? You guys take another lap around the area. I need to train for an hour. Zhao Tiedan said there should be a few more beasts around here and they are not weak. The group were all rough, straightforward men who did not overcomplicate things. If Zhao Tiedan could go out hunting alone at night, there was no reason they could not handle things during the day while working together. After everyone set off, Zhao Tiedan took out his dumbbells and started working out. An hour later, Zhao Tiedan finally finished his daily routine. Daily quest: complete 4,000 reps of iron lifting today, using 7,000 kilograms of dumbbells. Daily reward: HP plus 3,000, stamina plus 1,500, physique plus 300. System: your physique has improved. You need to increase your training intensity. Dumbbell weight increased from 7,000 kg to 7,200 kg, and reps increased from 4,000 to 4,500. Zhao Tiedan supplemented with a bit more food, and felt his body return to a full state of recovery. By this time, Yujin and the others had returned from hunting. They brought back 2 savage beasts, one transcendent tier and one extraordinary tier. Zhao Tiedan took a cold shower to wash off the mud and bloodstains, feeling much more refreshed. Although they would surely be covered in mud again once they hit the road. They continued on their journey, walking in small groups as before. Zhao Tiedan had better stamina and recovery than the others, so he carried most of the supplies. A few hours into the trip, they encountered a savage beast of little value. Just as they were about to take a break, Yujin descended from the sky. There are a large number of savage beast corpses ahead. The group's expressions shifted. Finding many savage beast corpses in the wild was never a good sign. There were many possibilities, and most of them spelled danger for them. Yujin looked at the others. Shall we go and take a look? Let us go, we need to know who killed them. If it is not an enemy, that is best, but if it is, at least we will know their methods, Lai Hu said. Their small squad could never manage such mass slaughter. Whoever did this was definitely far more powerful than them. If they were killing on such a scale for some purpose, their squad was in danger. Instead of cowering, it was better to be proactive. Yujin looked at the group again. What do you think? Since Lai Hu said so, I agree. Me too. I am in. No one objected, so Yujin made the final decision to go check the situation together. Half an hour later, they saw a plane ahead, and as far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of savage beast corpses. This must have been a beast pack. Getting closer, they saw they were herbivorous beasts. These are spear python beasts. They eat grass. Adult spear python beasts are all extraordinary tier, but they are relatively gentle. Even when attacked, they rarely fight back. Their essence blood has been drained, Yujin noted after examining the bodies. Are they worth anything? The blood of a spear python beast is worth something. It is mainly used to carve patterns during summoning rituals, though it is not very effective and has significant flaws. What kind of flaws? The blood of a spear python beast attracts a large number of carnivorous beasts. That does not sound like a deal-breaker, does it? Summoning rituals cover a wide area. If there are spirits nearby, they might enter the ritual zone, so these rituals are usually performed far away from cities. But once you are far from a city, there are many more savage beasts. With this much spear python blood used for patterns, it will surely attract a massive swarm. Boss, something is wrong, Lai Hu said with a serious expression. Current summoning rituals almost never use spear python blood. Why would someone be collecting it on such a massive scale? Let us return to the city immediately and report this to the city lord, Yujin said, sensing something suspicious. Just then, dozens of black dots appeared in the sky. We cannot escape anymore, Yujin said with a grim face. Boss, are those your clansmen? No, it is the Heaven Feather tribe. They are from the same world as me, but they are hostile to my Shun tribe. In the Holy Spirit City, the Heaven Feather tribe are vassals to the Titans. The Heaven Feather tribe members landed one after another. Zhao Tiedan got a clear look at them. Their wings were distinctly different from Yujin's. Yujin's wings were broad and dark gray, looking like those of a hawk or falcon. The wings of the Heaven Feather tribe, however, were pure white, and they all looked incredibly handsome, completely unlike the rough-and-tumble Yujin. The Heaven Feather tribe looked just like legendary angels. If you put a halo on their heads, it would be the perfect cosplay. The leader's name is Silverwing. He is a true spirit tier. His trait is Infinite Blade, which can make anything he touches as sharp as a blade. Plus, their racial talent allows them to control the wind. He is extremely powerful. All 10 of us together might not even be able to defeat him. Zhao Tiedan narrowed his eyes at them. The other team members either bared their claws or drew their weapons, ready for a fight. They were all spirits, and to become a spirit, you had to have a strong will. They were all warriors who had died in battle. Nobody was afraid. Even knowing they could not win, they were still determined to give it everything they had. Yujin, I am truly surprised. I did not think I would have the chance to kill you a second time, Silverwing said with a cruel smile. Everyone looked at Yujin. He touched his nose and said, he was the one who killed me in my previous life. In the Azure world, the Heaven Feather tribe were like royalty. They saw us as filth and spent their time hunting us Shun tribe members down. Even if it is a fight to the death, we should face it with a smile. Zhao Tiedan started strolling toward the front, a brutal smile spreading across his face. What? Silverwing glanced at the approaching Zhao Tiedan, then looked toward Feather Falcon. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. You were just as reckless back in the Azure world. Silverwing suddenly spread his wings, their edges gleaming with a metallic luster. The next moment, Silverwing burst forward, lunging at Zhao Tiedan. As he drew near, he swung his wings violently forward. A dumbbell appeared in Zhao Tiedan's hand. At the moment of the strike, Zhao Tiedan swung the dumbbell at Silverwing. Silverwing's bladed wings pierced into Zhao Tiedan's chest, while Zhao Tiedan's dumbbell smashed into Silverwing's chest. In terms of raw power, Zhao Tiedan is at the Void Spirit level, which is higher than Silver Wing's True Spirit level. However, Zhao Tiedan cannot fly, so if he wanted to take Silver Wing down in one blow, he had to pay a price. And that was a price Zhao Tiedan was willing to pay. Besides, it was also because Zhao Tiedan had enough confidence in his own defense. Blood bloomed on Zhao Tiedan's chest, while at the same time, Silver Wing's chest was crushed into a concave shape by the immense force. Yet Zhao Tiedan remained standing, while Silver Wing collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Silver Wing spat blood, staring at Zhao Tiedan in horror. Everyone looked at Zhao Tiedan and Silver Wing with stunned expressions. Zhao Tiedan stepped forward, pinning Silver Wing's wings down, then reached out and grabbed his head. Ribs. Ignoring Silver Wing's wails, Zhao Tiedan ripped his head straight off. He killed Silver Wing. Revenge for Silver Wing. Kill them. Whether it was Feather Falcon or the rest of the Heavenly Feather clan, everyone looked at Zhao Tiedan with disbelief. Is this real? Is this actually happening? Holding Silver Wing's head, Zhao Tiedan gave a savage grin at the surrounding Heavenly Feather clansmen. Zhao Tiedan turned to his teammates, including Feather Falcon, and asked, ready to go. Feather Falcon seemed to catch the madness in Zhao Tiedan and could not help but grin. Kill! Kill! All members of the King's Guard roared as they charged toward the Heavenly Feather clan. Fierce Tiger pounced, tackling a member of the Heavenly Feather clan who was trying to take flight, his tiger jaws snapping down onto him. Another member of the clan tried to fly away, only to be smashed back down by a dark, heavy dumbbell. Feather Falcon was even more frantic, slaughtering in midair with his ghost head blade, meeting every attempt to take flight with a downward strike. Even though the Heavenly Feather clan had the advantage in numbers and strength, they were suppressed by Zhao Tiedan and his team, all thanks to pure, ruthless tenacity. However, given the sheer numbers and power of the Heavenly Feather clan, Zhao Tiedan's side eventually suffered casualties. Both Zhao Tiedan and Feather Falcon were covered in scars. They fought with savagery, and the Heavenly Feather clan was not without its own brave warriors. The clash between them was a raw collision of flesh and bone. Flesh flew and blood splattered everywhere. Even Zhao Tiedan could not avoid being injured. He was not invulnerable, and besides his brute strength, he had almost no other special traits. As time passed, 5 of Zhao Tiedan's men had fallen, and over 20 of the Heavenly Feather clan were dead. There was no option for surrender on either side. Gradually, the effect of Zhao Tiedan's ability, swift footwork, began to manifest. He grew faster and faster. It was then that he truly displayed the terror of his Void Spirit level power. He only needed to keep running and swinging his fists, and one by one, the bodies of the Heavenly Feather warriors were pulverized. However, the faster he went, the more stamina he consumed. Even he could not keep accelerating forever. The Heavenly Feather clan, having lost Silver Wing before the battle even began, had no leadership and were like headless chickens. Finally, after a dozen minutes, the battle ended. Only Feather Falcon, Zhao Tiedan Fierce Tiger, and a teammate named Blood Dog remained of the King's Guard. The 4 of them, exhausted, sat on the ground gasping for air. The ground was littered with corpses. They had slaughtered all dozens of the Heavenly Feather clansmen. At the same time, the King's Guard had paid a heavy price. Once he regained some strength, Zhao Tiedan began to collect the spoils of war. He searched Silver Wing's corpse first and found a ring on his finger. The moment he pulled it off, he felt as if a room had appeared before his eyes, filled with all sorts of items. When Zhao Tiedan withdrew his consciousness, he immediately left that internal space. What is this? Oh, a spatial ring. Feather Falcon also saw the ring Zhao Tiedan had confiscated. How do we split this? Zhao Tiedan asked, turning back. You killed Silver Wing, so the ring is yours, but we will split the contents equally among the 4 of us, Feather Falcon said. Zhao Tiedan nodded. And what about our fallen brothers? How do we compensate them? We are Chinese letter. This world does not have their families, so there is no way to compensate them. Let us find a place to bury them. Zhao Tiedan took the supplies out of the spatial ring and laid them all out before everyone. This is the essence blood of the spear beast, right? Zhao Tiedan said, pointing at a large jar of blood-red liquid. That is not worth much. If you want, just find a spot and dump it. Zhao Tiedan's heart skipped a beat and he said, I will take this. You 3 can split the rest. He still needed to complete the blood bath quest. The current quest progress is 3/50ths, and there is a long way to go. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to complete this quest in a month. But the essence blood of the spear beast can attract a large number of wild beasts, which gives him a chance to complete the task. Are you sure? Feather Falcon asked seriously. Yes, I have decided. I want this jar of essence blood. Do you 2 have any objections? Feather Falcon asked Fierce Tiger and Blood Dog. None. Soon the spoils were distributed, and everyone gathered together once more. Let us discuss what we should do next, Feather Falcon said, cutting straight to the point. We have killed so many of the Heavenly Feather clan, and they have close ties with the Titan clan, so we have inevitably made an enemy of them. If we go back now, we will surely face retaliation from the Titans. Will not the Grey Sky clan stand up for us? Zhao Tiedan asked. No, we are too small, not worth their help. We are not even really vassals of the Grey Sky clan, we are just cannon fodder under their command. They will not start a war with the Titan clan for our sake. Then are not we dead for sure? Not necessarily, Feather Falcon said, looking at everyone. We can join another city. Apart from Sacred Spirit City, the closest one is Sacred Moon City, about 5,000 miles away. Sacred Moon City and Sacred Spirit City are enemies, so if we defect to Sacred Moon City, we will have to find a way to earn the trust of its ruler. Zhao Tiedan, Lihu, and Zugu were all somewhat reluctant. To them, there was no real difference between Saint Moon City and Saint Spirit City. Is there no other way out? Lihu asked. Yusun hesitated for a moment. What do you all think? We do not want to live under someone else's roof and keep acting like dogs for others either, Lihu replied. Zhao Tiedan nodded. He did not mind being someone's subordinate, provided there was a return on his effort. You should get out what you put in, rather than being disposable and forced to flee the moment something goes wrong. Then the only option is the distant Shadow Moon Sea, Yusun said. The coastline of the Shadow Moon Sea is dotted with villages and small factions. It is chaotic there, the complete opposite of Saint Spirit City. Whoever has the biggest fist can claim a piece of land. At the same time, the Shadow Moon Sea is subject to attacks from sea beasts. If you agree, then we will go there and establish our own village. Is it very far? Extremely far, at least tens of thousands of miles away, and it will take half a year to get there, Yusun said gravely. One last question, are you truly determined to build your own faction? Zhao Tiedan, Lihu, and Zugu exchanged glances, then nodded firmly. Even if the Shadow Moon Sea is filled with thousands of dangers and treacherous traps, it is still better than continuing to be dogs in Saint Spirit City or Saint Moon City. Besides, they are all heroic spirits, and most heroic spirits have no family burdens to hold them back, so they can make their choices calmly without fear of implicating their loved ones. Zhao Tiedan did not care where they went. With these brothers who had been through life and death with him, he would not fare too poorly anywhere. Once the decision was made, the group set off on the journey to the Shadow Moon Sea. Of the four, Yusun was a veteran heroic spirit with 45 years of existence, possessing 3 contractors. The other 3 were new heroic spirits. Lihu had 5 years, Zugu had 4, and Zhao Tiedan had 3. Zhao Tiedan was the strongest in terms of raw power, but Yusun remained the leader because his temperament was the most stable, and he possessed the most experience and insight, making him the best choice for the role. Along the way, Yusun began to explain the situation at the Shadow Moon Sea. It was very far from their current location, and the journey was incredibly dangerous. The destination of their trip, the Shadow Moon Sea, should actually be called the Shadow Moon Coast, a stretch of coastline spanning over 1,000 kilometers. The Shadow Moon Sea itself was the body of water beyond that coastline. Much of the Shadow Moon Coast was a gathering place for people like them, those being hunted or wanted. It would not be entirely accurate to say there were no rules there. Some had tried to establish rules and consolidate the factions, but no one had achieved absolute dominance. Simply put, ruling power is predicated on strength. Take Saint Spirit City, for example. It is suppressed by a presence at the Vault of Heaven realm, along with several super-large clans, over a dozen Yuan Spirit Realm experts, and more than 100 Void Spirit Realm experts who jointly maintain the city's rule and order. This is a case of one superpower and several strong ones maintaining stability together, which is why Saint Spirit City can hold its current status. The Shadow Moon Coast, however, has no single faction with absolute ruling power. To stabilize order in a region, one side must either be strong enough to crush all others, or one side must wipe all other factions out entirely. In fact, the chaotic situation of the Shadow Moon Coast was a good opportunity for the 4 of them. Their strength was not overwhelmingly high, but establishing a firm foothold certainly would not be difficult. With 1 Void Spirit Realm expert and 3 Transcendence Realm experts, they could still accomplish something. As for Zhao Tiedan, his daily routine consisted of lifting weights, rain or shine. At first, Yusun and the others were skeptical, but as time passed, they stopped commenting on it. Although they felt that Zhao Tiedan lifting weights all day would not really improve his strength, it did not affect them either. Furthermore, he was planning to use the spear-wielding beast essence blood to attract more savage beasts and complete his bloodbath mission. He just did not know what kind of rewards the bloodbath mission would bring. Saint Spirit City Titan Clan. Great Elder Yuan Kan's face turned livid as he looked at the report from his subordinate. Are you saying that everyone Yini took with him is dead? Yes, Lord Yuan Can, they are all dead, the subordinate reported, kneeling on one knee. We found their bodies 300 kilometers east of St. Spirit City. Do you know who did it? It was done by the first squad of the Royal Guard under the Heaven Grey clan. I investigated and found that they were the only ones who had left the city recently. We also found the bodies of the Royal Guards nearby. Their companions had buried them in a valley. Did the Heaven Grey clan take action? Yuan Can's expression shifted and he asked with slight tension. No, it is highly likely they encountered each other accidentally. The Royal Guard discovered Yinyi and his men collecting the spear-wielding beast blood. To silence them, Yinyi attacked, but instead of wiping them out, he and his tribesmen were all killed. Those pieces of trash, with so many of them they could not even defeat a mere guard squad. It is a disgrace. Yuan Can's face grew even uglier. Yuan Can looked at his confidant with sinister eyes. Has that Royal Guard squad returned? No, judging by the traces, they must have known they offended our Titan clan and chose to defect. They are heading north, and it is currently impossible to confirm where they plan to go. Find them and bring back the beast essence blood. The success of Hun Sheng's contract ritual cannot be affected. Yuan Can paused, then added, you go yourself. Since the opponent could eliminate Yinyi and his clansmen, they must have at least a void spirit realm expert among them. I do not want any more surprises this time. Yes, Lord Yuan Can. Yimo walked out of the hall. He was Yuan Can's confidant, a Titan warrior, and also a void spirit realm expert. He possessed the Titan clan's talent, indomitability. As long as his feet were planted on the ground, he would never tire. After becoming a heroic spirit, he also awakened the trait, bloody battle to the end. The more damage he sustained, the more powerful his strength would become. He also awakened the supernatural power, Fengju. By controlling wind energy to wrap around his body, he could achieve 10 times the normal speed. So even if his opponent was an expert of the same realm, he had nothing to fear. He had already killed no small number of experts at his own level. After receiving the order, Yimo left St. Spirit City immediately and set off for the north. Yimo returned to the battlefield and began to inspect the traces left behind once again. First was Yinyi's corpse. Yinyi had been ambushed and struck in the chest by a heavy object, losing his ability to fight. The opponent then took the opportunity to rip off Yinyi's head. There was still blood on Yinyi's sharp wings, indicating the opponent did not have the strength to completely crush Yinyi. They were just not weak. In Yimo's eyes, however, they were not powerful enough to be unbeatable either. After 10 days of travel, Zhao Tiedan and his group were now a great distance from Holy Spirit City. They had deliberately slowed their pace. After all, constant high-intensity travel was a burden on everyone. Even though Yusu was flying in the sky, the distance he covered was far greater than that of the three on the ground, making it equally exhausting for him. Among them, only Zhao Tiedan managed to keep himself in excellent condition. Since they had slowed down, Zhao Tiedan decided it was time to complete his bloodbath mission. Yusu, let us find a place to rest for 2 days. Is there any special reason for that? I need to have a battle. I plan to use the essence blood of the spear Mang beast to attract a large number of wild, savage beasts, Zhao Tiedan said. Fine, this cave looks good enough. We will rest here for 2 days. But you must be very careful when using the spear Mang beast essence blood. Once you use too much, it will attract all the savage beasts within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. I understand. Yusu wondered if Zhao Tiedan possessed some special trait that required him to fight these savage beasts. But after a moment, he thought it impossible, as he already knew Zhao Tiedan possessed the traits of indefatigability and gluttony. He could not possibly have a third one. While it is not unheard of to have 3 traits, they are extremely rare. If Zhao Tiedan really had 3, any faction would prioritize his training and development. Zhao Tiedan told the others about his plan. After 10 days of nearly non-stop travel, Blood Dog and Fierce Tiger were also quite exhausted, so they had no objections to resting for 2 days. They settled down in a cave for a break, while Zhao Tiedan took the spear Mang Beast Essence Blood and found a valley filled with dense forest and grass. During their travel over the past few days, they had encountered several savage beasts, and Zhao Tiedan had always taken the lead, tearing them apart with his bare hands. His bloodbath progress was currently at 11 out of 100. After restoring his energy, stamina, and vitality to their peak, Zhao Tiedan waited quietly for nightfall. A blood-red moon gradually rose into the sky, and the roars of beasts began to echo throughout the dense valley forest. Zhao Tiedan checked the sky and took the spear Mang Beast Essence Blood out of his space ring. As soon as he opened the jar, a pungent, fishy odor rushed into the air and quickly spread throughout the mountain stream, causing the surrounding beast roars to become even more intense. It seemed the essence blood of the spear Mang Beast was indeed highly attractive to those savage beasts. Zhao Tiedan smeared a handful of the viscous blood onto his body and face, then sealed the jar and put it back into his space ring. Pairs of scarlet beast eyes emerged from the dense forest, and some beasts unable to contain themselves began approaching Zhao Tiedan. These wild creatures behaved as if they had lost their minds the moment they caught the scent of the blood. Zhao Tiedan suspected that the effect of the blood on them was more than just causing madness. In the fitness industry, there is a saying, the more you crave something, the more your body needs it. Just like how children love sweets because sugar is crucial for their development. Or like fried foods which the body craves to store fat. Fat is not entirely bad, in fact it plays a vital role in human health. The savage beasts losing their minds over the essence blood might be because it is highly beneficial to them. But this was not the time to ponder such things. Zhao Tiedan took a deep breath and prepared for battle. Roar! A dark shadow lunged from above, shrouding Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan pushed off the ground with both feet, shot upward and threw a punch. Ow! With a pained shriek, the beast was gutted as Zhao Tiedan's fist punched straight through its abdomen. Bloodbath 12 out of 100. Roars, roars, roars. The savage beasts hidden in the tall grass around him went completely berserk. The blood scent radiating from Zhao Tiedan became increasingly pungent as it dispersed into the air. Two savage beasts, each over 10 meters long, burst from the grass and charged directly toward Zhao Tiedan. These were two horned lizards, possessing supernatural abilities to control either fire or water. As they charged, one spat flames while the other launched water projectiles, both aiming straight for Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan moved instantly, sprinting at high speed. He dodged the flames and water projectiles, maneuvered to the side of the lizards, and made a sharp turn to charge right back at them. With one punch, the fire-controlling lizard was sent flipping through the air. Zhao Tiedan stepped onto the beast's abdomen, his immense strength tearing a hole right through it. Using that as a springboard, he launched himself toward the water-controlling lizard. The water lizard immediately condensed a water projectile and fired it at him. This time Zhao Tiedan did not dodge, letting the projectiles hit him. They had incredible penetrating power, piercing through his steel-like body. Yet he did not stop, delivering a punch that shattered the lizard's skull. Bloodbath 14 out of 100. After killing the two lizards, Zhao Tiedan did not stop. He continued to sprint, picking up speed as he went. As he ran, he pulled a piece of roasted meat from his space ring and began chewing it greedily. Simultaneously, his wounds began to heal rapidly, and his consumed stamina started to recover. As he ran, more savage beasts jumped out at him. Zhao Tiedan, now at high speed, simply smashed through those that stood in his way. He kept eating, even though the food was now stained with blood, tearing off chunks and swallowing them. Bloodbath 19 out of 100. More and more savage beasts attacked, but none could match his relentless charging momentum. By now, Zhao Tiedan's speed was approaching the speed of sound. However, he felt he was reaching his limit. If he kept running at this pace, his own body would be the first to break down. Although the swiftness trait allowed him to accelerate infinitely, it did not mean he could physically sustain that infinite acceleration. The speed of sound was likely his current ceiling. He slowed down, eventually stopping to eat more rapidly, preparing to start a second run. The surrounding beasts gave him no room to breathe, constantly closing in on him. Zhao Tiedan started running again. His initial speed was slow, but within 10 seconds it would double, and in 20 seconds it would double again. Bloodbath 45 out of 100. An hour later, Zhao Tiedan had killed 30 or 40 savage beasts. Perhaps because the scent of the essence blood on him had mostly evaporated, the beasts were no longer closing in as densely as before. Zhao Tiedan ran deeper into the forest and smeared another layer of the essence blood onto himself. Bloodbath 3/4. Bloodbath 21/25. Bloodbath 97 100ths. Zhao Tiedan slaughtered the wild savage beasts frantically. He did not know how many wounds he had sustained throughout the night, but his task was getting closer and closer to completion. Finally, after Zhao Tiedan crushed the skull of a wild savage beast, the system prompt sounded. Bloodbath 1 task completed. Task reward: you have bathed in the blood of 100 beasts. Your realm has improved and your life force has evolved. Void Spirit Realm to Origin Spirit Realm. Physique 104,000 to 500,000. HP 450,000 to 1.5 million. Stamina 550,000 to 1.2 million. Daily dumbbell weight 7,200 kg to 50,000 kg. Daily lifting repetitions 4,500 to 10,000. Awaken new trait Predatory Habit. Trait Predatory Habit. After killing an enemy, there is a certain chance to plunder the enemy's traits. Zhao Tiedan gasped. This special task actually allowed him to advance by a major realm directly. This reward was something Zhao Tiedan had not expected at all. And he also awakened a new trait. Although this trait is not very useful in actual combat, it has huge potential. Zhao Tiedan opened his personal panel. Host Zhao Tiedan. Race heroic spirit. Level origin spirit realm. Traits tireless gluttony 2 fists against 4 hands, swift as a gale predatory habit. Skill setting sun like blood. HP 1.5 million/15 million. Stamina 1.2 million/12 million. Overall physique 500,000. Zhao Tiedan felt the beast blood on his body turning into pure energy, seeping into his skin, his limbs, and his very bloodline. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan felt waves of burning pain, as if fire was roasting his skin. The clothes on his body began to burn as well. The pain was so intense that Zhao Tiedan could not stand steadily. The burning sensation never faded, so he gritted his teeth and started sprinting to find a water source to relieve the heat. Finally, after running across the mountains and fields, Zhao Tiedan saw a waterfall. Without a second thought, he dove into the pool beneath it. Steam rose from the pool. Zhao Tiedan was radiating extreme heat. Zhao Tiedan gasped for breath. Although the clear water eased some of the burning pain, it did not stop completely. Under this agonizing burning, Zhao Tiedan gradually lost consciousness. Zhao Tiedan lay in the water just like that. He did not know how long it had been, but he felt a sense of suffocation and suddenly surfaced, gasping for air. Zhao Tiedan looked at the sky. How long had he been soaking in the water? He actually had not drowned while unconscious. Is it because heroic spirits do not need to breathe? Zhao Tiedan submerged himself again, but it did not take long before he felt the suffocation returning. It seems that is not the case. He still needs to breathe. Perhaps his life level had evolved, so after falling unconscious, his body went into a self-protective, temporary state of suspended animation. Zhao Tiedan got out of the water naked and walked back. The burning pain had vanished, and Zhao Tiedan felt completely refreshed and light on his feet. This feeling of life evolution was something he had never experienced before. Zhao Tiedan felt that his breath could even automatically filter out impurities in the air, absorbing only the beneficial parts into his body. Returning to the cave where they were staying, Feather Falcon had been on night watch, so Zhao Tiedan saw him sitting outside the cave at first glance. Blood Dog and Fierce Tiger were still sleeping. When Feather Falcon saw Zhao Tiedan return naked, he immediately came up to him. Tiedan, did you go out hunting last night, or were you messing around? Even though this is the heroic spirit realm, there are still some 404 transactions. I ran into a beast that breathes fire, and it burned all my clothes off. Zhao Tiedan sat down in front of the fire and took out some beast meat to roast. After eating his fill, Zhao Tiedan continued his daily weightlifting. And today, the dumbbell weight had jumped from over 7 tons directly to 50 tons. In the past, the dumbbell weight had increased little by little. But this time it jumped from over 7 tons to 50 tons, and this gap made Zhao Tiedan feel a bit strained. At the same time, the number of repetitions increased from 4,500 to 10,000. Feather Falcon was also eating breakfast while watching Zhao Tiedan lift. Titans, how heavy is what you are holding? It is a weight you would not be able to lift, Zhao Tiedan replied while lifting. Let me try. Feather Falcon thought Zhao Tiedan was exaggerating. He knew Zhao Tiedan was strong and could tear wild savage beasts apart with his bare hands. But he also thought his own strength was not bad. After all, his physique was right there, 3 meters tall and full of muscles, not much smaller than Zhao Tiedan. If Zhao Tiedan could lift it, then he should not be much worse off. Besides, they were just 2 metal blocks. How heavy could they possibly be? Feather Falcon walked up to Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan looked at him and said, "Wait an hour, I have to do 10,000 reps today." Feather Falcon did not force the issue and just watched Zhao Tiedan lift. 99.95, 99.96, 99.97, 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. Daily task completed. Task reward, HP plus 10,000, stamina plus 10,000, physique plus 5,000. Zhao Tiedan let out a long breath and looked at Feather Falcon. Boss, do you really want to try? Of course, I happen to want to see if this training method of yours can really strengthen the body. Zhao Tiedan lifted the dumbbell and put it in front of Feather Falcon. Use both hands to catch it. Do not underestimate my strength, Feather Falcon said nonchalantly. Zhao Tiedan looked at him speechlessly. Are you sure? Do not worry, Sarg. The moment Zhao Tiedan released the dumbbell, Feather Falcon was pulled flat to the ground by its weight. The ground cracked like a spiderweb due to the weight of the dumbbell. 50 tons of weight, though not enough to shake the heavens and earth, it was still a terrifying load. Feather Falcon jumped up immediately, looking at the dumbbell on the ground with shock. He tried it but could not move the dumbbell even a tiny bit. The dumbbell was like a small hill, firmly welded to the ground. Zhao Tiedan bent down and lifted the dumbbell. Do you still want to try now? Now I know how your strength was trained, Feather Falcon said, looking at Zhao Tiedan with a sigh. This strength was truly something he could not compare to. He had thought the dumbbells Zhao Tiedan used daily did not look big and could not possibly be that heavy. Who would have thought it would be so insanely heavy? But does this kind of training really make you stronger? Feather Falcon asked. Zhao Tiedan squeezed his fist. Yes, although physical training is not as obvious as spiritual energy for improving one's power, long-term training does indeed yield results. If you want to try, I can guide you. Then I will give it a try. Feather Falcon was tempted. Physical strength has always been considered inferior to supernatural powers. But in combat, it is very important, and a strong physique has a massive impact on fighting. When Lihu and Zhugu heard that Yusun was going to lift weights with Zhao Tiedan, they decided to join the fun and get involved as well. It was not that they thought lifting weights was particularly useful. They just felt the journey was long and boring, so they wanted something to pass the time. Generating a fitness plan for Yusun to enhance core strength, including the necessary equipment. Generating a fitness plan for Lihu to enhance explosive power, including the necessary equipment. Generating a fitness plan for Zhugu to enhance stamina, including the necessary equipment. The improvements made by the three will be fed back to the host. Seeing this notification, Zhao Tiedan could not help but chuckle. He had been with the bro system for so long, yet this was the first time he realized it had such a function. System, what do you think about me opening a gym? You are the one who said it, the bro system replied. Triggering task, fitness center. Task description, open a fitness center within 1 year. That does not seem difficult, Zhao Tiedan said with a puzzled look. His previous bloody missions were not exactly difficult, but they definitely carried some risk. But this gym mission, aside from the time limit, did not seem to have any other challenges. Given the host's strong request, the system is specifically increasing the mission difficulty for you. Task difficulty upgraded. The fitness center must reach 100 members to qualify. The bro system's lecherous avatar appeared before Zhao Tiedan, asking host, the mission reward has not increased, but how does it feel to have the difficulty raised? Zhao Tiedan remained expressionless. What kind of difficulty is that? He was an ace fitness coach. In his previous life, he had opened a chain of gyms and managed them very successfully. So even in a different world, he did not find it difficult to open a gym and get 100 members within a year. Do you need me to increase the difficulty a bit more for you? If you increase the reward, I might allow you to increase the difficulty. Forget it then, Zhao Tiedan said, turning to the three. Now let me arrange your training plans. Zhao Tiedan raised his hand and a barbell appeared in it. He weighed it in his hand, 2 tons. Zhao Tiedan tossed the barbell to Yusun. The moment Yusun caught the barbell, he felt the immense weight and stumbled backward. However, he managed to steady himself and gripped the barbell tightly. 1,000 presses every day, Zhao Tiedan commanded. Zhao Tiedan looked at Zhugu and pulled out a weighted vest. This weighted vest weighed 500 kilograms. Zhugu, you must wear this vest at all times, and you need to run 20 kilometers every day. Zhugu weighed it, remarking, it seems I am being underestimated. This weight is not really much. Zhao Tiedan glanced at Zhugu. He clearly did not know what a weighted long-distance run was. For a transcendence-level martial artist like Zhugu, 500 kilograms was indeed quite light. However, the test that a weighted long-distance run poses to the mind and body far exceeds Yusun's 300 barbell presses. Try to stick with it for 10 days, then come back and tell me I underestimated you. Zhao Tiedan looked at Lihu, who grinned and rubbed his hands together. What kind of training project have you arranged for me? Zhao Tiedan threw a jump rope to Lihu. Lihu looked at him in surprise. Iron Man, are you mistaken? How does this train anything? It has no weight at all. It would not even work as a weapon. You heard right, 20,000 jumps a day. You must complete a set of 10,000 within 30 minutes without rest, and after completing the first 10,000, you can only rest for half an hour before starting the second set. Zhao Tiedan looked at the three. Starting from today, follow my requirements for your fitness. Now begin. The three exchanged glances. Since it was their own idea, they felt embarrassed to refuse, so they had to start working out according to Zhao Tiedan's requirements. Yusun began his barbell presses. 2 tons was not his limit. But doing it 1,000 times was still quite a challenge. Yusun found the first 100 reps relatively easy. By the 200th rep, his arms began to feel soft and weak. After 500, every single press required a massive effort. On the other side, Zhugu started his run after putting on the weighted vest. He felt no difficulty at all. But after running a few kilometers, a wave of fatigue began to wash over his body and mind. It was like an experienced long-distance runner who could easily complete a half marathon, but put 20 kilograms of weight on him. and he might not even be able to finish 10 kilometers. Weighted running is extremely draining. This was exactly Zugu's situation. He had immense power, but he did not know how to regulate his breathing or how to pace his energy expenditure. He ran too fast at the start, burning through too much energy, leaving him unable to sustain his pace. As for Lihu, his situation was no better than Yusun's or Zugu's. He had assumed his task would be the easiest. In reality, by setting a time limit of 30 minutes for 10,000 jumps, he had to maintain a rhythm of at least 5 jumps per second. Maintaining such a high-frequency output was his weakness. Endurance jump rope is a training method specifically for high-frequency output. By the end of the first day, none of the 3 had completed their training quota. No way, seriously, you called this easy. Who was it that boasted about me underestimating them earlier? Zhao Tiedan mocked them mercilessly. The 3 were so exhausted they did not even have the strength to argue. They had truly been humbled. The training methods Zhao Tiedan proposed looked simple, but were anything but easy. Furthermore, they lacked the ability for rapid recovery, so once they failed their first attempt, they could not complete the full volume due to insufficient physical recuperation. Tomorrow I will definitely absolutely finish it tomorrow, Yusun gritted his teeth and said. I hope you keep your word, weakling. The 3 were furious. How had they never realized before that Zhao Tiedan was this annoying? Zhao Tiedan did not think they would be able to do it tomorrow either. High-intensity training leads to lactic acid buildup in the muscles, so even if physical strength returns, they would not be in peak condition. Only after a few consecutive days, when their bodies adapted to the workload and lactic acid metabolism accelerated, would they be able to complete the training volume. Zhao Tiedan did not warn them. After all, he wanted to mock them a few more times. Eat well, sleep well, and good luck tomorrow. Tiedan, do you think we will not be able to finish tomorrow? I did not say that. I am actually very much looking forward to seeing your performance tomorrow. Long before the blood moon even rose, all 3 had already gone to sleep. The training volume Zhao Tiedan gave them had reached their physical limits. Zhao Tiedan took the night watch. It was then that he vaguely sensed something. From the direction of Holy Spirit City, far off in the distance, a presence was approaching them. Is this the sensory perception of the origin spirit realm? Zhao Tiedan was surprised. The presence was clear, but it was at a massive distance, probably over 1,000 kilometers away. What? Zhao Tiedan tried to probe that person's spiritual presence. That person was over 1,000 kilometers away. If they were at the same level as him, then he could sense them, and they would certainly be able to sense him as well. Therefore, it was safe to assume the individual was not in the Yuanling realm. If they were below the Zhenling realm, he might not be able to detect them either, so it was likely they were in the Zhenling realm or the Zuling realm. It was highly probable that the person had been sent by the Titan race. Since he had killed members of the Silver Wing and Tianyu tribes and displayed strength exceeding the Zhenling realm, whoever was coming to hunt them down would be at least in the Zuling realm. They likely had not locked onto the exact location of his group yet, so they were searching for the traces left behind during their journey. Zhao Tiedan felt that after breaking through to the Yuanling realm, his body had developed some inexplicable abilities that did not fall under the categories of innate traits or racial talents. For instance, when he was unconscious, he had been submerged in water for several hours without drowning. Another example was his newfound ability to sense a presence from over 1,000 kilometers away. However, he currently had no way to control this accurately. The sensation was extremely vague, and the distance of over 1,000 kilometers seemed unbelievable just to think about. Brother, come out. Host, do you have any idea what time it is? If you do not need sleep, I do. You are just a lousy system. What do you need sleep for? I am a very disciplined system. Without a good night's sleep, how can I face both tomorrow and the unexpected? System, I feel like I have gained some new abilities after breaking through to the Yuanling realm. That is what life transition is like. Just like the history of biological evolution, the jump from single-celled to multicellular organisms is accompanied by a mutation of capabilities. So what are my abilities after the breakthrough? Why are not they showing up on the interface? Perhaps it is because you are thick-headed. Everyone else masters their breakthrough on their own, yet you have been pondering for a whole day and still do not get it. Did your muscles break through while your brain stayed behind? Actually, you do not even know yourself, do you? Forget it, I am going to get my beauty sleep. Zhao Tiedan continued trying to control his perception, focusing on the person over 1,000 kilometers away. Gradually, Zhao Tiedan seemed to grasp that feeling. The next moment, Zhao Tiedan's eyes seemed to pierce through the night sky, crossing over thousands of mountains and rivers until he saw a clear outline of a figure. Zhao Tiedan's pupils contracted sharply. Awaken passive skill Boundless. Boundless allows you to detect long-distance enemies who harbor hostile intent. The current maximum perception range is 2,000 kilometers. Zhao Tiedan was somewhat stunned, so only by fully mastering this ability could it be considered an awakening. Zhao Tiedan activated the boundless skill again. This time his control was significantly more proficient, and the image transmitted back to his brain was much clearer. It was a giant 5 meters tall. Compared to that giant, the 3-meter height of the feather falcon looked like nothing more than a tiny chick. As for Zhao Tiedan and the others, they were essentially mice. Is this the Titan race? Zhao Tiedan observed the giant. However, after moving around for a moment, the Titan did not proceed further. Instead, it found a place to rest. The next day, when the 3 feather falcons woke up, Zhao Tiedan had already prepared breakfast for them. Come eat breakfast quickly. Once you are done, we start today's training. The 3 feather falcons all felt sore in their hands and legs. We still need to continue our journey. It is fine, we can train while we walk. It will not be a problem. Do not tell me you are scared. No way, right? Are you guys really that weak? What? Spirit Energy Academy. Keep running, keep it up. Liu Wuyan clapped her hands. Watch your breathing, keep your legs moving. These children, only about 7 years old, should have been enjoying the shelter of their parents, but after entering the Spirit Energy Academy, they were forced to shoulder heavy burdens. A girl was running among the many children, leading by a wide margin. Liu Wuyan watched the girl, who was ahead by at least 30 meters. Zhao Tao, Liu Wuyan found this child to be the most memorable. Zhao Tao's spirit energy talent was not outstanding. She was initially tested at grade F, and her current spirit energy level was at the extreme realm. However, because her primary talent was so poor, Zhao Tao was destined not to reach very high. The transcendent realm was almost certainly her limit. At the transcendent realm, whether as a spiritualist or a heroic spirit master, one could not even summon the consciousness projection of a contracted partner. At most, one could borrow the partner's power. But although Zhao Tao's talent was poor, she possessed a powerful willpower that her peers lacked. Liu Wuyan was still willing to provide some growth-related help to Zhao Tao whenever she could. Of course, she herself was only in the transcendent realm, so the help she could provide was very limited. Finally, after finishing the 10 laps, Zhao Tao was the first to cross the line, with the other children arriving one after another. Teacher, should not our training focus mainly on spirit energy? Why do we have to exercise our bodies? One child asked, panting. When you borrow the power of your contracted partner, you need a strong body to withstand that force. For example, if your partner lends you 1,000 kilograms of force, but you can only bear 500, then that power will end up damaging you. But we can use spirit energy to strengthen ourselves. Spirit energy can strengthen you, but you also need to reserve energy to provide for your partner. The distribution ratio of this energy must be determined through real combat. Zhao Tao stood behind the crowd, silently noting down Liu Wuyan's words. She was very aware of her own talent. Since her spirit energy talent was quite average, she needed to focus even more on training her physical strength. Thanks to her father, who was a fitness coach before he passed away, Zhao Tao had grown up in a gym. Even though she was young back then, she still remembered some methods of fitness and training. Since her spirit energy talent could not compare to others, she would just put in the extra effort on her physique. Teacher, when will we be able to form a contract? It is still too early. Generally, you have to wait until after you are 12. Of course, if your family has connections and can help you contract a powerful contract beast or heroic spirit, you might be able to start a bit earlier. The reason for waiting until after 12 is mainly that by that age, one's spirit energy potential can be assessed, allowing both parties to make informed choices and decisions. Before 12, there is too much uncertainty. Those with powerful spirit energy or great potential will naturally attract the favor of contract beasts and heroic spirits. Likewise, people with potential will choose powerful contract beasts or heroic spirits. This is a mutual attraction. Zhao Tao felt a bit disappointed. Her spirit energy potential was average, so when the time came, there might not be anyone willing to contract with her. Feather Falcon pressed the barbell up with both hands. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Finally, this was his third day of training. He had not been able to complete the training task set by Zhao Tiedan for the first 2 days, but today, he successfully completed the 1,000 barbell presses for the first time. Although his arms were incredibly exhausted at this moment, Feather Falcon was also very excited. Done, finally done. Just then, a faint red glow suddenly appeared on Feather Falcon's body. Feather Falcon was stunned for a moment and looked at his hands. This feeling was truly wondrous. The next moment, he understood what was happening. Feather Falcon spread his wings wide and took to the sky. He had never felt such lightness in flight. This was the power of wind. He had awakened an extraordinary ability named Invisible. He could control the air to create an invisible barrier and simultaneously eliminate wind resistance. Feather Falcon's heart was racing. He had not expected that Zhao Tiedan's training task would actually lead to the awakening of an extraordinary ability. Soaring in the air, he felt he could fly 10 times faster than before without any effort at all. This feeling was just too marvelous. After soaring in the sky for a few minutes, Feather Falcon descended toward Zhao Tiedan. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan also received a system notification. Feather Falcon's physique increased by 150, and the host simultaneously gains a 150 increase in physique. Tiedan, your training method is really effective, Feather Falcon said excitedly to share the news. What should I train next? Continue, keep pressing 1,000 times every day. He had only just completed it for the first time. How could he be increasing the workload so soon? All right, Feather Falcon said, feeling slightly disappointed as he had hoped to challenge a higher difficulty. Feather Falcon looked into the distance and saw a figure running. It was Blood Dog. And on the other side, Fierce Tiger was jumping rope. Feather Falcon spread his wings and flew toward Blood Dog. Before long, he arrived above Blood Dog. Blood Dog, can you even do it? You cannot even finish such a simple training task. Previously, Zhao Tiedan had mocked the three of them, and now that Feather Falcon was the first to finish his quota, it was natural for him to mock them back. However, he did not have the nerve to mock in front of Zhao Tiedan, so he could only find pleasure in teasing Blood Dog and Fierce Tiger. My training is definitely the hardest of the three of us. You have never experienced it, Blood Dog retorted unwillingly. If you are so good, try it and see for yourself. Feather Falcon suddenly activated Invisible, creating an invisible air wall in front of Blood Dog. As Blood Dog was running, he suddenly bumped into something with his head. What is going on? Blood Dog was completely confused. What did he just hit? Blood Dog got up and reached out to feel around, but there was nothing there. He continued to run forward, but after only a few steps, he bumped into it again with a thud, leaving him feeling dizzy and disoriented. This time, Blood Dog was certain that this was definitely Feather Falcon's doing. You stinky birdman, what did you do? Feather Falcon was so smug his nose was almost in the air. Heh, I finished my training quota and accidentally awakened an extraordinary ability. Blood Dog was stunned. How is that possible? Can just exercising the body lead to awakening an extraordinary ability? Believe it or not, Feather Falcon said in a nonchalant tone, but his face was written with pride, though that is also because of my unique talent. Blood Dog said hesitantly, could it be the fitness plan Tiedan made for us? Feather Falcon thought for a moment and said, then you should just keep at it and see if you get any results after you finish your training quota. Feather Falcon was not even sure himself if it was Zhao Tiedan's training plan that took effect, or if he had just awakened it by chance. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the distance from Fierce Tiger. Feather Falcon and Blood Dog covered their ears at the same time. The roar was so violent that both of them felt dizzy. Feather Falcon and Blood Dog looked at each other and immediately ran toward where Fierce Tiger was. When they arrived at Fierce Tiger's side, they saw that he was radiating a violent aura from his entire body. Fierce Tiger, what is wrong with you? Fierce Tiger looked at his own arms and then at Blood Dog and Feather Falcon. I awakened a new trait, Stomp. Fierce Tiger himself was very confused. He had no idea why he had awakened a new trait. Did you finish the training quota Tiedan assigned? Just finished. Feather Falcon was finally convinced that Zhao Tiedan's training plan was not for nothing and really had miraculous effects. I awakened an extraordinary ability, Invisible, Feather Falcon said. Then both Feather Falcon and Fierce Tiger looked at Blood Dog. Now only Blood Dog had not finished his training quota. What about you, Blood Dog? Fierce Tiger grinned from ear to ear. Blood Dog turned around and left. I still have to finish my training quota. Blood Dog was incredibly frustrated at this moment. He was not any worse than them. If they could finish their training quota today, then so could he. Just then, Blood Dog heard Zhao Tiedan's voice. Blood Dog, restart your count. Who told you to stop? Blood Dog stared at Zhao Tiedan with wide eyes. How can you say something so heartless? If you insist on saying that, then today's training counts as a failure, Zhao Tiedan said. Are you even capable, you weak dog? Feather Falcon and Fierce Tiger looked at Blood Dog with mockery. Blood Dog had already run more than halfway, but because of Feather Falcon's interruption and Fierce Tiger's sudden rampage, his run was disrupted. You guys, Blood Dog was so angry he was steaming. In the end, Blood Dog still did not finish today's training quota. His stamina was depleted, so he simply could not start counting again. Wearing a 500-kilogram weight vest and running another 20 kilometers was simply inhuman torture. In the evening, everyone gathered by the campfire, and Feather Falcon brought out a huge pile of delicacies and wine. Where did this come from? Zhao Tiedan noticed that these foods and drinks seemed to have packaging from Earth. I got them from my human contractor, Feather Falcon said. Can heroic spirits and contractors trade items? They can, but first the contractor must be able to perform a perfect summoning to summon your original body over, Feather Falcon said, but these foods and wine have no real value. They were just gifts from my contractor. Everyone was sick of roasted meat, they had it every day. Now that they could change their taste buds, they all felt much better. Zhao Tiedan picked up a bottle of white liquor, glug, glug, glug. He downed it in one go. This long-lost taste really brings back memories. There is also alcohol in the heroic spirit realm, but the taste is completely different from the kinds on Earth. I will take the night watch tonight, Feather Falcon said. No need, I will take the night watch tonight, Zhao Tiedan said. Titans, you have been on night watch for 3 nights in a row. We are being hunted, Zhao Tiedan said. You would not be able to handle them. Everyone gasped in surprise. They had not noticed at all that Zhao Tiedan knew they were being hunted. It should be the Titan race, 5 meters tall. The 3 of you son felt their hearts tighten. Although they were fearless and ready to die, they were not truly naive. So they quickly grasped the key to the situation. The Titans were hunting them down, likely because they had disrupted some of the Titans' plans. Therefore, the Titans definitely wanted to silence them or retrieve the essence of the spear-wielding beast. These things were actually all foreseeable. Can you handle them? Take a guess at my strength, Zhao Tiedan said with a laugh. In fact, when Zhao Tiedan first killed Silver Wing, they had already guessed that his strength was definitely at the true spirit realm or even above it. However, since Zhao Tiedan possessed no extraordinary power, his physical body must have reached the true spirit realm or the void spirit realm. But due to the lack of extraordinary power, his actual combat strength would be slightly lower. I have to say, the 3 of them were quite accurate in their assessment of Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan clenched his fists. To be honest, he also wanted to test just how strong he had become. The feeling of the void spirit realm and the origin spirit realm is completely different. It felt so dreamlike, so surreal that even Zhao Tiedan found it hard to believe. Tiedan, I think we should join forces. Since the Titans sent someone to hunt us, they definitely will not be just ordinary cannon fodder. I know they are not ordinary, but you guys are, and I feel like you will just be a burden to me. So could you please just show some self-awareness and stay back? The 3 of you son were both annoyed and helpless. They knew their own strength, which was indeed a bit underwhelming. Being at the transcendent realm really was not much to brag about. The average combat strength of an adult Titan is at the true spirit realm. And a few Titans with exceptional talent can even reach the void spirit realm. There are only a few Titans at the origin spirit realm, and they would not easily let them leave the Holy Spirit City. Since a true spirit realm expert might not be able to stop them, it was highly likely that a powerful void spirit expert was the one hunting them. In front of a void spirit expert, they really had no chance to perform, other than being a drag. If you cannot beat them, then run. With your strength, running should not be a problem. I know that without you telling me. Over the past few days, the group had slowed their pace considerably, while the Titans hunting them were getting closer every day. So Zhao Tiedan estimated that they would catch up to them tonight. Yimo had been tracking the movements of that group for the past few days. They were really good at running. He had been chasing them for 7 or 8 days now. However, judging by the traces they left behind, he was not far from them anymore. Especially since not long ago, he found a pile of embers that were still warm, which meant they were less than 100 miles away. Yimo immediately chose to continue the chase through the night to finish the Great Elder's mission as quickly as possible, so he could return sooner. Late into the night, Yimo suddenly saw the glow of a fire ahead. Yimo immediately accelerated toward the fire. As he approached the light, Yimo gradually saw a figure sitting in front of the campfire. When he saw the person clearly, the other party also noticed him. Since you are here, come over and sit, Zhao Tiedan said. He had kept his perception locked on Yimo, so he had sensed him long before he even got close. Yimo did not approach but kept a distance of 10 yards and spoke in a deep, booming voice. Do you know why I am here? To hunt us down, Zhao Tiedan replied. You knew I was coming all along. Yimo narrowed his eyes. He could not discern the true depth of the person in front of him. Before arriving, he had investigated all the information on the first team of the King's Guard and knew that this Zhao Tiedan was a human, a newly awakened spirit, registered as being at the transcendent realm. Yet he always felt that Zhao Tiedan was radiating a subtle, dangerous aura. Yimo trusted his judgment implicitly. This instinctual feeling, while ethereal, had saved him from life-and-death crises many times. That is why, in the face of Zhao Tiedan's invitation, he did not dare to step forward. Zhao Tiedan looked at Yimo, who was standing against the light, making it impossible to see his true features. However, the silhouette hidden in the darkness radiated a violent and cruel aura. Zhao Tiedan stood up and brushed the dust off his backside. Since you do not want to sit down and talk, let us just start fighting then. Yimo's breathing became rapid, and a faint blue glow emerged from his body. Extraordinary power Winju activation. Yimo suddenly erupted with terrifying speed, holding nothing back, going all out. Zhao Tiedan's gaze tightened, such fast speed even faster than his own normal speed. When Zhao Tiedan was at the Void Spirit Realm, his speed was about 30 meters per second. But this giant, several times his size, moved at a speed approaching the limits of his old Void Spirit self, almost hitting the speed of sound, and even faster than Zhao Tiedan's normal speed after reaching the Origin Spirit Realm. So fast. Yimo appeared in front of Zhao Tiedan in an instant, his huge fist looming over him like a small mountain. Boom! Zhao Tiedan was instantly blasted away, flying like a kite with a broken string for over 1,000 meters. Yimo rubbed his fist, muttering to himself, "His physical constitution is very strong, my full force punch did not completely shatter his body." Zhao Tiedan spat out a mouthful of blood. That punch really hit hard. Even with his current physical conditioning, he had been injured by that blow. If he were still at the Void Spirit Realm, he would certainly be no match for his opponent. Zhao Tiedan looked at Yimo in the distant darkness, wind gathering at his feet, and he suddenly accelerated. He easily broke the sound barrier, with explosive sounds echoing from his body. Those were the explosions caused by breaking the sound barrier. In the Void Spirit Realm, Zhao Tiedan could not break the sound barrier because his body could not handle the terrifying wind pressure. But after breaking through to the Origin Spirit Realm, his physical quality greatly improved, and now Zhao Tiedan could easily break the sound barrier without any discomfort. Yimo's pupils suddenly contracted. He is coming. Yimo felt the overwhelming pressure approaching, and in the next instant Zhao Tiedan appeared before him, throwing a punch just the same. Terrifying force surged through Yimo's entire body, sending him flying backward. But Zhao Tiedan's speed spiked once more, chasing down the flying Yimo and landing another strike. He continued the pursuit and delivered yet another punch. Yimo was completely stunned, his body rolling across the ground until it smashed into the wall of a small hill where he finally stopped. A mouthful of blood spewed from Yimo's mouth, and simultaneously a blood-colored aura began to swirl around him. Special ability Blood Battle to the End activation. The more severely injured he was, the stronger Yimo's power would become. At the same time, his racial talent, Indomitable, was rapidly healing his injuries. Roar Yimo bellowed, his blood energy surging. He pushed off the ground, leaving a giant crater in his wake, and shot out like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiedan was sprinting at full speed, and his momentum was only growing. The physical strength of the Origin Spirit Realm far surpassed that of the Void Spirit Realm, so his speed limit was truly terrifying. Zhao Tiedan and Yimo collided above the campfire, both slamming directly into each other. There was no skill to be found here, only pure violent aesthetics expressed through their own methods. Zhao Tiedan retreated more than 10 meters, while the devil was sent flying over 100 meters away by the impact. The devil stood back up, vomited blood once again, and triggered the Blood Battle to the End trait, causing the blood aura on his body to intensify. Zhao Tiedan lunged again, and the devil raised his fist to meet him. "You give me a punch, and I return the favor with a kick." Gradually, Zhao Tiedan noticed that the devil's strength was growing, showing signs of even surpassing his own. This startled Zhao Tiedan, and he could not help but wonder if the opponent also possessed the sunset-like blood skill. The two kept trading blows head-on. The devil's injuries grew worse, but at the same time his strength increased enough to stand toe-to-toe with Zhao Tiedan. Even Zhao Tiedan began to take damage. However, Zhao Tiedan activated his sunset-like blood skill at this moment. The effect of the sunset-like blood skill was similar to the effect of the devil's Blood Battle to the End trait. The effect of sunset-like blood is that the lower your HP, the higher your strength bonus, and it lasts for 10 minutes. Whereas Blood Battle to the End grants a higher strength bonus the more damage you take, and it is a passive effect that remains active permanently. Looking solely at the effects, the sunset-like blood skill is more powerful. But the passive trait is more convenient, as it remains active indefinitely. The devil also sensed that Zhao Tiedan's strength had surged. At the same time, he caught sight of the blood aura on Zhao Tiedan, which was so thick it had become viscous, and his eyes narrowed. Does he also possess the Blood Battle to the End trait? This made the devil feel uneasy. Zhao Tiedan's strength was already superior, and now with this trait, the devil's advantage would completely vanish. Zhao Tiedan was even more anxious because the duration of sunset-like blood was short, lasting only 3 minutes. Therefore, he had to end the fight within 3 minutes, or he would fall into a disadvantageous position. He had assumed that with his Origin Spirit Realm strength, defeating this void spirit realm titan was a sure thing. He did not expect it to be such a struggle. This is the true power of traits. A strong trait can turn the tide of a battle. Puff! The devil struck Zhao Tiedan in the chest with a fist, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, the blood aura on Zhao Tiedan churned violently. Zhao Tiedan's strength increased significantly, and he returned the punch. Both men favored a fierce, aggressive style with no fancy tricks. They just used every ounce of strength they had, aiming for a kill with every blow. Zhao Tiedan's punch sank directly into the devil's chest. The force sent the devil flying into the air. Zhao Tiedan leapt up immediately, intending to unleash a smooth combo on the devil. However, the airborne devil delivered a spin kick, slamming Zhao Tiedan heavily back to the ground. The ground cracked upon impact. Ignoring the pain, Zhao Tiedan spat on the ground, leapt into the air once more and punched through the devil's abdomen. Taking such a heavy blow caused the devil's strength to skyrocket, and he smashed his fist into Zhao Tiedan's forehead while in midair. Zhao Tiedan was slammed back to the ground, yet suffering from his own injuries, his strength also surged. Before the devil could land, he jumped up again and swept his leg with simple raw power, hitting the devil's neck. The devil spun away through the air. As soon as Zhao Tiedan landed, he gave chase to the retreating devil. That last kick was heavy but not yet lethal. He could not give the devil any chance to turn the tables. He would not stop this time. Once he started running, it was going to be a run to the finish. Enduring the excruciating pain, the devil saw he was about to hit the ground. Once his feet touched the ground, he could rely on his unyielding trait to rapidly recover from his wounds. But Zhao Tiedan ruined his plan once again. Zhao Tiedan rushed to the front of the devil and threw a punch. The devil was sent flying again, blood spraying in midair. His body's trauma made it impossible for him to exert any force. Although the effect of blood battle to the end kept increasing his strength, he had no leverage, so he could not fully unleash his power. And the power Zhao Tiedan could unleash while sprinting was far beyond what the devil could compare to. Especially now that Zhao Tiedan's speed had truly peaked. As Zhao Tiedan ran, sonic booms constantly erupted from his body. His iron fists relentlessly pummeled the devil's shattered body. The brutal force ravaged the devil, who had lost all ability to resist. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Zhao Tiedan's body began to burn. The high-speed movement caused friction with the air, creating high temperatures, and his fists were engulfed in flames. Splatter! Zhao Tiedan smashed the devil's head with a single blow, the scorching heat of his fist charring the remains of the devil's skull. Plunder obtained trait Blood Battle to the end. Blood Battle to the end, the more damage taken, the greater your strength. Zhao Tiedan panted, looking at the newly acquired Blood Battle to the end trait on his status panel. This trait did not conflict with the sunset-like blood skill. Although the effects were similar, they used 2 different calculation formulas. Furthermore, one is an active skill, while the other is a passive trait. Zhao Tiedan took food from his spatial ring to replenish his stamina and recover from his injuries on the way back. When Feather Falcon and the others saw Zhao Tiedan return in such a heavily injured state, they were shocked. They held Zhao Tiedan's strength in high regard. The fact that someone could injure Zhao Tiedan so severely meant that whoever was hunting them was definitely not weak. Everyone immediately moved to prepare food for Zhao Tiedan. Everyone knew about Zhao Tiedan's gluttony trait. Did you take care of it? Of course, without you 3 weaklings around, it was a piece of cake. If anyone is a weakling, it is Blood Dog. I have already completed my training quota, Feather Falcon said proudly. I have completed mine as well, Fierce Tiger added in the same tone. All 3 pairs of eyes turned toward Blood Dog. Blood Dog's face turned red. I am going to go train right now. He was genuinely annoyed by the 3 of them. It was only because they finished their training a day earlier than him that they talked like he could not do it himself. Unfortunately, it was the middle of the night, and the outside was crawling with wild savage beasts. Blood Dog probably could not run a kilometer before being chased back by them. Sure enough, after just over 10 minutes, Blood Dog returned looking utterly dejected. However, Blood Dog refused to give up, and the next day in front of everyone, he completed his training quota. Feather Falcon Physique plus 150, Host synchronously obtained Physique plus 150. I did it, I finished it. Blood Dog's voice could be heard from kilometers away. Blood Dog was very excited. He had also awakened a new trait. Unable to wait, Blood Dog ran over to share his joy with Zhao Tiedan and the others. Iron Man, I have awakened a trait. Zhao Tiedan was still lifting weights and looked back at Blood Dog. What trait did you awaken? The trait I awakened is called Shadow. Zhao Tiedan thought the name was a bit strange. What does this trait do? I can swap places with my shadow. Are not all traits passive? This sounds like an active skill and should not count as a supernatural power. I do not know, but it is definitely a trait. Traits are like instincts. Those who awaken them understand their traits immediately. Supernatural powers, however, require practice and familiarization, and even constant exploration. Traits are essentially mastered as soon as they are awakened, while supernatural powers need their proficiency to be increased bit by bit. We will ask Feather Falcon later. Zhao Tiedan did not know much about it either. Feather Falcon finished his training quota for the day just then, and came over to Zhao Tiedan and Blood Dog. "Weakling, have you finished today's training quota?" Blood Dog became smug, finished, and I even awakened a trait called Shadow. Oh, Feather Falcon became interested. What does it do? Then Blood Dog explained the Shadow trait again. After hearing Blood Dog's explanation, Feather Falcon's expression became serious. "What is wrong? Is there a problem with this trait?" Zhao Tiedan asked. "This is a small fragment of the power once held by the Shadow King." "What do you mean by a small fragment of the Shadow King's power?" Both Zhao Tiedan and Blood Dog were curious. Traits are unique to creatures of the spirit realm. However, millions of years ago, spirits and savage beasts did not have traits. That changed until the appearance of the four god forgers. They wanted to forge their own godhoods and become legendary deities, but for reasons unknown, they waged war against each other. Ultimately, they shattered their own godhoods: shadow, death, destruction, and life. The destruction of these four godhoods turned the spirit realm upside down. Since then, every newborn spirit and beast could awaken a trait during their developmental period. Feather Falcon paused and continued. Blood Dog's shadow belongs to a fragment of the shadow godhood. It is not complete, but it is close to the original godhood. And there is a competitive relationship between godhoods. They are born enemies. Once an heir to the same godhood fragment appears in the same era, war is inevitable to seize the other's fragment. "So the shadow trait I awakened is very powerful?" Blood Dog asked excitedly. Feather Falcon smacked Blood Dog on the head. "Do not you get it? Your trait is going to bring you danger." "Danger? We are spirits. Why should we fear danger? If anyone really comes to take my power, then bring it on. I will beat the hell out of them." I think Blood Dog's attitude is right. The four of us have nothing to lose. The worst case scenario is just ending up as a pile of dirt. Zhao Tiedan put his arm around Blood Dog's shoulder. "Besides, do not you still have us? How about this, Blood Dog? If you call me Grandpa, I will take care of everything for you from now on." Blood Dog punched Zhao Tiedan back. "Want to be my grandpa? Keep dreaming." What? The next month went by without much happening, aside from encountering a few sources of food. After a month of training, Yufin, Lihu, and Zugu had all significantly improved their strength. Yufin was the first to step into the true spirit realm, while Lihu and Zugu also had 1 foot across the threshold of the void spirit realm. They became even more enthusiastic about the training arranged by Zhao Tiedan. "Yufin, you need to increase your training load," Zhao Tiedan said. "Switch to 3-ton barbells, perform 1,500 presses every day, and you must do them while flying." "What about us?" Zugu and Lihu looked at Zhao Tiedan with eager eyes. After all, the results of Zhao Tiedan's training were visible to the naked eye. Moreover, they could now complete the training tasks he set with relative ease. So they wanted to increase their training volume as well. "You two should stick to your original training for now. Taizai, I think we are fully capable of handling a heavier workload." Zhao Tiedan looked at Zugu and Lihu and said, "Fine. If you think you can handle it, I can give you your next level of training right now." Seeing how stubborn Zugu and Lihu were, Zhao Tiedan decided not to say anything more. "Zugu, trade your current 500-kilogram weighted vest for a 1-ton one. Also, increase your 20-kilometer long run to 30 kilometers, and you must wear 200-kilogram weighted guards on both of your hands." Zhao Tiedan then looked at Lihu. "You are still doing 10,000 jumps with a jump rope, but add 500 kilograms of weight, and you cannot take any breaks in between." "Does not feel that hard," Lihu said. Zugu actually felt that this increase in training volume was a bit too much. But since Lihu had already said that, he could only pretend to be calm. And then, for the next few days, they did not complete their training a single time. They could not even finish half of it. Only Yufin, after 3 days of adjustment, finally managed to complete the new routine. "What? Chief, there is a group of people up ahead doing something very strange." A team of over a dozen people appeared near Zhao Tiedan's group. Each member of this team was wrapped tightly from head to toe, and as they walked, water was constantly dripping from beneath their clothes. This was true for all of them. They were from the Chi tribe, who had long lived in humid areas like swamps and lakeshores. They needed to keep their bodies moist for long periods. Wrapping themselves up tightly was also to prevent the scorching sun from hitting their skin. "What kind of strange things are they doing?" the chief asked. There are 4 of them, each holding strange objects. Some are sprinting, some are flying in the sky swinging something that looks like a weapon, another is holding a rope while walking and jumping, and one is holding a pair of strange hammers that he keeps swinging. Hearing the report from his subordinate, the Qi tribe chief became even more curious. Could you tell who they are? I cannot tell. They have no identity markers and their races and worlds of origin all seem different. One is a Shun from the Azure world, one is a tiger-head monster from the beast god world, one is a blood soul creature from the blood soul world, and another appears to be a human from Earth. Forget it, do not provoke them, we will go our own way, the Qi chief said after a moment's thought. Let us find some prey first, then find a water source. We are running low on the fresh water we brought. They were refugees, so it was best to avoid any unnecessary conflict on their journey. Meanwhile, the four in Zhao Tiedan's group had finished their daily training. Zhugu and Lihu finally gave up on the new training plan after a few days. Because of that new plan, they had hardly made any progress in the last few days. Zhao Tiedan received daily feedback from the three of them after their training. I do not want to move anymore, Taizai. You go hunting, I feel like I could eat a whole wild beast. Me too, I want to eat an abyss beast, Zhugu said, lying flat on the ground. He did not want to move a muscle. It was too hot here, and even the original training plan left him feeling completely exhausted. It was a good thing he had not been stubborn and insisted on continuing the new plan, or he felt he really might have died. Lihu felt more or less the same. He now understood that the training Zhao Tiedan arranged for them was always the most suitable for their current condition. There should be a water source a few dozen kilometers to the east, Yufin said, as he could see further from the air. Zhao Tiedan also finished his daily training and got up to go look for food. After walking through this area for a few days, Zhao Tiedan had a rough idea of where the wild beasts here hid. Some wild beasts hid underground and only came out to forage when the temperature dropped at night. These were very hard to catch unless Zhao Tiedan could pinpoint their location and dig up several meters of earth. So aside from those hiding underground, the only other places to find prey were at water sources. Although it was hot and dry here, it was not a desert, so finding water was not difficult. Zhao Tiedan had not walked far east before he discovered signs of other beings active in the area. There were plants with fruit picked, but the trunks had not been damaged, which clearly was not the work of animals. He also found some water stains. Zhao Tiedan immediately slowed his pace. These signs were not necessarily left by enemies. However, even if they were not enemies, conflict could still occur. Just as Zhao Tiedan was hesitating, a loud roar came from ahead. Immediately after, a column of water shot into the sky, and even from a distance of several kilometers, droplets still rained down. There is a battle over there, Zhao Tiedan rushed toward the scene. Before he even got close, he saw a 100-meter long worm thrashing about in a lake. Zhao Tiedan gasped. He had never seen such a massive wild beast. The wild beasts he had encountered in the past were not even on the same level as this one. The giant beast's head opened like flower petals. 10 meters down from its head were a pair of giant claws, 2 rows of bone spurs grew on its back, and its tail resembled that of a fish. The creature was serpent-like but not quite, and electrical arcs crackled around its body. It must possess the power of thunder. There were several figures in the lake locked in a struggle with the beast. Zhao Tiedan saw that the beast's combat power was not below his own, and with its massive size, even he might not be able to defeat it. However, the beast's movements were not agile. He guessed it was an aquatic creature, and if it were stranded on land, its strength would be greatly diminished. But its body was shielded by thunder, and anyone who got close would be attacked by it. Zhao Tiedan looked at the figures surrounding the beast. Their clothes were tattered but wrapped tight. Their arms were not hands but 2 tentacles, and each of them used their tentacles to brandish swords. They found it difficult to hurt the giant beast, but at the same time, the beast's speed made it hard to land a hit on them. Every time the giant beast launched a thunder attack, water shields appeared around these people, blocking the strike. However, the beast's strength was significantly greater than these people. Although they could block most of the damage with their water shields, they could not completely avoid the thunder attacks. Soon, one of them was injured and spat blood, and their companions immediately moved to protect them. The giant beast gradually lost patience, and its attacks became increasingly violent. Suddenly, the beast's petal-shaped head opened to its maximum, and a thick bolt of electricity shot out. 3 of the tentacle beings in its path were instantly vaporized. Their water shields had not provided even the slightest bit of protection. The electric arc swept across the surface of the water, practically slicing it in 2. Zhao Tiedan's heart sank. The electric arc seemed to be heading in his direction. Good grief! I am just a bystander, are they targeting me? Let boom! A terrifying bolt of electricity sent Zhao Tiedan flying instantly. Zhao Tiedan felt his entire body go numb. Though his mind remained clear, his body was paralyzed by the immense electrical current. The giant beast stared at Zhao Tiedan, and just then a strange voice echoed in his mind. Little ant, did you really think you could avoid my senses by hiding in a sewer? Zhao Tiedan realized that this giant beast like him was also at the Yuanling realm. It could perceive malice, and since he had been waiting to reap the rewards of their battle, it was only natural that he had been detected. Zhao Tiedan took a dozen seconds to recover, finally managing to move his stiff limbs and force himself up. The beast was highly intelligent. It must have been a spirit beast. But since it had taken the initiative to attack him, there was no need for him to remain hidden. On paper, this beast's combat power was likely stronger than his own. Such a massive body must contain strength far exceeding his own physical stat of just over 500,000. It also possessed extraordinary powers, specifically the extremely dangerous and potent power of lightning. Defeating it would not be easy. It was far more formidable than the Titan from before. Zhao Tiedan's heart sank, but he suddenly pushed off the ground and began to sprint. The beast fired another lightning strike at him. Barely a heartbeat later, the lightning struck the ground exactly where he had been running, blasting out a large crater. If it had not miscalculated his speed, he truly might have been locked onto. Zhao Tiedan immediately switched to an erratic, non-linear running pattern to avoid being tracked again. Sure enough, after he changed his path, the beast's attacks became much less accurate. After running for 10 seconds, Zhao Tiedan's speed had doubled. Not enough, keep running. Zhao Tiedan had to kill the beast in a single blow. Therefore, he had to push his speed to his body's absolute limit. Gradually, Zhao Tiedan ran out of the beast's attack range and soon vanished from everyone's sight. The members of the Qi clan looked at Zhao Tiedan in bewilderment. They had expected him to fight the beast, so why did he just run away? Zhao Tiedan needed enough distance to build up to his maximum acceleration. Before long, Zhao Tiedan arrived back at their original temporary camp. Taizi is back. Tug, whoosh. Zhao Tiedan did not stop. He streaked right past Yujin and the other two. Is something chasing him? The three of them watched as Yujin's figure moved further and further away. Then Yujin took a massive wide arc and flashed past them once again. Time, whoosh. Zhao Tiedan kicked up a violent gust of wind, knocking them off balance. By now, Zhao Tiedan had accelerated to a terrifying speed. He had reached Mach 7, and the high-speed friction with the air had turned his skin as red as molten iron. His clothes had already turned to ash. A deep trench was carved into the ground wherever Zhao Tiedan passed. Finally, Zhao Tiedan returned to the lake, and at his speed, even the surface of the water felt like solid ground. The water was torn apart by his velocity, which had now hit Mach 15. Before the beast could react, Zhao Tiedan leaped high into the air and struck its head like a cannonball. Bang! With a muffled impact, a crimson arc flashed across the sky. The Qi clan stared in shock at the beast, whose head had been shattered. The giant creature collapsed with a roar, while Zhao Tiedan skidded across an arc and crashed onto the opposite shore of the lake. Zhao Tiedan lay on the ground for a minute before looking back to see the beast's corpse floating on the lake. Phew! Zhao Tiedan let out a breath. It was finally resolved. The Qi gathered around the carcass. They did not touch it, but they did not leave either. Zhao Tiedan performed a final extreme jump and landed on the beast's body. Just then, one of the Qi climbed onto the carcass and stood before him. He unwrapped the scarf from his head, revealing an octopus-like face covered in small tentacles, looking remarkably like something from Lovecraftian myth or Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. I am the chief of the Qi, Yaoi. I am Zhao Tiedan, a drifter. Yaoi looked down at the beast's body, hesitated for a moment and said, I would like to obtain the spiritual energy from this beast. This is my prey. Zhao Tiedan replied with a low, gruff voice, his muscles tensed. If these Qi tried to make a move, he would retaliate with the fiercest force possible. I know, Yaoi's reply clearly acknowledged his ownership, and he added, but I can compensate you with something else. What kind of thing? Yaoi dug into his clothes and produced 3 spiritual energy coins. Zhao Tiedan frowned. This beast could provide at least 1,000 spiritual energy coins worth of power. This guy was only giving him 3. What was the meaning of this? Yaoi extended a tentacle and held the coins out to Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan took them suspiciously and asked, what is this supposed to mean? These are star energy coins. Each one is worth more than 100 spiritual energy coins. What are star energy coins? They are obtained through the high-level concentration of spiritual energy. You must be a Yuanling realm expert. Spiritual energy coins are meaningless to you now, as only by absorbing star energy can you continue to grow. Yaoi explained, and our Qi clan possesses the method to convert spiritual energy into star energy. Seeing Zhao Tiedan's frown, Yaoi quickly added, this water specter beast could provide over 1,000 spiritual energy coins, but if converted to star energy, accounting for the loss during the process, it is worth at most 5 star energy coins. The processing and conversion also have costs, We currently need spiritual energy coins, which is why we are trading with you. 3-star energy coins is not a bad deal for you. Zhao Tiedan pondered for a long time. He did not need spiritual energy coins, nor did he need star energy coins. But Yujun and the others did. Just then he caught sight of Yujun in the sky. I need to discuss this with my companions. Just then Yujun descended. Taizi, what is the situation? Zhao Tiedan explained the situation, and Yujun's eyes lit up when he heard about the star energy coins. This deal is worth it, Yujun said. 1-star energy coin is worth far more than 100 regular ones. Even considering their conversion costs, you are not losing out on this. Do you guys not need spiritual energy coins? We do not need them for now. With your training program, our strength has improved significantly. Besides, this was your kill and you have the right to decide how to handle it, Yujun said. Also, the chi are very rare, no need to make things too difficult between us. Zhao Tiedan nodded and looked at Yaoi. I accept this trade. Yaoi was delighted. Thank you for your generosity. You have also gained the friendship of our Chi clan. As for the beast's meat, there were not even 20 people between them, so they could not possibly eat it all or carry it away. Everyone could take as much as they wanted, though Yaoi and his people only took a portion of the meat. They did not touch any of the rare materials. Soon, Lihu and Zugu arrived, helping Zhao Tiedan collect the valuable materials from the water specter. Yujun took a moment to find Yaoi and asked straightforwardly, Clan Chief, are you migrating? Yaoi hesitated slightly, looked at Yujun, and then at Zhao Tiedan and the others. We are fleeing. We have been enslaved for a long time because of the star energy conversion technology we possess. Have you considered where to settle down? The Shadow Moon Coast, Yaoi replied. He had made his own guesses about Zhao Tiedan and his team, so he decided to be open and honest. To gain a foothold on the Shadow Moon Coast, you need powerful strength. As outsiders, if we want to settle there, we have to show what we can do. How can you ensure we will not be treated the same way? Yaoi did not actually care about joining a faction, as long as he could ensure his clan would not be driven like dogs again. Whatever I promise now is useless. No promise is as guaranteed as one's own strength. The Chi have talents no weaker than others, so if a powerhouse capable of protecting the whole tribe emerges from among them, no one will dare to covet them anymore. There are many special races in the heroic soul realm, and they all have immense value. But as long as there is a protector within the tribe, others will cast their covetous eyes elsewhere. So what is your plan? We have none for the moment. Our knowledge of the Shadow Moon Coast is very limited. Yujun's intention was essentially to recruit partners. They would not touch the Chi before any real benefits materialized, but if their enterprise truly became successful, that would be a different story. I, on behalf of the Chi clan, accept your invitation. Both the Chi tribe and Zhao Tiedan's group were headed to the Shadow Moon Coast. After realizing they shared the same destination and mutually trusting each other, they decided to join forces. The Chi tribe originally had 18 members, but after losing 3 in a battle against the Water Spectre beasts, only 15 remained. The combined team was quite impressive. Yaoi was a powerful member at the ethereal stage, with 2 others at the true spirit stage, while the rest were at the transcendence stage. Their innate racial ability is hydrokinesis, allowing them to control water flows. Over the next few days, both sides got to know each other better. Currently, Yujun led the team, with Zhao Tiedan serving as the primary fighter and fitness coach, while Yaoi acted as Yujun's deputy, holding the status of the team's second-in-command. Tiedan, what are you doing? Yaoi asked, watching Zhao Tiedan lift weights. Working out. Working out. You can think of it as our way of getting stronger, Zhao Tiedan replied while continuing his reps. Is it effective? It is. Would this kind of workout work for our Chi tribe? Of course, no problem. A bright smile spread across Zhao Tiedan's face, eager for more source of experience points. However, everyone's physique, race, and cultivation level are different, so the training methods and intensity will vary. I need to create a training schedule for you. Yaoi and the others were still a bit skeptical about this training method, but they figured there was no harm in trying. Soon, Zhao Tiedan had customized a training plan for each of them. Yaoi's training plan consisted of weighted frog jumps, wearing 3,000 kilograms of gear, covering 200 kilometers daily. Yaoi thought this plan was stupid and ridiculous. Tiedan, are you sure there is not a mistake? You want me to perform such a ridiculous act? Yaoi asked, looking at Zhao Tiedan with hesitation. Whether it is ridiculous or not, we can discuss that after you finish the task I assigned. For now, go and carry out the plan. When it came to fitness, Zhao Tiedan held absolute authority. He gave Yaoi no chance to refuse. Yaoi had no choice but to follow Zhao Tiedan's orders. Fine, he thought, for the sake of team harmony. After all, they had just joined the team, and Zhao Tiedan was so strong that he did not want to defy him. Besides, Yujun, Ziegu, and Lihu were also faithfully completing the training tasks assigned by Zhao Tiedan. Even Zhao Tiedan himself was training. What reason did he have to refuse? The workload Zhao Tiedan assigned to the Qi tribe was extremely heavy. By the end of the first day, not a single Qi tribe member had finished, including Yaoi. Yaoi had thought that given his strength, completing the training would be easy, but he was wrong. At nightfall, everyone sat around the campfire, enjoying roasted meat for dinner. Yujun once again brought out plenty of fine wine and delicious food. It seemed his relationship with his contractor was quite good, as he would bring out things from Earth every few days. I did not know human food could be this rich. I also have a human contractor. I will ask him to prepare some food from Earth for me next time he summons me, Yaoi said. For the Qi tribe, the nights without training were the best times. They clearly had not adapted to the training plan Zhao Tiedan had given them. After the meal, Zhao Tiedan looked up at the night sky, missing his daughter Taodao. Only in the dead of night would Zhao Tiedan allow such vulnerability to show. It was also for Taodao that he forced himself to grow stronger, so that one day he could appear before her again, strong enough to handle any danger she might face. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Zhao Tiedan. Since the ethereal realm and Earth were connected, could he bring the spirit coins and star coins he had accumulated over there? Once he found Taodao, he could give the coins to her. Unconsciously, Zhao Tiedan drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Zhao Tiedan, Yujun, Ziegu, and Lihu were up early to train. Few of the Qi tribe members had gotten a good night's rest. They were all listless, though with all their facial tentacles, it was hard for Zhao Tiedan and the others to tell their condition. As it turned out, no one managed to complete the training volume again. Yujun looked at the exhausted Yaoi. Cannot you even handle this much training, weakling? Yaoi lay on the ground, and though he was deeply annoyed by the insult, he did not even have the strength to lift a tentacle. He was so tired that he felt as if every bit of his energy had been drained. Zhao Tiedan, Ziegu, and Lihu went over to mock the other Qi tribe members. It turned out that mockery was a very effective form of encouragement, as everyone started training with renewed vigor on the third day. Yaoi had the heaviest workload. His strength was the highest after Zhao Tiedan's, reaching the ethereal stage, one full level higher than Yujun. Yaoi started his frog jumps again. Back on the first day, he had found it deeply shameful. The movement just felt so improper. But seeing that everyone else was just as bad off, his mindset was much better on the second day. By the third day today, Yaoi no longer felt embarrassed by the movement, facing it with a neutral heart. The 3-ton load still put immense pressure on him, and he had to perform 100 kilometers of frog jumps this way. Recalling the previous 2 days, Yaoi realized his biggest problem was the distribution of his stamina. He could not go too fast in the early stages, otherwise his energy consumption would outpace his recovery. Zhao Tiedan jogged alongside Yaoi, lifting weights while he ran. Watching Yaoi's movements, Zhao Tiedan said, "Do not use your knees to generate force when jumping. Use the balls of your feet to push off. When you land, do not tense your muscles, land softly and let your body fall naturally. That is the most energy-efficient way." Yaoi tried using the balls of his feet as instructed. Sure enough, using Zhao Tiedan's method saved a lot of effort. For long-distance efforts, besides pacing yourself, you need to learn to recover while in motion. In the middle section, slow your speed down to the minimum to recover your energy, speed up in the latter half, and rely on sheer willpower for the final stretch. Yaoi followed Zhao Tiedan's advice to the letter. Gradually, he found that even past the halfway point, his energy levels remained high. This boosted his confidence and he kept pushing. Do not break your rhythm. You still have a slight deficit in your stamina, and if you lose your rhythm, you will fail completely. Yaoi quickly composed himself, slowing down as instructed. Once they hit the 80-kilometer mark, his muscles began to moan and he reached his limit. Now it is willpower that determines success. 85 kilometers, 90 kilometers, 95 kilometers, 100 kilometers. Suddenly, a burst of blue light erupted from Yaoi's body. A stream of information flooded into his brain. Yaoi froze in place, his face filled with utter disbelief. This is... What? You felt the power awakening within him. He had awakened a new trait, absorption. Absorption restores stamina by drawing moisture from the air. Even though they were currently in a dry plain, he could sense the moisture in the air and was passively absorbing it, causing his stamina to recover rapidly. Yuya never expected that completing his training volume would trigger a second awakening. At this moment, he finally understood what Yu-sun and the others meant by becoming stronger through exercise. So one really could get stronger through training. Yuya's physique increased by 550, and the host simultaneously gained 550 physique points. Zhao Tiedan also received the feedback from Yuyi. It had to be said, the physique boost Yuya provided to Zhao Tiedan was even greater than that of Yu-sun. Just then Yu-sun landed beside Yuyi. Looks like you have finished your training. I cannot call you a scrawny weakling anymore. 2 days ago, Yuyi would have detested being called a scrawny weakling, but now he wanted to say it to his own clansmen. It turns out that calling someone else a scrawny weakling is actually quite satisfying. Hey you scrawny weakling, are you even trying? You are already down after this little bit of training, Yuya taunted Yushiba. Yushiba was full of resentment. He was already exhausted from the exercise, and now he was being mocked by his own patriarch. Get up, you scrawny weakling, you are an embarrassment to our Chi clan. Scrawny weakling, did you not eat today? Scrawny weakling, did you just lay eggs yesterday? Scrawny weakling. Scrawny weakling. All dozen or so members of the Chi clan had been intentionally taunted in turn. Yuya was tireless in this, completely immersed in the joy of mocking others. However, under Yuya's mockery, half of the group completed their training by the next day, and by the third day, everyone had finished. And as they finished their training, everyone either awakened a new trait or unlocked transcendental powers. At this point, every member of the Chi clan understood the effectiveness of this training. However, they also developed a stress response to the term scrawny weakling. Now, if anyone called them that, they would fly into a berserk state. After they finished their training, their physique increased every day, and they simultaneously fed that same physique boost back to Zhao Tiedan. The total physique feedback they gave Zhao Tiedan reached about 5,000 points, nearly equal to what he gained from his own daily weightlifting, which effectively meant Zhao Tiedan was gaining 10,000 physique points every single day. Watching the daily growth, Zhao Tiedan saw his physique cross the 1 million mark in less than 2 months. But even after breaking through 1 million, he did not advance to the next level. This meant that the next realm required even more than 1 million in physique. When their group arrived at the Shadow Moon Coast, 5 months had passed since they defected from Holy Spirit City. During those 5 months, Zhao Tiedan's physique had reached 4 million. It is worth mentioning that Yu-sun also successfully advanced to the Void Spirit Realm a month ago, and the others had also made significant progress in their strength. They had currently set up camp on a desolate mountain near the Shadow Moon Coast. The Shadow Moon Coast was filled with various factions. If they tried to approach any of them, setting aside the risk of attack, they would first have to face the issue of whether they would even be accepted. After all, their team of less than 20 included 1 Origin Spirit Realm expert, 2 Void Spirit Realm experts, 10 True Spirit Realm experts, and the remaining 6 were in the Transcendence Realm. And each of those 6 Transcendence Realm members could potentially advance to the True Spirit Realm at any time. Such a group was already a formidable faction. If they showed up so ostentatiously to join any faction, the hosts would have to weigh whether they were planning to usurp their position. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan, Yu-sun, and Yuya were gathered to discuss their next move. There are 2 villages and 1 town nearby. The villages have 200 people each and the town has a population of 10,000. Tell me, what should we do next? Yu-sun asked. The town is definitely out, Yuyi said. I have heard that the town's leader is also an Origin Spirit Realm expert. If we go there, our position will be very awkward. We are not strong enough to take control of the town, and if we just want to stay and keep to ourselves, the authorities probably will not trust us. Zhao Tiedan and Yu-sun nodded in agreement with Yuya's assessment. So the only choice left for us is one of the 2 villages. My suggestion is to infiltrate the villages in small batches, then bring others in, and gradually erode the power of those in charge, Yuya said. What do you think? I am fine with anything. Zhao Tiedan thought they were overcomplicating it. Simply using force to take control of a village was the most straightforward method. Then let us do this. Taizi, you and I will go to Giant Bone Village, Yuya said. After we infiltrate the village, you can show off your strength to become a high-ranking member as quickly as possible, and then we will bring the others in. All right. Yuya's idea was to become the ruling class of Giant Bone Village through undercover infiltration. It was just like those undercover tropes in the movies from his past life. I am about to become the gang boss before I can even finish my mission. After the plan was set, Zhao Tiedan and Yuya headed toward Giant Bone Village. However, just as they reached the outskirts, they saw that Giant Bone Village was under attack. An abyss beast over 200 meters long was leading hundreds of sea beasts in an assault on the village. What is an abyss beast? Anything under 100 meters does not even deserve the title. The villagers seemed unable to stop the abyss beast, and wherever it went, there was nothing but ruin. This abyss beast was a giant eel with a pair of horns on its head. It slithered on land, but its speed was incredibly fast. Zhao Tiedan and Yuya stopped at the same time and exchanged surprised glances. What do we do now? Zhao Tiedan asked. Can you handle that abyss beast? Yes. Go up and save them, then suggest joining them. Zhao Tiedan looked left and right, spotting a rock embedded in the ground. After stretching his arms, Zhao Tiedan walked up to the rock, wrapped his arms around it, and dug his palms into the stone. Zhao Tiedan let out a shout and the ground trembled slightly. The next moment, a 100-ton boulder was ripped straight out of the ground by Zhao Tiedan and hoisted above his head. Nowadays, the dumbbells Zhao Tiedan used for daily training weighed 300 tons each. So this 100-ton boulder was definitely not his limit. However, Yuya gasped. He knew Zhao Tiedan was the strongest in their team. But he rarely saw Zhao Tiedan actually demonstrate his power. In fact, the only time he had seen Zhao Tiedan fight was during his battle with the water ghost beast. And in that battle, Zhao Tiedan had only used one move. Seeing Zhao Tiedan lift that 100-ton boulder this time was absolutely mind-blowing for Yuya. Zhao Tiedan held the rock high with both arms, watching the battle 1,000 meters away. His biceps bulged and he sank his knees slightly. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Tiedan's chest expanded. The next moment, his power exploded, and he thrust his arms upward, sending the massive boulder flying. The boulder flew hundreds of meters away, carving an arc through the air and began to plummet. Boom! The kinetic energy generated by a 100-ton boulder crashing down is absolutely terrifying. The boulder landed with pinpoint accuracy right on the head of the abyssal beast. The horrifying impact shattered the abyssal beast's head instantly. The beast did not even know where its enemy was before it was done for. Seeing their leader fallen, the other sea beasts retreated rapidly in the ensuing chaos. They came in a rush and left in a hurry, vanishing quickly. Zhao Tiedan and Yuya walked towards the giant skeleton village. The village gets its name because its perimeter is formed by the skeleton of an abyssal beast over 10,000 meters long. Since this massive skeleton encircles the settlement, it is fittingly called Giant Skeleton Village. As they walked toward the village, the villagers were also heading their way. Yuya whispered, "When they get here, just tell them you want to join. You just did them a huge favor, they definitely will not refuse." Zhao Tiedan nodded. Just then, the villagers reached them. Zhao Tiedan looked at everyone with a fierce expression and said, "I am going to be your leader. Who agrees and who disagrees?" Yuya's eyes widened. This was not part of the plan. The villagers looked at each other, and finally one of them stepped forward. The person was short, seemingly under 1.5 meters, with a thin tail, but his skin shimmered with a metallic silvery luster. "Noble and powerful sir, we deeply revere your bravery and strength. We would be honored to have you lead our village." Yuya stared at Zhao Tiedan in utter astonishment. Did that really just work? Zhao Tiedan looked at Yuya and chuckled. "See, straight to the point, became the boss instantly. We skipped the process, but the result is exactly what we expected." Yuya's brain could not process this. What happened to the plan of going undercover and climbing the ranks step by step? If they had known it was this easy, they should have just brought people here the moment they reached the Shadow Moon Coast. Why spend half a month camping nearby, racking their brains trying to figure out how to blend into the various factions? In truth, both Yuya and Yusun had spent a long time in their previous cities. Inside those super factions, power struggles are deeply rooted, and success often relies on schemes rather than sheer strength. But here on the Shadow Moon Coast, strength is the fundamental factor that decides everything. Zhao Tiedan could see the truth not because he was smarter than Yuya or Yusun, but simply due to a difference in perspective. Zhao Tiedan had never dealt with conspiracies, let alone workplace politics. When Yuya ran back to inform Yusun, even Yusun was stunned. Zhao Tiedan entered the village with the original villagers. The village was quite weak. The strongest person was the silvery little guy. His name was Guanghui, a member of the mithril race. They are not traditional flesh and blood beings but metallic life forms. Guanghui was at the ethereal realm, and he was the only high-level fighter in the entire village. Most others were at the limit, transcendental, or surpassing realms. The main reason he agreed so readily to Zhao Tiedan's demand to lead the village was, of course, because of his power. Secondly, the recent attack by the abyssal beast made him and the other villagers realize just how weak the village truly was. So Zhao Tiedan's demand actually aligned with their own needs. The outcome was essentially a win-win, and both sides were quite satisfied. Giant Skeleton Village originally had 240 people, but after losing over 80 in the attack, only 160 remained. With Zhao Tiedan and his group joining, the population reached 180. Guanghui explained the situation. The villagers usually survive by fishing and hunting. However, venturing 100 kilometers out to sea leads to the deep water zone, where the chance of encountering large sea beasts increases significantly. Does anyone in the village know how to perform a contract ritual? No, Guanghui shook his head. Zhao Tiedan felt a bit disappointed, though it was within his expectations. After all, this is a tiny village with fewer than 200 people. Contract rituals are likely something only the big factions would understand. However, we have a few members of the Ziyuan race. They can grow abyssal grass, though I never dared let them do it before. Why and what is the use of this abyssal grass? Abyssal grass can be used to make spirit energy pills. They have the same effect as spirit coins but are many times more potent. Only the Ziyuan race can grow them. Their blood can accelerate the growth, turning a cycle that takes hundreds of years into just 1 year. Guanghui paused, then continued. The Ziyuan were persecuted in the past. They were enslaved and forced to grow the grass, even kept as blood slaves to provide nourishment for the plants. Later, they escaped here and I took them in. Guanghui watched Zhao Tiedan's expression as he spoke. Zhao Tiedan looked at Guanghui and said, "In that case, why tell me? Are not you afraid I will treat them as blood slaves too? My lord, your companion is of the Qi race, right? Like the Ziyuan, they are highly valuable and often enslaved. Since he is willing to follow you, I hope you will protect the Ziyuan as well." Zhao Tiedan realized the situation. No wonder he dared to say that. He was testing him. Besides, his group needed to win the hearts of the people now that they were in control of the village. He did not want to lose everyone's loyalty just for some abyssal grass. Moreover, in Zhao Tiedan's view, productivity gained through slavery is nowhere near as efficient as having them contribute willingly. Give them respect, give them recognition, and give them a 996 work schedule, and they will work for you until the end of their days. Not long after, Yu Sun and the others arrived at the village. They immediately began taking over the affairs of Giant Skeleton Village. Guanghui was put in charge of production, as he was a veteran and knew the village best. Yu took over internal administration, as he had experience from being a tribe leader. Yu Sun, Blood Dog, and Fierce Tiger were tasked with rebuilding the village guard. Zhao Tiedan started building a gym and served as the leader of the village. As a leader, he only stepped in when he was needed, effectively acting as the village's primary heavy hitter. Zhao Tiedan did not mind. He was not really familiar with management anyway. The village was still in its infancy, and there was no backstabbing or complex politicking in such a small place. As for future growth and glory, if betrayal ever arises, he will just have to see whose head is harder. Daily routine completed, constitution increased by 8,000. Zhao Tiedan wiped the sweat from his brow and checked the gym mission. Gym 1 member count 11/50. Over the past few days, Zhao Tiedan had built up his gym and acquired a fair amount of fitness equipment. Kizu, Yusun, Zugu, and Liatu were all considered gym members. Anyone who accepted Zhao Tiedan's fitness training plan counted as a gym member. Those who had experienced the effects of the training naturally trusted Zhao Tiedan. But those who had not were quite skeptical about the theory that working out would make them stronger. And Zhao Tiedan could not exactly force them to come and train. Zhao Tiedan was considering how to recruit more members. Just then, Yusun walked in, followed by 30 heroic spirits who were members of the guard unit Yusun had assembled. "Taizi, I am leaving these guys to you for training. A month from now, I want to see them completely refreshed, with a brand new mindset and improved strength." Zhao Tiedan glanced at the guards. Although they were heroic spirits, their strength was mediocre and their quality was inconsistent. Being a heroic spirit meant they possessed strong willpower. However, willpower does not equal combat power. There are many spirits with great willpower but terrible fighting skills. In fact, the vast majority of heroic spirits have average combat ability. In Giant Bone Village, many spirits were like this. They could not be accepted by major powers, so they had to seek other ways to survive. Many villages on the Shadow Moon Coast were actually composed of such ordinary spirits. Over 100 people in Giant Bone Village fell into this category of ordinary spirits with little combat power. Seeing the spirits Yusun brought, Zhao Tiedan immediately accepted the commission. Compared to regular members, these guards were clearly easier to push. If he set a training load, they would do their best to complete it. "Leave it to me," Zhao Tiedan agreed readily. "Do not fall behind on your own training either." Yusun left after dropping the recruits off at the gym. Zhao Tiedan looked at the 30 heroic spirits before him, and the bro system generated 29 training schedules. Zhao Tiedan saw the 29 plans and fell into deep suspicion. "Bro, come out for a second." "What is it?" The bro system appeared in front of Zhao Tiedan, striking a pose. No matter how many times he saw this, it was still a shock to Zhao Tiedan's brain. Why are there 30 people, but only 29 training schedules generated? Unable to generate training schedules for personnel belonging to other factions. The missing one is a mole. Zhao Tiedan understood immediately, then turned to the 30 spirits. "I will call names and you come up one by one." Zhao Tiedan took out the schedules and began handing them out one by one. After distributing 29, only one spirit remained. Zhao Tiedan looked at the last spirit. The individual realized they had not been called, and feeling Zhao's gaze, they immediately realized they were likely exposed. "Which faction do you serve?" Zhao Tiedan asked, genuinely curious. Did the down-and-out giant bone village really warrant someone sending a mole that was giving them too much credit? Before they came to Giant Bone Village, it had almost no combat power to speak of. Sending just a few people over would have been enough to easily wipe the village off the map. Therefore, any faction using this tactic was likely one of the surrounding villages, probably with strength similar to or even weaker than Giant Bone Village. The remaining spirits suddenly bolted out of the gym. Zhao Tiedan said calmly, "Capture him alive." The undercover agent was quite mediocre, possessing only transcendence-level strength. He did not even make it past the village entrance before he was dragged back to Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan picked up the mole from the ground. "Tell me who sent you." It was hard to tell what race the mole belonged to. He was covered in black and white bristles, had a mouth full of sharp teeth and deep gray beastly pupils, though his build was a bit short. Zhao Tiedan lifted the mole to his chest level, leaving the mole's feet hanging 10 centimeters off the ground. The mole was quite tough. Facing the fierce Zhao Tiedan, he did not say a word. Zhao Tiedan used his other hand to grab the mole's wrist and applied just a little pressure, crushing the bones directly. Ow! The mole let out a low growl but still refused to speak. Zhao Tiedan grabbed the mole's other hand and crunched it. Ow! Seeing that the mole still would not talk, Zhao Tiedan had to admire his grit. Then again, those who become heroic spirits rarely have weak willpower. "Bury him in the backyard garden, just leave his head exposed," Zhao Tiedan ordered. A group of heroic spirits dragged the mole toward the backyard. With everything settled, Zhao Tiedan started them on their training according to the schedules. Just as expected, no one completed the training quota on the first day. Once the guard unit had left, Yusun arrived. He first went to check on the mole buried in the backyard with only his head exposed. Then he spoke to Zhao Tiedan. "Taizi, do you know which faction sent him?" "I do not know, that is why I am asking you." "I thought you knew, was that not a rhetorical question you just asked?" "I am not here to discuss the grammar of the worlds with you." "So what now? Make him open his mouth." "I am trying." "How exactly are you trying?" "Burying him here is the best of my effort. Not going to use some torture on him. I am a kind-hearted person, I cannot do anything that cruel." Yusun did not even want to discuss this. Zhao Tiedan kind-hearted. Most of the killing and pillaging along the way was done by Zhao Tiedan. "Quit acting like a good guy, hurry up and get him to talk, I know you have ways." They all knew how he operated. Zhao Tiedan usually acted like he was all brawn and no brain, but in reality, he was a black-hearted piece of work. "Go get some venomous intestines." "What are venomous intestines?" "They live on the mudflats. They hide in burrows and will crawl into any hole they see. If you put one on this guy's head, it will crawl into his mouth, nose, and ears, lay eggs inside his body, and within a few days it will invade his entire system. He will not die, but even though he will not be able to move, he will be able to clearly feel the parasites crawling inside him." Yusun covered his mouth, feeling completely disgusted. The mole buried in the ground was even more terrified, sweating profusely. "I will talk," the mole cried out. Although heroic spirits have strong willpower is, frankly speaking, just a breath. As long as you hold that breath, you can make it through anything. But once that breath is released, the willpower collapses rapidly. Triathletes know this principle. The end of a triathlon is all about holding onto that breath. Once it is gone, the whole person falls apart. From the mouth of the undercover agent, Zhao Tiedan and Yusun learned that he had been sent by the village next door. His mission was to climb the ranks of Zhu village step by step, and then coordinate from the inside to help take it over. Why does everyone love to use such a stupid method? Zhao Tiedan's words made Yusun extremely embarrassed. Yusun's face flushed and then paled, and he muttered, "Watch what you say." "Why should I watch what I say? Oh, I forgot you also came up with such a stupid plan." "Let us talk about this Haiko village first. Since they sent an undercover agent, they must have designs on Zhu village." "What is there to say? Just go kick their asses," Zhao Tiedan said bluntly. "I am just wondering if we should go ourselves or send the newly formed guard team," Yusun said with a troubled expression. "How strong is this Haiko village?" "They have 2 ethereal realm experts, and it is said that both possess extraordinary powers." "Then we will take care of it ourselves," Zhao Tiedan said. "But should not we be training the guard team's practical combat abilities? With the 30 people we have in our guard team, if we send them out, they will be slaughtered by Haiko village in minutes. Are you trying to get them killed?" "That is not enough. Our current operation is small and fragile. A single defeat means we are essentially bankrupt. It is better to just use high-end force." "So you are not going to step in?" "A high-level fighter like me should stay hidden and act only at critical moments. Haiko village is not worth my time. Besides, you and Yaoi are more than enough. If not, take Zugu and Lihu along." "So how exactly should we handle this?" Take your people there, kill their leader, burn Haiko village to the ground, and then ask the survivors if they want to integrate into Zhu village or die. It is that simple. What else? Do you want to send another undercover agent, wait 3 to 5 years, and let them climb to a high position step by step? Can you stop bringing up undercover agents? Haiko village used to be evenly matched with Zhu, but now that they have such a powerful force in their ranks, Haiko is nothing more than an insect at the end of autumn. Schemes and tricks are only for when you cannot win by force. Now that they have strength to spare, there is no need for any underhanded tactics. Just step on them fair and square. Yusun does not have many merits, but he is good at taking advice. That very day, Yusun took Yaoyi, Zugu, Lihu, and 10 true spirit realm warriors of the Qi tribe to Haiko village. Haiko village was only a dozen kilometers away from Zhu. Because the two villages were close and comparable in strength, friction was common. But because they were evenly matched, neither could destroy the other despite their desires. That was the reason Haiko village resorted to such underhanded spy tactics. Today's Zhu village is not what it used to be. There is no need to drag things out, just use overwhelming force to crush Haiko village and be done with it. In less than a day, the matter of Haiko village was resolved, and they even brought back 200 new villagers. The guard team was expanded again, from the original 30 members to 50. Zhao Tiedan also reached his desired goal for the number of members. As the guard team members completed their training plans and awakened new traits or extraordinary powers, they finally understood why Yusun had sent them to Zhao Tiedan for training. Haixuan completed daily training, physical constitution increased by 200, synchronized feedback to host physical constitution by 200. Senlin completed daily training, physical constitution increased by 50, synchronized feedback to host physical constitution by 50. Yuanlong completed daily training, physical constitution increased by 150, synchronized feedback to host physical constitution by 150. Massive amounts of member training provided Zhao Tiedan with a huge boost to his physical constitution. The news that the gym could improve strength and even trigger the awakening of special traits and extraordinary powers began to spread. Almost everyone in the village came to the gym to register for membership. The gym mission was successfully completed. Gym mission completed. Gym construction 1. Gym members 1. Awaken trait inspiration. Reward extraordinary gym. Zhao Tiedan immediately checked his rewards, starting with the new trait inspiration. Inspiration, influenced by the host, both the host and their allies on the battlefield receive a 10% boost to their physical constitution based on the host, without exceeding the allies' current major realm limit. Zhao Tiedan had a fairly clear understanding of inspiration. It was essentially a powerful aura buff. For instance, if Yusun is in the ethereal realm, under the influence of his inspiration, Yusun's constitution would reach the limit of the ethereal realm, though it would not break through to the origin realm. As for himself, he also gets a 10% boost, which is quite practical and direct. Zhao Tiedan then checked the description of the Extraordinary Gym. Extraordinary Gym. Members, staff, and the host have a 0.1% chance each day to awaken extraordinary powers and traits while using the equipment, with no usage limit. Extraordinary Gym staff, 0. Zhao Tiedan's eyes lit up at the reward. The effects of this gym were quite remarkable. Open personal panel. Host Zhao Tiedan. Race heroic spirit. Level origin realms. Traits tireless gluttony equal to 10, swift foot predatory nature fight to the death inspiration. Skills blood like sunset active boundless passive. Health 11.5 million/11, 5 million. Stamina 8.2 million/82 million. Comprehensive physical constitution 4.7 million. Zhao Tiedan glanced at his constitution. It was approaching the 5 million mark. Yet he still did not feel any signs of a breakthrough to the next major realm. This made him wonder if he needed extraordinary powers to reach the next stage. Or perhaps the next realm requires 10 million instead of 5 million. At his current growth rate, Zhao Tiedan gains about 30,000 constitution points daily from member feedback, plus 10,000 from his own daily training, totaling 40,000 points per day. He would gain 1 million constitution points in about 25 days. In a few months, he should hit the 10 million mark. Once his constitution totals 10 million, he will see if there are any signs of a breakthrough. Zhao Tiedan's gym could now be considered the liveliest place around. After all, many in the village had experienced the gym's effectiveness. In the following days, Zhu village developed steadily, while keeping a close eye on the strengths of the surrounding villages and forces. One day, just after Zhao Tiedan finished his daily workout, Yusun and Yaoi came to see him. Taizi, something happened. Zhao Tiedan turned to look at the two anxious men and asked nonchalantly, what is wrong? Is someone attacking us, or are we attacking someone? No, it is Heya village, 20 kilometers away. They were wiped out by sea beasts. The entire village was razed to the ground. Our scouts visited the site and based on the traces determined at least 3 abyss behemoths were involved. Sea beasts attack coastal villages all the time, so why is this such a big deal? According to what Zhao Tiedan has gathered, there have been sea beast attacks ever since the first settlers arrived on the Shadow Moon coast and established their foothold. Although sea beasts live in the ocean, some of them have habitats that extend into the coastal lands. The settlements built by the ethereals have altered these habitats, even driving them away or blocking their movements, which is the irreconcilable conflict between the ethereals and the sea beasts. However, sea beasts are one thing and abyssal behemoths are another. They share no master-servant relationship. An abyssal behemoth is essentially just a much larger sea beast, much like on land, where smaller ones are called wild beasts and larger ones are known as savage primal beasts. Therefore, it is almost unheard of for abyssal behemoths to team up with sea beasts to wreak havoc. When the giant bone village was attacked last time, Zhao Tiedan had assumed it was a random incident. But with another village razed this time, and again by a team of sea beasts and an abyssal behemoth, the situation has become serious. If this is not an accident, then Giant Bone Village is also in danger. There is nothing Zhao Tiedan can do about it, as the enemies are sea beasts and abyssal behemoths after all. He does not have the ability to jump into the sea and fight them. Besides, he is just a fitness coach. If there really is a problem that Yujun, Yaoyi, and the others cannot handle, he will step in when the time comes. If even he cannot solve it, then he will pack up his belongings and run. That is Zhao Tiedan's inner perspective. At worst, he will just take the whole village with him. Although everyone has made a home here, they are not obligated to stay and fight to the death. They can live just as well by moving elsewhere. And since he is the one at the gym helping the villagers improve their strength, that is his greatest contribution to Giant Bone Village. As far as the Shadow Moon Coast is concerned, the disappearance of a single village really is not a big deal. In less than a month, new people have already built a new village on the ruins of the old Haiko village, though the population is very small. Nowadays, everyone in the village knows that Zhao Tiedan's fitness training has miraculous effects. They have tried exercising on their own, but it did not have any effect at all. Later, news spread that Zhao Tiedan possesses a special trait that allows him to see everyone's flaws, which is why the training plans he designs are perfectly suited to each individual. This day, Zhao Tiedan was on his usual morning run, followed by a dozen villagers. The villagers of Giant Bone Village now generally have strength beyond the limit realm, and there are quite a few in the Transcendent and Overlord realms as well. Limited by the population cap, their overall strength still cannot compare to a town or a major power. But in terms of average level, Giant Bone Village is definitely among the best. Just as the group was jogging with Zhao Tiedan, a villager descended from the sky. Gym Master, there is a battle happening ahead. Are they our people? No. Is someone fighting ahead? Yes. Are they from our village? No. Is someone fighting ahead? This and no. Continue the morning run. To avoid the conflict, Zhao Tiedan deliberately changed direction. But they had not run long before a badly wounded ethereal caught up to them. And behind this ethereal were dozens more, all chasing him down. Zhao Tiedan never wanted to get involved in such inexplicable trouble. But now, these two groups were mixing directly into his morning run team. The hunted ethereal collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Zhao Tiedan immediately stopped and said, "Move back a little. No one is to make a move without my order." Soon the group behind caught up. Zhao Tiedan saw the two leaders of the pursuers. Their strength was both at the origin spirit realm. They did not hide their auras, or rather their auras were already exposed by the battle. Perhaps due to the intuition of powerful beings at the same level, although they did not detect Zhao Tiedan's aura, they keenly sensed he was strong, even feeling a sense of danger from him. To make them feel a sense of danger, he must be a powerhouse of their own level. Zhao Tiedan looked at the two men. One radiated icy chill while the other exuded scorching heat waves. The two exchanged a tacit look, a flash of coldness in their eyes. "Are you from a nearby force?" one of the ethereals asked, staring at Zhao Tiedan before glancing at the villagers behind him. "This is the person you are chasing. It has nothing to do with us. Take him and leave." The other ethereal glanced at the traitor on the ground, a cold smile curling on his lips as he walked toward him. The traitor, seemingly unwilling to die like this, shouted at Zhao Tiedan, "Do you want to know why sea beasts and abyssal behemoths have been attacking your area?" "Death wish Leng Feng kill him." The ethereal named Leng Feng lunged toward the traitor, his palm just about to strike the man's forehead. Suddenly, Zhao Tiedan blocked Ling Feng and grabbed his palm. The next moment, a chill like a spike pierced into Zhao Tiedan's arm, and his arm and shoulder began to freeze. "Are you in such a hurry to die?" The ultra-low temperature radiating from Ling Feng completely froze the ground around them. Zhao Tiedan grinned until his molars showed and chuckled, "I just like gossip. Would not it be better to wait for him to finish speaking?" Half of Zhao Tiedan's body was nearly frozen solid. Ling Feng's left hand transformed into an ice blade, stabbing toward Zhao Tiedan. Crack! The ice on Zhao Tiedan's body shattered instantly, and he followed up with a fierce punch at Ling Feng. Splat! Ling Feng's ice blade pierced half an inch into Zhao Tiedan's chest, but could not go any further. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiedan's fist punched right through Ling Feng's chest. Ling Feng and Zhao Tiedan both retreated a few steps. Zhao Tiedan looked at the hole in his chest, a minor injury. He did not even need to do anything, the bleeding had already stopped. Across from him, Ling Feng's chest had been punched through, but the hole was already icing over and healing. The villagers behind Zhao Tiedan and the opponent's subordinates all readied themselves for battle. "Kill them all!" Fenchen, standing in the back, gave a sharp shout, and all his subordinates charged at the giant bone village villagers. "Two of you go back and report," Zhao Tiedan ordered. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan stopped holding back and went all out. He stomped the ground, shattering it, and shot toward Ling Feng like a cannonball. Ling Feng had no time to create distance and collided head-on with Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan was unscathed, while Ling Feng was shattered to pieces. But before Zhao Tiedan could gloat, his feet were frozen to the spot. At the same time, a heat wave of extreme intensity rushed toward him. Boom! Zhao Tiedan took the full force of the heat wave. His body flew back out of control. Zhao Tiedan stood up from the scorching flames, feeling as if his skin were about to peel off. The level of this intense pain was beyond anyone's understanding. "Pain, so much pain." Zhao Tiedan let out a low roar and activated sunset-like blood. Blood aura surrounded him, the pain remained, but sunset-like blood made his strength begin to skyrocket. The next moment, Zhao Tiedan lunged forward, the ground cracking with every step. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan was like a crazed beast. All he could think of was tearing every enemy in front of him to shreds. Ling Feng, control him, Fenchen sensed the danger Zhao Tiedan posed. Ling Feng, though shattered into pieces, was not dead. His power spread along the ground toward Zhao Tiedan. In less than a second, the chill had already spread beneath Zhao Tiedan's feet. Even as he was sprinting, Zhao Tiedan's body was frozen solid in an instant. Fenchen's palms glowed crimson as he suddenly fired two red beams. The beams struck Zhao Tiedan, first melting the ice on his body, then leaving two charred burns on his chest. Zhao Tiedan let out a grunt and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Feng's crowd control effect did not deal much damage, but it was incredibly dangerous. And while he had not seen what else Fenchen could do, twice he had attacked, and twice he had left Zhao Tiedan severely wounded. After a brief assessment of the situation, Zhao Tiedan raised his right fist and slammed it into the ground with all his might. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the ground for dozens of meters around shattered under the impact. The ground broke into chunks of various sizes. Zhao Tiedan sprang up and kicked a slab that was lodged in front of him. Struck by Zhao Tiedan's blow, the slab flew violently toward Fenchen. Fenchen's pupils contracted sharply. He could not dodge, he could not dodge. Just then, something tugged at Fenchen's feet. Ling Feng had used his ice to grab him and pull him out of the path of the flying slab. Zhao Tiedan placed his palms on the ground and looked ahead, taking a stance like a sprinter. Sighting a gap in the slabs blocking his way, Zhao Tiedan dashed forward. Seeing him charge, Ling Feng immediately controlled the ice, spreading it across the ground to try and trap Zhao Tiedan again. But Zhao Tiedan had anticipated this, and he jumped up abruptly to avoid the spreading frost. While he was in midair, both Ling Feng and Fenchen pointed toward the sky. With no leverage in the air, Zhao Tiedan could not evade their attacks. However, Zhao Tiedan balled his hands into fists, concealing dozens of pebbles, and hurled them with all his force at Fenchen and Ling Feng. The expressions on both their faces changed. Fenchen did not have Ling Feng's trait. Ling Feng was immune to all physical attacks and could regenerate even if his body was pulverized. So ignoring the attack on himself, Ling Feng did not hesitate to shield Fenchen with his body, turning into ice crystals while simultaneously forming an ice wall in front of them. Zhao Tiedan's dozens of pebbles whistled through the air, smashing into the ice wall first. It only took a few to shatter it to pieces. The remaining pebbles struck Ling Feng. The force was terrifying, and Ling Feng's body quickly shattered into ice shards. Fenchen took advantage of this opening to launch a counterattack. A scorching beam blasted into Zhao Tiedan once again. Zhao Tiedan was sent flying back. But he was like an unkillable cockroach, even with burns covering his entire body. This was where his immense physical constitution shone through. As long as you cannot kill me, it is my turn to choose how to kill you. Zhao Tiedan grabbed another handful of stones and flung them hard. These stones were deadlier than any shotgun. Even from 100 meters away, they carried a destructive, unstoppable force. Splat! One stone struck Fenchen's left arm. It was as if his arm had been hit by a cannonball. It disintegrated into a mist of blood instantly. Fenchen's willpower was just as formidable. He did not even groan when his entire arm vanished. Fenchen Lengfeng reformed his body, and seeing the extent of Fenchen's injury, wore a look of fury. Fenchen stared at Zhao Tiedan with a cold, stern face, teeth gritted in hatred. In their eyes, Zhao Tiedan had to die. Such strength posed an enormous threat to their plans. Besides, he was already too deep in the conflict to pull out now. Zhao Tiedan was more seriously wounded than him, yet he was equally filled with killing intent toward Fenchen and Lengfeng. Just then, from the direction of Julai village, Yusun and the guard team arrived from afar. Zhao Tiedan bolted. It had to be said, among all his traits, his swift-footedness was the most practical. Instead of charging straight at them, he began to circle around. His high-speed movement made it impossible for Fenchen and Lengfeng to track, let alone target him. Zhao Tiedan's speed soon reached Mach 10. Even without launching a direct attack, the sonic booms created by just circling them were enough to make life miserable for both of them. Zhao Tiedan continued to accelerate, Mach 20, Mach 30. Fenchen and Lengfeng looked grim. Lengfeng soon came up with a plan, pressing both palms against the ground. The next moment, a massive forest of ice crystals formed within a 100-meter radius around them. The ice forest disrupted Zhao Tiedan's trajectory, but it could not stop him. Zhao Tiedan plowed through everything, shattering the blocking ice crystals. Mach 50, that was Zhao Tiedan's maximum speed. He violently collided and surged toward Fenchen and Lengfeng. The speed was so extreme that before they could even react, Zhao Tiedan had already swept past them. Splat! Lengfeng turned his head to see that half his body was gone, and his best brother Fenchen had been reduced to a pile of mush. When speed reaches a certain level, even without direct contact, the wind pressure alone is enough to tear a person to shreds. Lengfeng quickly calmed down, his gaze toward Zhao Tiedan turning dark and terrifying. He knew that he could not defeat Zhao Tiedan on his own. But Zhao Tiedan could not do anything about him either. Lengfeng's body naturally disintegrated into ice shards, and Zhao Tiedan had no way to stop him from fleeing. None of his attacks had any effect on Lengfeng. Zhao Tiedan estimated that each recovery cost Lengfeng stamina, though he did not know how much. Perhaps 100 times, perhaps 1,000. Zhao Tiedan looked over at Lengfeng's underlings. Several villagers who were out for a morning run with him had been killed or wounded, but thankfully Yusun brought reinforcements, quickly cutting down half of them and taking the rest captive. Taizi, I heard you started this fight just to save someone. Look, he is lying over there. Go and bring him back, figure out who these people are, and since that guy seems to know some secrets, remember to come tell me once you have gotten the answers. What are you doing? My business here is done, Zhao Tiedan said matter-of-factly. If it were not for me, Julai village would probably have been leveled by these people. I need food. 3 days later, Yusun came to Zhao Tiedan's gym once again. However, he did not come alone this time. He brought along the injured man who had been hunted down. What are they doing? Mushin looked at the people in the gym using the fitness equipment, his face filled with confusion. Oh, they are just playing, Yusun answered casually. He still could not fully trust Mushin, so he brushed off the question with a perfunctory reply. After all, a treasure like Zhao Tiedan would be a massive disaster for their giant skeleton village if outsiders found out. Mushin felt his intelligence was being insulted. Do I really look that gullible? Still, he could not understand why the villagers were sweating buckets on those exercise machines. It was clearly a thankless and exhausting task, so why were so many people enjoying it? Could it be that they are working? What kind of work is this? Are they producing something? Mushin watched for a long time but could not figure out what was going on. When he spotted Zhao Tiedan, his eyes lit up. He remembered clearly that it was Zhao Tiedan who had saved him 3 days ago. And Zhao Tiedan's strength had left a deep impression on him. Being able to defeat the combined forces of Fenchen and Lengfeng, he knew exactly how strong those two were. A spirit origin realm expert, even on the Shadow Moon Coast they were extremely rare powerhouses. And with Fenchen and Lengfeng teaming up, they rarely had any rivals. Yet they were defeated by Zhao Tiedan single-handedly, which made Mushin feel a sense of admiration for him. Zhao Tiedan was lifting weights at the moment and did not stop just because Yusun arrived. Yu Sun knew Zhao Tiedan's habits, so he sat in the resting area with Mushin, waiting quietly for Zhao Tiedan to finish his daily routine. After waiting for half an hour, Zhao Tiedan finally finished his daily weightlifting. Daily task: complete 20,000 reps of weightlifting today using 1,000-ton dumbbells. Daily reward: HP plus 100,000, stamina plus 100,000, constitution plus 12,000. System: your constitution has broken through 5 million. You need to increase training intensity. Dumbbell weight increased from 1,000 tons to 1,500 tons, and reps increased from 20,000 to 22,500. Zhao Tiedan felt his constitution had improved significantly once again. It seemed that a constitution of 5 million was a minor breakthrough, though the reaction was not as intense as when he ascended from the ethereal realm to the spirit origin realm. However, the physical feedback still sent his blood and energy surging. Zhao Tiedan stood still and adjusted his breathing for a few minutes before his energy calmed down. By this time, Yu Sun had brought Mushin over to Zhao Tiedan's side. "Taizi, let me introduce you. This is Mushin from the Canalv realm of the Wood clan." Zhao Tiedan cast his gaze upon Mushin and started looking him over. Mushin's form was very similar to a human's, but his skin had distinct plant-like characteristics. "Mushin, tell him about the situation you have uncovered." "My lord, I originally served the Bone City, but a year ago, 4 Spirit Origin Realm experts arrived. They held secret meetings with the City Lord several times. I was the City Lord's assistant, but I was always left standing outside the door, only catching fragments of their conversations." Mushin paused, then continued. "They mentioned a scarlet plant several times. At first, I did not understand what it meant, but then I learned that large numbers of civilians were disappearing in Bone City. I began to investigate these cases, and it was not until I traced them back to those 4 outsiders that I finally understood the Scarlet Plan." Zhao Tiedan listened intently to Mushin's account, diligently fulfilling his role as a listener. "The ultimate goal of the Scarlet Plan is to break through to the Sky Realm." "Is it that hard to break through to the Sky Realm?" Zhao Tiedan asked curiously. Yu Sun and Mushin both looked at Zhao Tiedan with strange expressions. In the entire Shadow Moon Coast, there are over 100 Spirit Origin Realm experts, but not a single one in the Sky Realm, Mushin said. Zhao Tiedan was speechless. He had originally thought that because Holy Spirit City had a Sky Realm expert, reaching that level was easy. It seems now that breaking through to the Sky Realm is much harder than he imagined, and it might require fulfilling certain conditions. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan was shocked to learn that there were so many Spirit Origin Realm experts on the Shadow Moon Coast. They are using blood sacrifices of heroic spirits to obtain star energy coins. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tiedan felt speechless because the plot was just too cliché. Are not star energy coins only convertible by the Chi tribe? I do not know the specifics of how they do it. Aside from the Bone City Lord, there are 23 other Spirit Origin Realm experts who have formed an alliance. They intend to sacrifice the entire Shadow Moon Coast. Zhao Tiedan and Yu Sun both wore grim expressions after hearing this. Zhao Tiedan had struggled just fighting 2 Spirit Origin Realm experts, let alone 23 of them. Then how do they control the sea beasts and the abyss monsters? I do not know. Mushin shook his head. Fenshin and Lingfeng were core members of this alliance. They discovered me during my investigation and then they hunted me all the way here. Mushin looked at Zhao Tiedan again. Only a Spirit Origin Realm expert can stop this crisis. No, I think what we need to do now is to spread the word, not have me go and stop some crisis. Are you kidding? There are 23 of them. Even if I killed Fenshin, there are still 22 left. If I go head-to-head alone, I will get beaten to a pulp. But if more Spirit Origin Realm experts find out about this, they might just join the opposing alliance, Mushin said awkwardly. So you think I can take down all their Spirit Origin Realm experts alone? With 23 Spirit Origin Realm experts, how much power do they have behind them? Take that Bone City Lord, for example. He has an entire city. How massive must the influence be behind the other 22 experts? Compared to them, Giant Skeleton Village is as insignificant as an ant. So for Mushin to want me to be the sacrificial hero is essentially asking me to go to my death. Zhao Tiedan has not fulfilled his own wishes yet, so he has no desire to be a hero. Therefore, the best approach right now is to spread the news. If someone is willing to form an alliance, I am a Spirit Origin Realm expert, so I count as a bit of force and I would be willing to contribute. But if all the other Spirit Origin Realm experts end up joining the other side, then I will just pack up and move with the villagers of Giant Skeleton Village. The heroic spirit world is vast and limitless. There is always a place to start over. Bro, come out, let us chat. What is it? You are ruining my beauty sleep. Do not drink water before bed. Look, you are all puffy. Get to the point. Why did you call me? The bro system asked impatiently. What conditions are needed to break through to the Sky Realm? Normally, reaching the sky realm involves compressing energy until it hits a threshold, causing a qualitative transformation. That is the transition process from the spirit origin realm to the sky realm. You mentioned the normal way, so what about the abnormal way? One way is using star energy coins. By absorbing the energy within them, you directly replace spiritual energy with star energy. This is a shortcut, but the amount of star energy coins required is massive, the bro system said. The other way is your way. Do I count to? Normal meta-spirit realm cultivators possess extraordinary powers. Once they reach this realm, they begin to convert spiritual energy. When that energy is fully transformed into star power, they complete their life leap. The hunk system looked at Zhao Tiedan and said, "You have neither extraordinary powers nor spiritual energy. You possess pure, raw physical strength." Then how should I break through to the firmament realm? There is no need for a breakthrough. As long as your physical body becomes strong enough to reach the level of the firmament realm, that is your breakthrough. Zhao Tiedan understood. His physical body had no limits, and his method of breakthrough was not like others who might have a sudden epiphany and see their strength skyrocket. For him, it was all about gradual accumulation and growth. While others jump from 1 to 100, he has to go from 1 to 2, then to 3, all the way to 100. So what is the numerical value for the firmament realm? Zhao Tiedan asked. 10 millions. It really is 10 million. Spirit Energy Academy. Today is for field training, and Cheng Shan and I will be in charge, Liu Wuyan said. Standing next to Liu Wuyan was a man about 30 years old. He was the school's top expert, Cheng Shan. He was also the only true spirit realm powerhouse in the school. Liu Wuyan was responsible for on-campus practical guidance. Cheng Shan was in charge of off-campus field training. Since the kids being taken out this time were quite young, only 7 or 8 years old, Liu Wuyan and Cheng Shan were working together. Cheng Shan rarely took action himself, leaving that to Liu Wuyan while he focused on looking after the children. Human society was currently in the early stages of the Great Integration. Although a new order had been established, the population had plummeted and human resources were critically scarce. Consequently, the newly reformed government was almost strict to the point of harshness in protecting the new generation. The two teachers led the children onto a bus, and Liu Wuyan began to explain. There are numerous dangerous zones in the wilderness of Yunchuan City, as well as 2 secret realms. Who can give a detailed introduction to the secret realms now? Liu Wuyan asked. At this moment, Zhao Tao raised her hand and said, "Teacher, let me. Zhao Tao, you can answer the teacher's question. Secret realms are spatial rifts created by the fusion of different worlds. The laws of 2 or more worlds interweave, which also causes the creatures inside the secret realm to mutate. They have strayed beyond the category of ordinary living things. While they still possess biological characteristics, they cannot be truly killed, as the world laws continuously reshape them." That is roughly correct, Liu Wuyan nodded. It is not just the creatures that are altered in these realms, but also objects. Some items that already possess extraordinary qualities will undergo a qualitative change due to the world laws. That is why after we kill the monsters or bosses in the secret realm, we can obtain their extraordinary items. Most of these can be obtained repeatedly, but a few rare items are unique, and even world laws cannot recreate them. After finishing, Liu Wuyan looked at Cheng Shan. "Is there anything you would like to add, Cheng Shan?" "I will say a bit more, though what I am about to mention might be a bit beyond the curriculum for these children," Cheng Shan said. "Currently 3,000 worlds have fused together, and 10,000 races are fighting for supremacy. Even if humanity loves peace, we cannot stay out of it, and so we have been dragged into this conflict. To survive and prevail in this battle, secret realms are the key." Cheng Shan paused before continuing. "The items and equipment we scavenge from the secret realms all possess fortune. Every piece of equipment or tool you retrieve, whether you keep it for yourself or sell it, strengthens the fortune of the human race. So in the future, when you leave school and join a team, remember this. Bring back everything you can from the secret realms, whether for your own sake or for the sake of all humanity. Do you understand?" "We understand," the students in the bus replied in unison. In truth, humanity has fallen behind in this struggle among the 10,000 races. Our understanding of extraordinary powers came too late. Other worlds and other races had mastered such powers long before the Great Integration. Humanity, however, focused heavily on technology up until the very end, and technology had very limited effectiveness before the integration. We need you, this new generation of children. "Yan, I am done. Is there anything else you wish to add?" Liu Wuyan nodded. "The secret realm we are heading to is called the Insect Hive. It is a low-level realm with no entry requirements or group size limits. You do not need to do anything regarding combat, but you need to overcome your fear and help us collect everything you consider valuable." The bus arrived outside the Insect Hive, where a small market had actually formed, with many people setting up stalls. Liu Wuyan and Cheng Shan counted all the children to ensure everyone was there, then began handing each child a strange key. There was a 4-digit combination lock on the handle of the key. Everyone set the lock to 9527. This key is your pass into the secret realm, and that number is your team ID. If you enter a different number, you might end up in another team's secret realm. If that team is friendly, they might look after you because of your age or escort you back out, but there are some vicious teams that will simply treat you as bait. Liu Wuyan and Chang Shan carefully checked each child's lock to ensure everyone had it set to 9527. Afterward, they brought the children to a circular altar, where a few officials stood outside to oversee the activation process. Complex and incomprehensible patterns were carved into the circular altar. The two teachers reconfirmed the head count and nodded to one of the officials outside the altar. The official then channeled spiritual energy into it, and instantly beams of light shone from the altar, enveloping everyone inside. Whoosh! The next instant, everyone within the light disappeared. When the children opened their eyes again, the scenery around them had changed. They were in a mountain ravine. The cliffs on either side were barren, coated in a sticky, unknown substance, and the air was filled with a pungent, foul stench. Several children were already vomiting uncontrollably because they could not stand the smell. Liu Wuyan and Chang Shan shook their heads secretly at the sight. Chang Shan, you are in charge of protecting the children. Chang Shan nodded, pressed his hands together, and spiritual energy began to surge throughout his body. Gradually, a tall figure appeared behind him. Come forth, feathered falcon. What? Amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd, Yujun's figure gradually materialized. Yujun looked down at Chang Shan, then glanced at the group of children in front of him. The children let out strange wails of amazement. In their eyes, Yujun looked incredibly tall and heroic. With his black and gold armor and those massive wings, he looked just like a god of war from an animation. Liu Wuyan also looked up at Yujun's towering figure. So powerful, Liu Wuyan gasped. When they first started the job, Chang Shan's strength was on par with hers. But over this past year, his power had surged forward while she felt like she was standing still, which made her feel quite heavy-hearted. Liu Wuyan thought of her own spirit beast, Haizi, whose strength had not seen much improvement either. Chang Shan, you need to work harder and improve your strength. Currently, you can only bring out 20% of my power. Last time you could barely manage to summon my true form, but now you can only summon my primary consciousness. Your strength is growing too fast, and I cannot keep up with your pace. Summoning your full form consumes too much energy, Chang Shan replied helplessly. What do you need me to do today? Nothing for now, just protect every child. You will not need to take action unless they are in danger. Understood. Chang Shan had complicated feelings when facing Yujun. They were a mutually supportive pair, and both sides held deep respect for each other's strength. Originally, Chang Shan's spiritual energy was enough to fully summon Yujun's true form, but due to Yujun's rapid growth over the last half-year, his spiritual energy could no longer keep up. Yujun's true form had now broken through to the void spirit realm, but Chang Shan's capacity had seemingly regressed, leaving him only able to summon Yujun's primary consciousness. However, while Chang Shan appeared to have regressed on the surface, he had actually made significant progress. Beyond his own personal strength, even at 20%, Yujun was still more powerful than his full form had been in the past. So it was not that Chang Shan was slacking off, it was purely because Yujun was growing too quickly. Among these children, is there anyone you have your eye on as a contractor? Chang Shan asked. Even if I did, it might not matter. Even when making a contract, there is no guarantee that we can actually connect. The process of contracting is highly randomized. Every moment, contract rituals are happening somewhere in the spirit realm, and even if both parties agree to perform the ritual at the same time, there is still a possibility that they might not successfully bind to one another. It is not like making a phone call, where you reach out and the other side immediately picks up. It is more like sending a message in a bottle. One side sends out a contract, and then a group of people finds it, and you have to pick the most suitable person from them. Essentially, it is a blind selection. Following that, Liu Wuyan also summoned her shadow beast, Haizi, who took the lead in clearing the path. During this battle, Haizi displayed impressive strength. The insect nest was a low-level mystic realm, and with the protection of Liu Wuyan and Chang Shan, there was almost no danger. Although Chang Shan did not take action, maintaining Yujun consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy. Liu Wuyan, on the other hand, had it easy. Summoning Haizi's true form consumed far less energy than Chang Shan's task. After clearing all the dangers in the nest, Liu Wuyan and Chang Shan had the children work in groups to collect valuable items and materials from the site. Many students still felt terrified, given that the corpses of insect monsters were scattered everywhere. Zhao Tao walked alongside another girl of her age. Tao, are not you afraid at all? I have seen far more terrifying things before, Zhao Tao replied. After the Great Fusion, she had wandered with her father, and during those 2+ years on the road, she had witnessed all kinds of human tragedies. Even her own father had died right in front of her. Because of this, no matter how gruesome the scene, it could no longer move Zhao Tao's nerves. Even though she was currently just an 8-year-old girl. Zhao Tao suddenly stopped, and Chen Yan asked in confusion, "What is wrong?" "Look at these bug corpses. Look at their teeth and claws. Do not they look like daggers and arrowheads?" "Huh, you mean the teacher wants us to collect these? That is terrifying." "They are already dead. Even if they were not, we would not be afraid. Spiritual energy has made us stronger, so we actually have the capability to kill them. But I am still scared. I will do the collecting and you carry them. We will split them evenly when we get back to the teacher." "Okay, sounds good." Zhao Tao took long strides forward and arrived at the body of an insect beast, a giant mantis about 1.5 meters long. Zhao Tao picked up a stone and smashed it directly onto the mantis blade joint. With a few forceful strikes, the blade bent. After a bit more prying, the blade snapped right off the joint. Zhao Tao then used the blade to pry out the insect's fangs one by one. At first, Chen Yan had been quite scared, but seeing Zhao Tao working so energetically, she gradually stopped feeling so afraid. She then joined in the collection work. Insect blood had covered both girls in grime, but they had already forgotten their fear. They were not the only clever ones. By the time they were ready to leave, a third of the class had collected various body parts from the insect beasts. Everyone who managed to retrieve parts from the insect beasts will get 10 bonus points on their final exam. There are still many things left behind, but that is just because your understanding is incomplete. I do not blame you. As for those who came back empty-handed, you will not get any extra points, Liu Wuyan said, feeling quite satisfied with the result. The lesson came to a successful conclusion, and Cheng Shan glanced at the Yujun beside him. "Thank you for your hard work, Yujun." "I did not do anything at all, so what kind of hard work are you talking about? It is a shame that you did not manifest your true form. I even had some things prepared for you. Then you would better grow stronger faster." What? Yujun gave a start as his primary consciousness returned to his true body. This type of summoning is essentially creating a copy of one's own consciousness. The main body's consciousness remains unaffected, but its power is diminished by as much power as was borrowed. This return of consciousness also brought back a massive amount of spiritual energy. As long as Yujun refined this energy, he could increase his strength once again. Just then, Yuya came over to find him. "Birdman, some people have arrived at our giant remains village." As everyone became more familiar with each other, they started using more casual ways of addressing one another. For example, the nickname Birdman for Yujun came about when Zhao Tiedan shouted it out during an argument with him. Ever since then, Birdman had become Yujun's exclusive nickname. "Who is it?" "The Scarlet Alliance." "The Scarlet Alliance? Wait, you mean the Scarlet Alliance, the group that wants to hold a blood sacrifice at Shadowmoon Coast?" "Yes, that is them." "Where is Taizai?" "He has already gone to the village entrance." "What?" "Zhao Tiedan is currently at the entrance of Giant Skeleton Village. Across from him stand 3 experts of the spirit origin realm, 2 men and a woman. We are from the Scarlet Alliance. I am Gale and they are Rain's spirit in Iron Mountain." Gale, the leader, is tall, over 4 meters in height, though it is unclear what race he belongs to. Rain's spirit looks like an ordinary woman, quite beautiful with a head of white hair, but her face is bloodless and her eyes are lifeless, fixed on Zhao Tiedan with a cold glare. Iron Mountain is shorter than Zhao Tiedan, but his limbs are exceptionally thick, making him look like a small iron tower. "We are here to invite you," Gale said. "What if I refuse?" Zhao Tiedan's muscles tensed up, ready to strike at any moment. "You do not know yet, do you? Ever since you leaked information about our Scarlet Alliance, several more Spirit Origin Realm experts have joined us. We now have 32 such experts. While some are willing to join you, naturally others will form alliances to oppose you." Zhao Tiedan predicted that many would form resistance alliances, otherwise they would not have sought him out. An enemy who leaked their secrets and killed one of their companions to join their ranks. "So you are refusing?" "We are not cut from the same cloth," Zhao Tiedan replied with a smile. "Then die." The opponent's response was swift and decisive. Iron Mountain attacked first. His body turned into black metal in an instant as he lunged at Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan's reflexes were fast. The moment Iron Mountain moved, he countered. Zhao Tiedan slammed a fist into Iron Mountain's chest as he rammed into him. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan felt the texture through his fist, hard. Iron Mountain was sent flying. When it came to raw strength, Zhao Tiedan feared no one. Iron Mountain's power was roughly equivalent to 1,000,000 physique points, several times weaker than Zhao Tiedan. It was his defense that gave Zhao Tiedan trouble. This must be Iron Mountain's extraordinary ability, transforming his own body into a metal structure. Just then, several cold glints streaked toward Zhao Tiedan. They were wind blades that made even Zhao Tiedan's scalp tingle, invisible, intangible, yet capable of cutting through everything. Zhao Tiedan sensed them in advance and dodged the attacks. Swish, swish, swish. The wind blades sliced through several buildings in the distance. The casualties remained unknown. Zhao Tiedan was furious. They had actually brought the fight to his doorstep. Gale looked at Zhao Tiedan with surprise. His extraordinary power was wind-based, invisible and intangible, making it extremely difficult to defend against. He had not expected Zhao Tiedan to be able to dodge them, whether due to his inherent traits or his extraordinary perception. Zhao Tiedan lunged at Gale, who immediately retreated. Meanwhile, Gale shouted to Rain Spirit, "Destroy this village." Rain Spirit raised her arm and dark clouds instantly filled the sky, as if brewing a terrifying natural disaster. Zhao Tiedan's pupils constricted. Even before the attack landed, the warning signs made it clear that if this hit, the village and its 400 villagers would suffer catastrophic casualties. Zhao Tiedan pulled out his dumbbell and hurled it directly at Rain Spirit. Seeing the dumbbell fly toward her, Rain Spirit casually raised her hand, a gleam of blue light gathering in her palm, which she then fired at the incoming weapon. But the dumbbell did not stop upon contact with the blue light. With a weight of over 1,000 tons, combined with Zhao Tiedan's 5 million point physique boost, the kinetic energy was multiplied several times over. By the time she realized the dumbbell was still coming, it was too late to dodge. Zhao Tiedan Rain Spirit shrieked, her face twisted in rage and resentment. The moment the dumbbell made contact, Rain Spirit's body shattered like a rag doll. The potential energy of thousands of tons could tear anything apart. Iron Mountain and Gale had never expected that in a 3-on-1 fight, they would lose a companion almost immediately. While Rain Spirit was not skilled in melee combat, her overall strength was far from weak. Yet when facing Zhao Tiedan, she had met such a clumsy end. Zhao Tiedan retrieved the dumbbell, pulled out another one and gripped them tightly in his fists. Iron Mountain charged again, and Zhao Tiedan swung the dumbbell at his head. Clang, clang. Iron Mountain retreated while holding his head. It had to be said, he was literally iron-headed. Zhao Tiedan's dumbbell was of an unknown material, nearly indestructible, and backed by his strength, it killed anyone else he hit. But against Iron Mountain's head, it only pushed him back slightly. As Zhao Tiedan prepared to pursue, another attack arrived. Gale was hiding in the distance, launching sneak attacks at Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan had to give up his pursuit of Iron Mountain and dodge the wind blades instead. Swish, swish, swish. The ground for hundreds of meters was left with cuts as if carved by blades. Zhao Tiedan's expression was grim. Gale's attacks were lethal. One graze could cost him a limb. He immediately stopped chasing Iron Mountain and charged toward Gale. Gale flew into the air as soon as he saw this. He dared not clash head-on with Zhao Tiedan. Rain Spirit's death had already proven his strength. Even Iron Mountain, the strongest in melee among the three, could not stop Zhao Tiedan. And he, while not incapable of close quarters, was far inferior to Iron Mountain. If Zhao Tiedan closed the distance, he would likely be torn apart. At the same time, Iron Mountain lunged at Zhao Tiedan again. But this was exactly the opportunity Zhao Tiedan was waiting for. As Iron Mountain rushed in, Zhao Tiedan whipped around and delivered a brutal blow to Iron Mountain's head. Clang! Zhao Tiedan saw a dent appear on Iron Mountain's head. He raised the dumbbell, ready to strike again. Gale saw this and hurriedly fired 2 wind blades at Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan sensed the incoming wind blades and grabbed the dazed Iron Mountain. Swish, swish. The wind blades hit Iron Mountain but did not leave a single mark. Zhao Tiedan clicked his tongue. Iron Mountain's defense was terrifying, though his attack power was slightly lacking. If not for his secret weapon, the dumbbell, Zhao Tiedan really would not have been confident in breaking Iron Mountain's defense. Iron Mountain never dreamed that he would one day serve as someone else's shield, let alone against his will. Gale's expression turned awful. Iron Mountain, with his short, stocky stature, had arms and legs that were far too short. Being held by the scruff of his neck by Zhao Tiedan, there was nothing he could do. Zhao Tiedan also discovered Iron Mountain's secondary use. If he were not an enemy, Zhao Tiedan would be tempted to keep him around as a permanent shield. While the dumbbell was indestructible, it was too small. As an extension of his arm, it worked well as a hammer, but that was about it. As a shield, however, it was completely inadequate. Gale stood 100 meters up, his face filled with rage. Let Iron Mountain go, and we will end this here. Zhao Tiedan sneered. He had no intention of letting either Iron Mountain or even Gale go. Both of them were capable of threatening him to a certain degree. Since they had come to him on their own, Zhao Tiedan would not dream of letting them walk away. Very quickly, Zhao Tiedan thought of a way to deal with Gale, who was in the air. Zhao Tiedan grabbed some stones from the ground and hurled them fiercely. Papa papa papa. Quang Feng was incredibly fast. Seeing the stones flying toward him, he immediately dodged. Despite the density of the stones, Quang Feng managed to evade the attack. Zhao Tiedan continued grabbing stones and throwing them at Quang Feng. Since he was currently on the offensive, he held the initiative. As long as one stone hit, he would win. It would also prevent him from finding a moment to counterattack. Not being able to fly is a major disadvantage on the battlefield. This disadvantage is impossible to change. Quang Feng really regretted taking on such a deadly mission. 3 against 1, and it turned into such a mess. Quang Feng was already thinking of retreating. Just then, a sudden idea occurred to him. Quang Feng immediately soared high into the air, reaching an altitude where Zhao Tiedan's stones no longer posed a threat. At the same time, he flew over the Zhuhai village. The thing Zhao Tiedan feared most had happened. Zhao Tiedan's expression darkened. He had foreseen this result but was powerless to stop it. Quang Feng took a deep breath, opened his arms, and gathered air between his palms. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, brandishing a ghost-head broadsword and lunging at Quang Feng. The one launching the surprise attack was none other than the face of Zhuhai village, Yusun. Ever since he saw Quang Feng, he had quietly ascended and remained hidden high above. He knew his strength was clearly not enough to participate in this battle directly. So he had been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to turn the tide, whether it would come forever or in the very next moment. Clearly, he had waited for that moment. Quang Feng sensed the turbulence above his head, and his face changed drastically. At this critical juncture, he had no choice but to dissipate the compressed air in his palms and turn to counterattack Yusun. When he saw Yusun, he showed a look of disdain. Quang Feng extended a finger and a wind blade formed. Slash! Yusun did not stop, charging toward Quang Feng at full speed. As the wind blade struck, Yusun did not dodge. He could not dodge, he only had one chance. When the wind blade was a meter away from Yusun, it suddenly hit something and dissipated without warning. Quang Feng's face turned pale. This guy, just like him, possessed wind-based powers. Yusun took advantage of this instant to accelerate, closing the distance to Quang Feng in a blink and stabbing down with his heavy blade. Quang Feng blocked with his palm, and a wind blade appeared in front of him. Rippa! Yusun's ghost-head broadsword was cut through. Reckless Ant Die, Quang Feng's right hand gathered another wind blade. Yusun suddenly grinned, a smile he had not shown in a long time, sinister and cruel. Quang Feng's heart skipped a beat as a massive force struck from below. During the few seconds Yusun held Quang Feng, Zhao Tiedan had sprinted, leapt hundreds of meters, and grabbed Quang Feng's lower leg. Even now, Zhao Tiedan was still holding Taishan. In a panic, Quang Feng tried to kick Zhao Tiedan away. But Yusun took this chance to push his palms forward, an air wall. An invisible barrier pressed down on Quang Feng's head. With an air wall above and Zhao Tiedan pulling from below, Quang Feng plummeted out of control. Thud! Zhao Tiedan, Quang Feng, and Taishan crashed into the ground. Zhao Tiedan and Taishan were tough, so this fall was painless for them. Quang Feng was not so lucky, he could barely stand. Zhao Tiedan walked over, crushed Quang Feng's hands, and then hoisted him up. As for Taishan, Zhao Tiedan showed no mercy, breaking all his limbs. Taishan's defense was amazing, but his joints were still fragile. With enough force, his limbs could indeed be broken. Compared to the previous duo of Fenshin and Leng Feng, facing Quang Feng, Taishan, and Yuling was clearly much easier. It was not about who was stronger, but rather that Zhao Tiedan was better suited to deal with Quang Feng, Taishan, and Yuling. Fenshin was a powerhouse attacker, while Leng Feng was a control specialist with physical immunity. That combination was truly a headache for Zhao Tiedan. Besides, Yuling was taken out at the start and played almost no role. Looking at Quang Feng and Taishan, their advantages were obvious, but so were their flaws. Quang Feng's lethality exceeded Fenshin's, but he lacked a support character to help him control the enemy. Taishan's advantage was naturally his defense, but his flaws were clearer: insufficient attack power and limited means of offense. Once grabbed by the back of his neck by Zhao Tiedan, he became fish on a cutting board. He ended up losing in this shameful manner. Inside the Lord's mansion of Bone City, nearly 30 Yuan Spirit Realm experts gathered. These 30 experts were members of the Scarlet Alliance. The Lord of Bone City sat in the second chair, while the first was reserved for Li Zai, the leader of the Scarlet Alliance. Li Zai became the leader partly because he founded the alliance, and partly because of his strength. Li Zai was completely covered in fabric, with not an inch of his face, hands, or feet exposed, not even his eyes. By his mouth was a specialized breathing apparatus. Quang Feng, Taishan, and Yuling are all dead, Li Zai said. His voice came through the apparatus, sounding strange and accompanied by electrical noise, killed by that human from Zhuhai village. Everyone was incensed, especially Leng Feng. Leader, I am willing to go and kill him, Leng Feng said, rising to his feet. Currently, the Lord of Jui City has formed the Jui Alliance against us. It is no longer possible for us to easily perform blood sacrifices on villages or towns as we once did. Our priority is dealing with the Jui Alliance. As for the human in Zhuhai village, let him be for now. Are we just going to let Fenqian's death go unavenged? Leng Feng asked sharply. Leader, you said the big picture mattered and we should try to recruit him, but if he refused, we should eliminate him. He has already refused, yet you want to let him go. Leng Feng, what kind of attitude is that? Is that how you speak to your leader? Leng Feng, do not be ungrateful. Li Zai's die-hard followers immediately defended him. Beyond defending Li Zai, they also did not want any more complications. One resistance alliance was already giving them a headache. Adding a human capable of fighting 3-on-1 was too much. In my plan, if the human refused, Quang Feng, Taishan, and Yuling were meant to eliminate him. I did not expect him to be so strong that he could defeat and even kill all 3 of them. So we just ignore him. For an enemy like this, either do not move, or if you do, strike with total force to crush him, said Yi Beigu, the Lord of Bone City. We cannot spare the manpower, Li Zai said. The Jui Alliance has 45 Yuan spirit experts, and their leader, Jui, is at the half-step firmament realm, much stronger than us. If we divert too much, they will wipe us out. Since he can kill 3 experts, it would take at least 5 or more to deal with him. Leng Feng was unhappy but knew he could not kill Zhao Tiedan alone, so he remained silent. Our strength is currently lagging behind the Jui Alliance, so I intend to use our resources to create at least 1 half-step firmament expert. What do you all think? Li Zai's eyes scanned everyone from behind his mask. What? In fact, before the news even spread, they had already destroyed dozens of villages and over a dozen towns through blood sacrifice rituals, leaving 1 million spirits to vanish into nothingness. As a result, they have accumulated quite a few star energy coins. While it is not enough for any spirit to break through to the firmament realm, it is sufficient to create 1 or 2 half-step firmament realm powerhouses. And any powerhouse at the half-step firmament realm would have a tremendous impact on the overall situation. Everyone in the Crimson Alliance has no objections to creating a half-step firmament realm expert. The real dispute is over who will be the first to reach that level within the Alliance. As long as someone achieves that status, they will hold immense influence over the entire Crimson Alliance. I suggest the leader should be the first to become a half-step firmament realm expert. I agree, the leader is the strongest among us, and if anyone else were to take that position, our alliance would inevitably face some internal turmoil. We are all equals, and that was the agreement we made before joining the alliance, so I believe the first half-step firmament breakthrough should still be decided by drawing lots, Leng Feng said firmly. He felt that if he could reach the half-step firmament realm, he might not need anyone else's help to kill Zhao Tiedan and avenge Fen Tian and Yu Ling himself. Speaking of Yu Ling, she and Fen Tian were husband and wife. Upon learning that Fen Tian had died at the hands of Zhao Tiedan, Yu Ling flew into a blind rage. That is why she accepted the mission to persuade Zhao Tiedan to surrender. She was hoping that Zhao Tiedan would refuse right from the start. And Zhao Tiedan did refuse exactly as she expected, though unfortunately the outcome was not what she had anticipated. They truly became a couple who threw their lives away together. Regrettably, almost no one agreed to his suggestion of drawing lots. So no matter what, it was never going to be his turn. The final plan was for Yi Beigu to reach the half-step firmament realm first, and if there were any spare star energy coins, Lei Zai would be the second to advance. Naturally, this plan caused dissatisfaction among some, like Leng Feng. However, Leng Feng is now isolated and has very little say within the Crimson Alliance. Ever since the deaths of Quang Feng, Tai Shan, and Yu Ling, the Crimson Alliance has remained completely silent. The top brass in Giant Bone Village are all feeling very restless now. Even Zhao Tiedan feels a bit uneasy. They had previously captured Quang Feng and Tai Shan alive, but failed to extract any valuable information from them. After all, the Crimson Alliance is powerful, and no matter how arrogant Zhao Tiedan is, he would not dare claim he could handle 20 or 30 Yuan Spirit Realm experts. Some Yuan Spirit Realm experts with special supernatural powers or traits could give Zhao Tiedan a headache even if he only faced 1 or 2 of them. Take the crowd control master Leng Feng for example. His control abilities were a real nightmare for Zhao Tiedan. If he teamed up with an assault expert like Quang Feng, who could cause you to lose limbs at any moment, getting caught would significantly diminish your combat effectiveness on the battlefield. Leng Feng's actual combat power is quite average, considered relatively low for a Yuan Spirit Realm level. But his abilities are extremely tricky. He can freeze the surface of the body while simultaneously causing the nerves in various parts to become paralyzed in a short time. If it were just the ice layer on the surface, making Zhao Tiedan freeze for 0.01 seconds would be an insult to his 5 million point constitution. But the paralysis of the nerves was something that left Zhao Tiedan feeling very helpless. The more powerful an individual is, the sharper their sensory nerves and the more developed their nervous system, making the effect of nerve paralysis even stronger. Although it is a very short time on the battlefield, a Yuan Spirit Realm expert can do a lot in 0.01 seconds. And that was just one expert from the Crimson Alliance, which has 30 such masters. Who knows if there are others among them with unique supernatural powers or traits. He had rejected their recruitment and killed 4 of their core members. The Crimson Alliance must hate him to the core. Yet they have made no move, which made Zhao Tiedan very anxious. As the saying goes, it is not the thief who steals that you fear, but the thief who keeps thinking about it. If they took action, Zhao Tiedan and his team could find a way to cope, or at the very least, they could relocate. But the lack of movement made Zhao Tiedan even more worried. Just as Zhao Tiedan was worrying, Yu Sun, Yu Yi, and Guang Hui arrived together. The 3 of them are in charge of military, administration, and production, respectively. They are effectively the 3 pillars of Giant Bone Village. However, following behind them was another person, a woman. This woman had light blue skin, a tall figure, wore no clothes, and carried a pair of bone blades on her back. Avatar? What? No, it is nothing. I thought I saw someone I knew. Zhao Tiedan shook his head and asked, who is this? I am Nina from the Liuamen world, a Liuamen. Hello, I am a human from Earth, Zhao Tiedan. After they exchanged introductions, Nina said, Sir, I am here on behalf of the Giant Tooth Alliance to invite you to join us. The Giant Tooth Alliance. It was your side that spread the news about the Crimson Alliance's actions, right? We formed this alliance to counter them, led by Giant Tooth, the Lord of Giant Tooth City, and it includes 23 towns and 45 Yuan Spirit Realm experts. So what are the benefits of joining the Giant Tooth Alliance? First is the Mutual Defense Pact. Once you are attacked, the closest allies will come to support you unconditionally, and the more distant ones will arrive as quickly as possible. Likewise, if an ally nearby is in danger, you are expected to provide support immediately. What else? Zhao Tiedan felt this condition was just mediocre. It was the most basic requirement for a military alliance. If a military alliance could not even fulfill the basic terms of mutual defense, then there would be no point in allying at all. You are free to expand, and you may expand in any direction until you reach the borders of an ally's territory. Zhao Tiedan raised an eyebrow, and Yu Sun and the others' eyes lit up. Previously, Giant Bone Village had not expanded externally, partly due to limited strength, and partly because the appearance of the Crimson Alliance had disrupted their plans. Now with the approval of the Giant Tooth Alliance, it meant they could expand wantonly during this period. Population was crucial to Zhao Tiedan. More people meant more members for his gym, and more members would earn him more constitution rewards. Nina continued, within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers around Giant Bone Village, there are no forces or experts that could threaten you, nor is there any territory belonging to our alliance members. Moreover, if needed, we can provide support. What kind of support can you provide? Food, but it has to be paid back, Nina said. Of course, you can also purchase it using spirit energy coins. Zhao Tiedan looked at Yu Sun and the other 2, who nodded subtly at him in agreement. Fine, then I accept your invitation. After seeing off Nina, the 4 of them huddled together. Prepare to expand, Zhao Tiedan said. We will use the old method. I will head north myself, and if I encounter any factions or villages, I will use force to compel them to join Giant Bone Village. Yu Sun will take the guard troop and head south. What? Giant Rock City, though called a capital, is better described as a town of 10,000 people, located 200 kilometers away from Giant Bone Village. Giant Rock City is built against the mountains, with the coastline on the other side. At the summit of the mountain sits a spherical boulder 100 meters in diameter, which is where Giant Rock City gets its name. Zhao Tiedan is currently at the summit, looking down at Giant Rock City below. After a brief moment of preparation, Zhao Tiedan suddenly slams his fist into the mountainside. Rumble! The entire cliff face crumbles under Zhao Tiedan's iron fist, with countless fragments tumbling down the slope. Several thousand-ton boulders roll and crash into Giant Rock City. Zhao Tiedan looks up at the massive boulder on the peak, which remains firmly seated on the summit. Zhao Tiedan throws another punch, and large sections of the mountainside fall away. The spherical boulder on the peak seems affected, shifting slightly. That boulder must weigh around 1,000,000 tons. Even Zhao Tiedan cannot move it directly. That is why Zhao Tiedan chose to destroy the structure underneath it. Punch after punch, the rock wall beneath the boulder begins to collapse. Under the immense pressure from above, the rock strata begin to crack. Seeing this, Zhao Tiedan quickly steps back from under the boulder. He does not want to be crushed by the boulder. Bang bang bangs. The cliff face collapses in a large area, and the boulder above starts to teeter. Finally, the boulder crushes the remaining support, rolling down with unstoppable force toward the city below. Everything in the boulder's path is ground into powder. The boulder rolls into the heart of Giant Rock City. Every building in front of it is reduced to dust. The apocalyptic momentum seems destined to flatten the entire city. The boulder crashes through the other end of the city and into the sea, kicking up massive waves. The city suffers heavy losses, and this sudden chaos draws many powerful residents toward the mountain. A tall figure descends from the sky. To Zhao Tiedan's surprise, the first to arrive is also a member of the Feather race, though it is unclear if they are the same tribe as Feather Falcon. Did you push the boulder down? The Feather tribesman demands sharply, radiating a violent aura. Zhao Tiedan points to the corpse of Iron Mountain. It was the result of the battle between him and me. The Feather tribesman clenches his fists. Who are you, and who is he? Have you heard of the Scarlet Alliance? Zhao Tiedan asks. The Feather tribesman's pupils contract. Few people on the Shadow Moon Coast have not heard of the Scarlet Alliance by now. They are a group of maniacs who slaughter cities and destroy nations. Everyone on the coast knows what they have done. The Feather tribesman grows tense. Are you one of them? Zhao Tiedan shakes his head. No, he was the one from the Scarlet Alliance. I tracked him here because they have their eyes on Giant Rock City. What proof do you have? I do not need proof. My strength is my proof. Zhao Tiedan says calmly, if I wanted to, I could destroy this city myself rather than wasting time lying to you. Zhao Tiedan points at the body again. His name is Iron Mountain, a core member of the Scarlet Alliance. He is Iron Mountain. The Feather tribesman is stunned. He is well aware of Iron Mountain's reputation. The man was known as the strongest defense on the Shadow Moon Coast. It is said that once, 4 masters of the Origin Spirit Realm failed to kill Iron Mountain, even when working together. And yet here he lies dead at this man's hands. That makes this man an Origin Spirit Realm master for sure, and one with unfathomable strength at that. No wonder he said he did not need to lie about destroying the city. May I ask your name? Zhao Tiedan from Giant Bone Village. Zhao Tiedan replies, you had better be careful. I stopped this raid, but they will certainly come back, likely with at least 2 masters of the Origin Spirit Realm next time. The Feather tribesman looks panicked. Sir, could you stay for a while? I am willing to pay whatever price. Zhao Tiedan shakes his head. Giant Bone Village needs my protection. I cannot stay here. However, if you are willing, you can take your people to seek refuge in Giant Bone Village until the situation settles. With that, Zhao Tiedan turns and leaves, leaving the Feather tribesman stunned in place. Shortly after, others arrive and inquire about what happened. The Feather tribesman explains the situation, and everyone looks at each other in shock. They are filled with dread for the city's future. Everyone knows how terrifying the Scarlet Alliance is. With them targeting Giant Rock City, the city is as good as meat on a chopping block. Giant Rock City lacks a single Origin Spirit Realm Master, meaning they have 0 means of self-defense if the Alliance returns. Tianyu, what do we do now? Asks a member of the Rock race. Tianyu remains silent while another suggests, perhaps we can hire an Origin Spirit Master to protect us. With the Scarlet Alliance running wild, everyone is looking out for themselves. Those masters either join the Alliance or the Giant Tooth Alliance. They would not risk coming to Giant Rock City for a few spirit coins. So we have no other options. Tianyu finally speaks, not necessarily. We could head to Giant Bone Village and seek the protection of that expert. But as if we leave, what about the city? There are 10,000 people living here. Then we bring all the residents of Giant Rock City with us. But would they even take us in? We are not going to take over their village. We can build our new homes next to theirs and accept their administration. We are a city of 10,000. Are we really going to surrender to a small village? Those who do not want to can stay. I have made up my mind to lead the Kang tribe to seek refuge in Giant Bone Village. Although it is just a village, they have an Origin Spirit Master. Every major faction on this coast has one. Rather than waiting to die here, it is better to join them. Hearing Tianyu's words, the others begin to waver. Not wanting to wait for them to hesitate, Tianyu leaves to gather his tribe and announce his decision. Unlike the fragmented factions in the city, he holds absolute authority over the Kang tribe. Once he explains the situation, all his tribespeople accept his order. Other factions in the city begin to make their own choices as well. Staying to die or seeking the protection of an Origin Spirit Master, it is not a hard choice. Though a few stubborn ones refuse to leave, the vast majority choose to head to Giant Bone Village. After the people from Boulder City arrived at Giant Bone Village, and communicated with Squid One and Zhao Tiedan. They immediately cordoned off land next to the village to build their city. The vast majority of the population on the Shadow Moon Coast are actually fugitives from various places, some having stayed for decades, others for only a few years. With every faction constantly rising and falling, seizing power one day and staging a coup the next, almost no one feels a sense of belonging. Therefore, moving to Giant Bone Village to rebuild the city, there matters little to the vast majority of them. It is nothing more than spending a bit more labor and resources to start over again. Moreover, the original area of Boulder City did not have any special resources. Of course, many people also harbored the intention of usurping the host. But on the Shadow Moon Coast, there is no such thing as heritage. Here, fists are the universal currency. Everything is determined by who has the biggest fist. Zhao Tiedan currently holds absolute authority in Giant Bone Village. If these outsiders from Boulder City want to gain a foothold, they can, but if they want to come to Giant Bone Village to share in the power, they had better ask themselves if their heads are hard enough. Featherhawk, Blood Dog, and Fierce Tiger are Zhao Tiedan's comrades-in-arms and closest friends, so their relationship with him is naturally the closest. Thus, they control the violent apparatus of Giant Bone Village. In any era and any place, whoever controls the violent apparatus controls the foundation of all order. Squid One was the first to defect to them and can be considered a close friend, as well as a partner in interests, which is why he now holds the highest power in the administrative branch. Glorious took the initiative to surrender to Zhao Tiedan and his group, so in terms of power distribution, he naturally gets the first bite of the cake. He is in charge of production, which is also the most important department in Giant Bone Village. These are basically the few most important power institutions of Giant Bone Village. With the addition of Boulder City, Giant Bone Village must naturally be upgraded to Giant Bone City, but the top-level power structure remains a separation of three powers, and the former high-level officials of Boulder City can only be integrated under these three major parts. They can be given power, but it will absolutely never exceed these three major departments. Although Zhao Tiedan does not get involved in any power, his strength guarantees the absolute interests of the three major departments. Boulder City originally had a population of 45,000, while Giant Bone Village had less than 500. However, this does not prevent Giant Bone Village from being the ant that eats the elephant. Featherhawk, Blood Dog, and Fierce Tiger took troops out, using both carrots and sticks to rope in a few villages, bringing the total population to under 5,000, and Giant Bone City was officially established. However, the expansion of Giant Bone City stopped there. Although there were some other factions that could be conquered, Featherhawk gave up the idea of further expansion. First of all, upgrading Giant Bone Village to Giant Bone City already required dealing with a mountain of affairs. Secondly, they needed to keep some distance from their allies, with small factions in between serving as a buffer zone. Zhao Tiedan, on the other hand, was immersed in pumping iron every day, unable to pull himself away. Daily mission: complete today's 22,500 reps of iron pumping, 1,500 tons of dumbbells. Daily reward: health points plus 120,000, stamina plus 120,000, physique plus 15,000. System: your physique has broken through 6 million, awakening a new trait, Diamond. Diamond: any damage dealt to the host that is equal to or greater than 10% of their health in a single hit will be reduced by 50%. Zhao Tiedan was very happy when he saw this trait. This new trait was a huge boost to his defensive capabilities. Especially for single-hit lethal damage, for Zhao Tiedan, it would also be reduced by 50%. And with the establishment of Giant Bone City and the significant increase in population, there are more and more members in the Super Gym. The current membership has reached 700. The physique feedback given to Zhao Tiedan daily, combined with his own rewards from pumping iron, allows his physique to increase by about 60,000 every day. After finishing his daily routine of pumping iron, a guest arrived at the gym, Tian Yu from the original Boulder City. Tian Yu also comes from the Azure World. The Kang tribe he belongs to and the Shun tribe that Featherhawk belongs to are close relatives, both belonging to the Feather tribe. "Sir, can we talk?" Zhao Tiedan, who was busy guiding members in training, stopped his work, turned around and looked at Tian Yu. "Sure, go wait for me in the lounge." After finishing the work at hand, Zhao Tiedan walked to the lounge. Zhao Tiedan brought Tian Yu a glass of water and then sat down opposite him. "What is it you want to talk to me about?" "Sir, that day in Boulder City, there was no real battle at all, was there?" Zhao Tiedan smiled. "When did you find out?" "I knew from the beginning," Tian Yu replied. "Oh, then why did not you say anything back then?" "A Yuan Ling realm expert posed too great a threat to Boulder City. Even if we could drive you away, we would have suffered heavy losses." Moreover, you could come countless times, but we would be unable to stop your footsteps every single time, Tian Yu replied. In Zhao Tiedan's own words, he could fail countless times, but Boulder City could not afford to fail even once. It must be said that Tian Yu possessed extraordinary wisdom. Compared to him, Feather Hawk, also of the Feather Tribe, was like a blockhead, or rather remove the like, he is just a blockhead. So what is the purpose of your visit now? I heard from Feather Hawk that you can help me become stronger. Do you want to become a member here? Yes, if it can help me and my clansmen become stronger. Zhao Tiedan's eyes lit up. How many clansmen do you have? 300. Zhao Tiedan's eyes glowed. Tian Yu could feel his burning gaze. Bring them all over, and I will personally formulate a training plan for your clansmen. Are there any conditions? Do not betray me. That is all. That is all. Zhao Tiedan could not suppress the smirk on his face. Tian Yu gathered all his clansmen. Zhao Tiedan immediately generated training schedules for them. Just at that moment, the bro system suddenly spoke up. Trigger mission recruitments. Given that the gym membership has reached 1,000, please recruit staff as soon as possible. Recruitment 0. Bro, what are the requirements for recruiting staff? They must be familiar with all the gym equipment in the facility. Zhao Tiedan first distributed all the training schedules to every member of the Kang tribe, telling them to train according to the content on the sheets. Then he began to stroll through the gym. Stone Fist, what job are you doing now? Me, I go out to sea to hunt sea beasts, answered the spirit who was punching the sandbag. Because he comes to the gym every day and likes boxing the most, and occasionally asks Zhao Tiedan to spar with him, he is quite familiar with Zhao Tiedan. As far as Zhao Tiedan knew, he had quietly broken through to the Void Spirit Realm a month ago without reporting it, but Stone Fist still shared this good news with him. Gym owner, why are you asking this? Are you going to recommend a job for me? My gym is short-handed and needs staff who are familiar with the business here, at least knowing how to use all kinds of gym equipment. Are you interested in working for me? I can earn at least 10 spiritual energy coins every month hunting sea beasts. Although Stone Fist had brawny limbs, he was not stupid. He reported his highest income directly to Zhao Tiedan. In reality, hunting sea beasts could indeed earn 10 spiritual energy coins in a month if you were lucky. But luck is something that only shows itself when you are actually lucky. I will give you a salary of 5 spiritual energy coins a month, and if you can bring me 10 members, I will pay you an extra coin. Stonefist thought about it. This job was easy and safe. Plus, he enjoyed working out at the gym, so the job was quite appealing to him. And the pay, a base salary of 5 psionic coins, was already quite decent. On top of that, there were commissions for bringing in new members. These terms were pretty good. So Stonefist accepted the offer immediately. Hiring status 1 out of 3. The Super Gym's effect has been upgraded. For every hour a member spends exercising in the gym, their psionic power increases by 0.1%. Zhao Tiedan's heart skipped a beat. That was a powerful effect. To think that hiring just the first employee would yield such a result. If someone trains for 10 hours a day, their psionic power would double in 100 days. And the stronger the individual, the better the results. Zhao Tiedan began searching for a second employee. Finally, he spotted a snake woman with an hourglass figure, though her appearance was a bit too exotic. She had an attractive face, and as for her body, well, if you are into invertebrates, she is quite something. It was like seeing a character from a game, a sexy, alluring human upper body paired with a purely invertebrate lower half. While not every race appreciates this kind of beauty, a few spirits had already expressed interest in getting to know her better. Ling Viper, if you want to train your waist strength, you can head over to the pull-up bar. Thank you, Gym Master. Ling Viper, what do you do for a living? My transcendent power is psionic perception, so I specialize in finding and selling psychic contracts located in the Chaos Void. Oh, tell me more, how does that work? In the Chaos Void, many psychic contracts are released by evil gods as bait, disguised as ordinary ones. They wait for someone to take the hook so they can summon the evil god to their world or corrupt the contractor directly. A powerful evil god can release hundreds or even thousands of these contracts at once. Out of so many, maybe only 1 or 2 are genuine. That is why contractors rarely go into the Chaos Void to look for them. The risk is too high. I, however, can distinguish between the worthless bait and the truly valuable contracts. I record the valuable ones and sell the coordinates to contractors. Gym Master, would you be interested in supporting my business? What is the price for 1 set of coordinates? 100 psionic coins. And how many coordinates do you manage to sell in a month? It varies. Be honest. Fine, usually I am lucky if I find 1 set of coordinates every month or 2, and it can take several more months to actually find a buyer. Wow, so it is a case of going hungry for months only to feast once you finally make a sale. I want to hire you as a gym employee. You will teach members how to use the equipment and train. I will pay you a monthly salary of 5 psionic coins. If you bring in 10 members, I will pay you an extra coin. Deal. Hiring status 2 out of 3. The Super Gym's effect has been upgraded. The chances of awakening transcendent powers and new traits are now doubled. Gym Master, do you still need any more employees? One more, but I need someone familiar with various fitness equipment. Why do you have someone to recommend? Yes, my good friend Fei Huang, you should remember her. I do, but you will have to bring her over. I need to hear her thoughts personally. I will go get her right now. Ling Viper scurried out of the gym. Her lower half moved across the floor with surprising speed. Before long, Ling Viper returned with Fei Huang. Fei Huang had been out of work lately, and upon hearing from Ling Viper that Zhao Tiedan was hiring, she rushed over immediately. Gym Master, I have brought Fei Huang here. Zhao Tiedan noticed that Fei Huang appeared to be completely human, with no discernible racial characteristics. Are you humans? Gym Master, I am from the Phalian tribe. I have 2 forms. Would you like to see my other one? Show me. Fei Huang shifted, her body and face morphing. Moments later, she transformed into a massive mantis, larger than a tiger. Whoa, that is enough. Gym Master, I am very familiar with them. I spend 2 hours here every day and have used almost every piece of equipment. That works. I will give you a monthly salary of 5 psionic coins. If you bring in 10 members, I will pay you 1 extra coin. Thank you, Gym Master. Hiring status 3 out of 3. Within the gym, there is now a 0.001% chance to break through one's current rank limit. Hiring mission complete. You have acquired the skill Shadow. Shadow, an active skill that allows you to summon a shadow with the exact same combat power as yourself. While the shadow exists, it consumes triple your stamina, and any damage taken by the shadow is transferred to you. Separator line. Host Zhao Tiedan. Race Spirit. Rank Origin Spirit Realm. Traits: Tireless, Gluttony, Many Hands, Swift-footed, Predatory, Fight to the Bitter End, Inspiration, Diamond. Skills: Crimson Sunset active, Boundless passive, Shadow active. Health points: 14.5 million out of 14.5 million. Stamina points: 9.9 million out of 9.9 million. Comprehensive physique: 6.1 million. Separator line. Zhao Tiedan was very satisfied with this skill. Although damage taken by the shadow is reflected back to him, he found the trade-off acceptable. As for the triple stamina consumption, Zhao Tiedan could not care less. His stamina was already incredibly high. So far, he had yet to experience a battle that could make him feel tired. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar erupted in the gym. Zhao Tiedan looked over and saw a member glowing with green light. When this happens, it is either because their wife ran off with someone else, or they have awakened a new trait or transcendent power. I have awakened a transcendent power, haha. Taimu, what power did you awaken? Power of nature, I can feel it, such an abundant life force. I saw someone else awaken a power here the day before yesterday. And I think someone gained a new trait yesterday. Indeed, this place truly has extraordinary effects. The Gym Master's training plans work well too. I awakened a new trait last month using one. Zhao Tiedan was long used to such scenes. And their hard work provided him with a significant boost to his own physique. At the same time, the strength of Giant Bone City was steadily rising. The number of individuals in the True Spirit and Void Spirit realms was increasing day by day. However, the ultimate survival of the city still relied on those in the Origin Spirit realm. At the very least, facing the Crimson Alliance without an Origin Spirit expert meant the city could be wiped out in a blood ritual at any moment. Suddenly, Yu Sun rushed into the gym. Taizai, Bright Moon City has sent out a distress signal. Bright Moon City, what does that have to do with us? Their city lord Dahao is a member of the Giant Tooth Alliance and our neighbor. How far away are they? About 1,000 kilometers to our south. I see, but I am afraid this might be a diversion tactic to lure us out. You mean the Crimson Alliance wants to pull you away from Giant Bone City to attack us? It is a possibility. So what should we do? Should we skip the rescue mission? We have to go. Since we have joined the Giant Tooth Alliance, we must fulfill our duties. But what if it really is a diversion? Do not worry, I have a plans. As Zhao Tiedan left the Giant Bone City, a figure appeared on a hilltop near the city. Three Eyes, he was one of the core members of the Scarlet Alliance, an heroic spirit of the Three-Eyed Clan, and his supernatural power was the Three-Eyed Divine Ability. Although it is classified as a single supernatural power, his three eyes actually possess many different abilities. For instance, there are Infinity, Empty Gate, and Replication, Furthermore, his three eyes each possess the power to control wind, fire, and lightning. The reason he could still clearly see Zhao Tiedan leaving from over 10 kilometers away is precisely due to his infinity ability. Once his vision locks onto someone, he can observe them no matter how many mountains and rivers lie between them. His second ability, Empty Gate, allows him to steal an enemy's characteristic during combat. The third ability is Replication, which allows him to create a perfect replica of an enemy. Combined with his wind, fire, and lightning powers, he stands among the top experts in the spirit origin realm, with very few capable of rivaling him. Seeing that Zhao Tiedan had approached Bright Moon City, Three Eyes finally withdrew his gaze. He confirmed that Zhao Tiedan had indeed gone to Bright Moon City. Now the giant bone city was completely undefended, and he could wreak havoc as he pleased. Three Eyes took out a bottle and carelessly tossed it from the hilltop toward the direction of Giant Bone City. The bottle flew hundreds of meters and landed right inside the city. No one paid any attention to a bottle that had suddenly dropped to the ground. However, the bottle released a strong, pungent odor, and a gust of wind swept through, carrying the scent across the area. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the direction of the coast. Immediately after, a deep-sea beast lunged out of the ocean, charging toward Giant Bone City with a frantic roar. Soon after, another deep-sea beast appeared. Both were over 100 meters long, one resembling a turtle and the other a lobster. Tens of thousands of sea beasts followed behind them, rushing directly into Giant Bone City and beginning a massive destruction spree. The current strength of Giant Bone City is not what it used to be. So many experts at the Void Spirit and True Spirit realms immediately charged toward the sea beasts. Several others charged toward the two massive deep-sea beasts. The Feather Falcon flew directly into the sky, continuously harassing the giant turtle. The other flying heroic spirits went to entangle the giant lobster. Although the giant turtle and the giant lobster were powerful, their intelligence was clearly insufficient. After being pestered by the flying heroic spirits, they started chasing after them. As for the sea beasts, they were locked in a chaotic battle with the residents of Giant Bone City. Seeing that the two strongest deep-sea beasts were failing to achieve the desired effect, Three Eyes felt slightly displeased. Glancing at the Feather Falcon and the others, Three Eyes jumped down from the hilltop and charged into the city. Three Eyes attacked the Feather Falcon directly, his left eye flashing with red light. 100-meter-long fire serpent shot out from his left eye. The moment it appeared, it set the surrounding buildings and houses ablaze. The fire serpent lunged toward the Feather Falcon in midair. Startled by where the serpent came from, the Feather Falcon hurriedly pulled away to dodge the attack. At that moment, the fire serpent suddenly sprouted wings and soared into the sky in an instant. Its wings flapped, unleashing a deluge of flames that turned everything within 1,000 meters into a purgatory. This was one of Three Eyes' abilities. His left eye could summon a fire serpent. The serpent spat out a searing breath, a pillar of fire spanning 1,000 meters toward the Feather Falcon. The Feather Falcon dodged quickly, but even though he avoided the direct hit, the intense heat still set his wings on fire, causing him to plummet uncontrollably. Just then, a figure grabbed the falling Feather Falcon. It was Tianyu, though he was not doing much better, as his wings also bore signs of scorching. A massive maw loomed over them. It was the giant turtle they had previously been mocking. The turtle's speed was not fast, but as its jaws engulfed them, a suction force pulled them in. Tianyu flapped his wings with all his might, and the Feather Falcon used his own power to create a vacuum for Tianyu, but the suction was too strong. They could not break free from the giant turtle's bloodthirsty mouth. Just then, a tentacle shot into the air, wrapping around the ankles of Tianyu and the Feather Falcon, dragging them toward the ground. Looking down, Tianyu and the Feather Falcon saw it was Squid One. His arm tentacles could extend infinitely, though extending them too far would consume a massive amount of spiritual energy. Just as Tianyu and the Feather Falcon thought they were saved, a bolt of lightning struck Squid One without warning. Boom! Squid One shuddered, his entire body scorched. Three Eyes landed in front of Squid One, lifting a foot, ready to crush his skull. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. The moment Three Eyes clearly saw who it was, his pupils dilated in shock and he retreated rapidly, staring in terror at the person who had suddenly appeared. "Human, why is it you?" Three Eyes almost thought he was seeing things. The person was indeed Zhao Tiedan. However, it was not his true form, but rather his shadow. The shadow attacked Three Eyes without a word. Three Eyes calmed down. Even if it was Zhao Tiedan, he had no fear. Empty Gate, Three Eyes immediately activated his ability to steal the shadow's characteristics. But a shadow is just a shadow. What characteristics could it have? It had no traits, so Three Eyes' Empty Gate ability fell flat. Three Eyes' expression changed. Why did it fail? Could he have a way to circumvent his ability? How is that even possible? Three Eyes had never experienced a failure of his power before, and he felt a growing sense of unease. Three Eyes then activated his replication ability. In the next moment, another Zhao Tiedan appeared beside the shadow. The replica's strength was exactly the same as the shadow. Without any warning, the replica threw a punch at the shadow. The shadow was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing through a dozen buildings along the way. But after just one move from the replica, Three Eyes sensed something was wrong. Because of just that single punch already made him feel the strain. This consumption is far too high, is not it? The shadow suddenly jumped from the ruins and retaliated, kicking the replica squarely in the face. Three Eyes clutched his head, wailing in pain. How could this be? Why is the damage dealt to the replica transferred to me? This has never happened before. The shadow and the replica were locked in a fierce head-to-head battle. You hit me, I kick you back. Both sides were evenly matched, neither able to overcome the other. Yet Three Eyes was already on the verge of death. Every bit of damage taken by the replica was being reflected back onto him. And he did not possess the physical constitution of Zhao Tiedan's true form. Meanwhile, the real Zhao Tiedan also felt the damage his shadow was receiving reflected back onto his own body. Though the damage was not severe, several bruises appeared on his face. Just as Zhao Tiedan was growing annoyed, a figure appeared ahead, moving toward his direction. What? Zhao Tiedan came to a halt, and the person opposite him slowed down as well. Upon reaching Zhao Tiedan, the other party asked, "Are you Zhao Tiedan from Giant Bone City?" Zhao Tiedan eyed the newcomer. He was a bulky figure with a crocodile head, draped in animal skins and carrying a large battle axe on his back. However, his aura was extremely powerful, and his physical body was clearly formidable as well. "And who are you?" "I am Quang Shi, the top warrior under the Lord of Bright Moon City." Zhao Tiedan was somewhat surprised. Given how strong this Quang Shi was, it was unexpected that he was not the city lord himself. "Was not your Bright Moon City under attack? Why are you here?" It was a spy from the Crimson Alliance who stole a signal flare and set it off privately. "I came specifically to inform you," Quang Shi explained. "The Crimson Alliance most likely did it to lure you away from Giant Bone City." Zhao Tiedan had already guessed this outcome, and Quang Shi's explanation simply confirmed it. "Giant Bone City is likely under attack right now, so I hope to do my part to help." The city lord sent him here naturally, because Zhao Tiedan had fulfilled his duty as an ally. When the allies' distress signal went off, Zhao Tiedan rushed over to help Bright Moon City immediately, even though it turned out to be a false alarm. This was a favor owed, which is why Quang Shi was sent. "Thank you for the trouble, brother Quang Shi," Zhao Tiedan did not refuse. This was also an opportunity to build a good relationship with a neighbor. Although he did not need anything from Bright Moon City, maintaining good relations was never a bad idea. Zhao Tiedan and Quang Shi immediately rushed back to Giant Bone City. By then, Giant Bone City was in chaos, but the battle had already ended. Sanmu's abilities were extremely powerful. If Zhao Tiedan had fought him head-on, he might have actually run into trouble. As it happened, he encountered Zhao Tiedan's shadow, which perfectly countered Sanmu's abilities. The giant turtle and the giant lobster had both been taken care of by the shadow. The strength of these two giant beasts was somewhere between the Void Spirit Realm and the Origin Spirit Realm. If a Void Spirit Realm expert faced them, they would be helpless, but for an Origin Spirit Realm expert, they could be easily defeated. From a distance, Quang Shi spotted the corpses of the two abyss monsters, the turtle and the lobster. He thought to himself that Giant Bone City's strength was significantly greater than he had imagined. Being able to deal with these two abyss monsters meant that besides Zhao Tiedan, there was another formidable expert present. Although the chaos caused by Sanmu had ended, Giant Bone City still suffered nearly 10,000 casualties. Zhao Tiedan's face darkened, and Quang Shi felt a bit embarrassed. At the end of the day, this whole incident was the fault of Bright Moon City. "Brother Tiedan, this was our mistake. If Giant Bone City needs anything in the future, I and Bright Moon City will surely do our best and stop at nothing to help." "Thanks, brother," Zhao Tiedan smiled. It would be impossible not to blame Bright Moon City at all. However, they were not the mastermind, and Zhao Tiedan was currently filled with hatred for the Crimson Alliance. "What? Did it fail?" Yibegu and Lizai were currently sitting together. "That guy Sanmu was not weak. Even you or I might not be certain of victory against him. Now that he is dead in Giant Bone City, that human is not to be underestimated," Lizai said in a muffled voice. "Haha, Lizai, you really like to joke. Everyone else in the Alliance might not know, but do not I?" Yibegu was extremely old, having lived for 10,000 years. Heroic spirits are like that. If nothing goes wrong, they possess long and lingering lifespans. However, the physical body of a heroic spirit will still decay. It is not truly eternal. Heroic spirits with 10,000 years of life are extremely rare. After all, in the realm of heroic spirits, chaos is everywhere. Even without dying in battle, most bodies begin to decay after 2,000 or 3,000 years. Yibegu knew Lizai, or rather had heard of him, and understood his background quite well. You could wipe out the entire Crimson Alliance by yourself, including me. So, while I believe Sanma was not weak, are not you being hypocritical by saying you were not sure you could beat him? Since you know me, you should know about my experience. Even with that incident, you are still the strongest. At least on the Shadow Moon Coast, no one is your match, not even Jaya, who I think is a bit weaker than you. Lizai shook his head. I could fight any expert on the Shadow Moon Coast to the death, but I definitely do not have no rivals as you say. As for you, you have successfully reached the half-step Sky Realm, have not you? Just luck, a smile appeared on Yibegu's face. Being one step closer to the Sky Realm was certainly something worth celebrating. However, Lizai remained a massive threat. Even though they were currently allies, this guy Lizai was too dangerous. From the day he joined the Crimson Alliance, he had been wary of Lizai. Even he did not know what Lizai's true purpose was. He did not believe for a second that Lizai really wanted to help everyone break through to the Sky Realm. If everyone became a Sky Realm expert, then the realm would not be worth much. Lizai was no saint, nor was he generous enough to selflessly help everyone break through. Therefore, Yibegu was certain that Lizai was brewing some kind of conspiracy. But even though he had been investigating in secret, he had not discovered Lizai's true goal. However, that guy will not let it rest, Lizai said. And what if he does not? Could he possibly launch a counterattack against us? Yibegu had never taken Zhao Tiedan seriously. He did not before, and now that he had reached the half-step Sky Realm, he disregarded him even more. An Origin Spirit Realm fighter was no threat to the Crimson Alliance. Although people in the Alliance felt that the Crimson Alliance was weaker than the Jaya Alliance. Now that he was a half-step Sky Realm expert and Lizai's strength was unfathomable, he did not think the Crimson Alliance was weaker at all. Although the Jaya Alliance had many Origin Spirit Realm experts, as long as Jaya was defeated, the rest of the Alliance would be nothing more than a rabble. Adding one Zhao Tiedan did not change the big picture at all. Just watch, that guy is not the type to swallow his pride, Lizai let out a strange laugh. What? And the facts were exactly as Lizai had predicted. For the past few days, Zhao Tiedan had been preparing to take revenge on the Crimson Alliance. Because of the Crimson Alliance's attack, nearly 10,000 people had died in Giant Bone City, and his membership had decreased significantly. He could not swallow this resentment. However, taking revenge on the Crimson Alliance was not easy. Basically, every member of the Jaya Alliance had established roots. They joined the Alliance to protect their own territories and their own people. But the goal of the Crimson Alliance was blood sacrifice. And the first ones they blood sacrificed were their own territories, their own towns, and their own villages. So now almost all of them were loners, gathering together in White Bone City. If it were not for White Bone City serving as their base, the heroic spirits inside would probably have been blood sacrificed as well. This group of lunatics had no ties, no relatives, and no home, so targeting their lands for revenge was impossible. And it was impossible for Zhao Tiedan to charge into White Bone City alone for slaughter. He did not have that kind of capability either. Quest triggered: exterminate the Crimson Church. Crimson God 0 Archbishop 0 Chief Judge 0 Crimson Missionary 0 Crimson Knights 0 Zealots 0/X. When Zhao Tiedan saw this quest, he was a bit surprised. What did this Crimson Church have to do with the Crimson Alliance? What? Zhao Tiedan studied it for a long time, but could not make heads or tails of it. He knew too little about the Crimson Alliance, so Zhao Tiedan had no idea what this mission had to do with them. But he was not in a hurry now. After all, he certainly could not handle that so-called Crimson God yet. Regardless of who they are, anyone bearing the title of God is not someone to be trifled with. Back to lifting weights. Although more than 100 members died last time, Fei Huang, Ling Qi, and Shi Quan brought over 300 more for Zhao Tiedan, and now the gym's membership has exceeded 1,200. With the daily physical feedback from members combined with his own lifting routine, his physical stats were reaching 100,000. This meant that in 30 days, Zhao Tiedan's physique would likely break through the 10 million mark. Taizi. Seeing that crocodile head, Zhao Tiedan knew Guangxi had come looking for him. Crocodile, why are you here? The leader of the Giant Tooth Alliance sent word for all core members to come to Giant Tooth City for an important meeting, so I came over to notify you. If I leave, what happens if Giant Bone City gets attacked again? Zhao Tiedan asked. Even though he had his shadow to stay behind, it was not a foolproof guarantee. Take the last attack for instance. Even with the shadow present, nearly 10,000 people still died or were injured. Giant Bone City only had less than 50,000 people to begin with. It was being generous even calling it a city, and it could not handle many more disasters. Do not worry, Giant Tooth has the ability to teleport. He can appear anywhere on the Shadow Moon Coast in an instant. Zhao Tiedan was surprised. Does not that make him invincible? At the very least, no one can kill him. On the Shadow Moon Coast, he really has almost no rivals. He is at the half-step firmament realm. Even in a head-on fight, hardly anyone can defeat him, let alone trap him. But even if he can teleport anywhere on the Shadow Moon Coast, he could not possibly know what is happening in Giant Bone City or farther away, since not even signals can travel that far. Although I do not know how Giant Tooth does it, he really can know what is going on in almost every city. Zhao Tiedan was curious about how this Alliance leader sent messages. Does he have a cell phone? Since the Alliance leader has a way to ensure the safety of Giant Bone City, he might as well go see Giant Tooth City and find out how the leader plans to deal with the Crimson Alliance. Although Zhao Tiedan left, he still left his shadow behind as a precaution. On the way, Quangxi watched Zhao Tiedan carrying a dumbbell. What is that thing? Oh, a weapon, I am training with it, Zhao Tiedan replied casually. A weapon? What a strange weapon. Quangxi looked at Zhao Tiedan's weapon. The dumbbell was not quite a hammer or a mallet. Could it really be used as a weapon? If he were to swing an axe at him, and Zhao Tiedan blocked it with that thing, he was not sure if his own fingers would get crushed. Although curious, Quangxi did not underestimate Zhao Tiedan. After all, Zhao Tiedan's record was impressive. He had defeated 5 Yuanling realm experts and killed 4 of them. Of course, Quangxi did not know that the number of Yuanling experts Zhao Tiedan killed was actually 5. After all, although 3 Eyes died in Giant Bone City, very few people knew Zhao Tiedan was the one who did it. Zhao Tiedan lifted weights while walking. Why are not you with your city lord? Zhao Tiedan asked curiously. The city lord did not go, so I am representing Bright Moon City. Why did not he go? Maybe he just did not feel like it. Is your city lord stronger than you? Quangxi thought for a moment and replied, in some aspects, the city lord is indeed very strong. What kind of combat record does he have? He beats me like a child. That is indeed quite impressive, Zhao Tiedan thought, wondering if he could beat Quangxi like a child. Can Giant Tooth beat you like a child? No. Why is the Bright Moon City Lord stronger than Giant Tooth? No, it is because the City Lord is my foster father, so he really can beat me like a child. Giant Tooth has no relation to me. What? Zhao Tiedan felt a headache coming on. He actually thought the Bright Moon City Lord was that strong. Are there no other half-step firmament realm experts on the Shadow Moon Coast? There used to be, but now there are not. Did they die or live? They died. Giant Tooth killed them all, 6 of them. He killed them all at once. Hearing this, Zhao Tiedan gasped. Giant Tooth was truly a ruthless man. He himself did not have the confidence to escape, unscathed even against 2 or 3 Yuanling realm experts. Yet Giant Tooth had killed 6 half-step firmament realm experts in one go. Just how terrifying was that kind of strength? With Giant Tooth's strength, should not it be easy for him to unify the Shadow Moon Coast? Actually, Giant Tooth is the one preventing the unification. Those 6 half-step firmament experts went together to discuss unification with him and ended up being slaughtered by him. Since then, no one has dared to talk about unification. Why? I do not know, Quangxi shook his head. Zhao Tiedan was curious but helpless. The strength Giant Tooth possessed was completely beyond his current comprehension. They were not moving at full speed, but they still covered at least 300 kilometers an hour. They passed several cities along the way, but only skirted their edges without entering. By noon the following day, Zhao Tiedan finally saw Giant Tooth City. The scale of Giant Tooth City was far greater than Giant Bone City. Just the land area alone was dozens of times larger. Standing on high ground, one could not even see the borders of the city. Giant Tooth City was not built on the coast, but was located several dozen kilometers inland. Zhao Tiedan estimated that this city had at least 10 million inhabitants. This scale could probably rival the Holy Spirit City. The Holy Spirit City had left the deepest impression on him. Though he only lived there for a short time, its grandeur, the towering Reach the Sky Tower, the magnificent halls, the walls built of white jade, and the mysterious tower shining with brilliant light, was still vivid in his memory. The Holy Spirit City felt transcendent to him, whereas Giant Tooth City felt full of life, ordinary but very real. What kind of personality does Giant Tooth have? I do not know, never met him, Quangxi shook his head, but since we are his allies, he should not do anything to us. They stepped into Giant Tooth City side by side. It was much more prosperous than Giant Bone City. Only here did Zhao Tiedan feel the bustle of real commerce. When he first heard the name Giant Tooth, he assumed the guy was just a rough savage. But if he were just a savage, he would not have been able to govern Giant Tooth City so orderly. Is there anything your bright moon city is lacking? Zhao Tiedan asked. Spirit energy coins.
What?
The two of them arrived at the city lord's mansion, but standing outside, they did not see any towering buildings inside. After explaining their identities to the guards at the entrance, one of the guards led Zhao Tiedan into the city lord's mansion. Inside the mansion, the vegetation was lush. It felt as if they were standing in the middle of a forest. Apart from the paved paths, there were hardly any buildings to be seen. Walking all the way to the deepest part, they found a waterfall flowing into a pool of water. City Lord Zhao Tiedan of Ju City and Guangxi of Heiyu City are here to see you, the guard shouted toward the pool.
Bubbles, bubbles.
Just then, the water in the pool began to bubble. A massive head emerged from beneath the surface. Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi, who had been looking down at the pool, gradually tilted their heads back, watching as the giant head rose higher and higher. Both Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi gasped in shock. It was so huge. The tallest heroic spirit Zhao Tiedan had seen before was from the Titan race. The demon's height of 5 meters had made Zhao Tiedan look up in awe back then. But the towering heroic spirit before him was at least 10 meters tall. And after catching a glimpse of what was hanging between the giant's legs, Zhao Tiedan felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Haha, 2 more fools have been tricked into coming here, Jui said with a malicious grin, revealing 2 rows of sharp, jagged teeth in his massive mouth. At the same time, the pressure radiating from his body instantly engulfed Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi. Guangxi's body froze as this terrifying aura immediately suppressed his power. Zhao Tiedan's expression changed as he felt the overwhelming pressure, though it had little effect on him. Zhao Tiedan immediately pulled out his dumbbell, staring warily at Jui, while unleashing his own aura to push back against Jui's pressure. Oh, Jui looked at Zhao Tiedan. This is truly surprising. You have actually reached the half-step firmament realm. Who are you? Zhao Tiedan remained vigilant, ready to fight at any moment.
Zhao Tiedan.
So you are that guy, I have heard of you. Jui suddenly withdrew his pressure and said with a chuckle, all the others were scared out of their wits by me. You are the only one who has not been intimidated. As soon as he regained his freedom, Guangxi began to pant heavily. That feeling just now was too terrifying. He felt that Jui did not even need to make a move, his mere presence was enough to kill him. Zhao Tiedan, however, looked calm. How is this kind of pressure projected? He pondered the feeling of the pressure Jui had just released. Suddenly an idea struck Zhao Tiedan. He condensed his own aura and released it.
What?
Guangxi, who was standing beside him, was knocked back several steps. Goosebumps broke out all over his skin, and he stared at Zhao Tiedan in horror. Jui looked surprised. Huh, you have actually touched the threshold of the half-step firmament realm. Zhao Tiedan looked at Jui. As Jui released his pressure once more to crush him, Zhao Tiedan did not give an inch and unleashed his own aura in response. In an instant, the 2 auras collided in front of Zhao Tiedan and Jui. The water in the pool churned as if stirred by an invisible hand. Guangxi stepped back repeatedly. The sensation was so sickening it made him want to throw up his last meal. You are still too green, Jui grinned, unleashing his full power. The aura on Zhao Tiedan shattered instantly, and he was forced back several steps. Zhao Tiedan felt his constitution drop by at least 20% due to the pressure. This gave him a much deeper understanding of Jui's true strength. However, Jui stopped targeting Zhao Tiedan and voluntarily withdrew his aura. Not bad, you must be tired from the journey. Go get some rest, there will be a banquet tonight, Jui said, waving his hand. At that moment, Zhao Tiedan noticed that the guard who had led them there was still standing not far away, completely unaffected by the clash of auras between him and Jui. That guard was a powerhouse as well. Zhao Tiedan could not help but take a few extra looks at the guard. The guard's expression remained calm, seemingly ignoring Zhao Tiedan's gaze entirely. The guard led Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi away from the city lord's mansion and settled them into a residence. This place actually looked like somewhere humans could live, unlike the city lord's mansion, which was all plants and trees. The first familiar face Zhao Tiedan encountered here was Nina.
Yo, Avatar.
Nina spotted Zhao Tiedan and approached him. Sir, you called me Avatar last time too. Do I look like a friend of yours named Avatar? I suppose so, we are pretty close, Zhao Tiedan said, sizing her up. There were quite a few people living in this residence, and every one of them was a meta-spirit realm expert. Nina arranged for Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi to stay in a small courtyard. Afterward, she went off to tend to her own business. Crocodile Head, how many meta-spirit realm experts does Jui City have? No idea, but Jui City is incredibly powerful. Guangxi looked at Zhao Tiedan with bright eyes. I did not expect you to be a half-step firmament realm expert, but you need to be careful with Jui.
Why?
He has killed so many half-step firmament realm experts, probably because he worries about people threatening his position. Now that you have reached this level, there is no guarantee he will not try to get rid of you. You are overthinking it. I do not possess enough power to threaten him. Zhao Tiedan knew very well that with his current strength, he had no chance of winning against Zhu. Just that one burst of pressure had suppressed his strength by 20%. One can only imagine how terrifying it would be if he fought with all his might. However, Zhao Tiedan had only just figured out how to project his own pressure. As long as he could resist Zhu's pressure, he would not be suppressed. While Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi were chatting in the courtyard, someone arrived at the entrance. The person had colorful feathers stuck in his hair and grease paint on his face, looking much like an indigenous person. His arms were long and thin, almost dragging on the ground, and his eyes were cloudy. He appeared to be blind. He entered the courtyard, his neck stiffly turning as he looked at Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi. "I am Su," recognized happy. The short, disjointed words echoed in Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi's minds. Zhao Tiedan remembered the water ghost beast he had encountered before. That creature was also capable of telepathic communication. But this person's telepathic communication was a bit too brief. Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi exchanged a glance. Although his communication method was strange, he was expressing goodwill, so they would not offend him without reason. "I am Zhao Tiedan from Zhu City. Guangxi from Heyu City." Su sat down before them, raised his arm, and a gray mist drifted from his palm, forming a table of food and wine. "What is this?" Zhao Tiedan watched in amazement at the display. "Supernatural power, void reality." Zhao Tiedan was even more astounded. This was the most unique and miraculous supernatural power he had ever seen. "May I ask, what is your purpose in coming to see us?" Zhao Tiedan did not reach for the food, as he was not sure if there would be any side effects to consuming it. "I weak friends, Su City protection." Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi exchanged glances. "You have got to be kidding, right? This Su person is at least at the origin spirit realm. Surely he is not so weak that he cannot even protect himself." Do not let the fact that Zhao Tiedan slaughtered 5 origin spirit experts fool you. Those were victories earned by risking his life. "Su, personally speaking, I would be happy to be friends with you. However, we belong to different factions and I have to consider my own people. If it is a small favor that is within my power, I will help, but for certain matters, I have to prioritize Giant Bone City." "I am the same." Guangxi was not very good at refusing others, so he went along with what Zhao Tiedan said. However, Zhao Tiedan's tone changed. "This is not absolute. Sometimes friendship is nowhere near as reliable as being bound by interests. Once our interests are tied together, if you die, my interests will suffer. At that point, I would definitely help you with everything I have got. Do not you agree?" Su thought for a moment and nodded. "I agree. Our village has a small amount of sacred abyss grass for sale, as well as star energy coins. I wonder if you are interested in buying." Su and Guangxi nodded simultaneously. Both were hard currencies. Sacred Abyss Grass is essentially a deluxe premium version of Spirit Energy Coins, offering the same functions but being 100 times more valuable than Star Energy Coins. As for Star Energy Coins, they go without saying. They are rare items that are always in demand but hard to find. The Scarlet Alliance is always doing despicable things, all for the sake of using blood sacrifices to create special Star Energy Coins. Our Bright Moon City has Moon Star Stones, which can amplify spiritual energy. And Void City has Gloom Sands. The three began to discuss trade. Although Su was not good at communication, he was always able to express his thoughts and intentions clearly. All 3 cities brought out their best assets, and through this discussion, they actually managed to facilitate some commercial and military cooperation. Although Su is at the origin spirit realm, he is not good at fighting, which is exactly why he was seeking protection. And Su belongs to a very special race, the Fog Clan. He is not a flesh and blood life form, nor is he a metal life form like those from the Brilliance faction. He is an elemental life form. He was born in the mist and is even rarer than metal life forms. Even his current physical features are things he manifested himself. From their exchange, it was learned that he had simulated the appearance of an unknown race. As for which race it was, even he could not quite say. The Fog Clan is not stupid, they are just simple. They rarely communicate with other races and do not quite understand social intricacies. Su was exactly like that. Communicating with him required a little bit of thought, but it was not complicated. In fact, Zhao Tiedan had never been optimistic about the Giant Tooth Alliance. Compared to the Scarlet Alliance, it was too loose. The Scarlet Alliance is a collective with shared interests, and every member has abandoned their own family property, effectively burning their bridges with no turning back. Although the Giant Tooth Alliance has rules for a mutual defense pact, that is the only rule they have. A group brought together solely by rules will eventually fall apart. Furthermore, even this rule lacks any binding force. This is why Zhao Tiedan was willing to befriend Guangxi and Su, to make Giant Bone City safer through this small inner circle. By using interests, he bound the three parties together more tightly. Of course, this also meant that if either of the other two cities got into a fight, he would have to put in more effort. Within the Giant Tooth Alliance, breaking the mutual defense pact at most results in being kicked out of the alliance. But if an agreement is broken when interests are bound, then Giant Bone City will lose its commercial credibility. When night fell, Nina arrived again and was surprised to see the three of them chatting in the small courtyard. Since this Su character arrived, he had not really socialized with anyone else, so why was he hanging out with these two brutes? The three of you, the city lord invites all members of the alliance to attend a banquet. The three stood up immediately. They were not the only ones following Nina to the banquet, as there were also a dozen other origin spirit experts. Before they even left the gate of the residence, a two-headed spirit suddenly blocked Su's path. "Hey, you are Su, right? I heard there are gloom sands in your territory. I happen to need some. After this gathering is over, send a ton of gloom sands to my gem city," the two-headed spirit said with an overbearing tone. Just then, two powerful arms suddenly crossed over the shoulders of the two-headed spirit. "I heard your place is rich in gems. I happen to be short of a few tens of thousands of gems to decorate my palace. You would not mind giving some to me, would you?" Zhao Tiedan asked fiercely. "Brother, I am a bit strapped for cash. Would you mind handing over some spirit energy coins?" Guangxi asked. "Who are you two?" the two-headed spirit asked angrily. Suddenly, he felt the two arms on his shoulders tighten, as if the bones in his shoulders were about to be crushed. "You do not even know me. You would better remember this clearly. I am Zhao Tiedan of Giant Bone City, known as the Demon of Dismemberment, having slaughtered 15 origin spirit experts. And I, Guangxi of Bright Moon City. I once had the misfortune of fighting the leader of Giant Tooth. Although I narrowly lost to him, I still walked away unscathed. They call me the Blood Butcher. Have I offended you too?" The two-headed spirit swallowed hard. These two brutes did not look like good people. "The gloom sands from Void City have just been divided up among us, and now you suddenly want to snatch my share. Tell me, were you doing this on purpose?"
I did not know.
"You think you can just snatch it because you did not know? Are you looking down on me?"
What do you two want?
"It is simple. Either you pay us 10,000 spirit energy coins, or we will tear off your two heads, one for each of us." "I will take one," Guangxi said as his large hand squeezed the left head. "I will take the other," Zhao Tiedan said while massaging the right head.
Wait, and why are both of them yours?
"Do not sweat the small details," Zhao Tiedan said, suddenly gripping the back of the two-headed spirit's neck. "Make your choice."
I am willing to compensate."
"Good, do not make us come to collect. Send the compensation to Giant Bone City and Bright Moon City yourself." Yes, of course." The two-headed spirit felt like crying. He had heard earlier that this guy was a weakling, a disgrace to the origin spirit realm. That was why he wanted to shake down Su for some profit, but who would have thought he would run into these two brutes instead? They were even more insatiable and vicious than him. Nina, walking in front, was well aware of what was happening behind her, but she acted as if she had seen and heard nothing. Finally, led by Nina, the group arrived at the banquet scene. Giant Tooth was sitting cross-legged on the ground, yet even while sitting, he was still taller than everyone else. In front of Giant Tooth, everyone else was like a tiny mouse. "I invited you all here today not only to let everyone meet and get to know each other, but also because there is one very important matter."
Leader, what is it?
"I have already discovered how they are attracting the abyss behemoths and sea beasts."
What?
Giant Tooth took out a porcelain bottle and flicked it casually, letting it float in the air before everyone. "This is the blood of destruction." Some in the room understood, while others looked confused. Not everyone knew what the blood of destruction was. What is the blood of destruction? 100 years ago, an abyssal behemoth advanced to the firmament realm, and its name was Destruction. After ascending to that realm, it was attacked by every abyssal behemoth and sea beast within 100,000 kilometers. That battle stained the entire sea blood red, with countless corpses of sea beasts and abyssal behemoths drifting on the surface, until Destruction eventually died of exhaustion. As he spoke, Giant Tooth's gaze fell upon Zhao Tiedan. Now, the skeletal remains of Destruction are still in Giant Bone City, which is how the city got its name. Zhao Tiedan immediately thought of that 10,000-meter-long beast skeleton. He never imagined it was the remains of a firmament realm abyssal behemoth. No wonder it could grow to such a massive size. Destruction's flesh and blood were devoured by the remaining sea beasts and abyssal behemoths, but every single one that consumed it met the same fate. They died in a short period of time, leaving behind a pool of putrid blood. That blood would then attract other beasts to feed, repeating the cycle of death, decay, and rebirth into the next cycle of carnage, Giant Tooth explained. That is the origin of the blood of destruction. This bottle contains purified blood, Just breaking the bottle, even from 100 miles away, would draw all nearby sea beasts and abyssal behemoths to fight over it. What are these brainless beasts even hoping to gain? Guangxi scoffed. Nothing more than trying to use the blood of destruction to ascend, but their ambitions are as fragile as paper compared to their worth, Zhao Tiedan said in a low voice. This blood must contain the key to ascending to the firmament realm, and the beast's instincts drive them to seize it. Everyone heard Zhao Tiedan's words, and a glimmer of wild hope rose in their hearts. Could this blood really allow a creature to ascend to the firmament realm? That is unknown, but anyone interested in this blood can take it for study, Giant Tooth said generously. Returning to the point, while we do not know how the Scarlet Alliance obtained the blood of destruction, they surely do not have much of it. Even if they summon abyssal behemoths and sea beasts, they cannot truly control them. So on the front lines, while it might disrupt the current situation, it will not necessarily turn the tide. Leader, did you call us all here just for this blood? More than that, Giant Tooth said. Now that the Scarlet Alliance has retreated into Bone City, we should consolidate all forces along the Shadow Moon coast. Every core member's faction in our alliance should expand outward, leaving no gaps. Of course, once you occupy these lands, you must ensure their security. You cannot simply occupy them and then ignore them when the Scarlet Alliance attacks. Zhao Tiedan could not help but admire Giant Tooth's strategic mind. This move by Giant Tooth is like drawing the firewood from under the cauldron. The Scarlet Alliance's primary operation is the blood sacrifice of spirits, and by cutting off their reach, he is forcing them into a decisive battle. Giant Tooth clearly realized that his alliance's structure was loose and would eventually collapse the longer it dragged on, so he decided to cut the Gordian knot. Zhao Tiedan thought for a moment. The south of Giant Bone City borders Bright Moon City, and since their relationship is currently in a honeymoon phase, there is no need for expansion, nor would Bright Moon City dare to act foolishly, especially since he is acknowledged by Giant Tooth as a half-step firmament realm expert. There is room for expansion to the north, but Giant Bone City already has too large a population, which might cause internal issues. In fact, Giant Bone City is already facing some problems. With a population of 40,000, the industry is too singular. Without pillars of commerce, development is impossible, and even basic survival will become a major issue. Although they have star energy coins and holy abyss grass, the output is too low to act as pillar industries. I will have to talk to Guanghui later, ask about the specialties of various worlds, and then adjust our industrial focus. One final matter, I intend to appoint a vice leader. Who do you think is suitable? Zhao Tiedan shrank back, hiding as much as possible behind Guangxi. He vaguely sensed Giant Tooth's gaze sweeping over him. If it were his own faction, he would be happy to be second in command. But for a loose alliance, why take on such a thankless job without any real benefits? Becoming the vice leader, besides contributing more effort in battle, means I can provide the coordinates to a small world. Once you form a pact with the intelligent species of that world, you will be able to gain a massive amount of spiritual energy. Everyone was moved at the mention of an entire world. Even if it was just a small world, the spiritual energy would be significant. Of course, the more spirits you have a pact with, the more your power is divided, so the number of pacts is limited. I can guarantee that this small world has a population of over 100 million intelligent beings who are capable of forming pacts. No one but me knows the coordinates. However, if someone else accidentally finds them in the future, that is not my responsibility, Giant Tooth said. I already have enough pacts, so I do not need any more, nor will I rush into any new ones with that world. I volunteer. I am willing to take on more responsibility for the Alliance. One spirit stepped forward, speaking with a resolute tone. I am the one who truly deserves this qualification. What qualifications do you losers have? Only I am worthy of being the vice leader. In an instant, the scene turned into chaos, everyone arguing until their faces were red, appearing ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Just then, a terrifying pressure suddenly flooded the entire banquet hall, and everyone fell deathly silent, trembling uncontrollably. Giant Tooth's gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting on Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan of Giant Bone City is the only one who can resist my pressure. If anyone disagrees, you can try sparring with him. Zhao Tiedan sighed. As expected, he could not escape it. Giant Tooth was clearly putting him on the spot. However, he was also interested in that small world, and since Giant Tooth had already forced him to the center stage, there was no need to hide anymore. Zhao Tiedan walked out from behind Guangxi to the middle of the banquet hall. If anyone has any objections, come out. Just then, the two-headed spirit stepped forward. I object. Clearly, having realized he was swindled by Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi earlier, he had regained his senses. Now, having this opportunity, he intended to settle the score right here. Previously, the two-headed spirit was facing Zhao Tiedan, Guangxi, and a void creature. Although the void creature was weak, it was still at the Yuanling realm, and with the two hotheads Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi there, the spirit dared not make any trouble. Now that it was just Zhao Tiedan alone, the spirit gained the courage to step forward. Zhao Tiedan started to laugh, a smile that gradually became twisted and perverted. The two-headed spirit was named Eryuan. Although it had one consciousness, it possessed two extraordinary powers and could release both simultaneously. The left head possessed the power of corrosion, and the right head possessed the gaze of the abyss. The moment it stood in front of Zhao Tiedan, Eryuan's left head suddenly spat at him. Zhao Tiedan sidestepped to avoid the spit. Looking at where it landed, a hole had already appeared, and it was growing larger, soon becoming a hole several meters wide. Seeing this, Zhao Tiedan became furious. Just then, Eryuan's right head suddenly fixed its gaze on Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan's body suddenly stiffened, and Eryuan's left head spat at him again, this time with pure black liquid. Zhao Tiedan's eyes widened sharply, his frozen body instantly broke free and he dodged the spit again. Zhao Tiedan dodged the spit even more narrowly this time. After missing, it turned into black mist and rushed toward him. Zhao Tiedan immediately charged at Eryuan, landing a kick that sent all of Eryuan's previous meals flying out. After Eryuan rolled on the ground a few times, Juya finally spoke. "All right," Eryuan stepped down. This fight was not exactly formal. Eryuan did not use its real skills and Zhao Tiedan held back as well. However, the gap between the two sides was quite obvious. Zhao Tiedan was immersed in that brief moment when he broke free from the control, feeling as if he had grasped a breakthrough. But that moment was too fleeting, and he could not find that feeling again. Juya said, "Zhao Tiedan has slaughtered 4 core members of the Scarlet Alliance. Now that he is the vice leader, does anyone have any objections?" Zhao Tiedan beating just one Eryuan was not enough to convince everyone. After all, in such a small space, they did not have room to truly show their capabilities. Their previous exchange could only be considered a minor skirmish. However, upon hearing that Zhao Tiedan had killed 4 core members of the Scarlet Alliance, their attitudes changed. At the very least, Zhao Tiedan was no pushover, and his battle record was impressive enough. So no one jumped out to cause trouble anymore. "Leader, as the vice leader, what do I need to do?" "There is nothing specific you need to do. Just do what you can when the opportunity arises, and if any allies are attacked, help if you can." Juya's words meant nothing. This kind of vague instruction to just do more was the most troublesome. Zhao Tiedan preferred a clear definition of his duties, knowing exactly what he needed to do and what he did not. "Everyone else leave, Zhao Tiedan you stay." After everyone else had left, Juya spoke. "Zhao Tiedan, do you know why I kept you behind?" "Is it because I am a kind person?" Juya grinned, his sharp teeth truly chilling to behold. "It seems you have awakened the unbound state." "What kind of state?" Zhao Tiedan asked, puzzled. "The firmament realm possesses many incredible abilities, and unbound is one of them." "Is it a trait?" "No, it should be considered an instinct," said Juya. "The effect of unbound is that you are not bound by any control-type abilities and cannot be affected by mental-type powers." "But I am not in the firmament realm." A half-step to the firmament realm also has some connection to it. Occasionally, those at that stage awaken some of the firmament realm's abilities. Zhao Tiedan did not ask if Juya had awakened it, guessing in his heart that he most likely had. "I know what you are guessing. Just as you thought, I have awakened it, and I possess all the abilities of the firmament realm." Zhao Tiedan gasped. This Juya was far too wild. All the abilities of the firmament realm. Even if he was not a true firmament realm expert yet, he probably was not much different. "I fell from the firmament realm," Juya dropped another bombshell. Zhao Tiedan felt dizzy and his ears were ringing. Juya continued, "I made you vice leader because once the war with the Scarlet Alliance begins, you will be a main combat force. The leader's strength is far beyond mine. I should not be qualified to be a main force yet. I need to deal with the leader of the Scarlet Alliance, Thunder Disaster. Like me, he also fell from the firmament realm and possesses all its abilities. He is no weaker than I am." "When will the war start?" "The Scarlet Alliance cannot wait much longer, or rather, Thunder Disaster cannot wait. The final battle will not be long from now." "Why did you and Thunder Disaster fall from your realm?" Zhao Tiedan asked. "That has nothing to do with this war," Juya said. "However, if I die in this war, you will likely become the only half-step to the firmament realm on the Shadow Moon Coast. Do not try to unify it, that would invite a huge disaster." "Can you stop speaking in riddles?" "Then do you know about the Blood Red Society?" "I do not. I have been on the Shadow Moon Coast for less than a year." Juya remained silent for a long time, then finally looked up with more determination in his eyes. 8,000 years ago, the Shadow Moon Coast was the territory of this Blood Red Society, and they produced a demigod. Thunder Disaster and I participated in that war. We were wounded and our power fell from the firmament realm. In that war, we finally dismembered and sealed the demigod of the Blood Red Society. This seal needs the blood of living beings to be maintained, so the Shadow Moon Coast needs chaos and war. What realm is a demigod? Is it above the firmament realm? I do not know. In that war, both Thunder Disaster and I were just cannon fodder. We were not even qualified to enter the main battlefield. Even from thousands of miles away, we were severely affected. Can you only get the blood of living beings through war? I have tried other methods, such as mass hunting sea beasts and abyss behemoths, but it cannot be sustained for long. Leader, have you heard of the Crimson Church? Never heard of it. Does it have anything to do with the Scarlet Alliance? Zhao Tiedan was a bit disappointed, but were this blood-red society, the Crimson Church, and the Scarlet Alliance related? Since Thunder Disaster participated in that war, had he already betrayed his original stance? Are there still experts above the firmament realm? Yes, above the firmament realm is the immeasurable realm, an existence beyond estimation. However, on the Shadow Moon Coast, half step to the firmament is the limit. Why is the environment not allowed, or is there another reason? Neither. It is because those who become firmament realm experts all leave the Shadow Moon Coast. I still do not understand why. Firmament realm existences either build their own powerful factions or join a superpower. The Shadow Moon Coast lacks these conditions. Unless they are here to retire, they will not stay.
What?
Back in the small courtyard, Guangxi and Su were still waiting for Zhao Tiedan to return. So how did it go? Did you get into a fight with Giant Tooth? Guangxi immediately asked. It was nothing, we just talked about his love life. Do you want to hear about it? No way, no way. Guangxi might be blunt, but he is not stupid. He knows perfectly well what should be listened to and what should not. We will probably be heading back tomorrow. Su felt a bit dejected, as it was rare for him to make two friends. He had been deeply touched when Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi stood up for him earlier. He inexplicably felt that the time they spent together was too short. Once the Scarlet Alliance issue is resolved, the three of us can visit each other, Zhao Tiedan said, seemingly sensing Su's mood. All three of them had their own responsibilities, and until the Scarlet Alliance matter was settled, no one could visit each other with peace of mind. Who knows if they would step out the door, only to have their home base wiped out by the Scarlet Alliance right after. Su was not on the same path as Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi, so they parted ways halfway through the journey.
What?
Zhao Tiedan of Giant Bone City has become the vice leader of the Giant Tooth Alliance. Both Lizai and Yi Beigu were surprised by this news. They did not have much intel on Zhao Tiedan, only knowing that he had been on the Shadow Moon Coast for less than a year. In less than a year, he had already built a significant force, and had now become their major enemy. Let us kill him, Lizai said. Killing him will not be easy, Yi Beigu said, unless you or I take action ourselves. Leng Feng has good abilities. When he reported to me before, he said he could briefly control Zhao Tiedan. That is true, Yi Beigu nodded, agreeing with that point. If he himself had not already advanced to the half-step firmament realm, he would not even be sure about dealing with Leng Feng. Leng Feng's freezing ability is average, but his control ability is top tier. But just him alone is not enough, Yi Beigu added. Lizai thought for a moment and said, there are not many people who can win the recognition of Giant Tooth, so this Zhao Tiedan is likely someone that one or two people cannot easily handle. Then we should crush him even more. With an enemy like this, once we strike, we must finish him off in one go. We absolutely cannot give him a chance to recover. Why do not you do it yourself? I will only fight Giant Tooth, as others are not worthy. Or how about you leave Zhao Tiedan to me and go deal with Giant Tooth instead? Yi Beigu's expression changed involuntarily. If it were just to contain Giant Tooth, he might have some confidence. But if he actually had to fight Giant Tooth, he realized he really was not up to the task. Giant Tooth's terrifying combat record is known across the entire Shadow Moon Coast. He is definitely not someone who can be compared to a newly promoted half-step firmament realm cultivator like himself. So are you saying you want me to personally take care of Zhao Tiedan? As a vice leader of the Giant Tooth Alliance, he deserves for you to take action yourself. I want to bring along a few helpers. What, are you not confident in handling Zhao Tiedan? You said it yourself, once we strike, we must crush him completely and never give him a chance to rebound. Fine, let us do as you say, Lizai said in an indifferent tone. If we look at it by status, a second-in-command of the Scarlet Alliance against a second-in-command of the Giant Tooth Alliance is indeed appropriate. However, Lizai knew that Yi Beigu was always cautious, and even the slightest sign of danger would make him the first to flee. Given his strength, why would he need help to deal with a Zhao Tiedan? He was simply afraid of complications. If any trap were sprung, he could escape immediately, and the people he brought along were not so much helpers as they were cannon fodder. For days, Leng Feng had been thinking about how to avenge Fenshin. But he had to face the reality of the gap in their strengths. Just as Leng Feng was trapped in his own thoughts, Yi Beigu found him. Leng Feng, your chance for revenge has arrived. Upon hearing Yibegu's words, Lang Feng was so excited he almost jumped up. Are you serious? Go choose 5 more people you think are strong enough, and come with me to Giant Bone City. Lang Feng clenched his fists. With Yibegu leading the team, plus 5 other true Spirit Realm powerhouses, this mission was in the bag. After returning to Giant Bone City, Zhao Tiedan gathered Feather Falcon, Blood Dog, Fierce Tiger, Squid One, and Glory. I currently have the coordinates of a small world, which I obtained from Giant Tooth. Does any one of you want to develop contractors in that world? What is the specific situation of that small world? How is their power level? The world is called the White Moon Continent. Its land area is about 10 times that of the Shadow Moon Coast, and its ocean area is twice the size of its land area. There are 4 intelligent races: the original humans, origin beasts, demon eaters, and the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan and demon eaters each have a unified kingdom, while the original humans and origin beasts have many nations of various sizes. However, the original humans and origin beasts have the strongest combined power. The political environment is very complex, with internal conflicts within races and external conflicts between them. The situation on the White Moon Continent might be even more chaotic than ours here on the Shadow Moon Coast. Zhao Tiedan paused and then added, the strongest beings in this small world should be at the true spirit level, and the ceiling is capped there, so none of you will be able to descend with your true forms. The group looked at each other, but no one spoke.
Tiedan, tell us your thoughts.
To the intelligent races of that world, we are essentially gods. So my opinion is that we should each choose a representative in that world and develop our own factions. Whether our representatives in that world cooperate or clash has nothing to do with our relationship here. Even if our factions end up at war or even wipe each other out in that world, it should not impact our real-world relationship, Zhao Tiedan said.
I have no objection. I do not have any objections either. Same here.
The coordinates for this small world were obtained by Zhao Tiedan, and since he is their pillar of support, they had no power to oppose his decision. Afterward, the group discussed some details, and the matter was settled. Zhao Tiedan also intended to find a contractor in that world, but since he had no need for spirit energy, he did not plan on finding many. As for how many contractors the others wanted to find, Zhao Tiedan did not care. As long as they did not pull any stunts like destroying the world, they could do whatever they liked. Zhao Tiedan suddenly wondered, since they treated the White Moon Continent as a playground and themselves as gods, were they also being viewed in the same way by even more powerful beings in higher worlds? Perhaps those so-called gods were just powerful beings from other worlds as well. This was Zhao Tiedan's first attempt, but Feather Falcon was an old pro. Having had more than one contractor, he began to guide Zhao Tiedan from the side. First, release a sliver of your spiritual energy infused with your own power, then send it into the chaotic void. I understand the spiritual energy part, but how do I infuse it with my power? Oh right, you have not awakened any supernatural power, Feather Falcon said, feeling a bit of a headache. He had seen Zhao Tiedan's growth with his own eyes. Even without awakening supernatural powers, his growth rate was beyond what anyone could have anticipated. Try mixing your own blood energy with your spiritual energy. That is what I did before I awakened my supernatural powers. Zhao Tiedan succeeded on his first try. After the spiritual energy and blood energy merged, they seemed to form a very special entity that was linked to him, feeling like an extension of his own limbs. Now send that spiritual body into the void.
How do I do that?
The void is right beside you. You cannot perceive it, but your spiritual body can. There are many tiny holes around you, and those are the channels into the void. After several attempts, Zhao Tiedan finally succeeded in sending his spiritual body into the void. The reason the void is called chaotic void is because, aside from chaotic energy, there is nothing else. Chaotic energy can destroy everything. Whether it is matter or a living body, it will instantly disintegrate, but it is harmless to a spiritual body.
Visualize the coordinates.
Void coordinates are like the pages of a book. As long as you have the page, you can easily find the content you want to see. Countless worlds are layered and stacked, numbering in the hundreds of billions, impossible to estimate. Even for a god without coordinates, it is impossible to find a specific world. If you search world by world, you will either end up in a barren wasteland, or find a world far more terrifying than the god itself. Void coordinates are even simpler than book pages. They act as a guide that leads the spiritual body into the specified world. Finally, under Feather Falcon's guidance, Zhao Tiedan's spiritual body located the White Moon Continent. Zhao Tiedan's spiritual avatar is on the outskirts of the White Moon Continent. Once it enters the continent, it will rapidly dissipate. The best approach is for someone within the White Moon Continent to send their own spiritual avatar into the void chaos at that moment, so both sides can forge a contract. However, that is like winning the lottery, rare and hard to come by. Zhao Tiedan entered the White Moon Continent directly with his spiritual avatar, and it immediately began to vanish rapidly. That is the nature of spiritual avatars. They can travel freely through the void chaos, but they disintegrate quickly under the laws of a stable world. This is also how world laws protect themselves. If any random spirit could break into a world and cause havoc, most worlds would be destroyed by powerful spiritual entities. Moreover, spiritual avatars are invisible and intangible, relying solely on mental perception to make judgments. Even if they enter a world, it is difficult for them to commit any serious misdeeds. Zhao Tiedan felt his spiritual avatar could not last 10 minutes in the White Moon continent. Just then, he sensed a newborn life form. Without caring what race it was, he decided to form a contract first. His spiritual avatar immediately linked up with the newborn life form.
Will you enter into a contract with me? Goo goo gaga.
The spiritual avatar felt this creature was too young to understand anything, so he directly imprinted the contract into its mind using his mental power. The creature was babbling, and Zhao Tiedan felt his spiritual avatar gradually crumbling under the laws of the world. Just as Zhao Tiedan thought his efforts were in vain, the creature accepted the contract.
Dados dado.
At that moment, Zhao Tiedan's spiritual avatar stopped disintegrating, and he finally saw the face of his first contractor.
It was a dirty little baby, looking to be about 1 year old.
The little baby was currently sitting in a small mountain hollow. The baby seemed to have gotten lost, or perhaps had been abandoned there.
If anyone bullies you in the future, just call for me.
Roars. Suddenly, a beast's roar came from a distance. The baby did not seem to be hearing it for the first time and scrambled into a tree hollow in fear.
Scratch, scratch, scratch.
The sound of a wild beast came from outside the tree hollow. It seemed to be clawing at the ground, trying to dig into the hollow.
Dados dado.
Right then, Zhao Tiedan felt himself being summoned. It was the first time in his life he had ever been summoned. At the same time, a red light began to emanate from the baby's body, and a faint red figure appeared beside it. Is this a projection of consciousness? The feeling of being summoned as someone's guardian spirit for the first time was quite surreal for Zhao Tiedan. I never expected this child to be able to summon a projection of my consciousness on his very first attempt, especially at such a young age. Although this consciousness projection was extremely weak, perhaps less than 1/10,000th of my actual power. Just then, a beast's head poked into the tree hollow. Grrrr! Zhao Tiedan looked up at the grotesque beast and raised his fist.
Splat! The beast's head exploded instantly.
Dados dado. Zhao Tiedan felt as if he were hearing Tao Tao calling out to him. Even knowing it was an illusion, Zhao Tiedan still savored the moment. Zhao Tiedan immediately skinned and cleaned the beast, then built a fire to roast the meat. Conditions were what they were, and this was the best he could do. After handing the roasted meat to the baby, Zhao Tiedan's consciousness projection dissipated. Dada, the baby looked left and right, but the red figure was nowhere to be seen.
Gurgle.
Seeing the meat on the ground, the baby crawled over on all fours and picked it up.
What?
Zhao Tiedan sighed. It was just a little brat he had met once, but he felt a strange sense of heartache for the child. That is the power of a contract. Both sides share a mental connection, making it easier to empathize with one another. Right then, Zhao Tiedan noticed the feather hawk nearby. After guiding Zhao Tiedan, the feather hawk had begun condensing its own spiritual avatar on the spot. The feather hawk looked at Zhao Tiedan. Taizi, did you find a contractor? I did, a little brat who is still wet behind the ears. How about you? Not yet. My spiritual avatar dissipates as soon as it enters the White Moon continent. Every attempt has had the same result. In a brand new world that perhaps has not even developed a summoning system, finding a first contractor is quite difficult. I will not talk to you anymore, I am still controlling my spiritual avatar, said the feather hawk. Zhao Tiedan started his daily weightlifting. Once you start lifting, you just cannot stop. It was another blood-pumping day. By the end of the day, Zhao Tiedan's physical stats had increased by another 110,000. Zhao Tiedan put his gym equipment away, closed the doors, and called it a day. Once he was free, Zhao Tiedan condensed a new spiritual avatar. He entered the void chaos again. There were many specks of light in the void resembling a starry night sky. These specks were all spiritual avatars, but many of them were extremely dangerous. These spirits often disguise themselves as weak, harmless rabbits. Once a contract is made, they might use it to invade the other party's world directly. Or they might lure the other party to their world and devour them. Zhao Tiedan could not distinguish which of these spiritual avatars were harmless and which were malicious. You simply cannot judge a spiritual avatar based on its intensity alone. After all, some evil entities intentionally camouflage themselves with tiny spiritual avatars. Zhao Tiedan thought of Ling Kui, who could tell if these avatars had malicious intent. He wondered how she did it. Then again, Ling Kui's extraordinary power is mental force. Her ability to discern them is her natural talent. Just then, a spiritual avatar suddenly approached him. At the same time, a powerful emotion surged from this avatar. "Help me, please help me, lend me your power." Without any hesitation, Zhao Tiedan put some distance between himself and that avatar. He did not know much, but while this avatar's emotions were intense, the avatar itself was extremely stable. It did not look like a drowning person's call for help at all. It felt more like a fisherman's bait. And anyone who dares to cast bait in the void chaos must be a terrifying being of extraordinary power. Just then, another spiritual avatar approached. "Will you sign a contract with me?" The emotions conveyed by this avatar were not overly excited. Instead, they were quite calm. "Which world are you from and what is your level of power?" "The Tianfeng world. I am in the true spirit realm and our world is currently facing a crisis." "I know of the Tianfeng world. If you can describe it clearly, and if it matches what I know, I might consider signing a contract with you."
What?
Zhao Tiedan had never even heard of the Tianfeng realm. But that did not stop him from spinning a lie. After all, neither side could verify if the other was telling the truth. The other party then began to share tales of the Tianfeng realm, and Zhao Tiedan committed every detail to memory. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiedan's true self sought out Yu Yi. "Yu Yi, have you ever heard of the Tianfeng realm?"
Never heard of it.
"Then could you check if there are any members of the Tianfeng race living in Giant Skeleton City?" "Let me check." Yu Yi immediately pulled out a thick file and began searching through it. Resident identities in Giant Skeleton City are strictly managed, especially regarding their previous lives, their races, and the worlds they came from, all of which are clearly documented. "Found it?" Yu Yi handed the file to Zhao Tiedan right away. Sure enough, Zhao Tiedan saw the record. Xuan Feng, Tianfeng realm, Xuan race, Transcendent realm, currently residing at XXXXX. "Alright, thank you for your hard work." Zhao Tiedan immediately set off to find this person named Xuan Feng. Xuan Feng was a member of the Giant Skeleton City Guard, so Zhao Tiedan had met him before. When Zhao Tiedan found Xuan Feng, he was actually lifting weights at his own home. "Master of the pavilion, what brings you here?" "I discovered a spiritual entity in the void chaos. My spirit is currently still communicating with him, and he claims to be from the Tianfeng realm. I asked him for information about the realm, and now I need you to help me verify if it is true."
No problems. Has the Tianfeng realm been invaded?
"Ah, well, I do not know. I have been a spirit for 100 years, and I do not know if that happened after I died." "Then when a new child of the Xuan race is born, are they soaked in a kind of life-cleansing fluid?"
That is indeed the case, Xuan Feng nodded.
Zhao Tiedan continued to ask questions, and Xuan Feng nodded along to everything. "Tell me, is there anything that only people of the Xuan race would know?" Xuan Feng thought for a moment and said, "Please ask him which city of the Xuan race he belongs to." Zhao Tiedan immediately passed the question to his spiritual entity.
He says he is from White Jade City.
Xuan Feng said again, "Then ask him if the child in Lady Tai's womb in White Jade City has been born yet." Zhao Tiedan was baffled. What kind of question was that? Xuan Feng had been dead for 100 years. Who carries a child for 100 years? Does a Xuan race pregnancy really last 100 years? The fact that Xuan Feng asked whether the child had been born suggested that he was not sure if 100 years had passed, and the child might not have been born yet. However, since Xuan Feng asked, Zhao Tiedan asked the question truthfully. "The parasol tree does not know that the long wind cries." Zhao Tiedan got the answer from the spiritual entity and relayed it to Xuan Feng.
What he said is likely true.
"What makes you say that?" Zhao Tiedan was full of questions. Normally, a pregnancy for a Xuan woman lasts 1 year, but special bloodlines can have different gestation periods. "Before I died, Lady Tai had already been pregnant for 100 years, Xuan Feng said. This event shook the entire Tianfeng realm. Even the laws of heaven and earth shielded this child. No one was allowed to harm them. To protect the child, the laws of heaven and earth even placed a restriction on every member of the Xuan race. Any Xuan person asked about this would simply reply, "The parasol tree does not know that the long wind cries."
Then why are you able to talk about it?
"Because I am already dead and now exist as a spirit. The restrictions from my previous life no longer apply to me. Besides, this is the spirit realm, and the laws of the Tianfeng realm cannot influence me here. So it is truly impossible for an outsider to know this." Zhao Tiedan nodded. After ending the conversation with Xuan Feng, Zhao Tiedan hesitated about whether to accept the contract request from the Tianfeng realm. Zhao Tiedan's spiritual entity was still communicating with the other party.
You said the Tianfeng realm is in crisis. Who is the enemy?
The Earthround realm, the evil race, the spiritual entity said. The Earthround realm and the Tianfeng realm were once a single complete world. For some reason, the world was split in two, but the two worlds merge once every 10,000 years. The fusion lasts for 100 years before they separate again.
You are so frank, are not you afraid I might be an evil god? I possess extraordinary spiritual powers and I can discern malice. Zhao Tiedan pondered for a long time. Even though he had been communicating with the entity for so long and had even verified things with Xuan Feng, he still did not trust the other party 100%. But nothing is ever 100%. At the very least, it is more likely that the entity is genuinely seeking help than that it is an evil god in disguise. One last question, do you have no conventional method of forming a contract? My talent is too poor. Then what I have to tell you is that I am a person who does not even have spiritual energy. Are you still willing to enter into a contract with me? For me, things cannot get any worse than my current situation. I am a member of the Xuan race who cannot even reach the transcendent realm. What qualifications do I have to make demands of others? Since you are willing, let us make the contract. I am willing to lend you my power. What? Tianfeng Realm, Great Jade Snow Mountain. An injured Xuan woman was hiding in a cave. Outside the cave, a blizzard raged. Inside, the woman had lit a fire, but the warmth of the flames was fading. The Xuan woman felt her own body gradually growing cold. A red light bloomed from the woman's body. In an instant, the chill on her body was abruptly driven away, replaced by a feeling of warmth. The Xuan woman looked at the red light on her body in surprise. It felt so invigorating. Even the wound on her abdomen was rapidly healing and scabbing over. However, as the wound healed, the red light on her body gradually dissipated. So contracting a spirit can even have an effect like this. Just then, the Xuan woman thought she heard movement outside the cave. Although there was only the howling of the blizzard outside, she could still hear other sounds mixed into the wind. It must be the snow that dripped onto the ground when I was injured. Oh no, I have been found. The Xuan woman immediately ran out of the cave. Through the blizzard with visibility less than 10 meters, she could vaguely see many figures approaching her direction. The Xuan woman felt desperate. The hope that had just risen in her heart had instantly plunged back into a dead end. She could not wait here for death, but in this weather, continuing to flee through the snow was undoubtedly suicide. However, not running meant sitting around waiting for death. After a moment of internal struggle, the Xuan woman resolutely stepped into the blizzard. Shengzai is running, speed up. We absolutely cannot let her escape this time. What? After a long pursuit, the two sides finally met unexpectedly at the summit of Dayu Snow Mountain. Shengxi, would not it be easier for you to just die obediently? Shengxi is the saintess of the Xuanhuo clan, which is one of the 8 major families of the Xuan race. When the Heavenly Square Realm and the Earth Circle Realm merged, the 8 families held discussions. Some clans felt that the fusion would only last 100 years and would separate again, so there was no need to fight the evil race from the Earth Circle Realm to the death. Even if they did nothing, the evil race could not possibly wipe out all the Xuan race in the Heavenly Square Realm. Therefore, they believed they should simply conserve their strength and guard their respective territories. If the evil race wanted to slaughter civilians, let them, as that would actually relieve the pressure on the 8 major families. Another faction was firmly determined to take the initiative and expel the evil race from the Heavenly Square Realm, never allowing them to massacre their kin. The Xuanhuo clan was a representative of this hawkish faction, but as a result, they were attacked by both sides. Several Dove faction families even sold out the Xuanhuo clan's information to the evil race. The Xuanhuo clan suffered heavy losses, with many of their clansmen slaughtered. As the saintess of the Xuanhuo clan, Shengxi possessed all the secrets of their heritage. Because of this, she had been fleeing ever since the fall of Xuanhuo City. Shengxi had only just recovered from severe injuries and had been fleeing through wind and snow. She was now completely exhausted. Standing before her was the commander of the evil race, Zai Buyu. Having slaughtered over a dozen cities, he was considered an out-and-out demon king and butcher in the eyes of the Xuan race. Zai Buyu pointed his dark blood blade at Shengxi. As long as he killed Shengxi and wiped out the Xuanhuo clan, the 8 families of the Xuan race would surely fall into chaos, and he could defeat them one by one, leaving the Xuan race with no ability to resist. Zai Buyu was shrouded in black aura, and the dark blood blade in his hand was a rare evil weapon that imprisoned the souls of 10,000 people. Although Shengxi was a woman, she was never a delicate flower pampered in a greenhouse. Even when faced with a desperate crisis, she did not intend to bow her head and die, but rather to fight to the end. Shengxi raised her hands and formed a seal. Presence in the void, please lend me your power. A reddish mist began to swirl around Shengxi. In an instant, the chill on Shengxi's body suddenly dissipated. Zai Buyu frowned, stubborn to the end, die. Zai Buyu rushed toward Shengxi himself and swung the dark blood blade down at her head. He did not hold back at all, his move was meant to be fatal. Just as the blade was less than an inch from her head, Shangxi suddenly raised her palm and firmly grabbed the edge of the dark blood blade. The edge cut slightly into her palm and a drop of blood seeped out. Yet Zai Buyu could not push the blade forward a single inch more. How is this possible? Shangxi was also stunned. Zai Buyu was a super powerhouse beyond the transcendent realm, and there were fewer than 10 such beings in the entire evil race. More than 10,000 people had died at his hands, yet he felt weak to Shangxi at this moment. That is right, weak. It felt as if she could easily crush him with just a tiny effort. Crag. The edge of the dark blood blade seemed about to be crushed by Shangxi. Zai Buyu's face changed drastically. He pulled back with all his might to retrieve his blade from her grip, then retreated rapidly. What kind of technique is this? Could it be some secret art of the Xunyo clan? If it were a secret art, it surely could not last long. Attack, kill her, Zai Buyu shouted loudly. He had to drag the fight out until the duration of Shangxi's secret art expired. Shangxi was getting used to the power in her body, and upon seeing the evil soldiers rushing toward her, she reflexively threw a punch through the air. In an instant, a hurricane erupted from her fist. This gale instantly leveled the summit, halting the snow midair, and the force of the punch whistled for over 100 meters. The evil soldiers caught in the gale, along with a dozen of their comrades nearby, were disintegrated into blood mist the moment they were touched. Instant kill. This was a true instant kill. This is power beyond the transcendent realm. Shangxi's breathing slowed and she looked at her own fists in disbelief. Just a light touch, as easy as crushing an ant. Not only Shangxi herself, but all the evil soldiers present were shocked. Shangxi finally understood that the great existence in the void she had contracted with could not grant her superhuman power permanently. However, he could directly lend her power that exceeded the transcendent realm. Shangxi also felt the consumption rate of her spiritual energy slowly decreasing. But compared to the power she had borrowed, her spiritual energy consumption was well worth it. Shangxi looked at Zai Buyu, and his alarm bells rang out instantly. As if sensing something, Zai Buyu abruptly raised the dark blood blade to defend himself. Shangxi broke through the snow and wind, covering several meters in an instant, and appeared before Zai Buyu. Clang! Zai Buyu, wielding the blade, felt as if a mountain had slammed into him. He was pushed back over a dozen meters, his feet carving 2 deep trenches into the snow. His hands could barely hold onto the dark blood blade. Shangxi leaped again, her body floating in midair. Seeing Shangxi flying in the air, Zai Buyu's heart sank to the bottom. Flight, this was the hallmark of the true spirit realm. The evil race had not produced one in centuries, and even now the entire race only had 2 remaining true spirit ancestors. Shangxi threw another punch at Zai Buyu through the air. Before the force of the punch arrived, the snow around Zai Buyu collapsed, forming a massive fist imprint. Zai Buyu was terrified and, ignoring everything else, immediately channeled the power within the dark blood blade. The dark blood blade contained the souls of 10,000 people, which could lend him their power. However, using the power of 10,000 souls would also erode his own mind. That is why Zai Buyu rarely used the power of the dark blood blade, usually employing it only as a sharp weapon. But now, facing the terrifying Shangxi, he had no choice but to tap into that power. In an instant, black energy surged around Zai Buyu, and baleful aura billowed like a demonic god on earth. Shangxi's punch struck, but Zai Buyu swung his blade, dispersing the force of the blow. Zai Buyu then rose into the air as well. The dark blood blade had granted him power exceeding the transcendent realm. Shangxi was wrapped in blood aura, while Zai Buyu surged with black gas. At this moment, neither looked like a mortal, but rather like descending demonic gods. The two clashed instantly, red and black lights intertwining in the snowy night sky. Shangxi was becoming increasingly familiar with the power she had borrowed. On the other hand, Zai Buyu was struggling desperately to suppress the erosion of his mind by the dark blood blade. Shangxi felt that her spiritual energy was running low, yet Zai Buyu still had plenty of power. She decided to gamble and see if she could borrow even greater power. Shangxi immediately increased the output of her spiritual energy, and the red light on her body grew brighter. She felt she might just break through to the legendary realm. Suddenly, an invisible barrier blocked her breakthrough. Is this a restriction imposed by the laws of heaven and earth? Shangxi felt disappointed. She had hoped to experience the legendary realm, but she had failed. Yet even so, she was now many times stronger than she had been before. At the peak of the true spirit realm, the blood aura on Shangxi shone as dazzlingly as a miniature sun. Zai Buyu die. What? Shangxi channeled all of her power into the force of a single punch. Under the weight of this strike, the heavens changed color and the blizzard came to a sudden halt. Zai Buyu widened his eyes, staring in astonishment at that world-destroying blow.
Facing such immense power, he could not even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Rumble! The peak of the Dayu Snow Mountain shattered, scattering in all directions as a massive, unstoppable avalanche. Shengzai slowly descended to the ground as the bloody aura around her gradually faded. Shengzai still had enough strength left to leave the snow mountain. It is a pity that my spiritual energy is too weak, barely reaching the extraordinary realm. If my spiritual energy were powerful enough, I could handle even thousands of troops and horses. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiedan, who was in the spirit realm, also received spiritual feedback. Zhao Tiedan immediately found a few spiritual energy coin shells and injected spiritual energy into them. This is how most spirits handle spiritual energy. They absorb what they can into their bodies and put any excess into spiritual coins. For Zhao Tiedan, spiritual energy is just something to be used as money. 4 spiritual coins better than nothing. However, since the other party only borrowed less than 1,000th of my power, getting 4 spiritual coins back is not a loss. If the other party had used a little more effort to summon my consciousness avatar over, I could have learned more about the situation in that world. The little brat from the White Moon continent is different. Although his strength is far weaker than Shengzai of the Tianfeng realm, he knows how to pull my consciousness avatar over. Just as he was thinking about the brat from the White Moon continent, he felt the kids summoning him again. Zhao Tiedan immediately split off a consciousness avatar and sent it to the White Moon continent. Dada's hungry. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan was just a consciousness avatar made of blood and mental energy with no physical form, yet this brat treated him as his father. Knowing the kid could not take care of himself, Zhao Tiedan immediately took the shortest time to tidy up the tree hollow, hunt a piece of prey, and start a fire to roast meat. From now on, you shall be called Ertao. Goo goo gaga. Ertao could not understand Zhao Tiedan's words. Even though it was mental communication, he just did not understand. Children of this age have brains that are slower than those of wild beasts. Today, the time Ertao summoned Zhao Tiedan's consciousness avatar was a bit longer, but not by much. Zhao Tiedan really worried about whether Ertao could take care of himself when he was not there. Afterward, Zhao Tiedan's real body went to find Feather Falcon. Birdman, is there any way to increase the duration of a summoning? Zhao Tiedan asked. Why would you want to increase the summoning duration? It is because of my first contractor, just an abandoned kid who does not even have the ability to take care of himself. The summoning duration is determined by the contractor's spiritual energy and the level of power they borrow. If my contractor understood that, I would not have to worry so much. You really care about your contractor, do not you? You always have some feelings for your first contractor. As you said, the contractor is too young, Feather Falcon said helplessly. Is there really no way? Unless you help your contractor find a foster parent. My consciousness avatar can only descend for less than an hour, and since he is located deep in the mountains, I have no way to bring him out. Then I cannot help you either. It is like online shopping. One side sets the price and the other gets the service. The amount paid determines the service provided, and Zhao Tiedan as the seller is not the one who sets the price. Over the next few days, Ertao summoned Zhao Tiedan every day. However, the time remained at about 1 hour. As for Shengzai, she had not borrowed Zhao Tiedan's power for several days. She probably has not encountered any danger. Moreover, Shengzai is an adult, and Zhao Tiedan does not need to worry about her. Zhao Tiedan's concern for Shengzai is far less than his care for Ertao. Zhao Tiedan continued his lifting, harvesting another 120,000 points of physique today. Physique exceeded 8 million, your life level is gradually undergoing changes. Daily task 3,000-ton dumbbells x, 10,000-ton dumbbells x. Daily task 25,000 reps, 50,000 reps. Zhao Tiedan noticed that the weight increase of the dumbbells was quite significant this time. Previous increases were around 10%, but this time it jumped by 330. However, after taking out the dumbbells and testing their weight in his hands, he did not feel particularly strained. Physique exceeding 8 million, the life level is gradually changing. It must be because I am approaching the firmament realm. It is not just the life level that is changing, the power is also gradually undergoing a qualitative change. Suddenly, Zhao Tiedan sensed several powerful auras approaching the direction of Giant Skeleton City. At the same time, the ground shook violently, and then the giant beast skeleton in the center of Giant Skeleton City began to move. It has come back to life. The skeleton of the 10,000-meter abyssal giant beast has come back to life. Destroyer, this supergiant beast once slaughtered the entire sea area. It has no breath, and it no longer possesses the divine might that once dominated the 4 seas. But its 10,000-meter stature alone was enough to fill everyone with despair.
The destroyer skeleton moved slowly, but every movement it made brought massive destruction and casualties to Giant Skeleton City. A 10,000-meter skeleton, what a despairing number. The destroyer skeleton moved step by step. It did not need to attack actively, as in fact, any action it took could bring about world-destroying destructive power. The moment Zhao Tiedan saw the destroyer skeleton move, he did not rush toward it, but instead started running in the opposite direction. Even with his current strength, it was impossible to stop this giant beast's movement in a short time. There was only one way: to increase potential energy through acceleration. Zhao Tiedan's initial speed could now reach Mach 3. If there were a top-down view at this moment, you would see a red point of light, dragging a long, thin arc, revolving around Giant Skeleton City. Under the influence of his speed-like-the-wind trait, he quickly reached Mach 200. At this point, the wind pressure caused by Zhao Tiedan, just by passing by buildings, was enough to tear their main structures apart. Zhao Tiedan's speed continued to increase, Mach 300. 100 kilometers per second, the spacetime around Zhao Tiedan began to distort. This was Zhao Tiedan's maximum speed. He suddenly turned toward the destroyer skeleton, then leaped forward, colliding with unstoppable force. The moment the destroyer skeleton made contact with Zhao Tiedan, it began to shatter starting from the head. It was like a person being hit by a bullet from a Barrett sniper rifle. The wound is just a single point, but when it touches a solid, the destructive power brought by the potential energy is even more terrifying than a bomb. Yibegu, Leng Feng, and the 5 other Origin Realm experts all saw this scene, their expressions shifting slightly. Especially Yibegu, who had exhausted most of his spiritual energy to command the deconstruction entity. Even as a half-step Firmament Realm expert, struggling against a 10,000-meter giant skeleton was an arduous task. Yet he never expected Zhao Tiedan to dismantle his ultimate move so easily. Furthermore, the fact that he shattered the skeletal remains in a single blow filled them with dread. Boom! Carrying a heart full of rage, Zhao Tiedan landed before the group of Scarlet Alliance experts. "None of you are getting out of here alive today," Zhao Tiedan growled, his face twisted and terrifying like a man-eating beast. The moment Leng Feng saw Zhao Tiedan, he immediately attempted his signature move once more. Freeze! Leng Feng's icy seal instantly encased Zhao Tiedan. However, the ice effect did not even hold for a 10,000th of a second before it shattered. Zhao Tiedan's speed was blistering. He appeared instantly before Leng Feng and grabbed him by the throat. "You dare come back!" With a sharp crack, Zhao Tiedan crushed Leng Feng's neck. But Leng Feng's body immediately dissolved into shards of ice. Again, Zhao Tiedan was completely stumped by Leng Feng. He turned his attention to Yibegu instead, sensing that among all these people, he posed the greatest threat. Seeing Zhao Tiedan charging, Yibegu immediately backed away. At the same time, he unleashed his transcendent power, causing skeletal arms to erupt from the ground and latch onto Zhao Tiedan's feet. Yibegu's power was resurrection. He could bring any of the dead back to life. And he carried a vast number of the deceased with him. He did this to ensure he would have the means to protect himself at any time. Zhao Tiedan stomped his feet, shattering the ground and instantly obliterating the skeletal arms. Even the bones hidden beneath the surface were pulverized by that single stomp. Zhao Tiedan threw a punch at Yibegu, who scrambled backward once more. Must not get hit, a single hit means death. Just then, a dark shadow appeared behind Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan spun around and threw a punch, but the shadow instantly teleported in front of him. Zhao Tiedan followed up with another strike, but the shadow vanished and reappeared again to dodge. Teleportation, Zhao Tiedan's expression darkened. An aura of immense pressure erupted from Zhao Tiedan, causing everyone nearby to stiffen instantly. The shadow playing cat and mouse with him was also frozen in place. Without hesitation, Zhao Tiedan drove his fist through the shadow's chest. The shadow's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Am I really dying just like this? With a cold expression, Zhao Tiedan withdrew his fist and swung it in a wide arc, causing the shadow's head to explode. "One down," Zhao Tiedan said. The remaining group looked grim. Yibegu in particular was gasping for air, his breathing ragged. He realized that Zhao Tiedan was also a half-step Firmament Realm expert. All-out attack, Yibegu roared, though he secretly took a few steps back instead of engaging. Leng Feng stopped playing dead, unleashing a blast of icy air that engulfed Zhao Tiedan. The 4 remaining Origin Realm experts also unleashed their own unique abilities. These 4 were aggressive attackers specifically selected by Yibegu and Leng Feng to take down Zhao Tiedan. Yet Zhao Tiedan stood his ground, not dodging or blocking their combined onslaught. In an instant, his arm was severed, and one of his legs had been petrified. Just as they thought they had won, a streak of red light appeared in the distance.
The red light was approaching at an extreme speed. The person arriving was the real Zhao Tiedan. The one who had been fighting them all this time was merely his shadow. By the time they spotted the red light, it was already too late to escape. The true Zhao Tiedan barreled through the battlefield with an unstoppable impact. And the impact brought with it absolute destruction. Yibeigu reacted the fastest, managing to flee the center of the battlefield the moment he sensed it. The others, however, were a fraction of a second too slow. The first to take the hit was the Origin Realm expert encased in rock. His power was petrification, the same ability that had turned the Shadow's leg to stone. He was struck head-on and disintegrated into fine dust. The other three spirits were caught in the wake of the wind pressure. The wind pressure generated at Mach 300 was devastating. They were sent flying like ragdolls as the pressure swept past them. Though their bodies remained intact, their lives had reached their end. Zhao Tiedan circled around in the distance and charged again. This time he was gunning straight for Yibeigu. Yibeigu immediately raised his hands, and 3 of the 5 Origin Realm experts killed earlier suddenly stood back up. The ones not resurrected were the teleporter whose head had been destroyed and the one who had been pulverized by the impact. The teleporter's head was completely gone. Yibeigu's power required a relatively intact body structure to function. A corpse without a head could not be revived. And the one shattered into dust was beyond saving. After resurrecting the 3 fighters, Yibeigu's first instinct was to flee. But how could his speed possibly compare to Zhao Tiedan's? The shadow lunged forward first, pinning Yibeigu in a tight hold. In the blink of an eye, the real Zhao Tiedan slammed into them. The 3 resurrected experts were instantly pulverized by the sheer force of the impact. Then came Yibeigu. Zhao Tiedan drove straight through him. Just as Zhao Tiedan shattered Yibeigu's physical form, a phantom figure surged out from within. The phantom figure dove directly into Leng Feng. Leng Feng froze in place, his expression shifting rapidly. Zhao Tiedan saw the phantom slip into Leng Feng and realized this was likely the legendary technique of soul possession. But why did not he take over my body? Logically, I am far stronger than Leng Feng, so there is no reason he would pick him over me. Zhao Tiedan considered a possibility. Perhaps this technique could only be used on those weaker than the user. Zhao Tiedan grabbed Leng Feng by the neck, but this time he held back his strength, simply hoisting him up. He could not kill Leng Feng, but as long as he kept the body intact, the spirit could not escape. Zhao Tiedan then brought out the trap he had prepared specifically for Leng Feng. Ever since their first encounter where Leng Feng slipped away, Zhao Tiedan had been preparing for their second meeting. A massive glass container, designed specifically to lock Leng Feng away. As for whether Yibeigu successfully possessed him or not, Zhao Tiedan did not care in the slightest. Zhao Tiedan looked at the chaotic giant skeleton city, but he did not bother to clean it up. Anyway, with Yu Sun and the others there, they should be able to handle it. This attack on giant skeleton city resulted in thousands of casualties. Feeling gloomy, Zhao Tiedan carried the giant glass container back to his residence. Back at his place, the cold wind inside the glass container had returned to normal, though perhaps it was no longer cold wind, but Night Skeleton. Night Skeleton's unique trait is that he can switch bodies every 3,000 years, but he can only take over bodies weaker than his own. This is also why Night Skeleton has been able to live for over 10,000 years. However, he cannot obtain other people's special traits or supernatural powers by switching bodies. He can only retain his original supernatural powers and traits. Night Skeleton attempted to break the glass container. But after a few tries, he realized the container was much sturdier than he had imagined, and he gave up. On one hand, his condition was very poor, and on the other, the container was surprisingly tough. Of course, there was an even more important reason. Zhao Tiedan was standing outside the container. If he died again, he would really be gone for good. Zhao Tiedan's death stare was locked tightly onto Night Skeleton inside the container. Night Skeleton felt a chill run down his spine under Zhao Tiedan's gaze. Zhao Tiedan was also at the half-step vault realm, while he could currently exert at most the power of a Yuan spirit realm, and in his current state, perhaps not even that. So Night Skeleton knew very well that if a fight started again, he would likely be dismantled and buried by Zhao Tiedan. Should I call you Night Skeleton now, or should I call you Cold Wind? Night Skeleton had no reply. Then let us talk about your funeral arrangements. I plan to strip your tendons and peel your skin, boil your flesh and bones for soup, use your essence and blood to water flowers and extract your spirit energy. That should be worth a few tens of thousands of spirit energy coins. I can pay to redeem myself. 10 million spirit energy coins, Night Skeleton said immediately. After all, having managed Skeleton City for thousands of years, Night Skeleton had a vast fortune. But I still want to strip your tendons and peel your skin. What do you say to that? I can give you all of Skeleton City. None of these conditions will change my mind. I just want to kill you. What do you want to know from me? Do you know about the Scarlet Church? Never heard of it. Then what useful information can you provide me? What do you want to know? If I want to contact my relatives from my past life, do you have a way? Zhao Tiedan asked. If you can help me solve this problem, I can let you go. Knight Skeleton thought for a moment and replied, there is a way. But how can I be sure you will let me go once you have achieved your goal? There is no way. It is a matter of integrity. You have no choice but to trust me. Knight Skeleton sat down directly and closed his eyes. Zhao Tiedan did not continue to nag. There is plenty of time and there will always be a chance to make him talk. This container was provided by the system. It looks like glass, but it is effectively an iron coffin, so Zhao Tiedan was not worried at all about Knight Skeleton escaping from it. Boom! Suddenly, Zhao Tiedan's door was violently kicked open. Zhao Tiedan immediately grabbed his dumbbells, but upon closer inspection, it was actually Su. It seemed this guy had rushed over with everything he had. Su City was 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers away from Giant Skeleton City. For Su to get here this fast, it seems his speed is not slow at all. Taizai enemies. Well, over here, Zhao Tiedan tapped on the glass container. Cold wind? Su only saw cold wind, as he did not know Knight Skeleton had the ability to possess bodies. Just then there were footsteps outside, and a tall figure ran in. Crocodile head. Taizai, I saw the signal earlier. Did you take out all the enemies? Zhao Tiedan gave a grand introduction of Knight Skeleton. I never thought you would actually manage to capture this guy. Quangxi walked around the glass container to look. Good thing I was not there, or he might have tried to take over my body. Crocodile head, you are such a bad friend. Su City is 3,000 kilometers from Giant Skeleton City, and Heiyu City is only 1,000 kilometers away. Yet you still could not arrive faster than Su. Were you intentionally delaying on the road? Bullshit, I rushed over at full speed. I will admit I am not as fast as Su, but saying I was delaying is an insult to me, Quangxi roared. Support Giant Skeleton City with 100,000 spirit energy coins, and I will believe you. I have it. Su was truly sincere toward Zhao Tiedan. Not only did he rush over at full speed, but he was also willing to pay up. 100,000 spirit energy coins done. Actually, Quangxi felt a bit guilty as well, since the signal cannon of Heiyu City was stolen last time, causing quite a loss to Giant Skeleton City. This time when trouble hit Giant Skeleton City, the matter was already resolved by the time he arrived. He also felt a bit bad for Zhao Tiedan. 100,000 spirit energy coins are indeed an astronomical figure to others. But for Quangxi, it was still an amount he could easily spare. How do you plan to deal with this guy? Quangxi asked, pointing at Knight Skeleton in the container. I plan to find a high place and hang him up for people to admire and visit, charging 1 spirit energy coin per person. Ah, you really are not afraid of escalating things. What, killing him would be too easy? What is wrong with humiliating him a little? Giant Fang City. Lord Giant Fang, Zhao Tiedan from Giant Skeleton City has captured Knight Skeleton from Skeleton City alive and killed Quang Feng, Tian Yun, Shi Yuan, Qi Feng, Quang Ren, and Yigu. Nina reported while standing before Giant Fang. Giant Fang was somewhat shocked at this moment. That guy is really capable. The other small fries are nothing to be surprised about, but Knight Skeleton, he is a veteran powerhouse. Moreover, he had learned from a mole within the Scarlet Alliance that Knight Skeleton had already broken through to the half-step vault realm. And now Zhao Tiedan had actually captured him alive. How could Giant Fang not be shocked by this? Was he injured in any way? He should be uninjured, but Giant Skeleton City suffered heavy losses, with 6,000 dead or wounded. Battles between Yuan Spirit Realm or even half-step Vault Realm fighters cause immense destruction to a city. It is even common for an entire city to be destroyed if the fighting drags on. Giant Fang himself had secretly orchestrated a few such evenly matched battles in the past, for the purpose of maintaining the seal. Later, should we also make a move? Contact all core members and prepare for a grand decisive battle with the Scarlet Alliance. Oh, and you personally make a trip to Giant Skeleton City, take 1 million spirit energy coins as a reward and compensation for him. Giant Fang appointed Zhao Tiedan as vice leader with the intention of having him hold off Knight Skeleton during the grand battle. And now that Zhao Tiedan completed the task ahead of schedule, it was a very pleasant surprise for Giant Fang. Yes, later. When Nina arrived at the Giant Skeleton City, she saw it in ruins. Upon her arrival, Nina discovered that both Quangxi and Su were also there. Your Excellency Avatar, may I ask what brings you here? Zhao Tiedan's expression was somewhat stiff, with a faint hint of dissatisfaction. He had every right to express his discontent. After all, he had been besieged by Yi Beigu and several Yuanling realm experts just last night. And he had faced it all entirely on his own. Even if he won, that did not mean he could simply overlook everything. After all, over 15,000 people had died in the 2 attacks on Giant Skeleton City. This is already the 3rd time you have called my name wrong. The person who could leave such a deep impression on you, Zhao Tiedan, must be someone very important to you, right? Nina wondered if there was some sort of tragic love story involved. Not important at all. Zhao Tiedan did not know if Nina was imagining some crazy drama in her head. It was just that every time he saw Nina, he could not help but think of Avatar. Our leader has asked me to bring you 1 million psychic coins as compensation, Nina said. Zhao Tiedan's smile instantly became sincere. I really should not accept this, Nina. Thank you so much for the trouble of coming all this way. There was no helping it, she simply offered too much. Nina despised this behavior of Zhao Tiedan, who judged people's worth based on their offerings. However, as a professional diplomat under Giant Tooth, she maintained a friendly smile on the surface. In addition, the leader also wants you all to prepare, as our final battle against the Scarlet Alliance is about to begin. When? It is not yet determined, but the time is drawing near, Nina said. Finally, I can properly hack those bastards from the Scarlet Alliance to pieces. Guangxi bared his fangs, his smile innocent and pure. Then I shall not disturb you all any further. I still need to visit the territories of the others. Will not you stay for a meal before you leave? Sure. Zhao Tiedan's smile froze, he was just being polite. After Nina left, the 3 of them sat down together again. It seems like Taizi really crippled the Scarlet Alliance this time, Guangxi said. The sooner this conflict ends, the sooner we can be reborn. I am also sick of the Scarlet Alliance constantly looking for trouble, Zhao Tiedan said, but the leader of the Scarlet Alliance is extremely powerful. Do not risk getting close to him, you are absolutely no match for him. Even you cannot beat him. I cannot beat him. He possesses all the divine abilities of the firmament realm, which is simply something that cannot be countered by anyone below that realm. We are all in the half-step firmament realm, but battle power varies within the same level. Besides, Giant Tooth will handle the leader of the Scarlet Alliance. There is no need for me to step in. Within 2 days, Bright Moon City sent 100,000 psychic coins and 1,000 craftsmen to help rebuild Giant Skeleton City. Empty City also sent a large amount of construction materials, and the reconstruction of Giant Skeleton City proceeded in full swing. However, both Su and Guangxi needed to return to prepare for battle, so they left Giant Skeleton City early. Zhao Tiedan also spent these days waiting for the signal while continuing his iron-pumping regimen, awaiting the coming final battle. In truth, Zhao Tiedan hoped to wait another 20 or 30 days until his physique broke through the 10 million mark. But this war was never directed by Zhao Tiedan, he had no control over it. Neither Giant Tooth nor Thunder Disaster were people he could sway. Physique has broken through 9 million. Your life level is gradually undergoing a transformation. Daily Quest 10,000-ton Dumbbells X increased to 20,000-ton Dumbbells X. Daily Quest 50,000 reps of iron pumping increased to 100,000 reps. The host has awakened the ability Indestructible. The host has awakened the ability Force Field. The host has awakened the ability Breaking 10,000 Laws. Zhao Tiedan immediately checked the awakened abilities. Indestructible, a unique ability of the firmament realm. After receiving damage, the host's body will recover at 100 times the normal speed. Force Field, a unique ability of the firmament realm. Depending on the host's attributes, different force field effects will be produced. Breaking 10,000 Laws, a unique ability of the boundless realm. The host's attacks ignore all defensive supernatural powers and defensive traits of the enemy. These 3 abilities all made Zhao Tiedan's scalp tingle. Especially Breaking 10,000 Laws, an ability unique to the boundless realm. He was not even in the firmament realm yet he had already awakened a boundless realm ability. Moreover, since his attacks ignored all enemy defenses, it meant that every attack he landed dealt true damage. Zhao Tiedan suddenly thought of Cold Wind, who had always been able to exempt his attacks. Would this Breaking 10,000 Laws be effective against him? Regrettably, Cold Wind had already been replaced by Yi Beigu, so it was impossible to experiment now. Zhao Tiedan looked at his hands, his right hand gripping his left wrist joint. Crack! With all his might, Zhao Tiedan snapped his own left wrist joint. Just then, the joint began to automatically align itself, and then recovered rapidly. So this is the indestructible ability. Zhao Tiedan was quite satisfied with it. And the force field, how should one release it? Zhao Tiedan closed his eyes, sensing certain energies floating around him. Among these energies, a portion could be guided by his own will. Upon discovering these energies, Zhao Tiedan immediately had an epiphany, as if it were innate knowledge. Force field energy. These abilities also have attributes, and the energy that can be pulled by me can form a force field unique to myself. Zhao Tiedan's body floated. This was the force field lifting him up. At the same time, he could lift other objects, much like telekinesis but yet different. Telekinesis uses powerful mental strength to lift external objects. But Zhao Tiedan's force field is an invisible energy, manifested in a special way. This force field can pull enemies toward him, while also lifting himself into the air to avoid the disadvantage of ground-to-air combat. Zhao Tiedan named his force field Gravity Field. Having first awakened Indestrain plus Indestructible and Force Field, he now possessed 3 Firmament Realm abilities. Added to that was the ability exclusive to the Boundless Realm, breaking 10,000 laws. He wondered if he could now go toe-to-toe with people at the level of Giant Tooth or Thunder Disaster. Zhao Tiedan visited Yi Beigu again. Yi Beigu was now like a monkey in a cage, hung by Zhao Tiedan in the central square of Giant Skeleton City. Yi Beigu was practically withdrawing into himself. In his long 10,000-year lifespan, he had experienced everything except for such a public humiliation. Being hung in the large square for everyone to visit and admire. City Lord Yi, have not seen you in a few days, how are you holding up? Zhao Tiedan's tone was full of concern, yet it sounded incredibly grating and ironic to Yi Beigu. If you want that method, both our spiritual entities must enter the void and sign a contract with me. I'm not here to talk about that today, Zhao Tiedan said airily. Zhao Tiedan was anxious, but he could not show it too much. He had to let Yi Beigu know that it was not he who was begging for help, but that Yi Beigu needed him. The Giant Tooth Alliance and the Scarlet Alliance are about to go to war, Zhao Tiedan said. Yi Beigu's expression shifted several times, but then he relaxed. This is indeed a good opportunity to attack the Scarlet Alliance. Now that I have been captured, the Scarlet Alliance has lost several more core members. With one falling and the other rising, Giant Tooth will naturally not let such a good opportunity slip by. Beware of Thunder Disaster, Yi Beigu said. This time it was Zhao Tiedan's turn to be surprised. Should not you be hoping for the Scarlet Alliance to win? After all, if they win, you will regain your freedom. Whichever of you wins makes no difference to me. From the moment I was defeated, I lost my autonomy. What? You are quite broad-minded. It is just seeing reality for what it is. Seeing reality is a good thing. I have enjoyed our chat today. Let us talk again another time. Yi Beigu said nothing more. After Zhao Tiedan left, others gathered around to admire Yi Beigu. The next day, Zhao Tiedan received a message from Giant Tooth City, telling him to head there to gather and discuss the offensive against the Scarlet Alliance. Zhao Tiedan waited for Quang Shi to arrive before they headed to Giant Tooth City together. They ran into Su halfway there, or perhaps it was more like Su had been waiting for them to arrive. Once they arrived at Giant Tooth City, they were back at the same house in the same small courtyard. None of the three had the grim attitude one would expect before a major battle. They ate meat, drank wine, and chatted freely about the wonders of their respective worlds. Nina interrupted their gathering. Avatar, are you here to join us for a drink? The three of you, I need to take Zhao Tiedan away for a moment. Sorry for the intrusion, Nina said with a faint smile. Go ahead, with him here we are running out of wine as it is. I will have my subordinates send over more wine later. You two better not sneak any sips. If there is no wine left for me when I get back, I will beat it out of you. After making his threat, Zhao Tiedan left the house with Nina. What does the leader want with me? I do not know, also my name is Nina, not Avatar. I understand, Avatar. What? At the city lord's residence, they were at the same pool. Guided by Nina, Zhao Tiedan came to the front of the pool. This time, Giant Tooth did not act mysteriously as before. He surfaced the moment Zhao Tiedan arrived. Giant Tooth's massive body still made Zhao Tiedan feel awestruck. Zhao Tiedan had seen even larger creatures, but none possessed the natural, imposing pressure that Giant Tooth exuded. Even though Giant Tooth had concealed all his aura, he still made Zhao Tiedan feel the pressure. You seem to have grown stronger again. I am young, I grow fast. Are you eating hormones? You know about hormones too. I have a human contractor. Leader, do you know how to contract a specific person? Are you trying to contract a relative from your previous life? Yes. Giant Tooth shook his head. It is too difficult. Even if I were to pass a message to your relative through my own contractor, there is no way to accurately perform the contract. Zhao Tiedan was somewhat disappointed. If even an old, veteran powerhouse like Giant Tooth who had lived for 10,000 years did not know how, then did Yi Beigu really know the method? Also, you had best not leak information about your relatives easily. After all, you have enemies. It might be hard to contract a relative from your past life, but it is not difficult to find them. If any of your enemies have human contractors and they find your relatives through them, you will be in a very passive position. Zhao Tiedan took Giant Tooth's words to heart. Let us talk about the final battle. I will give it my all while ensuring my own safety. Thunder Disaster is definitely not as simple as you think. I have dealt with him many times, yet that guy always manages to escape unscathed. Zhao Tiedan thought for a moment and asked, on the surface, which is stronger, the Scarlet Alliance or the Giant Tooth Alliance? It is definitely the Giant Tooth Alliance, and by quite a significant margin. If Thunder Disaster is as cautious as you say, what would he do if there is no chance of winning? Most likely he would flee. Giant Tooth suddenly stopped, frowning. If Thunder Disaster has not left, does that mean he still has a backup plan? It is possible he has a trump card he has not revealed yet, and it is very likely one he is very confident in. Zhao Tiedan's words forced Giant Tooth to sink into deep thought, and at the same time, he realized he had to treat this decisive battle with even more caution. News that Yi Beigu had been defeated and captured had already reached Bone City. Bone City is now in a state of panic, but Thunder Disaster has already taken control of the city. Thunder Disaster's eyes hidden behind the mask were cold and ruthless. Zhao Tiedan. It is this Zhao Tiedan again. It seems the Scarlet Alliance began to spiral out of control the moment they had their first conflict with him. First, Zhao Tiedan leaked news about the Scarlet Alliance, and then every time they went to cause trouble for him, they returned empty-handed, while the Scarlet Alliance's combat power was continuously depleted. And now he has even captured Yi Beigu, whom he had propped up. Although Yi Beigu had always been wary of him, how could Thunder Disaster let Yi Beigu out of his control? When he suggested Yi Beigu go and eliminate Zhao Tiedan, Thunder Disaster felt it was a sure success. Yet it was this supposedly certain decision that ended up backfiring. Yi Beigu's capture has had a huge impact on his plans. It is not just his plans. The Giant Tooth Alliance is now pressing in step by step, forcing him to move his plans forward in a hurry. At this moment, Thunder Disaster has summoned 5 core members. The expressions on these 5 core members are all different. They are all already aware of the current situation of the Scarlet Alliance. Yi Beigu's defeat and capture has made the already passive situation of the Scarlet Alliance even worse. It can no longer be called passive, it is a total collapse. The current mindset of most people is to just go their separate ways. Although they cannot stay on Shadow Moon Coast anymore with their strength, they can survive anywhere. Everyone, I am sure you all know the current situation of the Scarlet Alliance. Leader, what are your plans? If any of you want to leave, I will not stop you, but I still have one way for our Scarlet Alliance to turn defeat into victory. Everyone had similar thoughts and looked at Thunder Disaster in unison. May we ask what this method for turning defeat into victory is, leader? It is very simple. We are definitely at a disadvantage in numbers, but if the number of half-step Sky Realm experts we have can exceed that of the Giant Tooth Alliance, then we can turn defeat into victory. Leader, do you still have any blood sacrifice star energy coins in your possession? No, I do not have a single one left. Back then, to push Yi Beigu to the half-step Sky Realm, I used all of my blood sacrifice star energy coins on him. Then how can we turn defeat into victory? Are you not joking with us, leader? I am not joking. Thunder Disaster suddenly let out a low, deep laugh. Although I no longer have any blood sacrifice star energy coins on hand, we can still refine more. We are currently less than 1,000 miles from Bone City, and we will likely be targeted by the Giant Tooth Alliance soon. How can we refine blood sacrifice star energy coins? It is true that we cannot easily leave Bone City, but Bone City has a population of over 1 million. Everyone gasped. After all, Bone City was Yi Beigu's territory, but then they thought about it. Yi Beigu is trapped himself, so who cares about Bone City anymore? But is just one Bone City enough? Bone City is not enough on its own, but are not there over 20 Origin Spirit Realm experts within Bone City? Everyone could not help but shiver. Thunder Disaster's gaze swept over everyone present. I called the 5 of you here because I believe you have the potential to stand by my side. Over 20 Origin Spirit Realm experts plus the 1 million people in Bone City will definitely be enough to make you all reach the half-step Sky Realm. Beams of red light rose from the City of Bones. The entire City of Bones was plunged into despair and death. Crimson energy was draining the life force of everyone, along with their flesh and spiritual energy. Men and women, young and old, regardless of their race, all cried out in this moment. However, there were still some stronger beings who were resisting the blood sacrifice ritual with all their might. At this moment, on the central tower of the City of Bones, 24 figures stood at the top, looking down at the city, which had become a living hell. They watched it all with expressionless faces. Such slaughter could not stir even the slightest emotion in them. From the moment they joined the Scarlet Alliance, they had cast aside all pity. As long as it allows them to reach that long-dreamt-of realm, the sacrifice of these people is worth it, even if the cost were 10 times greater. Go and help with those powerful ones resisting in the city. Whoever eliminates the most will have priority in getting the chance to advance to the firmament realm, Lei Zai said. Upon hearing Lei Zai's words, everyone was moved. Leader, will the blood sacrifice formation affect us as well? Even those in the true spirit realm and void spirit realm can withstand the blood sacrifice formation, so why would you in the origin spirit realm need to worry? Lei Zai said indifferently. The crowd thought it made sense, so they immediately rushed out of the tower, scattering to start a massacre throughout the City of Bones. Only 5 powerful figures of the origin spirit realm remained by Lei Zai's side. Zhu Manzi of the Barbarian Bull Tribe, Mo Ling of the Abyss Tribe, Atala of the Mystery Blood Tribe, Shang Tian of the Holy Tribe, and Gu Hen of the Black Demon Tribe. These were the people Lei Zai had groomed long ago, and they had all accepted his suggestions. All the other 24 origin spirit realm experts were merely stepping stones for these 5. While they were slaughtering others, they were also being schemed against themselves. Lei Zai let out a deep, rumbling laugh. Lei Zai spread his arms, and the power within him rippled outward. The power of the blood sacrifice formation was instantly pushed to its maximum, increasing tenfold in an instant. In a flash, the true spirit realm and void spirit realm experts, who were still resisting, vanished into thin air. And the origin spirit realm experts who had run out of the tower to slaughter others also felt a strong sense of discomfort. Oh no, we have been tricked. Lei Zai intends to use us all for the blood sacrifice. Damn you, Lei Zai, you will meet a terrible end. Lei Zai turned a deaf ear to the curses. He had heard such insults 1,000, no, 10,000 times before. Lei Zai continued to drive the blood sacrifice formation while saying to the 5 beside him, "Stand at your respective positions, and I will channel the power refined by the blood sacrifice directly into your bodies." The 5 immediately stood at the 5 cardinal points of the tower, and Lei Zai controlled 5 blood red torrents, guiding them into each of the 5 positions. The 5 individuals immediately felt a surging, intoxicating power, constantly elevating their power levels. This power was unimaginably overwhelming, making them feel a thrill of near invincibility. When the last bit of energy from the blood sacrifice formation was drained, the entire City of Bones returned to silence. But at this moment, the City of Bones no longer held a single trace of life. Only Lei Zai remained on the central tower, along with 5 beings at the half-step firmament realm. These 5 never expected Lei Zai to actually keep his word and share such immense power with them, without keeping a single drop for himself. They felt their power full and surging, nearly 10 times stronger than before. "You can choose to leave now or stay," Lei Zai said. "I can guarantee that those who leave will not be obstructed or harassed. As for those who stay, once we defeat the Giant Tooth Alliance, we can use the blood sacrifice formation to refine them as well. Perhaps by then, at least one true firmament realm powerhouse will emerge. Leader, the first one to reach the firmament realm will of course be you." "That is right, yes, you are leading us to victory, so you deserve to be the first firmament realm master." In that case, I will humbly accept." Everyone was smiling on the surface, but after obtaining half-step firmament realm power, who would still want to live under someone else? Everyone had their own secret plans, but it was not the right time to tear off the mask yet. They still needed to join forces to deal with the Giant Tooth Alliance's offensive. In Giant Tooth City, Nina approached Giant Tooth. "Leader, we have lost contact with our man," Nina said. Giant Tooth had planted a spy within the Scarlet Alliance. They had always relied on this spy to provide intelligence to the Giant Tooth Alliance. But this time the agreed-upon time had passed, and the spy had not sent back any intelligence. Giant Tooth felt a bit disappointed. As expected, dealing with an old monster like Lei Zai was not so easy. The undercover agent sent to the Scarlet Alliance was Giant Tooth's confidant. Giant Tooth believed he could not have betrayed him. Since he had not sent back any information, it was very likely he had been killed. This made Giant Tooth feel quite down, though he hid his emotions well. "Notify all Alliance members, we will set out tomorrow to go to the City of Bones." Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, massive explosions occurred within Giant Tooth City. Giant Tooth looked into the distance. Was Lei Zai so impatient that he launched an attack himself? At that moment, Giant Tooth suddenly sensed a large number of sea beasts and abyssal monsters rushing towards Giant Tooth City. At the same time, Giant Tooth sniffed and said with a grim face, "Destructive blood." Lei Zai hid a massive amount of destructive blood inside Giant Tooth City. The explosion just now was the release of that blood. Nina's gaze sharpened as she said, "I will go notify the Alliance members to stop the sea beasts and abyssal monsters." Giant Tooth shook his head. "You go notify Zhao Tiedan first and tell him not to act."
But Nina hesitated. She also sensed the immeasurable number of sea beasts and over 100 abyssal monsters. With such a massive count, even Giant Tooth City might not be able to hold them off. All Alliance members were currently in Giant Tooth City, and their presence could greatly relieve the pressure on the city. Especially Zhao Tiedan, who was a very important combat force. If he were to strike, it would surely significantly reduce the losses to Giant Tooth City. Lei Zai is trying to exhaust our power, Giant Tooth said. Others can strike, but Zhao Tiedan cannot. Just then, Giant Tooth sensed Lei Zai and the others approaching. However, in his perception, he only sensed Lei Zai alone. At this moment, Lei Zai was right at the edge of Giant Tooth City. Where were the other Scarlet Alliance members? Giant Tooth immediately soared into the air and flew toward Lei Zai. Stopping 100 meters before Lei Zai, Giant Tooth stared at him from afar. "Old man, I thought you would be hiding." "Hiding? For a decisive battle that is already won, why would I hide? After all, I still have an ace up my sleeve that I have not used yet," Lei Zai replied casually. "Do you really think victory is certain?" Giant Tooth said with disdain. "Our fight will not end in a short time. How about we sit down and watch the show instead?" What? In Giant Fang's mind, as long as it was a proposal from Thunder Disaster, he would reject it outright. So he launched an attack on Thunder Disaster without the slightest hesitation. Giant Fang raised his massive fist and swung it through the air towards Thunder Disaster. Thunder Disaster's figure flickered, turning into a bolt of lightning as he appeared midair. At the same time, the clothing on Thunder Disaster shattered along with the lightning, revealing his true form. Thunder Disaster was covered in feathers, with a face like a deity of thunder, a pair of sharp horns on his head, and a tail behind him. Arcs of electricity crackled faintly across his body, and a dangerous aura radiated from him. Giant Fang had long known about Thunder Disaster's background. He was not a heroic spirit, but a native creature of the spirit realm and one that had come from the sea. Thunder Disaster, the lightning sword eagle. Although he flew in the sky, the lightning sword eagle was actually a member of the sea beasts. This was also the reason why he always kept himself wrapped up tight in his daily life. After all, a sea beast, something heroic spirits viewed as lowly and fit for slaughter at will, had no right to stand on equal footing with them. "Giant Fang, you really do not give this old friend any face." A dangerous aura radiated from Giant Fang. "Face? You have no face worth mentioning here as far as I am concerned." Hearing Giant Fang's words, Thunder Disaster's expression immediately turned cold and gloomy. Rumble. In the distance, dust and smoke billowed as endless swarms of sea beasts and abyss monsters reached the outskirts of Giant Fang City. Thunder Disaster chuckled. "Giant Fang, the city you worked so hard to build will become history today." Giant Fang remained unmoved. "If I can build Giant Fang City once, I can build it a second time. You can try to destroy it as many times as you like." The strong warriors within Giant Fang City were also already engaging the abyss monsters and sea beasts. With over 100 abyss monsters and 40-some Yuanling realm experts, they were fairly evenly matched. As for the common sea beasts, they were naturally being handled by the residents of Giant Fang City themselves. The combat between the two sides was like two clashing torrents, instantly churning together in a brutal melee. Zhao Tiedan stood on a rooftop, watching the battlefield in the distance. Nina had come to deliver a message not long ago, telling him not to make a move yet. He was to wait until the strong warriors of the Scarlet Alliance appeared before acting. Guangxi and Su were also in the fray, and Zhao Tiedan's focus was fixed on them. If either of them were in danger, he would not care about Giant Fang's plans. He would strike immediately. In another direction, Thunder Disaster and Giant Fang were locked in battle. However, the scale of their fight was small, clearly still in the probing stage. The sea beasts held the advantage in the fight against the residents of Giant Fang City. There were simply too many sea beasts, and the combat strength of the city's residents was uneven. Meanwhile, the fight between the abyss monsters and the members of the Giant Fang Alliance was completely one-sided. Dozens of abyss monsters had already been slaughtered, while the Giant Fang Alliance members had not suffered a single casualty yet. These abyss monsters were in the 100 to 300 meter range. If one were a kilometer-long monster, it might pose a threat to a Yuanling realm expert. But these smaller ones were nothing but small fry to the Yuanling realm experts. Suddenly, a bolt of black light descended from the sky, instantly striking a Yuanling realm expert. That expert, who was previously tangling with an abyss monster, was left critically wounded by the strike. The monster immediately opened its blood-stained jaws and bit the expert into a pulp of flesh and blood. The first casualty among the Yuanling realm experts. The assailant was none other than Gu Hen of the Black Demon tribe. Following that, more Yuanling realm experts were ambushed one after another on the battlefield. It was the doing of the four.
Blood Savage of the Bull Tribe, Mo Ling of the Abyss Tribe, Atala of the Mystery Blood Tribe, and Shang Tian of the Holy Tribe. 6 Yuanling Realm experts were instantly killed by these sneak attacks. Upon sensing the arrival of 5 half-step Firmament Realm experts, Giant Fang's expression shifted drastically. Thunder Disaster pulled back to gain some distance, a vicious smile hanging on his face. Do you see that? Do you still think you can win? Giant Fang's face was terrifyingly dark. Those are just amateurs. As soon as I finish you off, I will go back and deal with them. Although he said that, his heart was far from calm. His attacks became more fierce, but Thunder Disaster's goal now was just to stall. Stalling for time. Stalling until the 5 half-step Firmament Realm experts wiped out everyone in the Giant Fang Alliance. With the appearance of the 5, the situation turned around instantly. The Abyss monsters, no longer restrained, began to rampage into Giant Fang City, causing wanton destruction and slaughter. And the nearly 40 Yuanling Realm experts could do nothing to stop the 5 half-step Firmament powerhouses. Despite the numerical advantage, the gap in combat power was worlds apart. Boom! Quang Shi was sent flying by a punch from the Bull Tribe's Blood Savage, smashing heavily into the ground. Blood Savage's veins bulged, his muscles surged, and his entire body was filled with a terrifying blood-red aura. Blood Savage plunged from the sky, aiming to stomp on Quang Shi. Just then, a wave of mist spread out, blocking Blood Savage's path. Looking again, Quang Shi had already been dragged out of the crater by the mist. At the same time, the mist formed a giant human face and lunged at Blood Savage. Blood Savage gave a light shout and threw a punch. The mist-formed face instantly dissipated. Clowns, Blood Savage scoffed disdainfully, then kicked off the ground and gave chase to Quang Shi again. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind pressure roared as a red figure blocked Blood Savage's path. Both of them were exuding an eerie red light. The moment their eyes met, they both erupted with power and charged at each other. The newcomer was Zhao Tiedan, his right fist condensed with field energy, seemingly distorting space and time itself. Blood Savage was not to be outdone. His right fist glowed with red light, unleashing a simple, unadorned punch. Boom! A dull explosion rang out, the ground shattered, and nearby debris were suspended in midair in that instant of weightlessness. After a brief stalemate, Blood Savage's right arm burst apart, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Blood Savage himself was sent flying backwards. In this test of strength, Zhao Tiedan was the complete victor. Blood Savage got up from the ground in a sorry state and glanced at his lost right arm. Just then, his arm began to regenerate rapidly, with flesh and blood wriggling to rebuild bones, nerves, and muscles. In less than a second, Blood Savage had a brand new arm again. Zhao Tiedan's pupils contracted. It was clear this guy had also awakened the Firmament Realm's divine ability, immortality. You are Zhao Tiedan from Giant Remains City. You are indeed strong, Blood Savage sneered at Zhao Tiedan. Field energy rippled around Zhao Tiedan as he offered a similarly crazed smile. If it is just you, that is not enough. What if you add me to the mix? Gu Han of the Black Demon Tribe descended from the sky, draped in black mist. Then Mo Ling of the Abyss Tribe, Atala of the Mystery Blood Tribe, and Shang Tian of the Holy Tribe also closed in from all directions. As long as they could eliminate Zhao Tiedan, the Giant Fang Alliance would collapse entirely. And they would be the ultimate victors of the Scarlet Alliance. 5 overwhelming waves of pressure rolled over Zhao Tiedan like an unstoppable tide. Zhao Tiedan also unleashed his own aura to confront them. These 5 auras, however, could not overwhelm Zhao Tiedan at all. Instead, they remained in a stalemate, with neither side able to get the upper hand. Zhao Tiedan instantly triggered his gravity field, controlling the surrounding stones to shoot toward the abyssal spirit. But as the stones entered the black mist around the spirit, they suddenly vanished. Zhao Tiedan narrowed his eyes as the black mist around the spirit transformed into a giant blade, chopping down toward his head. Zhao Tiedan dodged immediately, but just then Zhu Manzi slammed into him, knocking him right back into the reach of the giant black blade. Zhu Manzi was sent flying backward from the force of the collision. Zhao Tiedan watched helplessly as the giant black blade struck his shoulder. The blade sank 3 inches into the bone, but Zhao Tiedan immediately used his gravity field energy to catch it, preventing it from cutting any deeper. He then threw a punch through the air, focusing field energy into his fist and striking at the spirit. With a soft thud, the spirit's body collapsed and dissipated into a wisp of black mist. However, the mist reformed a dozen yards away, though the spirit now had black blood oozing from its lips, having lost its earlier arrogant demeanor. Zhao Tiedan glanced at his shoulder, where the wound was rapidly healing. Immortality, he has that too. At that moment, Atala of the Mystery Blood Race raised both her hands, aiming at Zhao Tiedan. Blood began to seep out from the unhealed wound on Zhao Tiedan's shoulder. Zhao Tiedan activated his gravity field once more, sending countless shards of rock flying toward Atala. Atala's supernatural ability, blood control. As long as an enemy has the slightest scratch, she can control and drain the blood from their body. Most creatures possess blood and cannot escape their dependence on it, and Zhao Tiedan was no exception. Zhao Tiedan immediately felt a sense of weakness. It was a direct hit to his stamina, causing it to plummet. It had to be said, this Atala posed a massive threat to him. Atala quickly pulled back to dodge the incoming shards of rock. But the next moment, a giant boulder weighing tens of thousands of tons was pulled by Zhao Tiedan's gravity field, suspended above Atala and dropped down. The other experts at the half-step vault realm turned pale at the sight. Zhu Manzi leaped up, slamming his head into the giant rock. The trajectory of the falling boulder shifted slightly. Holy One of the Saint race glowed brilliantly, his entire body turning into a ball of light as he shot directly at the boulder. Boom! Under the Holy One's attack, the boulder was blasted to pieces. However, under Zhao Tiedan's control, the debris accelerated and flew toward Atala from all directions. The black mist around the spirit surged, engulfing Atala. As the rocks flew in from all sides, they vanished once again. Zhao Tiedan took this chance to charge straight at Atala. Atala felt her breath catch. The presence Zhao Tiedan projected was like an oncoming mountain about to crush her. Zhao Tiedan's aura completely overwhelmed Atala. It was just like how Jaya had overwhelmed Zhao Tiedan before. But back then, Zhao Tiedan only suffered a decline in attributes and a combat power reduction of about 20%. Yet now, the pressure Zhao Tiedan exerted on Atala was like an elephant facing an ant. Suddenly, Gu Hen blocked Zhao Tiedan's path. Zhao Tiedan flickered, splitting into two figures as he bypassed Gu Hen. One figure intercepted Gu Hen, while the other had already reached Atala. Wait, Atala shrieked, unable to make any move in the face of Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan threw dozens of punches in an instant, each one hitting home. Every blow tore her apart and left her devastated. Zhao Tiedan did not know if Atala had awakened an immortal ability. But he would not give her any chance to recover. He disemboweled her and pummeled her until there was nothing left. Zhao Tiedan did not believe her constitution could withstand his sledgehammer-sized fists. Moreover, his attacks carried true damage. Destroying all techniques, regardless of her defenses, she had to bear the unbearable agony of life. Seeing Atala dead while Zhao Tiedan continued to beat her corpse, the remaining Gu Hen, the spirit Zhu Manzi, and the Holy One felt a chill crawl up their spines. This guy is too brutal. If they died by his fists, they might end up just like Atala. Only after pummeling Atala into an unrecognizable pulp did Zhao Tiedan stop. The shadow returned to the main body, and both figures looked back at the remaining 4 half-step vault realm experts. The shadow possessed the same constitution as the original but lacked traits and divine abilities. Zhao Tiedan pondered how to finish off the remaining 4. The shadow could not fight the Holy One, whose attack power was too great. Since any damage the shadow took would be fed back to the main body, and the shadow lacked the body's diamond trait, taking damage would be a huge problem. The black mist on the spirit was still a mystery, other than its ability to neutralize rock attacks, so he could use the shadow to test it. Gu Hen and Zhu Manzi, however, were fair game for the shadow. Gu Hen was clearly an assassin type, very fast but lacking in raw damage. If he could not break the defense, he was not a threat. The shadow was safe, as the saying goes, I can make many mistakes, but you cannot afford a single one. Zhu Manzi was a pure strength-based opponent combined with an immortality ability. Difficult, yes, but when compared to him, there was a clear gap. Therefore, the shadow's best opponents were Gu Hen or Zhu Manzi. On the other side of Jaya City, Jaya and Lei Zai were locked in a fierce battle, but they were also closely monitoring Zhao Tiedan's fight. After Zhao Tiedan held off 5 half-step vault experts and decisively killed Atala, Jaya could not hide his grin. Haha, Lei Zai, your 5 amateurs cannot possibly beat Zhao Tiedan. That guy's current strength might already be on par with mine, Jaya laughed. Recalling their last meeting, Zhao Tiedan had not been this strong. It had not been long, yet Zhao Tiedan had reached such a level of strength. Lei Zai glanced at the distant battlefield and sneered. You do not actually think they were my final trump card, do you? Jaya's eyelid twitched. Could those 5 half-step vault experts really not be Lei Zai's final trump card? As for those at the Yuan Ling realm, they were left dumbfounded. When Jaya had proposed Zhao Tiedan as deputy leader, many of them had been quite dismissive. Now they were thoroughly convinced. Zhao Tiedan had taken on 5 half-step vault experts alone and even killed one. This level of power was absolutely worthy of his status as deputy leader of the Jaya Alliance. On the battlefield, Zhu Manzi, Gu Hen, the Spirit, and the Holy One had lost their arrogance. Facing Zhao Tiedan, none of them could win individually.
Even with 5-on-1 odds, one had been slaughtered, and the remaining 4 felt a shared sense of impending doom. Zhao Tiedan and his shadow stood back to back, scanning the 4. Even though he had killed Atala, he did not feel the pressure lighten much. The strength of these 4 was immense. Until the final moment, no one knew who the ultimate victor would be. While Zhao Tiedan was thinking about how to deal with these 4, the 4 half-step Sky Realm powerhouses were also plotting against him. Finally, both sides moved at the exact same time. Zhao Tiedan and his shadow rushed toward Guhen and Blood Savage simultaneously. Blood Savage charged forward for a fist fight, trading blows body to body. Judging from his strength, Zhao Tiedan estimated Blood Savage's physique to be around 5 million at most. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiedan's physique had already reached over 9 million, nearly double the gap. With a twofold difference in physique, the disparity in actual combat effectiveness was far more than just double. For every punch Blood Savage landed on Zhao Tiedan could strike him back 3 or 4 times. Blood Savage could deal 1 point of damage with a punch, while Zhao Tiedan dealt 10 points per hit. However, Blood Savage possessed an indestructible supernatural ability, allowing him to recover rapidly. As for the shadow fighting Blood Savage, any damage it took was reflected back onto the main body. Since Zhao Tiedan's main body also had the indestructible ability, the damage he sustained remained low. As long as his stamina did not hit bottom, Zhao Tiedan's indestructible ability would remain permanently effective. The main body of Zhao Tiedan was locked in a struggle with Guhen. Guhen was faster than Zhao Tiedan and was extremely skilled in combat techniques. He loved facing brutes like Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan had not even touched Guhen once, yet Guhen had already left over a dozen bloody marks on him. However, while Guhen's attacks looked impressive, they only dealt 0.5 damage in reality. Suddenly, a streak of white light flashed by. Zhao Tiedan sensed danger immediately, but it was too late to dodge. Shang Tian's attack had already slammed into Zhao Tiedan. A burning pain swept through his entire body, and at the same time, the demon spirit's black energy transformed into a spear, stabbing him from behind. Zhao Tiedan realized instantly that he had been stabbed in the kidney. Writhing in agony, Zhao Tiedan condensed force field energy into his right fist and blasted it toward the demon spirit. The demon spirit, having already taken one of Zhao Tiedan's punches, knew the power behind it. So he dodged even before Zhao Tiedan threw the punch. But Zhao Tiedan's fist wind was not aimed at the demon spirit, but at Shang Tian behind him. Shang Tian tried to turn into a beam of light, but it was too late. The fist wind slammed into him. Shang Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Meanwhile, the shadow immediately abandoned Blood Savage and charged toward Shang Tian. While Blood Savage was still dazed, he chased after the shadow, only to have Zhao Tiedan block his path. Guhen stepped in to intercept the shadow, but the shadow did not even slow down, lunging straight for Shang Tian. Guhen's hands gleamed with a ghostly light as he thrust toward the shadow's eyes. The shadow retreated immediately. After all, such damage reflected back to the main body would cause huge trouble. Even with the indestructible ability, the main body would temporarily lose its vision. Zhao Tiedan forced Blood Savage back with a punch. By now, Blood Savage was exhausted and had lost a significant amount of vitality. The indestructible ability is not true immortality, it still consumes vitality. Zhao Tiedan stepped forward, condensed force field energy into both fists, and slammed them into Blood Savage's chest. As Blood Savage went flying, Zhao Tiedan used a telekinetic pull to drag him right back in front of him. Zhao Tiedan raised his leg and delivered a sweeping kick to Blood Savage's neck. Blood Savage staggered back several yards. Just as Zhao Tiedan was about to pursue, the demon spirit's black energy turned into a giant sword, forcing Zhao Tiedan to retreat. The shadow once again left Guhen to launch an attack on the demon spirit. Guhen thrust his claw-like hands into the shadow's back, while the shadow punched the demon spirit, forcing the latter to spit blood. Simultaneously, blood seeped from Zhao Tiedan's chest, as the damage to the shadow was reflected onto him. By now, Shang Tian, Blood Savage, and the demon spirit were all wounded, having each taken at least one punch. Zhao Tiedan was also injured. The only one left in good condition was Guhen. None of them expected the battle to be this brutal. Zhao Tiedan's injuries were healing rapidly, while Blood Savage, who also had the indestructible ability, was recovering much more slowly. Zhao Tiedan still felt full of vigor, with only about 20% of his stamina consumed. As soon as his wounds healed, Zhao Tiedan and his shadow launched a simultaneous attack again. He would not wait for Blood Savage to recover. This time, both Zhao Tiedan and the shadow targeted Blood Savage. His goal was to finish Blood Savage off once and for all. Once they lost this big tank, the situation would turn completely in his favor. Shang Tian, the demon spirit, and Gu Hen knew that losing Blood Savage meant losing control of the fight. So they unleashed their full strength against Zhao Tiedan and the Shadow. Blood Savage must not die. Right then, Zhao Tiedan and the Shadow dodged the incoming attacks and struck at Shang Tian and the demon spirit instead. Blood Savage was important, but everyone else present was just as crucial. That was why Zhao Tiedan never focused on killing just one person first. Whoever left an opening, Zhao Tiedan would strike them down immediately. Debris in the air suddenly lost gravity and began to float, before spinning violently. Everyone was forced to retreat. The Shadow punched Shang Tian in the chest, but Shang Tian had turned into light a split second earlier, dodging the attack and passing through the swirling debris. The Shadow lacked the Break 10,000 Laws ability, so it could not inflict true damage. However, as Shang Tian fled, the Shadow immediately rushed back toward Blood Savage. At that same moment, Zhao Tiedan punched a hole through the demon spirit's chest. The demon spirit gasped, coughing up mouthfuls of bloody foam. In the next moment, his body turned into black mist and reformed a short distance away. Just as Zhao Tiedan thought he had eliminated a major threat, the demon spirit's weak aura surged, quickly returning to its peak. This was the ability the demon spirit had awakened, Reflection. Upon reaching the brink of death, it restores all energy, spiritual power, and even heals all wounds without any side effects, though it can only be used once a month. Zhao Tiedan's eyes narrowed. He had not expected the demon spirit to possess such an ability, nor did he know it was a Sky Realm skill. A crazed look appeared on the demon spirit's face. If not for Zhao Tiedan, he would never have felt the sensation of near death. If not for the reflection ability, he would be nothing but a pile of mush right now. Black mist erupted from the demon spirit, forming beasts that lunged at Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan smashed them one by one, but after exploding, the beasts reverted to mist and reformed into beasts again. The demon spirit was truly terrified. He never wanted to experience the feeling of near death again. So now he did not care about consumption. He just wanted to give Zhao Tiedan no chance to breathe. Zhao Tiedan disliked battles of attrition. His advantage lay in his immense physical strength and explosive power. These black mist beasts did very limited damage to him. Repulsion, Zhao Tiedan's gravitational field erupted, much like the classic move Shinra Tense. A repulsive force surged outward, shattering everything within a radius of dozens of meters. The black mist beasts were shredded on the spot, and the mist was scattered, unable to reform in the short term. Zhao Tiedan's clearing technique had an incredible effect. In the next moment, Zhao Tiedan surged toward the demon spirit, who, afraid to engage in close combat, turned into mist and reformed elsewhere. But this was exactly what Zhao Tiedan was waiting for. He kicked off the ground and lunged at the demon spirit while he was still reforming. He did not believe the demon spirit could infinitely restore his peak state. If he could, he would not need to dodge any of his attacks. The moment the demon spirit's body fully reformed, Zhao Tiedan slammed a fist into his head. The head shattered like a watermelon, and this time he could not recover as before. Only a headless corpse remained. Shang Tian, Blood Savage, and Gu Hen were tied up by the Shadow. Their greatest problem was the inability to land fatal blows on Zhao Tiedan and the Shadow. The same went for the fallen demon spirit and Atala. Seeing the demon spirit slain, the remaining three felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts. One clone of Zhao Tiedan had already left them helpless, and now his main body was free. All three of them were now thinking of retreating. They are fundamentally and extremely selfish by nature. To them, joining the Scarlet Alliance, and even coming here to participate in this decisive battle, was all done for their own sake. But now, Zhao Tiedan has made them feel the presence of death. When they realize they cannot gain enough benefit and are facing a life-or-death crisis, they will naturally abandon Lei Zai and the Scarlet Alliance without a second thought. However, by this point, Zhao Tiedan is already lost in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Run, as long as they dare to turn their backs, Zhao Tiedan will hunt them down until they die. And deserters have no comrades to provide cover. So they realize their predicament now. They can neither win the fight nor escape. Zhao Tiedan quickly joins the fray. Previously, Shadow was struggling quite a bit in a 3-on-1 fight. Fortunately, Blood Savage was nearly exhausted, so Shang Tian and Gu Hen had to protect him, which gave Shadow the room to maneuver. But now that Zhao Tiedan has entered the battle, the remaining three spirits feel immense pressure. Zhao Tiedan directly intercepts Shang Tian and Gu Hen, while Shadow continues his assault on Blood Savage. Blood Savage is now reaching the end of his strength. In contrast, Shadow remains full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue at all. In fact, Shadow has expended quite a lot of energy. However, Zhao Tiedan's trait is untiring. As long as his stamina is not fully depleted, he does not feel fatigue.
Finally, Blood Savage fails to block a strike and gets kicked in the chest by Shadow, sending him flying backward. Shadow pursues him immediately, raising his fists and unleashing a storm of blows down upon the fallen Blood Savage. He does not stop until Blood Savage's body is a bloody, mangled mess. Zhao Tiedan and Gu Hen are trembling with terror now. 5 against 1, yet Zhao Tiedan has killed 3 of them in a row. With only the 2 of them left, they have no heart left to continue the fight. Run, the 2 of them turn and flee. If they do not run now, they never will. Watching this from the distant battlefield, Juya lets out a loud laugh. Haha, Lei Zai, the subordinates you found are way too weak. It is hilarious, 5 of them could not even beat one. Lei Zai glances at the battlefield in the distance and says, trash, absolutely useless. Then Lei Zai turns his gaze back to Juya, asking, did not you want to know my trump card? Juya's heart skips a beat, a vague sense of dread washes over him. Lei Zai raises his palm, and suddenly, red light emerges all throughout Juya City. Juya senses something is terribly wrong. Within that red light, 3 rays stand out, containing the most immense power. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan and Gu Hen, who were being hunted by Zhao Tiedan and Shadow, suddenly stop. They collapse to the ground in agony, their auras beginning to riot. Lei Zai, you deceived us. Lei Zai, you will not die a good death, Gu Hen roars in fury. Just a short while ago, they were listening to the angry roars and curses of others, but now, it is they themselves who are doing the shouting. Meanwhile, the life force of all the spirits, sea beasts, and abyssal behemoths that died in this battle is also being drained away. Their regret comes too late. They never imagined that Lei Zai had planted hidden traps within their bodies long ago. The spiritual energy and blood chi he poured into them was meant to nourish their bodies, only to be harvested at this very moment. Streams of blood chi shoot into the sky, then pour down like a flood, converging into Lei Zai's body. Watching Lei Zai grow stronger and stronger, Juya is completely stunned. When did you set up the blood sacrifice formation in Juya City? Juya asks. Wrapped in blood chi with his aura rising steadily, Lei Zai answers with high spirits, it began 1,000 years ago. The entire architectural layout of Juya City is actually one giant blood sacrifice formation. Originally, I planned to set it up as a killing formation so that whether living or dead, everything would become a source of my power. Unfortunately, the appearance of Zhao Tiedan from Juhai City disrupted my plans. A true killing formation like the one in White Bone City ensures that nothing can escape the sacrifice, whether alive or dead. But the blood sacrifice formation in Juya City is a void formation. While it has the shape, the various nodes were never activated, so it could only sacrifice those who were already dead. As for those 5 at the half-step firmament realm, they were part of Lei Zai's calculations from the very start. Lei Zai generously helped them reach the half-step firmament realm only to extract purer blood chi and spiritual energy from them later. In fact, if not for Zhao Tiedan, Lei Zai intended to cultivate more half-step firmament realm experts before activating the Juya City formation to launch his attack. But Zhao Tiedan's arrival completely ruined that plan, forcing him to play his trump card prematurely, with only 5 of them having been created. There was actually one more, Yi Bai Gu, who was also a seed. Zhao Tiedan capturing him alive actually ended up saving his life. Hundreds of thousands of spirits, sea beasts, over 100 abyssal behemoths, 20+ fallen Yuanling realm warriors, and 5 half-step firmament realm experts have all become nourishment for Lei Zai. Juya watches as Lei Zai's aura grows ever stronger, showing signs of breaking through the half-step firmament realm. No, he absolutely cannot let Lei Zai continue like this. If Lei Zai successfully breaks through and returns to the firmament realm, then Juya City and the Juya Alliance will both be wiped off the face of the earth. Juya raises his arm and a spatial vortex appears above Lei Zai's head. Lei Zai instantly transforms into a bolt of lightning, dodging Juya's attack. Having exchanged dozens of blows with Juya, he knows Juya's fighting style far too well. Right now, he has no desire to clash head-on. He only wants to drag out the time until he has fully absorbed the blood chi. Juya's supernatural power is space, divided into spatial distortion and spatial gates. His spatial distortion can shred any matter within its range, and his spatial gate allows for super long-range teleportation, covering the entire Shadow Moon Coast for free movement. No matter how Juya attacks, Lei Zai refuses to retaliate, focusing purely on evasion. Juya is losing his cool now, his rhythm disrupted. His attack frequency increases, but his strikes are scattered and lack any coherent strategy. Lei Zai's aura is growing increasingly terrifying. Juya can even sense that once familiar level of power radiating from him. The firmament realm, Lei Zai is incredibly close to reaching that level. An endless stream of blood chi and spiritual energy continues to converge toward Lei Zai. Finally, every spirit in Juya City seems to hear a strange sound. The sound was like something brittle being shattered. It is broken, the shackles inside Lei Zai have been completely shattered. The firmament realm, after 10,000 years, Lei Zai has climbed back to his former height. Just at this moment, a figure came rushing in from the distance. The person arriving was none other than Zhao Tiedan. He still did not know that Lei Zai had already ascended to the vault realm. Like a cannonball, Zhao Tiedan charged toward Lei Zai. Lei Zai pointed his finger at Zhao Tiedan, with electric sparks flickering at his fingertip. Crackle! An electric arc burst from Lei Zai's finger, instantly turning into an infinitely extending snake of lightning that pierced straight through Zhao Tiedan's chest. The lightning snake swept across the ground, reaching far into the distance, reducing everything in its path to scorched charcoal. The lightning snake tore through the entire giant tooth city, leaving a black scar across it from east to west. With just a single blow, Zhao Tiedan was already heavily wounded. And for Lei Zai, such an attack was merely a basic strike, if it could even be called that. Juya immediately opened a spatial gate directly beneath the falling Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan fell into the spatial gate. When Zhao Tiedan opened his eyes again, he found himself appearing inside Giant Skeleton City. Zhao Tiedan crashed heavily onto the ground, landing on a street in Giant Skeleton City. Lord Tiedan, what are you doing here? Many people recognized Zhao Tiedan as he fell from the sky. Zhao Tiedan stood up unsteadily and touched his chest, where the scorch marks bore witness to what had happened just a second ago. His undying divine ability was rapidly repairing his physical body. Soon the carbonized skin on his chest began to peel away. Zhao Tiedan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood. Crisis mission triggered, kill Lei Zai. Mission failure, eradication. Zhao Tiedan took a deep breath and looked toward the direction of Giant Tooth City. Are you all right, Lord Tiedans? I am fine. Zhao Tiedan patted a resident of Giant Skeleton City nearby. Your physique is lacking. Have you not been training lately? I will go train right now. I have a date, so I will not chat with you guys anymore. Zhao Tiedan started to run slowly. What? Lei Zai was somewhat surprised that Juya had actually sent Zhao Tiedan out of Giant Tooth City. It really surprises me that you think so highly of him. After all, we must leave some hope for Shadow Moon Coast. Juya was surprisingly calm now. The next moment, Juya suddenly made a move, and a massive spatial vortex appeared behind Lei Zai without any warning. Lei Zai casually waved his arm backward, a faint spark of lightning flashing in his palm. Clang, clang, clangs. The spatial vortex developed cracks and then shattered completely like a mirror. This is absolute power suppression, greater than the gap between any realm below the vault realm. This is not just a difference in power, but also a leap in the hierarchy of life. Juya flipped his hands, and layers of folded space appeared between his palms. Spatial slash Juya pushed his hands forward. The folded space was launched like a piece of paper. The power of the spatial slash lies in the fact that it can not only slice through all matter, but it is also invisible and imperceptible. Even for Lei Zai, who had already reached the vault realm. Dozens of spatial slashes swept across Lei Zai's body, leaving cut marks on his head and torso. Even Lei Zai's skull was sliced open, yet he recovered instantly as if nothing had happened. Undying divine ability. Compared to the undying divine ability of a half-step vault realm, the one at the vault realm is more than 10 times stronger. A superior air appeared on Lei Zai's face as he spread his arms. What nostalgic power, Juya, you have lost. Juya was extremely calm at this moment. I do not have the habit of admitting defeat. Then come, Lei Zai beckoned with his finger. Countless spatial gates of varying sizes suddenly appeared around Lei Zai. The next moment, Juya's fists extended from the gates, punching Lei Zai in the chest. As Lei Zai flew back, a leg extended from another gate, kicking him in a different direction. Like a ball being kicked around, Lei Zai was sent flying repeatedly by the punches and kicks from the surrounding spatial gates. And Lei Zai offered no resistance at all, letting Juya perform. Juya's attacks were too fast. In just a few seconds, he had already struck Lei Zai hundreds of times. However, Lei Zai would not tolerate such unscrupulous attacks from Juya any longer. Lei Zai suddenly extended his finger, which branched into hundreds of electric arcs that slammed into the surrounding spatial gates. Those countless spatial gates shattered in an instant, turning into dots of shimmering light. Juya suddenly sensed a grave crisis. The next moment, a figure formed entirely of lightning appeared behind Juya, a hand piercing through his chest from behind. Juya's eyes widened, he quickly lost consciousness, and then fell from the high altitude. Seeing this, everyone in the Juya alliance fell into despair and terror. They had thought they were guaranteed victory in this war, never expecting such a shocking reversal. No one had imagined that Lei Zai would actually succeed in ascending to the vault realm. Juya would lose.
This heroic spirit who had stood at the peak of Shadow Moon Coast for thousands of years had actually fallen at this moment. Juya stood up once again, the fatal puncture wound on his chest, healing and recovering rapidly. Divine Ability Reflection. Juya possessed all the divine abilities of the Vault Realm, naturally including Reflection. Lizai looked down at Juya from above. If you continue to play dead, I might spare you for the sake of our old friendship. I do not have the habit of playing dead, Juya said coldly. In that case, then perish along with your giant tooth city. Lizai raised his right arm and endless lightning poured out, gathering in his palm. Gradually, an incomparable sphere of lightning began to form. The azure radiance almost lit up the entire giant tooth city. The lightning sphere continued to expand, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers. Everyone watching this terrifying scene felt a sense of profound despair. This is the Vault Realm. Electric arcs danced across the surface of the massive lightning sphere. Even a single bolt of lightning falling to the ground would be comparable to the full-force strike of a spirit origin realm expert. If this sphere were to fall, there was no doubt that the entire giant tooth city would be razed to the ground. Lizai admired the myriad states of giant tooth city, enjoying the fear in everyone's eyes and the authority brought by this supreme power. Suddenly, outside Giant Tooth City, among the distant mountains, a red light dragged an arc, moving toward Giant Tooth City at an incredible speed. The red light moved so fast that it left a scorched trail along its path. From the appearance of the red light to its arrival outside Giant Tooth City, a distance of hundreds of kilometers took only 2 or 3 seconds. And that red light could not be ignored, even by Lizai. The speed was so great that even Lizai could only vaguely see that it seemed to be a person. Yet he could not clearly see who it was. The person arriving was Zhao Tiedan, who had sprinted all the way here from Giant Skeleton City, covering the 8,000-kilometer journey at his absolute maximum speed. Just as everyone was in despair, Zhao Tiedan suddenly leaped up. Carrying an unstoppable punch, this blow condensed all the force field energy Zhao Tiedan had gathered along the way. Lizai's pupils contracted sharply. This speed was something even those in the Sky Realm could not match. And the pressure carried by such kinetic energy made even him feel a sense of danger. Lizai was holding his right palm high above his head at that moment, maintaining the thunder sphere. So he had no choice but to lift his free left hand, unleashing a bolt of thunder from his palm that struck Zhao Tiedan directly in the chest. Zhao Tiedan's chest and left shoulder vanished instantly. Yet such an attack could not stop Zhao Tiedan's momentum. Seeing this, Lizai immediately tried to turn into a bolt of lightning to escape. But Zhao Tiedan, already surging with immense power, slammed his fist into Lizai. Elemental transformation did nothing to avoid the edge of Zhao Tiedan's fist. The ability to break all laws poured every ounce of power directly onto Lizai. Splat! Lizai's body turned into a bloody mist in an instant. Zhao Tiedan carved an arc through the air and slammed heavily onto the ground. First fighting 5 half-step Sky Realm experts, then being severely injured by Lizai, and running from Giant Bone City to Giant Tooth City just to land this punch. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan's stamina was already 70 to 80% depleted. So much so that his immortality ability's recovery was much slower, and the shattered chest and shoulder were only beginning to slowly regrow. Killed Lizai 1 out of 1. Reward Boundless Realm Ability Nijuan. Reward Physique plus 10 million, HP plus 100 million, Stamina plus 100 million. Physique surpassed 10 million, life level has undergone a transformation. Physique 19.5 million to 119.5 million, HP 155 million to 1.155 billion, Stamina 150 million to 1.15 billion. Awakened Ability Reflection. Awakened Ability Yellow Court. Awakened Ability True Word. Awakened Ability Cave Heavens. As Zhao Tiedan's life underwent transformation, the Thunder Sphere, having lost Lizai's control, began to fall out of control. Seeing this, Jia immediately exerted his full power to cast the Gate of Space and Time. Directly beneath the Thunder Sphere, an ultramassive Gate of Space and Time appeared. This ultramassive gate reached exactly 10,000 meters in diameter. The Thunder Sphere fell perfectly into the Gate of Space and Time. High above Giant Tooth City, a single drop of blood began gathering molecules from the air. It pulsed continuously, growing larger and larger. Then it began constructing meridians, bones, flesh, and finally skin. Lizai's reflection ability activated, and he was reborn. For a half-step Sky Realm expert, reflection requires at least a relatively complete body and a brain to activate. But for a true Sky Realm expert, this was a literal rebirth from a single drop of blood.
Although this rebirth can only be used once in a short period, it remains incredibly shocking. Li Zai, now furious, wanted to slaughter everyone, especially Zhao Tiedan. It was that guy again. Every single time it was that guy causing trouble. First exposing the Scarlet Alliance, then killing its members back and forth, and before the final battle, capturing Ye Baigu, forcing his plans to move ahead. And now he had even killed him once. Li Zai felt unprecedented anger, his gaze scanning Giant Tooth City until it locked onto Zhao Tiedan. However, the moment he saw Zhao Tiedan, his pupils contracted sharply. That was the aura of a peer. Or rather, the aura of the same realm. Just as Jia could sense Li Zai's Sky Realm aura, Li Zai could naturally sense the Sky Realm aura on Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan felt like he was in a dream. At the same time, he remained immersed in his body's changes. It was impossible for Zhao Tiedan to be completely unaware of Li Zai's rebirth. After all, Li Zai's murderous aura was too hard to ignore. However, this strength was more than just a numerical increase, it was a qualitative change. At the same time, all Sky Realm abilities had awakened. Restraint, Immortality, Force Field, Reflection, Yellow Court, True Word, and Cave Heaven. Furthermore, Zhao Tiedan had also awakened 2 Boundless Realm abilities, Break 10,000 Laws and Niyuan. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder shot toward Zhao Tiedan's face. Zhao Tiedan swatted it away casually. The thunder swerved and landed 100 meters away as he looked back at Li Zai. Zhao Tiedan, even if you have ascended to the Sky Realm, I will have you dead. Li Zai's eyes were filled with endless fury, like a volcanic eruption. Zhao Tiedan was not afraid of Li Zai now. The leap in power levels had brought him immense confidence. So Zhao Tiedan's tone was even more arrogant than Li Zai's. Before I ascended to the Sky Realm, you had already been killed by me once. Now that I have ascended and my power level has surpassed yours completely, how do you expect to defeat me? Or are you looking to experience true death? One sneak attack makes you think you can really beat me. Sky Realm powerhouses all have absolute confidence in their strength. Li Zai at least believed that. He did not believe Zhao Tiedan could pull off the same move that killed him again. Indeed, for Zhao Tiedan to unleash the power of that punch, he needed a running start of at least several thousand kilometers. However, if Zhao Tiedan were to attempt another running start, his speed would increase several-fold, as his physique could now withstand greater wind pressure. Why do not you try it and see? Li Zai spread his arms, and thousands of thunder spheres appeared around him. Though not as large as the previous 10,000-meter sphere, each was filled with destructive power. Every sphere instantly unleashed continuous, terrifying electric arcs at Zhao Tiedan. Thousands of arcs crisscrossed within a 1,000-meter radius. In such an environment, it was nearly impossible to avoid. Even Zhao Tiedan could not avoid them. Zhao Tiedan endured the attack of over 1,000 electric arcs, his entire skin surface charring. And his immortality ability displayed its terrifying self-healing power at this moment. 1 second he was entirely charred, the next the charred skin began to peel away. Zhao Tiedan raised his right arm and swung a punch, wrapping it in force field energy as he lunged at Li Zai. Thunder Force Field, a lightning net immediately appeared in front of Li Zai, and as Zhao Tiedan's punch touched it, it was instantly sliced apart. Li Zai pushed his palms forward, and the lightning net swarmed toward Zhao Tiedan. Zhao Tiedan raised his palm, condensing gravity field energy into a giant hand that reached for the lightning net. As the net was torn to shreds, the giant hand was also left tattered by the cutting lightning. Zhao Tiedan pressed the attack, while Li Zai retreated simultaneously. Just as Zhao Tiedan knew he excelled at close-quarters combat, Li Zai knew he should not fight him up close. Zhao Tiedan accelerated his chase, while Li Zai launched attacks at him while retreating. Zhao Tiedan feared nothing more than his enemies running away, as he had never lost to anyone in mid to long-distance speed. As for the attacks Li Zai threw out, while they could leave Zhao Tiedan lacerated, with his immortality ability, he would recover to his original state in the next second. Soon Zhao Tiedan caught up to Li Zai. Li Zai was shocked and tried to turn elemental, but Zhao Tiedan slammed a punch into his chest. Li Zai spat out blood and countered with a thunderbolt strike into Zhao Tiedan's chest. Zhao Tiedan was also heavily injured but did not stop, returning a heavy punch to Li Zai. With you hitting me and me hitting you, the two fell into a stalemate. Both sides could hurt the other but could not kill the other instantly. This is what Sky Realm experts are like, extremely hard to kill. Both were monsters with infinite blood pools. But Zhao Tiedan's feature, fighting to the death, was also quietly taking effect. Every attack Li Zai landed made Zhao Tiedan stronger. And as a pure meat shield player, Zhao Tiedan's HP and stamina were exaggeratedly high. Plus, with Zhao Tiedan's ability to break all laws, every hit dealt true damage. Looking at Li Zai, his attacks seemed exaggerated, but in reality, their lethality to Zhao Tiedan was very limited. After fighting for several minutes, Li Zai felt his physical strength starting to give out. Zhao Tiedan, on the other hand, grew stronger with every moment, his fighting to the death trait having already doubled his physique. Li Zai could not even escape now. Zhao Tiedan suddenly raised his fist and shattered Li Zai's skull. Even with such damage, Li Zai was still trying to reform his head. Zhao Tiedan would not give him the chance. When an enemy is down, you kill them. The next moment, Zhao Tiedan's punches rained down like a storm on Li Zai's body. Before Li Zai's head could fully recover, his body had already been blasted to pieces. Yet even with such severe injuries, Li Zai was still recovering. His tenacity was so high that even Zhao Tiedan was in awe. The vitality of a Sky Realm powerhouse was truly shocking. But current Li Zai, no matter how great his vitality, was just meat on the chopping block with no way to counterattack. The moment Zhao Tiedan kicked Li Zai's head into a pulp, Li Zai could no longer recover, and his shattered remains fell to the ground. Then Li Zai's corpse suddenly shot out a green light toward Zhao Tiedan. This was Li Zai's ultimate trump card, his trait, mutually assured destruction. The moment he received a lethal attack, he would return it tenfold to his enemy. This trait sounded very strong, yet it was the most useless one. It only took effect after Li Zai died. An unstoppable, unavoidable, mutually assured destruction. Zhao Tiedan's body and head exploded and disintegrated in an instant, dead. And his lifeless body began to recover once more. Before long, a healthy, complete, and peak condition Zhao Tiedan stood before Li Zai. The reflection ability took effect. This was Zhao Tiedan's first experience with death. The sensation of death felt like it spanned decades, yet also lasted only an instant. Zhao Tiedan breathed a long sigh of relief. Plunder trait activated, acquired enemies mutually assured destruction. However, my mangled body is beginning to regenerate. Reflection, this divine ability is absolutely the most practical passive skill, fully restoring me to my peak state. Zhao Tiedan exhaled a long breath and began to study his divine abilities again. Reflection, Firmament Realm Divine Ability. At the moment of death, even if the body is obliterated, you can be reborn from a single drop of blood, instantly restoring all energy and spiritual power, and healing all injuries as if they never happened without any side effects. Can only be activated once per month. Yellow Court Firmament Realm Divine Ability. A flicker of true intent slips into the sea, hiding true techniques within the Yellow Court. It carves out a space in the sea of consciousness to plant the Yellow Court tree, nurturing it with origin power, blood essence as material, and star energy as food. Life and death are tied, with blessings and curses intertwined. True Word Firmament Realm Divine Ability. Based on a contract, chanting the true name transforms into the power of the true word, allowing one to borrow divine abilities and techniques. Cave Heaven Firmament Realm Divine Ability. Observing the internal landscape, neither real nor false, both true and illusory. Zhao Tiedan did not quite grasp the divine abilities of the Firmament Realm. The system's explanation was a bit too perfunctory. He then checked the divine ability of the Immeasurable Realm, Nirvana Origin. Nirvana Origin Immeasurable Realm Divine Ability seals the enemy's recovery-type abilities and traits. Both reflection and immortality can be sealed. It has a certain chance to fail, but the greater the gap in strength, the higher the success rate. After seeing the effect of Nirvana Origin, Zhao Tiedan could not help but feel annoyed. If he had known how to use it earlier, dealing with the lightning disaster would not have been so difficult. Just then Jaya walked over. Zhao Tiedan, I really did not expect you to break through to the Firmament Realm in the middle of battle. Just lucky, though most of it is thanks to my talent, Zhao Tiedan replied with a cheeky grin. Let us go, the war is over, let us go have a drink. I have got some human wine there. Leader, your Jaya city is in a mess right now. Should not you handle some administrative matters first? Do you think I keep so many subordinates just to feed them? That makes sense, all these tasks are just to keep them from being idle. Leader, there are some things I need to ask you about. Is it about the Firmament Realm's divine abilities? Zhao Tiedan nodded and Jaya said, what do not you understand? Yellow Court, what is the function of this ability? Yellow Court, also called the Yellow Court tree, goes through 3 stages: tree formation, blooming, and fruiting. The resulting Yellow Court fruit can enhance your strength or be sold to others. If you are willing, save up 18 fruits for someone to consume, and they can grow from an ordinary person to a half-step Firmament Realm expert. How many fruits does it produce at a time? A few, it produces one every 100 years, what more do you want? Then can I just eat them until I reach the Firmament Realm? You can, 188 fruits will get you to the Firmament Realm, Jaya replied. That is equivalent to 18,800 years of cultivation to produce one Firmament Realm expert. Does not seem worth it. That is why Yellow Court fruit is the most common currency in the Firmament Realm. As long as you have enough resources, you can even eat your way to a half-step Immeasurable Realm. Cannot you eat your way to the immeasurable realm directly? You can, but almost no one has that kind of resource, Jaya said. However, if you want to sell yellow court fruit, remember to contact me. I am willing to pay 20% above market price. Alright, no problem, Zhao Tiedan nodded. What about the true word ability? True word is similar to a contract, but it requires a true word contract as a foundation, Jaya said. For example, if I sign a contract with you when I chant your true name, I can borrow your divine abilities, traits, and even your power. Then once my abilities and traits are borrowed, do I temporarily lose them? True word will not have any negative impact on you. This is a completely different contract from the spirit hero contract. The other party essentially gains a weakened version of your abilities and traits. Zhao Tiedan nodded. So this true word contract is actually quite similar to the spirit hero contract, except one borrows traits and abilities while the other borrows power. The two do not conflict. You could consider it an enhancement to the spirit hero contract. Zhao Tiedan felt a bit disappointed in true word. It seemed like a somewhat useless ability. And what does Cave Heaven do? Jaya's expression dimmed slightly and he said, Cave Heaven is a small world formed from your own origin. In battle, it can absorb all the damage you take. But if it absorbs too much, the Cave Heaven will collapse and shatter, and you will never be able to ascend to the immeasurable realm. Jaya paused and continued, both the lightning disaster and I had our Cave Heavens destroyed. Even though he reascended to the firmament realm, his Cave Heaven was not repaired, so he does not count as a true practitioner. If he still had his original Cave Heaven, he could have transferred all the damage you dealt to him into it, and then you would have been the one to lose. He has a Cave Heaven and I have one too. I would not necessarily lose to him. He spent thousands of years in the firmament realm before, so his Cave Heaven must have been built to be incredibly sturdy. You do not even know how to transfer damage to it, and you have never constructed one. Once you transfer too much damage, it will inevitably collapse. How did your Cave Heavens collapse? Have you forgotten the War of the Gods I mentioned? We were hit by the shockwaves. Our bodies could not withstand them, so we were forced to transfer the damage to our Cave Heavens. Jaya said, if you continue to develop on the Shadow Moon Coast, do not occupy more than 30% of the population and territory, and do not tell anyone below the firmament realm about this. Why? If your influence exceeds 30% of the Shadow Moon Coast and you become an absolute behemoth, other forces will not dare to move against you. And if you leak news of the Blood Red Society, other spirits will be even less willing to serve as cannon fodder. They might even choose to flee. Once there is not enough war and enough bloodshed, the seal cannot be maintained. Does the Scarlet Alliance have anything to do with the Blood Red Society? Zhao Tiedan asked. Probably not. After all, if he were connected to the Blood Red Society, he should not be slaughtering the Shadow Moon Coast in blood sacrifices, but rather maintaining its peace. But what if his goal is to kill all the spirits on the Shadow Moon Coast? When all the spirits are dead, there will not be any war. Yes. From that perspective, it is actually possible, Jaya gasped. It seems I need to report this news. Do you still have an organization behind you? Of course, you did not think I was guarding the Shadow Moon Coast and the seal just to maintain the balance of the spirit realm, did you? I actually did think you were acting out of pure justice. If you want to join, I could recommend you. Never mind, I have no interest in that. I will just stick to guarding my own little corner in Giant Skeleton City. However, with the end of the war that swept across the Shadow Moon Coast, Zhao Tiedan's mood eased up quite a bit. At least for a short while, Giant Skeleton City would not experience any more war. As for what Jaya said about starting wars to maintain the seal, that is not something he needs to worry about. It is highly unlikely that Jaya would come to cause trouble for Giant Skeleton City. I am a firmament realm expert now, the strongest on the Shadow Moon Coast. He would have to be crazy to provoke me. What? Zhao Tiedan does not need to be responsible for the aftermath. The next day, Zhao Tiedan, Guangxi, and Su left Giant Tooth City and headed home together. Taizi, have you really reached the firmament realm? Even if I had not broken through to the firmament realm, I could still crush lightning disaster. That mere Scarlet Alliance is nothing but a bunch of weaklings. Zhao Tiedan said, his nose held high in the air. They were naturally the happiest about Zhao Tiedan breaking through to the firmament realm. After all, they were members of Zhao Tiedan's small group. So as Zhao Tiedan grew stronger, they would inevitably benefit as well. Moreover, these three were either simple-minded or reckless, and did not have many ulterior motives. Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi first went to Void City, stayed as guests for a few days, then visited Giant Bone City and finally went to Bright Moon City. With nothing weighing on their minds, everyone was in quite a relaxed and happy mood. They no longer had to guard against sneak attacks from the Scarlet Alliance every day. Returning to Giant Bone City, they found many buildings still damaged and not yet repaired. However, the economy of Giant Bone City was in good shape since they had money on hand. Zhao Tiedan walked up to Yi Beigu.
Yi Beigu glanced at Zhao Tiedan and closed his eyes again. "We won," Zhao Tiedan said. What? Yi Beigu opened his eyes abruptly. The Giant Tooth Alliance won. Everyone in the core of the Scarlet Alliance, including Lightning Disaster, is dead. Yi Beigu's eyes flickered. "Can you tell me the specific details?" No, Zhao Tiedan rejected the request without hesitation. The more Yi Beigu wanted something, the less he was willing to satisfy him. "Zhao Tiedan, do not you want to know how to form a contract with your loved ones from your previous life? Oh, are you willing to speak up now? Every world has a unique coordinate, and every living being also possesses a unique spiritual coordinate. It just so happens that I know how to pinpoint the spiritual coordinate of every living creature, even across different worlds." "Of course," Yi Beigu said, "and my request is simple. You and I will enter into a contract to ensure my safety." "What kind of contract?" "An heroic spirit contract," Yi Beigu said. "I will become your summoned heroic spirit." "Do you think I need your power?" "You do not need my power, but you need my ability. Without me, you will never be able to form a contract with your relatives from your past life. I believe that you are not the only one in this world who knows this method. This method is something I created myself. No one else knows it. I developed it after changing bodies time and again, involving many mysteries of spirit, soul, and life." Zhao Tiedan looked at Yi Beigu. "Can you really do it?" "I can guarantee it, provided that the other party also performs the contract ritual." "Is it impossible to communicate with them?" "No communication possible. I can only lock onto their spiritual coordinate. If my relative never performs a contract for the rest of her life, does that mean I will never be able to contract with her?" "Yes." Zhao Tiedan's eyes flickered as he considered whether to accept this method. He originally thought he could contract with Tao Tao immediately, but now it turns out he can only do it if she performs a contract as well. Simply put, this method only works for receiving calls, not making them. No one can guarantee when the other party will make the call. "I agree." He would be an heroic spirit while also serving as an heroic spirit master. Although Zhao Tiedan was speechless, it did not do him any harm. Besides, this way Yi Beigu's safety could indeed be guaranteed. An heroic spirit master cannot cause any harm to their heroic spirit, not even indirectly. "I will let you go, but you cannot remain on the Shadow Moon Coast. You killed thousands of residents in Giant Bone City, so you must leave. As for where you go or what you do, I do not care." "I never intended to stay on the Shadow Moon Coast anyway," Yi Beigu said. His reputation here was already ruined, so he planned to reinvent himself, even changing his identity and name. And he was certainly not the same old Yi Beigu anymore. After the two completed the contract, Zhao Tiedan released Yi Beigu from the container. "If you ever need me, you can summon me at any time," Yi Beigu said. In terms of combat, Zhao Tiedan did not really need Yi Beigu, but an old monster who had lived for over 10,000 years knew far more than he did. Therefore, Zhao Tiedan could not guarantee he would not need Yi Beigu in the future. After obtaining Tao Tao's spiritual coordinate and confirming it belonged to his daughter, Zhao Tiedan felt relieved. The existence of the spiritual coordinate proved that Tao Tao was still alive. To Zhao Tiedan, this was the best news possible. Everything Zhao Tiedan did was so that his daughter could live well. In the heavenly realm, Shengxi returned to her clan. "Holy Maiden, you are back. That is wonderful. I will go report this to the clan master immediately." "No need to report. I will go see the clan master myself." Shengxi held a very special position within the Xunfire clan. In principle, she should have been the second in command. Her actual status was higher than that of the clan master, because she held the inheritance of the Xunfire clan. Moreover, she had the power to choose who received which inheritance, and even the successor to the clan master needed her approval. However, during her recent flight, Shengxi had obtained some information. Those who had betrayed her whereabouts betrayed the Heavenly Realm and betrayed the Xuan clan, also included traitors within her own Xunfire clan. She had returned this time to purge the traitors and take absolute control of the Xunfire clan. Shengxi walked slowly into the clan grounds, heading toward the council hall. At that moment, the clan master and the elders were all in the hall, discussing administrative affairs. When they saw Shengxi walk in, they all stood up. "Holy Maiden, you have returned." Among the elders present, some were happy, while others wore gloomy expressions. Shengxi walked over and sat in the secondary seat, without greeting the clan master or the elders at all. "With the fall of Xunfire City, I was hunted by the evil clan. After several narrow escapes, I returned to the family. I suspect there are traitors within the clan who have colluded with the evil clan." "Shengxi, could there be a mistake?" the clan master said in a gentle tone. "After all, your importance to the Xunfire clan is paramount. I do not think anyone would be foolish enough to plot against you." "I originally thought so too, but after my investigation I discovered some traces."
Shangxi said expressionlessly, handing a scroll of intelligence to the clan master. Clan master, reveal the list of names I have investigated now. Shangxi, is this intelligence reliable? The clan master asked. Very reliable. Everything was investigated by me personally. There might be some omissions, but as for the names on this list, there is absolutely no error.
What?
The patriarch opened the intelligence report, and the first name that caught his eye was that of the great elder Bai Ying. The document also detailed various crimes committed by Bai Ying. The patriarch's expression shifted through a flurry of complex emotions. Patriarch, whose name is written on that paper. After a brief moment of hesitation, the patriarch read the name aloud. Great Elder Bai Ying.
Clatter.
A teacup smashed against the floor as Great Elder Bai Ying stood up, his face filled with rage. Bullshit. I have been loyal to the Xunhuo clan. This is slander. Shangzai glanced at Bai Ying, her expression cold. So you are saying you did not meet with the evil tribe in one city? You did not leak information about the Xunhuo disciples training abroad to them, and you did not reveal the transport routes of grain and supplies headed for Xunhuo City. With every word Shangzai spoke, Bai Ying's expression stiffened a little more. It was obvious that every one of Shangzai's sentences was striking right at Bai Ying's heart and cutting to his very core. Great Elder, why did you do it? Seeing the look on Bai Ying's face, everyone present realized that the contents of the report were most likely true. Why, it was all for the survival of the Xunhuo clan. You have no idea how strong the evil tribe really is. They have 4 peerless experts at the true spirit realm, and every one of them has joined this war between the 2 realms. Our Xuan clan only has 1 such expert. With such a massive disparity in strength, how could we possibly stand against the evil tribe? It was better to feign compliance with them. After 100 years, when the 2 realms finally separate, the Xunhuo clan would still have its vital strength preserved. Bai Ying, having given up all pretenses, laid out his inner thoughts, putting on an air of righteousness as if he were truly acting in the best interest of the Xunhuo clan. Hearing this, everyone began to ponder Bai Ying's words. But the fact remains that you betrayed the Xunhuo clan and the Xuan race, Shangzai said calmly. Shangzai, you are the greatest scourge of the Xunhuo clan. Your faction monopolizes the clan's heritage, leaving many heroes without access to suitable cultivation techniques. But with 1 million people in the clan, what resources would they have for cultivation? If you want to accuse me of unfair distribution, I can accept that, but I will not admit that my lineage has monopolized the heritage. If you have any objections regarding the allocation of these techniques, I can relinquish the authority to manage them. There will be no need for the Holy Maiden lineage from now on. Holy Maiden, that is not what we meant. That is right, we are only hearing Bai Ying's side of the story. The crowd grew anxious, for the Holy Maiden lineage was an incredibly special existence to the Xunhuo clan. The Xunhuo clan's status, as one of the 8 great clans of the Tianfeng realm, was also thanks to the contributions of the Holy Maiden lineage. If they lost the Holy Maiden lineage, the Xunhuo clan could be reduced to an ordinary family within 3 generations. As long as you are dead, there will not be so many voices in the Xunhuo clan. Without warning, Bai Ying lashed out at Shangzai. A burst of black light erupted from his palm as he thrust it toward her. In an instant, the black light leveled the council hall, and everyone inside scrambled to dodge the flying debris and rubble. Only Shangzai, who faced the attack head-on, remained standing perfectly still, her cold gaze fixed on the man who had suddenly attacked her. Bai Ying's pupils constricted. He had held nothing back in that strike, yet Shangzai was unharmed, and a faint red glow radiated from her body. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Or is it a new one derived by the Holy Maiden lineage? The Holy Maiden lineage possessed the ability to derive and create new techniques based on an individual's natural talent and attributes. This was the reason why they became the custodians of the Xunhuo clan's heritage. Because there were so few of them, they could not create custom techniques for everyone, so they were responsible for screening all available inheritances. Shangzai was able to return to the Xunhuo clan safely and even investigate those secret traitors because of her absolute martial power. That power came from her heroic spirit contract, and she had become increasingly familiar with it over these past few days. She had come to realize just how invincible a power this contract granted her. However, her own cultivation base was still too low, so she could not sustain this borrowed power for long. If she could maintain it, she could even drive back the evil tribe single-handedly, or even march into the Earth Circle realm all by herself. Shangzai pointed her finger casually. Red light bloomed instantly, transforming into a 100-meter-long giant finger that descended from the sky to crush Bai Ying. Everyone who witnessed this was shocked into silence. In his terror, Bai Ying raised both palms, but the immense pressure of the giant finger kept him from lifting his head. With a crunch, both his knees shattered and he was forced onto the ground. Shangzai added a little more force, splat. Bai Ying was crushed to death by Shang Zai's divine finger, leaving behind nothing but a mess of gore and a massive crater in the ground. At that moment, the entire scene fell into a profound silence. Everyone looked at Shang Zai with disbelief. What kind of magnificent power was this? Why would Shang Zai, who is only at the transcendent realm, possess such incredible power? Shang Zai, what is this? The patriarch asked, looking at her with a mix of fear and doubt. A brand new technique I realized while in a desperate situation, Shang Zai said calmly. First, we must purge the traitors from the clan. The patriarch looked at the next few names recorded in the report and sighed. Several of the remaining elders had expressions that shifted unnaturally, clearly feeling guilty. Those called by the patriarch looked ashen, but having witnessed Bai Ying's fate, they all resigned themselves and admitted their guilt. As for arguing or explaining, it was completely pointless here. Once Shang Zai had confirmed their identity, they were already marked. Explanation and rebuttal were no longer relevant. With Shang Zai's display of power, even the strongest elder Bai Ying had been defeated in a single move. There was no point in them trying to resist. After dealing with the traitors, Shang Zai kept the patriarch and 3 elders behind. Shang Zai, with your current strength, can you protect the Xuanhuo clan from the evil tribe? The patriarch asked. More than enough. What if the peerless experts of the evil tribe attack? I will kill as many as come. I actually hope they come. It would make it easier to wipe them all out at once. Shang Zai, are you truly not afraid of the evil tribe's peerless experts? I have no fear. Everyone gasped. Had Shang Zai also stepped into the true spirit realm and become one of the world's peerless experts? Since you are so confident, would you dare to go to the Battle of Yuanping Mountain? The patriarch asked. What is the Battle of Yuanping Mountain? That is the battlefield for the experts of the evil tribe and the Xuan clan. 80% of the experts from both sides are gathered at Yuanping Mountain, fighting day and night. What is the current situation? The number of experts on the evil tribe side far exceeds that of the Xuan clan. The situation for our race is already critical. Then I shall make a trip to Yuanping Mountain. I will end this war between the 2 realms with my own hands. What? After resting with her clan for a few days, Shangxi set off immediately for Yuanping Mountain. Shangxi was now resting in a forest, sitting under a tree building a fire to roast meat while gazing at the red glow in her hands. She needed only the tiniest sliver of spiritual energy to exchange for immense, surging power. However, Shangxi had always felt that there must be other ways to utilize the Spirit Pact. The Tianfeng realm is a low martial world, where the highest attainable level is merely the true spirit realm. The Tianfeng realm's understanding of spirits is very shallow. What she mastered was not the art of the pact, but the technique of shifting one's spirit body into the void. It was precisely because she encountered Zhao Tiedan in the void that she was able to complete the pact with him. Shangxi suddenly realized that this power could be shaped according to her will, just as the giant finger had been before. She wondered if it would be possible to mold this power into a human form. With that thought, Shangxi began to shape the energy. The shaping was a success. Soon, a humanoid shell glowing with a red light was formed. Shangxi could feel the terrifying power contained within this humanoid shell. Then Shangxi began to infuse it with her own spiritual power. But just as her power was about to be injected, it suddenly dissipated. Immediately after, the humanoid figure opened its eyes on its own. Zhao Tiedan looked at his own hands, then looked at the woman before him. Shangxi gazed at the humanoid entity she had created, feeling both surprised and wary. Who are you? Shangxi vaguely felt that this humanoid shell was likely the spirit she had formed a pact with. I am your spirit. Zhao Tiedan was now certain that his consciousness avatar had manifested. I welcome your arrival, Spirit Master. You and I are equals. There is no need to call me Spirit Master, Zhao Tiedan said, waving his hand. Shangxi immediately explained her thoughts and the method she had used to Zhao Tiedan. Using my power to shape a humanoid shell is not difficult, but wanting to use your own spiritual energy to control it is sheer wishful thinking. The power is lent to you, but it does not belong to you, Zhao Tiedan said. But you did accidentally summon my consciousness avatar. Zhao Tiedan paused and continued. Borrowing power and summoning a consciousness avatar are not mutually exclusive, and relatively speaking, summoning a consciousness avatar is more cost-effective. I understand my own power better, so I can fight for you just as well. Besides borrowing power and summoning a consciousness avatar, are there any other ways to use it? Yes, summoning my true body, Zhao Tiedan said. This current body is too weak. I cannot even unleash 1/10,000th of my true power. Zhao Tiedan threw a sudden punch. In an instant, everything within a 10,000-meter radius before him ceased to exist. Large swathes of the forest looked as if they had been plowed over, with trees and vegetation crushed into fine powder. Half of the forest had been leveled by that single strike. Zhao Tiedan's heart skipped a beat. Heavens, what happened? This body of mine is at most at the transcendent realm, so how could it unleash such terrifying destructive power? This level of destruction is comparable to the origin spirit realm in the spirit realm. Could it be that different worlds express power in different forms? If my true body were to descend and land a full force blow, would not the entire continental plate be shattered? Your world is too fragile, Zhao Tiedan remarked. Every world has its own laws of heaven and earth, so Zhao Tiedan reasoned that the reason his casual punch caused such devastation was precisely because of those laws. The laws of nature here are incomplete, or perhaps too weak, which allowed him to cause such massive destruction. Imagine the laws of heaven and earth as a house. The spirit realm is a skyscraper built of reinforced concrete, while the Tianfeng realm is a crumbling mud brick construction. A single tap with a hammer is enough to knock out a brick. What level do I need to reach to summon your true body? Shangxi asked. You had better not summon my true body. It would do your world no good. My true form's power is too immense and would likely result in catastrophic consequences, potentially even destroying the Tianfeng realm itself. Unless, of course, your goal is to destroy the world. I understand. However, I can lend you my divine abilities, Zhao Tiedan said. Zhao Tiedan was looking for someone to test the mantra pact on. Zhao Tiedan tapped his finger on Shangxi's forehead. Shangxi felt the contents of the mantra pact and immediately accepted it. Chant my name. Chant my true name, Zhao Tiedan. The moment Shangxi shouted his name, she felt the two divine abilities, reflection and untethered. Zhao Tiedan also realized at this moment that the mantra pact was more like a prepaid broadband subscription. As long as the pact was not dissolved, Shangxi would always have access to Zhao Tiedan's abilities. However, she would need to pay with spiritual energy at fixed intervals. And for every additional feature or ability added to the mantra pact, the cost in spiritual energy would increase tenfold. Two abilities were the most cost-effective package for Shangxi. If Shangxi's level could reach the transcendent realm, then she could add another ability or feature. Shangxi was amazed by the power of the reflection and untethered abilities. Reflection allowed her to return from the dead as long as her body remained intact, activatable once a month. Although it was a weakened version that could not allow for regeneration from a drop of blood, it was still shocking enough. Untethered was more combat-oriented, granting immunity to all forms of control effects. This would directly and significantly increase Shangxi's combat effectiveness. If you have any other questions, summon my consciousness avatar again, Zhao Tiedan said, sensing that Shangxi's spiritual energy was running low. However, since it was her first time summoning his avatar, she felt embarrassed to cancel it, so Zhao Tiedan offered to leave. I bid you farewell, Master Zhao Tiedan. Although Zhao Tiedan said their relationship was equal, Shangxi still treated him with respect and used honorifics. After Zhao Tiedan dissolved the consciousness avatar, he also took some spiritual energy back with him. At this moment, Zhao Tiedan's true body was in the process of opening up a primordial heaven cave. The source exists within the inner vision, and the inner vision is a chaotic void. Zhao Tiedan even wondered if this void of chaos was actually someone else's inner vision. Opening a cave requires spiritual power. As the spirit body stands in the chaos of the inner vision, a single thought can trigger the rising of the tide. The chaos receded like a tide, leaving behind a vast nothingness. Then the spirit body reached out into the void, tearing open an opening. From this opening, primordial energy poured out. The spirit body controlled this energy to shape a landmass, empty and barren, floating in the void. This was the prototype of the cave. According to Juya, opening a cave is not difficult. The hard part is shaping the cave into a miniature world. The more complete the miniature world, the sturdier the cave. Zhao Tiedan even wondered if the Tianfeng realm might be someone else's cave. But if the Tianfeng realm were truly someone's cave, it was far too fragile. He felt that if he used just a little bit more strength, he could destroy the Tianfeng realm entirely. Just then, Zhao Tiedan noticed the surrounding chaotic energy closing in on his primordial landmass. If the chaotic energy touched it, the land would revert back into chaos. Zhao Tiedan remembered how Pangu, after creating the world, stood between heaven and earth to prevent them from merging. Thus, he erected a giant on the primordial land, holding its hands high to keep the chaotic energy at bay. After the giant was erected, the chaotic energy indeed ceased to approach. It seemed that the cave he had opened was a success. At the very least, it now had a basic form. Earth Yunchuan City. The outskirts of the city are currently engulfed in flames of war. A vast number of human elites are locked in a desperate struggle against a swarm of insects that covers the sky and land. At the same time, massive amounts of human high-tech weaponry are in use, including aircraft, tanks, artillery, and machine guns. Among humanity, the strongest have now reached the Yuanling realm. And in this battle, two such Yuanling realm experts are participating. With every gesture, they can slaughter hundreds of insect beasts. The first of these two Yuanling realm experts is known as the Tyrant, wielding the power of fire. Everything in his path is scorched earth, and every beast is turned to ash. The other is titled the Wind God, who commands the power of storms. He is equally immeasurable in his strength, and his range of destruction is even more staggering, a one-man army capable of standing against thousands. Yunchuan City is one of the few remaining human cities, and a super metropolis at that, with a population exceeding 10 million. Thus, the human side cannot allow Yunchuan City to fall under any circumstances. Not long ago, humanity attempted to build a new emerging city near Yunchuan. They dispatched troops to clear out the insect beasts, but this invited a fierce retaliation from the swarm. The battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights, until humanity finally managed to push the beasts back. However, the human side suffered heavy losses, with over 100,000 casualties on the front lines alone. And there were many casualties within Yunchuan City as well. Many flying insect beasts slipped into the city, slaughtering civilians. Because of the siege, the Psionic Academy has temporarily suspended classes. Lin Xiu and Tao Tao are watching the news on television, following the situation outside the city. The community they live in is a military family residential area, so it is relatively safe. However, it is not absolutely secure. Over these past 3 days, some insect beasts have still managed to drop into the community. Seeing on the news that the insect swarm has retreated, Lin Xiu breathes a sigh of relief. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there is a knock at the door. Lin Xiu goes to open it immediately. When she sees the visitor outside, she is stunned for a moment, then realizes that woman in black is not she the one who came for the entrance test years ago before Tao Tao enrolled. Hello, may I ask who you are? Frontline Command Headquarters Cayenne Yuahin says, we received an enlistment application from your daughter, Zhao Tao. Lin Xiu widens her eyes and turns to look at her daughter. Tao Tao, did you apply for enlistment? Yes, Mom. Tao Tao bows her head in shame. I am sorry I did not discuss it with you. Lin Xiu is indeed angry, on one hand because Tao Tao never mentioned it to her, and on the other, because Tao Tao is currently only 9 years old. Is this really an appropriate age for military service? Then what is your intention? We intend to recruit Zhao Tao Tao into the reserve force. She will not need to go to the front lines for now, Cayenne Yuahin explains. But given her courage and awareness, we plan to let her undergo the contract ceremony in advance. Does she not need to take any tests? Lin Xiu is still holding on to the hope that perhaps Tao Tao would not pass a test. No, we have obtained Zhao Tao Tao's academic records, Cayenne Yuahin says. Psionic level, extraordinary realm potential D, no extraordinary powers. Her performance in psionic theory, combat techniques, secret realm tactical deployment, and practical combat are all excellent. Her instructors rate her as excellent. Although her potential is slightly lacking, her character is outstanding, so we have decided to specially recruit her into the reserve force. Saying this, Cayenne Yuahin fixes her gaze on Tao Tao. Student Zhao Tao Tao, are you willing to join the reserve force? Will I have the chance to go to the front lines? Not for now, you need to undergo more professional training. Everyone training with you will also be a genius, so becoming a qualified frontline soldier is not as easy as you think. Tao Tao looks at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu wants to refuse, but faced with Tao Tao's gaze, she finally gives up on making the decision for her. Tao Tao, what do you think? Follow your own heart. Then will I be unable to see Mom for a long time? Our location is not a classified facility, nor do we have closed-off training, Cayenne Yuahin says, so you will be able to see your mother every day. Then I accept, Tao Tao replies. Then come with me, I will take you to the training base and finish processing your enlistment. Tao Tao follows Cayenne Yuahin to the reserve force training base. The size of this place is even larger than the Psionic Academy. There is a massive drill ground and various buildings, some whose functions are known and others unknown. Some buildings contain facilities that the Psionic Academy has, while others are only things she has heard of. After Cayenne Yuahin finishes processing Tao Tao's paperwork, she takes her to a classroom. There are 30 youths of different ages in the room. The youngest are about Tao Tao's age, while the oldest are 15 or 16. Let me introduce you to your new companion, Cayenne Yuahin says, giving Tao Tao a slight nudge. Introduce yourself. Zhao Tao Tao, 9 years old, psionic level, extraordinary realm potential D, Tao Tao says. A light murmur ripples through the classroom as the boys and girls look at Tao Tao in surprise. Age and rank mean nothing, but a D-tier potential is just too low. Potential may not be an absolute standard, but there is a very high probability that someone with D-tier potential can only reach the transcendent realm at best. In their class, the lowest potential is a B. So they do not understand why a girl with D-tier potential is joining their class. Potential is not an absolute standard. 5 years ago, I tested her, and her potential was F. Now it is D, which proves that potential and talent can be changed through hard work later in life. And I believe that D is not her limit. Kyan Yuahan looks at Tao Tao beside her. Go find a seat. Tao Tao walks up to a boy's desk. I want to sit here, please move. The boy is about 13 or 14 years old. When he stands up, he is a head taller than Tao Tao. Who do you think you are? Li Yuer glares at Zhao Tao Tao. When the teacher brought me here, she said that seating in this class is determined by strength. I will either sit in the back row, or I will challenge someone I can beat. So you think you can beat me? I am not sure, but the feeling you give me is that you are not strong. Li Yuer's face turns livid. Fine, fine, fine. I will let you know that I am not someone to be trifled with. The students in the class push their desks and chairs aside, leaving an empty space for Tao Tao and Li Yuer to fight. Li Yuer rolls up his sleeves, takes a deep breath, and stares intently at Tao Tao. Tao Tao just stands there, her whole body wide open and full of gaps. That is how duels between experts work. Either you reveal no gaps at all, or you leave yourself open everywhere. Tao Tao cannot do the former, so she can only leave herself completely exposed. And her choice of Li Yuer is not blind, she has her own reasons. Begin, Kyan Yuahan says. What? Although there are regulations in the reserve team against fighting among ourselves. But how could a group of youngsters wielding such great power possibly follow these rules obediently? That is why even the instructors and mentors here turn a blind eye to this rule, or even actively encourage it. Just like Kyan Yuahan right now, she is acting as the referee. Tao Tao initiating this duel was actually Kyan Yuahan's suggestion. For a girl with D-rank potential to stand her ground among a crowd of gifted prodigies, she has no choice but to prove her strength. That is why she specifically chose such an opponent for Tao Tao. Li Yuer psionic rank, transcendent potential, a rank age 14, no extraordinary powers. You could say that Li Yuer surpasses Tao Tao in every aspect, especially with the physical enhancement provided by her transcendent rank psionic energy. However, Li Yuer is not skilled in melee combat, perhaps because she believes that since she is destined to become a spirit master or summoner, close quarters combat is completely irrelevant. This is also the only reason Tao Tao has a chance to surpass Li Yuer. Li Yuer rushes toward Tao Tao first. There is no technique in a kid's fight, it is just wild swinging fueled by brute force. But Tao Tao had already learned how to use her fists during her first year at the Psionic Academy. The moment Li Yuer throws a punch, Tao Tao tilts her upper body slightly backward, dodging the swinging arm, then steps back to avoid the second punch. Why are you running? Were not you the one who wanted to fight me? Come on, come on. Tao Tao stops her movement, arches her body, retracts her right arm, and then suddenly lands a punch on Li Yuer's ribs. Li Yuer lets out a pained cry, stumbling backward while repeatedly rubbing her ribs where she was hit. In reality, the gap between the extraordinary rank and the transcendent rank is not that large. For a human, the extraordinary rank is about surpassing the level of an ordinary person, while the transcendent rank is about transcending the human level itself. If both sides know how to fight, the transcendent rank is undoubtedly far stronger than the extraordinary rank. Because when skills are roughly equal, physique inevitably becomes the deciding factor. However, as in this case, when Tao Tao of the extraordinary rank is skilled in fighting and Li Yuer of the transcendent rank is not, Tao Tao has ways to neutralize Li Yuer's advantage. Tao Tao steps forward and sends a straight punch aimed directly at Li Yuer's face. Li Yuer hurriedly retracts to defend, but Tao Tao's move is a feint. The next moment, Tao Tao punches Li Yuer in the abdomen. Li Yuer clutches her stomach and drops to her knees. Tao Tao's punch has at least 200 kilograms of force behind it. It would not be comfortable for anyone. Kyan Yuahan walks up and leans over. How is it? Can you still fight? Li Yuer shakes her head, her face full of pain as waves of cramping agony shoot through her abdomen. Alright, this battle goes to Zhao Tao. Kyan Yuahan looks at everyone and says, be prepared for the contract ceremony in a month. It takes a while for Li Yuer to recover. As she stands up and walks past Tao Tao, she says, Zhao Tao, winning against me now is useless. At the contract ceremony next month, I am destined to have more choices than you. Being a transcendent rank versus an extraordinary rank means I am destined to bond with a more powerful spirit. Tao Tao shows no expression, though she knows that Li Yuer is speaking the truth. However, she has never known how to admit defeat. Back then, her father was able to rely on his own flesh and blood to bring her thousands of miles away, killing their way to Yunchuan City. Along the way, they encountered countless powerful insects and beasts, yet her father always managed to keep her safe. So she can be just like her father. Tao Tao stares with firm eyes. then you had better pray that the spirit you bond with is strong enough. During this month, you will be allocated 10 psionic crystals. Absorb the psionic energy within them to improve your power as much as possible. Psionic crystals are a unique type of mineral that appeared after the integration of the 3,000 worlds, transformed from jade mines. These crystals can be absorbed to increase the psionic power of various vocations. However, the amount of energy one can absorb depends on their talent. With a talent like Tao Tao's, the absorption rate might only be 20%, while someone with Li Yuer's A-rank potential can reach 60%. So with the same psionic crystals, Li Yuer is destined to improve more. Li Yuer is also holding back her frustration. She admits she cannot beat Zhao Tao for now. But after a month, once she bonds with a powerful spirit, she will definitely be able to wash away her shame. And although Zhao Tao has decent fighting skills, spirits will not care about that. To a spirit, what matters is whose psionic power is stronger and whose potential is higher. Afterward, Qian Yuehan brought the psionic crystals to distribute to every student in the classroom. Everyone was given an equal share, each receiving 10 psionic crystals. Take these crystals back and do not lose them. Spend the next month absorbing the psionic energy within them. Although psionic crystals are not exactly worth a fortune, they are still quite valuable, and there are people who covet them, so Qian Yuehan could not help but give a warning. What? Crocodile Head, do you have nothing better to do? You have come to my giant bone city 6 times in the last 10 days. Brother, I heard from our city lord that you have something good called the yellow court fruit. If I eat enough of them, I can reach the sky realm. Is that true? Zhao Tiedan rolled his eyes. This thing is one of the magical powers of the sky realm. It takes 100 years to produce a single fruit. Where am I supposed to get one for you now? Zhao Tiedan had checked on the yellow court tree growing in his sea of consciousness just today. The tree is still just a tiny seedling. Forget about bearing fruit, it looks sickly and like it might die at any moment. Zhao Tiedan is still researching how to nurse the seedling back to health. He had heard from Jaya that the yellow court tree and the cave heaven are the keys to ascending to the boundless realm. That is why Zhao Tiedan cares about the yellow court tree so much. The cave heaven has already been opened, and although it is small and still quite crude, it has at least stabilized. But the yellow court tree just sprouted in his sea of consciousness after he ascended to the sky realm, and Zhao Tiedan had no involvement in the process. So what are your plans for the yellow court fruit? The first 10 have already been reserved. We are brothers and you did not even prioritize me. One costs 10 million psionic coins and the first 10 were all reserved by Jaya. If you have any problems, go talk to Jaya. That expensive. Zhao Tiedan glared at Quangxi. This thing can turn an ordinary person into a prime spirit realm powerhouse in one step, and it can also elevate those at the half-step sky realm, or even the boundless realm. Do you think it is worth it? It seems even if Jaya had not reserved them, I would not be able to afford them. Quangxi clicked his tongue in disbelief, then changed the subject. I am going to the Extreme Abyss Island overseas tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? Extreme Abyss Island, what kind of place is that, and why are you going there? Extreme Abyss Island is less of an island and more of a giant abyss beast. Its name is the Extreme Abyss, and it is the only sky realm abyss beast within a 100,000-mile sea radius. I am going to the island because my city lord wants me to trade for something, but I am not sure if it will try to double-cross me, so I want to recruit you as my bodyguard. What are you going to trade with Jiyuan for? A pupil stone, an eyeball that Jiyuan lost many years ago. You are trying to trade someone's own eyeball back to them. Are you looking for a death wish? It does not matter. He lost that eyeball tens of thousands of years ago. Now that I am helping him get it back, should not he show some appreciation? When you put it that way, it kind of makes sense. Zhao Tiedan hesitated. Is this Jiyuan in the Vault of Heaven realm? If we cannot beat him, I am running for it. What if we just kill Jiyuan if we can beat him? How about that? Get lost. Zhao Tiedan was just a little newbie who had just reached the Vault of Heaven realm. And this Jiyuan, judging by Quangxi's tone, was an ancient monster tens of thousands of years old. He would have to be insane to go to war with such a monster. Let me see that pupil stone you mentioned. Quangxi started digging around inside his pants. Zhao Tiedan looked grim. You hide things in there. I was just scratching an itch. Where did you learn these potty humor jokes? From my human contractor. They said using these silly methods is a quick way to build rapport. Why does it feel like everyone except me has a human contractor? Zhao Tiedan still agreed to go along with Quangxi. After all, he did want to get in touch with other Vault of Heaven realm experts. It would be best if they did not have to fight, so the two headed overseas. Wait a minute, why are you riding on me? Zhao Tiedan asked with a dark expression. I cannot fly, Quangxi replied matter-of-factly. Are not there any ships to go out to sea? No, Guangxi said as if it were obvious. Once a ship goes more than 10 kilometers out to sea, it gets flipped over by sea beasts, so you have to fly. If you had not asked me to come along, how were you planning to get out to sea? My plan was to ask you. Suddenly, Zhao Tiedan made a sharp turn, and Guangxi was almost thrown off his back. What are you doing? Do not lose your temper. I am going to find Su and have him take his fog form to carry us. That sounds good too. It is more comfortable sitting on Su, your back is like a hard seat. As a close friend of Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi, Su was quite happy when he heard they were inviting him out to hang out. But when he heard they wanted him to be their beast of burden, he turned and ran. Guangxi used a cloth bag to bag Su up, dragging him out of Su City. Faster, faster, Guangxi urged, sitting on Su's back. Zhao Tiedan took out a bottle of wine and poured it directly onto the foggy Su beneath him. Su, have a drink. Would that count as drunk driving? You even know about drunk driving? I know a little bit, just a little. After drinking, Su started acting crazy in the sky. They crashed their way through the whole trip, but finally arrived safely at Jiyun Island. Jiyun Island was actually the body of a giant multi-headed insect. The main body was disc-shaped with a diameter of tens of kilometers, and dozens of heads stretched out from the edges. If you counted the length of its necks and heads, it was probably over 100 kilometers long. This multi-headed giant insect was the vault of Heaven Realm Abyss Beast, Jiyun. There were many buildings on Jiyun's back, and Su's way of landing was to just crash straight into the ground. Zhao Tiedan and Guangxi were both rattled and bruised. After the three of them cleaned themselves up, they found a place to stay. Jiyun Island was a bustling city of massive scale. With a wealthy landlord like Jiyun around, no one dared to act recklessly here. So order on Jiyun Island was quite stable. It was also a major trading hub. Spirits from the inland came here to trade, as did sea beasts and abyss beasts provided they could shrink their size. After all, no one wanted a massive creature hundreds of meters tall rampaging in their territory. Because of its long-standing reputation, all races trusted Jiyun. The three of them checked into a hotel. The accommodations were excellent and had a very exotic style. By evening, Guangxi dragged Zhao Tiedan and Su to go see Jiyun. Jiyun's subordinates were all parasites. Yes, parasites, and they were the ones maintaining order on Jiyun Island. And they possessed a very high level of intelligence. They ranged from 1 to 3 meters in height and usually stayed underground. If any trouble arose, they would pop out from the ground to resolve it. When the trio arrived at Jiyun's mansion, they were blocked by 2 of these parasites. Both parasites had the strength of the Yuan spirit realm, making them very formidable. What are you doing here? We are here to see Jiyun, Guangxi said. What business do you have with Lord Jiyun? Guangxi took out a wooden box and opened it, revealing a round stone ball inside. This belongs to Jiyun and I am returning it to him. The 2 parasites cleared a path, allowing the 3 to enter Jiyun's residence. Jiyun's mansion was not a luxury estate. It was surrounded by high walls, and inside, the first thing they saw was a massive flesh ball surrounded by a pool of black water. Since his rebirth in the spirit realm, Zhao Tiedan had seen many strange and bizarre races. But seeing this giant flesh ball, he still found it unbelievable. The world truly is full of wonders. Just then, the flesh ball turned at an angle, and a pupil appeared on it. So this flesh ball was an eyeball, was this Jiyun? Zhao Tiedan looked at Jiyun curiously. Powerful, even if this eyeball was not Jiyun's true body, Zhao Tiedan still felt an immeasurable strength. He had been so happy to have become a Vault of Heaven realm expert. Perhaps he could not be called the strongest in the spirit realm, but at least he could rank among the top. But facing Jiyun, Zhao Tiedan truly felt the gap between them. Jiyun was also observing them, his gaze sweeping over Guangxi and Su before finally settling on Zhao Tiedan. A newly promoted Vault of Heaven realm brat, you want to see me? Jiyun had clearly misunderstood because of Zhao Tiedan's strength. Zhao Tiedan shook his head, I am just here accompanying a friend. Guangxi stepped forward. Lord Jiyun, I am Guangxi, the Vice City Lord of Heiyu City. So it is that old fogey Heiyu's man. Speak, what do you want from me? Guangxi took out the wooden box and opened it directly. The city lord asked me to return this to you, Lord Jiyun. The black water around Jiyun suddenly started boiling. Then, a tentacle made of liquid reached out toward Guangxi and scooped up the stone ball from the box. I hope that old geezer Heiyu did not steal this and hide it, Jiyun said, his tone full of suspicion. My lord, you jest. With your strength and authority, who could possibly steal from you? Guangxi, who was usually so brash in front of Zhao Tiedan and Su, was now so timid it was almost pitiful. Heh, and yet it fell into someone else's hands, Jiyun said flatly. Tell me, what does Heiyu want to trade for? The city lord wants an inch of the purple glazed heart. Ji-Yuan's pupil expanded to its maximum. Looks like that old geezer Haeyu is planning something big. He can have it, but I want him to give me the blueprints. I am sorry, Lord Ji-Yuan, that is not something I can decide. Then you stay here. The two little ones can go send a message and have Haeyu come see me himself. Zhao Tiedan's expression changed abruptly. A dangerous aura was radiating from Ji-Yuan. In an instant, Zhao Tiedan unleashed his aura, clashing directly with the overwhelming pressure radiating from the abyss before him. A monster that had lived for tens of thousands of years was in a completely different league compared to a junior like Zhao Tiedan, who had only just ascended to the firmament realm. The pressure from the abyss was becoming almost tangible. Just as Zhao Tiedan was bracing himself against it, a black tentacle suddenly reached out and snatched away Quangxi, whom he had been protecting behind him. Zhao Tiedan tensed his right fist, gathering gravitational energy, and delivered an explosive punch. The black water surrounding the abyss boiled once again, and hundreds of black tentacles surged forward to block the path of his fist. When those tentacles made contact with the force of his punch, they burst apart one after another. However, the supply of these black tentacles was endless. One wave was shattered only for the next to instantly take its place. Before long, the momentum of Zhao Tiedan's punch was completely worn away. Silent as ghosts, black tentacles emerged all around Zhao Tiedan, binding him tight. With a powerful jerk, Zhao Tiedan snapped the tentacles that had coiled around him. Although these tentacles could not hold him, they were causing him immense trouble. Energy from Zhao Tiedan's gravitational field erupted suddenly, blasting all the surrounding tentacles away. Simultaneously, Zhao Tiedan lunged toward the abyss, swinging his right fist, which was now suddenly coated in a layer of dark red energy. Nirvana Essence. Zhao Tiedan's right fist was now imbued with the power of Nirvana Essence. Boom! Zhao Tiedan slammed his fist directly into the abyss's massive eyeball. A terrifying force exploded inside the eye, and in an instant, the entire organ was reduced to pulp. Rumble! At that very moment, the entire abyss island began to shake violently. Zhao Tiedan grabbed Quangxi and Su, vaulting straight into the sky. Meanwhile, dozens of monstrous heads around Abyss Island immediately gave chase to Zhao Tiedan in the sky. These were all heads of the abyss, or more accurately, its feeding tentacles. The true brain of the abyss was hidden deep within its main body, and those head-like protrusions were merely organs used for feeding. These feeding organs could extend for dozens of kilometers and were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the entire horizon was sealed off by these enormous appendages. Zhao Tiedan, carrying Quangxi and Su, dodged and weaved high up in the air. Quangxi, what exactly is that thing down there looking for? What? I cannot hear you. At such high speed, the wind pressure was nearly warping Quangxi's crocodile head. Zhao Tiedan's words had been completely distorted by the time they reached his ears. I said I am going to feed you to that thing. He is really not a thing. Zhao Tiedan's face went dark with frustration. Just then, one of the appendages lunged toward him. Zhao Tiedan made a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding the appendage and cursed under his breath, that is for sure, he is definitely not a thing. Do not go west. I did not say I was going west. Finally, after overcoming countless dangers, Zhao Tiedan managed to reach the high altitude with Quangxi and Su. Looking down, Abyss Island was now nothing more than a tiny black dot. Su, carry Quangxi back, I will be there shortly. Taizi, what are you going to do? Get my revenge, of course, Zhao Tiedan replied matter-of-factly. He dropped Quangxi onto the vaporous form of Su. Then Zhao Tiedan began to absorb the surrounding gravitational energy, flying even higher into the sky. Gravitational energy was everywhere, but how much one could control depended entirely on their own capacity to bear it. Zhao Tiedan's answer was, a lot, so much that it would make anyone's scalp crawl. The only condition was that he needed enough time to charge. Zhao Tiedan was now 1,000,000 meters up. Looking down, he could see nothing but the vast blue of the world below. He had reached the limit of his ability to absorb gravitational energy. He compressed all that energy into a space just 10 meters wide. The density of the energy made Zhao Tiedan shine like a small, radiant sun. Yet it was as dense as a neutron star. Zhao Tiedan stopped flying and went into a freefall. As he plummeted, his speed increased rapidly, and he gave himself an extra boost, accelerating even faster. The abyss, frustrated that the trio had escaped, suddenly felt something falling from the high heavens. From confusion to shock and then to terror, it took the abyss only 1 second to process it all. He never expected Zhao Tiedan to be so vengeful. Zhao Tiedan descended with earth-shattering force. Everyone left on Abyss Island could see a falling star streaking down from the sky. The falling star, dragging a trail of fire, emitted an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. If the abyss had a human face, he would surely be wide-eyed with horror. Facing such an attack, he had no way to resist or dodge. Though powerful, the abyss had significant limitations. His movement speed, for one, and constrained by his immense size, he could not fight as nimbly as most other firmament realm beings. He had assumed Zhao Tiedan was an easy target just because he had recently broken through to the firmament realm on his home turf. Even if he could not stop them, he figured he would not suffer any losses. He never expected Zhao Tiedan to pull a move like this. Zhao Tiedan had accelerated to several hundred Mach. Combined with his extreme density, such an impact would surely shatter the abyss's very foundation. The moment Zhao Tiedan struck Abyss Island, it was as if a second sun had risen from the island itself. The white light illuminated over 1,000 kilometers of the sea. Everyone who witnessed the scene was instantly vaporized by the shockwave. Zhao Tiedan stood in the center of a 100-meter-wide crater, at the bottom of which raw flesh and tissue were exposed. This flesh was the true body of the abyss. Zhao Tiedan's attack was madness, and it had dealt a grievous blow to the abyss. Of course, this move was only effective against opponents of the abyss's size. Against others of the same level, it would be meaningless. For one, the charging time was too long. No one would be stupid enough to wait for him to finish. And during the fall, his trajectory could only be adjusted slightly. Other opponents would never stand still and eat a head-on collision like that. But against a target like the abyss, this move was a genuine kill shot. The abyss's giant eyeball reappeared at the edge of the crater. Zhao Tiedan's strike had destroyed half of the island's populated area, with incalculable casualties and losses. Blood energy roiled over Zhao Tiedan's body as he glared fiercely at the abyss. "Do you want to continue?" Black tentacles appeared around the abyss. Just as Zhao Tiedan prepared for another round, one of the tentacles tossed a small metal box toward him. "What is this?" Betrayed, the eyeball of the abyss drifted away. The abyss had suffered a massive loss this time, but he had no choice but to swallow it. He was not in the right, and more importantly, he was hard countered by Zhao Tiedan. Even though Zhao Tiedan's overall strength was far below his techniques were a perfect counter. The abyss had no recourse. He could not win with logic, and he could not win in a physical brawl. If he took another hit like that, he might be forced into a state of total collapse. Zhao Tiedan caught up with Su and sat on its soft, mist-like body. "Taizai, what was that just now?" Courtesy calls for reciprocity. Zhao Tiedan tossed the iron box given to him by Jiyuan to Guangxi. Guangxi opened the box immediately, revealing a purple crystalline object inside, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. "Is this thing that important?" Zhao Tiedan asked. "Whether the city lord lives or dies depends entirely on it. Why do you call your foster father city lord even when you are outside?" He said that once we step out of the front door, I cannot call him father, only city lord. "What is this thing used for?" Zhao Tiedan picked up the purple glazed heart. "The city lord plans to install this into his own body." "Install it in his body? Will it grant him a long life, or will it let him level up?" "I do not know." "You did not ask." "I did, but he said I am still too young, and it is not good for me to know too much." Zhao Tiedan suddenly reached out and pulled at Guangxi's trousers to take a peek inside, then went silent and withdrew into himself. Sure enough, one should not have such strange curiosity about non-human species. "Do you have a wife?" "Wife, we the crocodile tribe reproduce asexually." "If it is asexual reproduction, why do you need this thing? And why is it so exaggerated?" "It is to provide testosterone, which will make my combat power even stronger." "That is a very powerful reason." "So how do you mist people reproduce?" Guangxi asked. The three of them chatted about this vapid topic the whole way, and curiously, they were all very interested in it. However, when Guangxi and Su heard about how humans reproduce and choose their mates, they still became extremely gossipy. So curiosity has never been exclusive to humans. Not long after Zhao Tiedan and the others left, Jiyuan welcomed another guest. This was a masked person who stood before Jiyuan's eyeball, his tone filled with mockery. "Jiyuan, it seems you were not lightly injured." Jiyuan remained silent. Indeed, that strike had caused significant trauma and not just on the surface. The shockwave had reached his main body, leaving deep wounds within him. "What, are you going to make a move?" "If you had activated your reversal, I would be happy to finish you off at this moment," the masked person said. "Who is that guy?" Jiyuan asked. "Giant Skeleton City," Zhao Tiedan, the masked person replied. "He only advanced to the firmament realm less than a month ago." "Giant Skeleton City." They built a small village where the remains left behind by the ruined war were on the Shadow Moon coast. Later, Zhao Tiedan arrived, and it developed into a small city. Although it was affected by the aftermath of the Lightning Disaster Bureau's operation and suffered some losses, it has since been replenished and now has a population of 100,000. Ji-Yuan felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. This conflict had cost Ji-Yuan Island over 1 million lives. He had originally intended to retaliate against Zhao Tiedan's forces. But hearing that giant skeleton city only had a population of 100,000, he immediately lost interest. "You did not come here just to see me make a fool of myself, did you?" Ji-Yuan asked irritably. "That guy Heiyu has likely completed the blueprint by now. Do not you have any thoughts on that?" "It is precisely because I had thoughts that I suffered such heavy injuries. That Zhao Tiedan is indeed highly effective at restraining you, but if you are willing, I can team up with you." "I refuse. Ji-Yuan's main body is his biggest trump card, but it is not suited for single combat. Even if their operation were successful, he would find it hard to gain any substantial benefits, and this guy in front of him might not keep his word." "Will not you reconsider? Only if you can bring the head of that giant skeleton city's Zhao Tiedan before me. In that case, would you be willing to join us?" "Fine. Let Earth Yunchuan City. Tao Tao, come out and have something to eat." Lin Xiu walked to Tao Tao's door with a plate of fruit. Tao Tao opened the door and took the plate. "Thank you, Mom." "Are you getting used to the learning environment in the reserve team?" "I am adjusting." Tao Tao was a very precocious child. At 9 years old, she had already found the goal she would strive for. What the reserve team taught was more complex and professional than the curriculum at the Psionic Academy. Of course, what attracted Tao Tao most to the reserve team was the resources. Take psionic crystals, for example. There is no way the Psionic Academy would provide those to students. In just over 10 days, Tao Tao had already absorbed the 10 psionic crystals distributed this time, and she was currently digesting and assimilating that psionic power. Once absorbed into the body, if the psionic power is not compatible with one's own, it will gradually dissipate. However, humans have developed an effective method. Through special absorption techniques, they can convert the psionic power within the crystals into their own. So-called talent is actually based on conversion speed. Some people are naturally faster at converting while others are slower. This is the origin of talent. Tao Tao's talent dictated that her conversion rate for the psionic power in the crystals was far inferior to that of her peers. "I will not disturb you anymore. You continue your practice." "Okay, good night, moms." The next day, Tao Tao arrived at the reserve team training base. As soon as she arrived at the classroom, Li Yuer ran up to her. "Zhao Tao, did you notice anything different about me today?" Tao Tao glanced at Li Yuer, her pupils shrinking suddenly. "You have advanced to the true spirit realm." "Haha, that is right. Do you realize our gap now?" Li Yuer looked at Tao Tao triumphantly. "This is a realm you might not even reach in your entire lifetime." With a D-grade potential, the predicted limit of growth is only reaching the transcendence realm, unless there is an infinite supply of resources. And Tao Tao clearly lacks such a background. She had one more opportunity, the contract in 2 weeks. If she could contract a powerful spirit, she would still have a chance to change her fate. Because with a powerful spirit, she could also obtain more resources within the reserve team. However, this chance was also very slim. After all, while she was choosing a spirit, the spirit was also choosing its contractor. Spirits do not necessarily choose the contractor with the highest level. They may choose the one with the highest potential. Tao Tao had neither potential nor the highest level. "I cannot wait to take back my position." For days, Li Yuer had been mocked by a few friends for being beaten to tears by a little girl younger and lower-leveled than him. This had become Li Yuer's shame, so he was now just waiting for after the contract. And he possessed a grade potential, as well as being in the true spirit realm. He believed that he would absolutely contract the most powerful spirit of all. "Spirits are not everything. We are the Spirit Master Reserve Team, so spirits are our everything," Li Yuer said as if it were a matter of course. 2 weeks have passed, and Tao Tao still has not managed to break through to the Transcendence Realm, remaining stuck at the threshold of the Extraordinary Realm. Kayan Yuehin is also somewhat disappointed. During the month Tao Tao has been in the reserve team, her efforts were plain for all to see. But in a place like the reserve team, only strength matters. If Tao Tao could reach the Transcendence Realm, she would certainly have a better chance of binding with a powerful heroic spirit during the contract ceremony. Conversely, if she does not break through, she will either have to settle for a weak heroic spirit, or worse, perhaps no heroic spirit will be willing to bind with her at all. Kayan Yuehin is not sure if Tao Tao can continue to keep up her efforts under such circumstances. Finally, the day of the contract ceremony has arrived. This time, the ceremony is being held in an enclosed gymnasium. In the center of the gymnasium, a platform resembling an altar, about 10 meters in diameter, has been set up. Kayan Yuehin leads the group of children into the gymnasium. Then, Kayan Yuehin begins to go over the important precautions once again. Although she has said these things many times already, But at this moment, she still needs to say them one more time. The process of manifesting your spirit body does not need me to repeat it, but once your spirit body leaves your physical form, you must not let it roam freely. Because spirit bodies can easily slip into the chaotic void, the contract platform will transport your spirits to a designated zone where they will be safe. Kyan Yuahin pauses, then continues. In that zone, you will find the spirit bodies of the heroic spirits. Teacher, can we communicate with the heroic spirits' spirit bodies? Yes, but you must be aware that you cannot use this time for idle chatter. Initiating the contract ceremony consumes a massive amount of spirit energy crystals. Besides, the heroic spirits may not be willing to speak with you. They will be probing your potential and your strength. Then can we probe the strength of the heroic spirits? Yes, it is a mutual selection process. Kyan Yuahin nods and answers, but besides strength, you must also look at their elemental affinity. If a spirit body appears red, it is fire attribute, blue is water attribute. Some special attributes may cause the color to change, while colorless indicates no elemental affinity. Kyan Yuahin looks at the children. Now everyone step up onto the contract platform. Tao Tao takes a deep breath and clenches her fists. Zhao Tao, do not go crying if you fail the contract later, Li Yuer says, still finding the time to provoke Tao Tao. Tao Tao walks onto the platform with an expressionless face, and the other students step up as well. Once everyone is on the platform, Kyan Yuahin carefully walks around it once. Sit down, all of you, do not stand. After all the students are seated, Kyan Yuahin begins operating an instrument on the side. As the instrument activates, the spirit energy crystals within are stimulated, funneling energy into the formation of the contract ceremony. Gradually, the formation begins to glow, shrouding everyone within it. Manifest your own spirit bodies and follow the guidance of the formation. Tao Tao successfully manifests her spirit body. Li Yuer manifests hers as well, and upon looking at Tao Tao's spirit body, she cannot help but sneer. What a weak spirit body. One's strength level is reflected in their spirit body. Although Tao Tao keeps her face calm, she feels a sting deep inside. Steady your minds, prepare yourselves, Kyan Yuahin calls out softly. As she presses the button on the control console once more, the spirit bodies on the platform turn into streams of light and vanish. Kyan Yuahin sighs, what happens next is beyond her control. Their reserve team has a partnership with an organization in the heroic spirit realm known as the Ancient Star Society. Therefore, both sides agreed to conduct their contract ceremonies at this exact time. The two identical contract formations transport the spirit bodies from both sides into the same space. The spirit bodies of both parties meet in this zone. The spirit bodies of the heroic spirits are clearly much more powerful than those of the humans, each radiating light of different colors. The human contractors' spirit bodies look somewhat tiny in comparison. This little one is not bad. A silver-white spirit body approaches Li Yuer's spirit body. After probing it, the silver-white spirit body radiates a sense of satisfaction. Tao Tao's spirit body, however, goes unnoticed. She is too weak. The heroic spirits can sense her fragility without even needing to communicate. Tao Tao gathers her courage and approaches a powerful, flaming red spirit body. Will you enter a contract with me? Go away, I have no need for trash and I will not waste my time. Tao Tao is at a loss. She feels her spirit body being shoved aside by a burst of energy, becoming unsteady. Refusing to give up, Tao Tao tries another spirit body, only to be rejected again. One by one, the other students find suitable heroic spirits and successfully complete their contracts. Just then, a spirit body comes crashing through the chaotic void, streaks across the space with blinding speed. Tao Tao, my Tao Tao's daddy is here. The moment Zhao Tiedan senses his daughter's spirit body in the void, he drops everything, manifests his own spirit and rushes toward the location. So close, almost there, right ahead, just ahead. Tears stream down Zhao Tiedan's face, Tao Tao whom he has thought of day and night. He can finally see her again. Zhao Tiedan sees a thin barrier standing in front of his spirit body. Without hesitation, he launches an attack against the barrier. Hums. The spirit bodies within the barrier all feel the vibration. Speeded up, an intruder is attacking the barrier of this zone. The various spirits feel a sense of urgency, while Tao Tao is even more distraught. No heroic spirit is willing to accept her. She has asked every single one, only to be turned away. Those with bad tempers even attacked her spirit body directly, leaving her feeling incredibly fragile. Finally, the last heroic spirit finishes its contract and departs from the void. Tao Tao drifts alone in the void, staring blankly at her surroundings. Just then, she hears a sound like something shattering, and sees a broken, tattered spirit body floating in from the outer void. Contract, sign a contract with me. Tao Tao senses the intent radiating from the spirit body. It makes Tao Tao hesitate. This spirit body is clearly not one of the heroic spirits provided by the reserve team. In her previous lessons, she had studied some topics regarding taboos. There are mysterious and powerful beings in the void that are extremely dangerous. Signing a contract with them blindly might not be a good thing. Moreover, they could easily disguise themselves as weak spirits to lure others. But if she refuses, she will really be returning empty-handed. Finally, Tao Tao makes a decision. She has nothing to begin with, so she has nothing to lose. Rather than living a mediocre life, she might as well take the gamble here. Come on, I accept your contract. What? Instructor, there is no need to maintain the contract ritual anymore. No heroic spirit accepted Zhao Tao's contract at all. Yeah, instructor. Continuing the ritual is just a waste of time and spirit crystals. Kyan Yuehan's gaze turned cold as she swept her eyes across those who were clamoring the loudest. The contract ritual is set for 1 hour. As long as there is still someone who has not exited the ritual, it must be maintained. Hearing this, everyone shut their mouths, though their eyes still carried a touch of impatience. After waiting a few minutes, Kyan Yuehan checked the time. If Zhao Tao still did not come out, she would have no choice but to terminate the ritual. After all, the quantity of spirit crystals is limited. Even if she felt Zhao Tao had potential, she could not endlessly spend resources on a child whose future was still uncertain. Just as Kyan Yuehan was calculating the time, Zhao Tao suddenly opened her eyes. Kyan Yuehan looked at Zhao Tao and asked, Zhao Tao, did you succeed in your contract? Tao Tao nodded, though her own feelings were complicated at the moment. Because the entity she contracted was not the heroic spirit she expected, and she did not even know if it was a heroic spirit or something else entirely. That is why she felt a bit hesitant to borrow its power. Who are you kidding, Zhao Tao? Back in the void, no heroic spirit accepted your contract at all. Who did you actually contract with? Li Yuer shouted loudly immediately, intent on exposing her in front of everyone. Why should I explain anything to you? Tao Tao glanced at Li Yuer. Instructor, she is lying. Li Yuer became even more agitated. She does not dare explain where her contracted spirit came from. At that time, all the spirit's consciousnesses had already withdrawn, leaving only her in the void, so she definitely did not succeed. Kyan Yuehan looked at Tao Tao and said, Tao Tao, tell me the truth. Did you succeed? Instructor, I succeeded, Tao Tao answered with great certainty. I do not believe you. If you have the guts, Zhao Tao, accept my challenge. Li Yuer wanted to show everyone how powerful her own heroic spirit was, while simultaneously taking revenge on Tao Tao. The spirit she contracted was the strongest. At least, that was what she felt in that void. She felt it was the most powerful consciousness present, and no other was stronger than hers. As for Tao Tao, she preferred to believe that Tao Tao was just lying out of fear of being kicked out of the reserve team. She was determined to expose Tao Tao in public and have her thrown out of the team in disgrace. Kyan Yuehan looked at Tao Tao and asked, what about you? Tao Tao looked troubled. She had originally intended to wait until she was alone to try and test the borrowed power of the spirit. She needed to confirm whether this contracted spirit posed a threat. But now she was being put on the spot and had no choice but to make a move. If she refused now, it would likely confirm that her contract had failed. In that case, she would certainly be kicked out of the reserve team. Fine, I accept your challenge. In the end, Tao Tao accepted Li Yuer's challenge. Little liar, it is not too late for you to concede now. This remark sounded grating to Tao Tao, and her expression darkened immediately. As the two stood face to face, Li Yuer could not wait to summon her heroic spirit. And for this first summon, she went straight for its true form. The next moment, a silver radiance descended from the sky, and within it, a silver giant appeared before Li Yuer. The silver giant stood at least 5 meters tall, radiating a powerful aura. When the crowd saw the silver giant, they could not help but look on with envy and shock. The silver giant lowered his head to look at Li Yuer. I am Yin Lan of the silver race. Are you my contractor? Yes, I am Li Yuer, a human. You are quite impressive. To be able to summon my true form on your first attempt, and your spiritual energy is enough to let me fight at full power. Yin Lan was very pleased with Li Yuer, who possessed true spirit realm energy at such a young age. Yin Lan raised his hand and gently brushed over the top of Li Yuer's head. Li Yuer immediately felt that she had obtained Yin Lan's power. At the same time, Li Yuer understood her spirit's extraordinary ability, Phantasm. It allowed her to create any object or weapon out of thin air. Of course, the prerequisite was having enough spiritual energy. If she had enough, she could even create another Earth. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Li Yuer grew more excited, and her eyes held an even more provocative look when she glanced at Tao Tao. Tao Tao looked at Yin Lan with a hint of envy as well. Zhao Tao, summon your heroic spirit, let me have a look. Tao Tao took a deep breath and first tried a full-form summon, but her spiritual energy was not enough. It seemed the entity she contracted was definitely not weak. This made Cao Cao breathe a slight sigh of relief. What she was most afraid of was that the entity might be some kind of terrifying monstrosity. That was why she could not easily summon its manifestation, at least not until she confirmed it was safe. Cao Cao was being rather cautious. If she could summon its true form with her own ability, it would at least be controllable. And if she could not summon the true form, it at least proved the entity possessed a certain level of power. Borrowing power also required caution. After all, some terrifying beings had power that was corrosive, and even a little bit of it could lead to corruption. Cao Cao began to channel her spiritual energy to borrow the power. The next moment, a red light enveloped Cao Cao's body. Qian Yuehan, watching from the sidelines, felt relieved when she saw the red light on Cao Cao. It seemed the child really had successfully contracted a spirit. Although she did not know the strength of the spirit, at least she did not have to worry about her being expelled. Teacher is Zhao Tao's spirit using a fire-based extraordinary power. Qian Yuehan frowned as she looked at Cao Cao. It was strange, why could not she feel any sense of extraordinary power? Yet if there was no extraordinary power, why would such a vibrant red light be shining from her? Cao Cao herself could not feel any extraordinary power either, only an overwhelming sense of explosive force surging through her body. Even her body, which she had trained and strengthened with spiritual energy, felt like it was struggling to hold it all. But this power felt so familiar. It felt just like a father's embrace. Is this the sense of closeness one gets when borrowing power from a spirit? It made sense after all, they were bound together, sharing life and fate. Calling it a soul-level connection was not an exaggeration. So she really did succeed in the contract. Li Yuer was even more annoyed and she thought to herself, Yin Lan, help me teach that little girl a lesson later. Do not go for the kill, but everything else is fine. She sent the thought to Yin Lan in her mind. I know what to do. Yin Lan nodded and spoke to Cao Cao opposite them. Borrowed power is not enough. Summon your spirit properly. What? Why will not Cao Cao summon my true form? Even a conscious projection would do. Zhao Tiedan was so restless that he was not even very motivated during his weight training today. Master, why are you so distracted today? You always tell me not to lose focus during training. Ling Qi looked at Zhao Tiedan. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhao Tiedan was not himself today. I successfully contracted with my daughter, but why will not she summon my true form or my conscious projection? Zhao Tiedan said bluntly. Those close to Zhao Tiedan knew that he had always been obsessed with the idea of forming a contract with his daughter. Before this, he had asked everyone he knew about how to contract with one's daughter. Master, you successfully contracted with your daughter. Congratulations. When you were contracting, did not you try to communicate with her through your spirit body? No, it was a restricted contract ritual. I had to break through the barriers of that void area directly, which left my spirit body extremely weak, making normal communication impossible. Zhao Tiedan recalled that rare chance to communicate with Cao Cao, which had cost his spirit body so much energy due to that barrier, ultimately causing damage to it. Yunchuan City Reserve Training Base inside the gymnasium. Cao Cao looked at Li Yuer opposite her, then glanced at Yin Lan beside him. I cannot summon the heroic spirit's true form. Yin Lan looked at Cao Cao and said proudly, the spiritual energy of the transcendence realm is indeed too weak. Although it is a bit like bullying, this was my contractor's request, so I must comply. Yin Lan raised his palm toward Cao Cao, and suddenly, several square metal blocks appeared above her head. The metal blocks crashed down directly onto Cao Cao. Qian Yuehan, standing outside the arena, clenched her fists. She was worried. While such an attack might not be fatal, it would definitely cause serious injury. But as an instructor, it was not appropriate for her to intervene at this moment. Just then, Cao Cao suddenly used extreme speed to dodge the metal blocks. Cao Cao was incredibly fast, leaving a red afterimage behind her. Oh, not bad. Yin Lan used his supernatural power dream again, and dozens of metal blocks appeared around Cao Cao. He did not believe Cao Cao could escape unscathed facing this many blocks. Indeed, so many metal blocks had surrounded Cao Cao from every direction. It was impossible to dodge that many metal blocks. Cao Cao raised her fist and struck the side of the metal block in front of her. Her intention was to deflect the path of the metal block. But the moment her fist landed on it, the block shattered instantly, and several metal blocks in front of her were sent flying like shells out of a cannon. Boom! The gymnasium wall was pierced and collapsed, and seconds after punching through the wall, several more crashing sounds echoed from the distance. Everyone on the scene gasped. What kind of monster strength is this? Even Qian Yuehan felt a chill down her spine. If that punch had landed on her, she would probably be spending the rest of her life in a wheelchair. At this point, even Yin Lan was stunned. His strength was at the peak of the ethereal realm, with half a foot in the origin realm. He had always been very confident in his own power. But after seeing this punch from Kian Yuehen, he lost his confidence. Is this power borrowed from a heroic spirit? Could this monstrous power have been borrowed from an origin realm expert? Cao Dao, meanwhile, was also looking at her own fist. The situation had been critical, so she had punched with all her might. She herself had not expected such a massive impact. Cao Dao looked up at Yin Lan and increased her strength even more. Instantly, the red light on Cao Dao flared up again, as if her body were burning. She threw another punch at the metal blocks around her. The metal blocks were blown to pieces. Everyone present felt their scalp tingle. Especially Yin Lan, these metal blocks were created through supernatural power. Yet they were real, not mere illusions. And now they were being shattered by a single punch from Cao Dao. Moving 100 or 200 pounds of metal was not that impressive. But to shatter such solid iron blocks, even a large caliber shell might not be able to destroy them. Cao Dao now had a rough understanding of her current strength. She looked back at Yin Lan and Li Yuer. Stop her! Li Yuer felt a premonition of disaster when he met Cao Dao's eyes and hurriedly gave the order to Yin Lan. But by then, Cao Dao was already moving. She would not let Yin Lan use his abilities again. With a few quick maneuvers, she was already right in front of Li Yuer. Stop! Zhao Tao wins. Kian Yuehen hurriedly called an end to the duel, fearing that Cao Dao might not be used to her power and could leave Li Yuer with serious injuries if she struck too hard. Li Yuer, do you have any objections? Li Yuer hung his head dejectedly. I have no objections. At that moment, Li Yuer felt like a deflated ball, having lost all his spirit. The plan he had been obsessing over to defeat Cao Dao, he thought today would be his comeback day. Who would have thought Cao Dao would have such a massive outburst? Her innate talent might not be high, but she had contracted a terrifyingly powerful heroic spirit. And that was not even the true form descending or a conscious projection, just borrowing the power made her this strong. Her heroic spirit must be exceptionally powerful. The superiors would definitely prioritize her development, as Cao Dao being able to summon the true form would be a huge boost to the frontline combat strength. A powerful heroic spirit is a guaranteed return on investment. As long as Cao Dao was not a hopeless case, she would inevitably be trained. Cao Dao, on the other hand, was feeling uneasy. Would her body be corrupted after borrowing so much power? Kian Yuehen's eyes were glowing, her lips moving as if she were talking to someone. In fact, Kian Yuehen was communicating with her own heroic spirit. Her heroic spirit was attached to her, so no one else noticed. Haisha, has that girl's strength reached the origin realm? Not quite yet, it should still be in the ethereal realm. But that destructive power is too terrifying. If that hit me, I might be blown apart by a single punch. That was a pure outburst of power, which makes it seem exaggerated, but she should not have been using her full strength. That level of destruction, and she was not using her full strength. You could arrange a practical test for her to see her true capabilities. Kian Yuehen thought for a moment and asked, how about an intermediate secret realm? Just then, a middle-aged man ran in. Kian Yuehen, have all the kids finished their contract rituals today? Luo Bing, what happened? The insect swarm is attacking again. Although Kian Yuehen is an instructor for the reserve team, she still does not want to send these children to the front lines too early. Do they need to go to the battlefield? Kian Yuehen asked. Not yet, but they must be prepared at any time, Luo Bing replied. Is the situation very critical? The scale this time is even larger than the last. Initial estimates put the number of the insect swarm at 8 million. Upon hearing this, a look of worry appeared on Kian Yuehen's face. I request to head to the front line. Luo Bing shook his head and said, these children still need you. After all, they could be drafted to the front line at any moment, and you need to teach them how to protect themselves. Kian Yuehen nodded and said no more. After leaving the gymnasium, Kian Yuehen gasped again as a deep chasm came into view. It ran across the drill ground, destroyed several cars in the outdoor parking lot opposite, and even shattered the parking lot's outer wall. Was this the power of Cao Dao's strike just now? Haisha, could you achieve this level of destruction? Haisha replied with a touch of arrogance, our methods of destruction are different. I can slice through a skyscraper, but she cannot. All right. However, that human girl has indeed contracted an incredible heroic spirit. She is worth nurturing properly. How should we rank her heroic spirit now? She only borrowed power and already displayed destruction at the ethereal realm level, so her heroic spirit's true form must be at the spirit origin realm, or perhaps even the half-step firmament realm. Half-step firmament realm, are you sure? I cannot be certain until I see her heroic spirit's true form. Fine, let us tentatively classify it as the spirit origin realm for now. Is it over? Zhao Tiedan felt the feedback of spiritual energy and the return of power to his true form, feeling empty inside. Cao Tao was fighting using my power, right? Was the enemy killed? Was she hurt? Zhao Tiedan is very anxious now, extremely anxious. Before he contracted with his daughter, he was anxious about how to do it. Now that the contract is successful, he is anxious about why his daughter is not summoning his consciousness avatar or his true form. Zhao Tiedan summoned Yibegu to his side. Yibegu, how do you communicate with a contractor? By waiting for the other party to summon your consciousness avatar or your true form. But she has not summoned my avatar or my true form. Have you successfully contracted with your daughter?
Yes.
Zhao Tiedan said worriedly, do you think she might be unfamiliar with how contracts work? I have another contractor who had to figure it out on her own before she learned how to summon my consciousness avatar. Humans and certain factions in the heroic spirit realm are already cooperating, so contracts and usage are quite well known. It should not be a case of being unfamiliar, Yibegu said. After some thought, he added, it is possible that your daughter's spiritual energy level is not high enough to summon your true form. But at least she should be able to summon the consciousness avatar, right? The avatar does not have strict requirements. As long as a vessel is shaped, it can accommodate my consciousness. Did not you communicate with her when you made the contract? Zhao Tiedan recounted the process of contracting with Cao Tao. Could it be that she mistook you for some evil existence in the void chaos? This Zhao Tiedan recalled the process of the contract. At that time, his daughter must have been making the contract in that void, and when his spiritual body intruded, it is very likely she mistook him for an evil being. It is over. Zhao Tiedan grabbed his head and roared in despair.
Is there any way to fix this?
Yibegu thought for a moment and shook his head no. Then, is there any way for my daughter to reduce her spiritual energy consumption when borrowing my power?
Yes, Yibegu finally provided some help.
Zhao Tiedan immediately asked, what is it? Every time she summons, you prepare spiritual energy coins yourself and absorb them to replace the energy consumed when borrowing your power. Zhao Tiedan's eyes lit up. This seemed like a solution. You can even use this method to pass spiritual energy back to your daughter. In this way, my daughter's spiritual energy can continue to grow. The more Zhao Tiedan thought about it, the more he liked this idea. I owe you one for this. Is there anything you need me to do for you? Not for now, let us keep this favor for later. You have all heard that the insect swarm is attacking again, and a large number of them have gathered outside the city. You may be sent to the battlefield at any time, so there will be no more basic training. Instead, we will move to combat training, Kai and Yuhin said. Tomorrow there will be a combat assessment. 3 reserve teams and 6 elite academies totaling 3,000 reserve members will participate. You will fight against the elemental, special, and spirit channeling branches. Everyone except those in your own class is your enemy, even other classes in our first reserve team. Do you understand?
Understood.
A free-for-all, this is how they prepare for the front line. In battle against insect swarms, there are no fancy tactics. Basically, it is a test of combat power and endurance. Whoever is the last one standing wins. So this free-for-all assessment is, plainly speaking, a combat simulation of fighting the insect swarm. It is also meant to let them understand the cruelty of true war. Cao Tao, however, looked solemn. Although the one she contracted with granted her powerful strength, she still harbored doubts. Zhao Tao, Li Yuer, you two stay behind. Everyone else is dismissed. Cao Tao and Li Yuer were kept behind. Although the two were competitors, it had not reached a life-or-death level. Cao Tao had initially provoked Li Yuer, but Li Yuer also had a sharp tongue and would often provoke Cao Tao, so it was not clear who was right or wrong. Li Yuer, you have very high potential, and the heroic spirit you contracted is powerful in both strength and supernatural ability. In terms of talent, you could be called the strongest in this batch, Kai and Yuhin said, then turned to Cao Tao. Zhao Tao, although your talent is average, the heroic spirit you contracted is powerful. It is initially estimated that your heroic spirit is at least at the spirit origin realm. Li Yuer was a bit disgruntled. She had hoped to shine during the contract ceremony, but it ended up becoming the stage for Zhao Tao's rise. However, her own heroic spirit was not bad either. It was only a hair's breadth away from reaching the spirit origin realm, and when that happened, she would not necessarily lose to her. Moreover, Cao Tao could not even summon her true form while she could. Although the duration was short, it was quite impressive. Li Yuer believed that once her spiritual energy reached the ethereal realm, she would be able to fight alongside her heroic spirit for a long time. I kept you two here today to test your strength. Who will go first? Cao Tao and Li Yuer exchanged glances. Cao Tao stepped forward and said, Instructor, I will go first. Kai and Yuhin looked meaningfully at Cao Tao, walked in front of her and summoned her own heroic spirit. It was a humanoid heroic spirit with no facial features. emanating black aura from its entire body. My heroic spirit is named Haisha, Spirit Origin Realm. Teacher, then you are also at the Spirit Origin Realm, right? Heroic Spirit Master is only considered a true Spirit Origin Realm expert when both they and their heroic spirit reach that realm. Like you, your heroic spirit might be at the Spirit Origin Realm, but you are not. Only at the same level can one unleash the true combat power of a heroic spirit, Kyan Yuhin said, then added, now use your heroic spirit's power. Red light suddenly burst from Taotao, and the familiar power once again occupied her body. At the same time, Taotao discovered that her spiritual energy did not seem to be decreasing, but rather increasing, which surprised her. Zhao Tao, do not get distracted, I am attacking. With Kyan Yuhin's warning, Haisha had already launched an attack on Taotao. Haisha waved its arms from a distance, throwing out 2 strands of black aura, which transformed into blade beams that struck at Taotao. Taotao's heart stirred. Instead of dodging, she increased the power she was borrowing, simultaneously realizing that the more power she drew, the more her spiritual energy increased. The red light around Taotao fully erupted, and she directly blocked the 2 black blade beams. Clang clang. Taotao was pushed back a yard by the force of the blades, leaving 2 friction marks on the ground, yet she remained unscathed. Both Kyan Yuhin and Haisha looked surprised. Seeing this, Taotao moved, turning into a red flash as she charged directly at Kyan Yuhin. Kyan Yuhin also had the support of Haisha's power, and she possessed quite impressive combat instincts herself. Seeing Taotao charge, her arms immediately turned into 2 black blades, and she swung them to parry. After 2 rounds, Kyan Yuhin felt that Taotao was impervious. Her blade edges touched the red aura around Taotao, making it hard to cut deeper, and as she tried to exert more force, Taotao's counterattack arrived, forcing her to dodge. Haisha saw this and joined the fray, the 2 of them surrounding Taotao. Taotao was scrambling, but she did not feel exhausted. On the contrary, she felt more and more at ease. Kyan Yuhin and Haisha were also endurance-based fighters, and such a battle could continue for hours without stopping. But they felt a bit embarrassed for not being able to take Taotao down for so long. And yet, they could not unleash their killing moves on Taotao. Kyan Yuhin found herself in a difficult situation. Haisha pushed Taotao back with a slash. As Taotao tried to press forward again, Kyan Yuhin said, Taotao, that is enough for now. I imagine your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Ah, instructor, I am still in great shape, and my spiritual energy is still very abundant. Kyan Yuhin raised an eyebrow. That is not right. Taotao is only in the extraordinary realm. Even if the consumption of borrowing power is low, after such high-intensity fighting, she should be nearly empty. How could she still have so much left? Are you in good shape? Let us fight another day. Today was mainly to gauge your levels. Li Yuer, it is your turn now. The battle between Kyan Yuhin and Taotao was just too suffocating. Taotao's combat power was stronger than expected, and ordinary moves could not even break through her defenses. It was not that she did not have deadlier or more ferocious finishing moves, but those techniques just were not suitable for use on Taotao, which only added to her frustration. She urgently needed a punching bag right now, and obviously Li Yuer was an excellent choice. Instructor, should we take a short break? Li Yuer was perceptive enough. He could clearly sense Kyan Yuhin's mental state, trapped in a phase of having power but know where to release it. At this moment, she was like a furious lioness. If a lioness is angered by her own cub, yet cannot lay a heavy hand on it, she will vent her anger on a hyena. Right now, he was going to act as that hyena. No need, summon your spirit warrior quickly. Li Yuer was on the verge of tears, but he had no choice but to obediently summon his spirit warrior Yin Lan. Little Yue, who are we facing this time? Li Yuer forced a smile at Yin Lan, pointing toward Kyan Yuhin and her spirit warrior Black Sha right in front of them. A twisted smile appeared on Black Sha's blurred silhouette as he revealed the blades condensed from black energy on his arms. It seemed that was his way of saying hello. Yin Lan shivered, a Yuanling stage powerhouse. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Little Yue, is not this your teacher? Yeah. Do not be nervous, it is just a sparring session. Black Sha made a grating sound, waving his twin blades, causing a tearing sound in the air. Li Yuer, adjust your state and prepare for battle. Yin Lan, I am counting on you. Yin Lan took a deep breath, feeling that his contractor was a bit of a jinx. The first time he was summoned, it was to face that monster Taotao. The second time, he was tasked with taking on the current Kyan Yuhin and her Black Sha. Both times, he felt like he was going to get beaten to a pulp. Yin Lan struck immediately, without even thinking to give a warning. He grabbed forward with both arms, causing dozens of iron swords to appear above Black Sha's head and plummet down toward him. Black Sha did not even look up. He just waved his arms, and the falling iron swords were instantly sliced into fragments. Black Sha looked at Yin Lan and said, Your transcendent power is quite strong, but if you only create these ordinary weapons, you will not be able to stop me. Yin Lan's mouth twitched, like he did not know that. Creating high-end weapons required much more energy and time to build up. Black Sha suddenly rushed toward Yin Lan, and Yin Lan instantly formed a shield in front of himself.
Yes.
The shield was cut through instantly by Black Sha's blade. However, behind the shield, a spear shot out toward Black Sha. Black Sha did not pause, his blade slashed from the spearhead, cutting the weapon in two. Black Sha was already in front of Yin Lan. The next moment, the silver skin on Yin Lan's body suddenly turned dark red. Yin Lan's dream power could not only create various substances out of thin air, but also alter his own body structure. And this dark red skin was none other than the hardest material in the spirit realm, blood-red gold. Black Sha's blade struck Yin Lan's skin, sending sparks flying, and while Yin Lan was pushed back by the force, his body remained completely unscathed. Black Sha looked surprised. His transcendent power was slashing, dealing slash damage to all enemies, but against this defense of Yin Lan's, his slashes were completely ineffective. Yin Lan, however, was miserable. Although he had blocked that attack, his power consumption was massive. Maintaining blood-red gold took a lot of energy, and at his current Zuling stage, it was hard to sustain for long. Black Sha struck again, and Yin Lan felt like he was going to vomit blood. That is enough. Kaiyan Yuehan stopped Black Sha from attacking further and glanced at Li Yuer. You and your spirit warrior still need to improve your coordination. Li Yuer and his spirit warrior were fighting separately, with no coordination whatsoever. Because of that, Li Yuer's combat performance was truly underwhelming. If there was not Cao Dao to compare him with, he surely would have been valued and given special attention. But with Cao Dao's performance, Kaiyan Yuehan's opinion of Li Yuer dropped sharply. Also, regarding tomorrow's melee assessment, the class that takes first place will receive a reward of 100 spirit crystals per person, and the best performer in the class will receive an additional 100 spirit crystals. Upon hearing this, Li Yuer and Cao Dao could not help but lock eyes. The two of them perfectly illustrated the saying that there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. If they could win that prize, it would definitely boost their strength by a huge margin. Instructor, in such a large melee, will not there be accidental injuries? No, because there will be a Yuanling stage powerhouse overseeing the field, and his ability is illusion, turning damage into reality-bending illusions, so even death can be reversed. Cao Dao and Li Yuer both gasped in shock. How powerful must one be to be able to reverse death? Does that mean we can go all out? Yes, you can go all out, but so can everyone else. So my only requirement for this assessment is, just do not get yourself killed. After Kaiyan Yuehan left, it was the first time Cao Dao and Li Yuer stood face-to-face calmly without picking a fight. What are your thoughts on the assessment? Cao Dao asked. Although I am reluctant to admit it, your strength is indeed the best in our class. Thanks for the compliment. But compared to all the reserve teams in the entire Yunchuan city, you are still not strong enough. Cao Dao was not naive enough to think she could beat everyone on her own. Furthermore, tomorrow's fight is not one-on-one, it is a 3,000-person melee. In a battle like this, no one dares to claim they can be the last one standing. Do you have any ideas? Cao Dao asked. How about we cooperate? Since when were you so kind? Cao Dao felt deep distrust toward Li Yuer. After all, until today, they would squabble every time they met. I am not saying we should make up. It is just that this assessment is a group battle, not a solo one. I am not interested in stabbing my teammates in the back, so to get the reward, working together temporarily is not out of the question. Cao Dao agreed with the logic. In such a massive melee, trying to go it alone was too unrealistic. If she had a capable teammate she could rely on, she would certainly have a better chance of getting a high ranking. She had never worked with Li Yuer before, but since he was taking the initiative to cooperate, she did not mind trusting him once. If Li Yuer really did try to stab her in the back regardless of his own ranking, then it would be war to the death. She understood this principle, and since Li Yuer was older than her, he should understand it too. I accept your proposal, but how exactly are we going to cooperate?
What?
Cao Dao and Li Yuer spent half a day practicing their coordination for the first time yesterday. I would not call it a perfect synergy, but they managed to pull off basic offensive and defensive support. After arriving at the training base, Kaiyan Yuehan gathered everyone together. They headed to the site of this melee assessment together. Cao Dao had expected the assessment site to be a complex venue. However, upon arrival, she found that it was just a massive playground. The field was probably the size of 4 soccer pitches with absolutely no cover. It was completely flat and wide open. This melee is a head-on confrontation. There is no room for tactical planning and no tricks or schemes can be used here. In such a venue with this many participants, If you want to conserve strength or get others to fight for you, you first need others to be willing to coexist peacefully with you. Therefore, this melee assessment is a pure test of strength. As Kyan Yuehen was leading her team into the field, she heard a voice from behind. Zhao Tiedan. Kyan Yuehen turned her head and saw a middle-aged man leading a group in. Kyan Yuehen gave the man a cold shoulder, merely nodding expressionlessly as a form of greeting. The man, however, seemed either deliberately looking for trouble or unable to read Kyan Yuehen's mood. The middle-aged man stepped forward with a chuckle. "Are these the students you have brought? They look quite average." Kyan Yuehen's expression remained icy, though she did glance at the students he had brought. My team actually has 2 students at the Soul Origin realm." Kyan Yuehen was somewhat shocked, although there were indeed many geniuses in the new generation. After all, the new generation has received training from a young age, unlike many of the extraordinary professionals currently fighting on the front lines, most of whom are adults. In terms of learning ability and innate potential, those adults have already passed their prime. Once the second generation grows up, the number of powerful extraordinary professionals will inevitably exceed that of the first. Even if the first generation only had 2 Soul Origin realm powerhouses, many who are yet to be discovered or are still growing have the potential to reach that level. But having reached the Soul Origin realm before even leaving the reserve team is truly rare. Even in her own team, Li Yuer, who has the best talent, is only at the true Soul realm, with his spirit at the peak of the Void Soul realm, meaning his actual combat power is assessed as early Void Soul realm. Looking at the opponent again, it turns out they have 2 students already possessing Soul Origin realm strength. This made Kyan Yuehen feel very uncomfortable. She and this man were ancestral enemies. It was not exactly a mortal blood feud, but they were definitely sworn enemies who would not be caught dead together. The middle-aged man was Wu Qingyang. Before the Great Fusion, he and Kyan Yuehen's father were old friends and colleagues. However, her father ended up in prison due to Wu Qingyang's false accusations. Later, when she was 16, she collected enough evidence to clear her father's name and coincidentally sent Wu Qingyang to jail. If it were not for the Great Fusion, Wu Qingyang would still be doing time. But after the Great Fusion, Wu Qingyang became one of the first extraordinary beings, and eventually became an instructor for the second extraordinary reserve class. Zhao Tiedan, try not to lose too miserably, Wu Qingyang said with a grin. Do not waste your breath on me, worry about yourself, Kyan Yuehen retorted coldly. Wu Qingyang led his team into the venue first, but once he passed Kyan Yuehen, his expression immediately darkened. Zheng Zai Lin Hui, once the melee starts, wipe out the first reserve team's spirit class first. I will decide based on the actual situation, Zheng Zai said indifferently. Whatever Brother Zheng says, I will follow, Lin Hui said with a look of innocent simplicity. Zheng Zai and Lin Hui were the only 2 reserve members with Soul Origin realm strength. Although they were nominally Wu Qingyang students, there was little teacher-student affection between them. Furthermore, their strength now surpassed Wu Qingyang's, who was simply using these 2 students to pad his own coaching career. Zheng Zai was cold by nature, while Lin Hui acted like a tumbleweed, swaying wherever the wind blew. If you 2 help me take down the brats under Kyan Yuehen, I will personally sponsor you 10 spiritual energy crystals. Lin Hui raised an eyebrow and looked over at Zheng Zai. Zheng Zai's previously indifferent expression finally showed a change. Get the crystals ready. On the other side, Kyan Yuehen led her students into the venue, gave a few instructions, and then stepped out to climb into the spectator stand. Kyan Yuehen turned and saw Luo Bing walking toward her. How do you have time to come over? Just seeing if there are any promising talents. Kyan Yuehen could not help but cast her gaze toward her student's position. At this moment, Tao Tao and Li Yuer exchanged glances. Although they still did not get along, they were willing to join forces for their mutual benefit. Zhao Tao, did you break through to the Transcendence realm? Tao Tao nodded. I broke through just last night. During yesterday's battle, her spiritual energy did not decrease. Instead, it kept increasing. After a night of refinement, she finally succeeded in reaching the Transcendence realm. Not bad, though still just a tiny bit behind me. Loser, Tao Tao mocked. You will not win forever. Someday I will show you what I am truly capable of. You will never get the chance. Zhao Tao, Li Yuer, we are teammates now. Can you 2 stop fighting? Exactly, if there is any more infighting today, we should all just quit. Yeah, in our spirit class you 2 are the strongest. If you keep fighting, our results will definitely be at the bottom. HMPH, Tao Tao and Li Yuer both stiffened their necks and crossed their arms. As more people arrived for the assessment, the playground gradually became crowded. Of course, the total area of the venue was still very large. 3,000 people is neither a lot nor a few. However, with so many people, most were huddled together, standing at the edges of the field. At a time like this, no team would stand in the middle of the field. Once the battle begins, everyone should keep their combat range within 50 meters of this center point, Li Yuer said, except for Zhao Tiedan. The rest of the spirit class thought Li Yuer was encouraging Tiedan. Tiedan, however, remained expressionless. In fact, this was something she and Li Yuer had already agreed upon. Just then, a countdown appeared on the large screens at the edge of the field. 99, 98, 10, 9, 8. Prepare for battle. Everyone in the spirit class began to summon their spirits. A red glow bloomed from Tiedan, and the next moment, a blood-red armor appeared on her body. Li Yuer summoned Yin Lan, who immediately equipped Tiedan with a set of blood-red gold armor. Zhao Tiedan, it is all up to you. What? Everyone stared at Li Yuer in astonishment. Were not those two just at each other's throats a moment ago? How are they working together all of a sudden? What are you looking at me for? Get ready to fight. The moment the countdown hit 0, the entire arena descended into chaos. In a situation like this, no one could afford to just stand by. Just as Tiedan was considering who to target first, someone else had already made the choice for her. Two figures took the lead and charged straight toward the heroic spirit class. Zheng Zai and Lin Hui, accompanied by the second reserve transcendental class. The transcendental class was exactly as their name suggested. Everyone in it had awakened transcendental powers. Zheng Zai and Lin Hui moved at similar speeds, leading their team straight toward the heroic spirit class. Fight! In the spectator seats, Luo Bing glanced at the heroic spirit class's position, then looked over at the second reserve transcendental class. Is that the class led by that old fogey Wu Qingyang? Yes, it is them. Qian Yuehan's expression was grave. I heard their class produced two super geniuses, Zheng Zai and Lin Hui, aged 16 and 15 respectively, both of whom have already reached the standard of the origin spirit realm. How is their combat effectiveness? Their overall combat score is excellent, but their practical assessment scores are a bit low due to a lack of experience. What transcendental powers have they awakened? Zheng Zai awakened the power of the earth. Standing on the ground, he gains a powerful physical boost, can turn his body into earth, and can control the power of the earth to attack enemies. Lin Hui awakened the power of holy radiance. He is extremely fast and can also turn his body into light. Whoosh! Just then, Tiedan moved to intercept Zheng Zai and Lin Hui. Zheng Zai and Lin Hui both assumed Tiedan was a heroic spirit. After all, Tiedan was covered in thick armor, making it impossible to see her face. And since heroic spirit masters rarely engage enemies in close combat, they figured she was just a heroic spirit sent to test them. Tiedan trotted a few steps, her speed increasing rapidly, and the moment she was 10 meters away from Zheng Zai and Lin Hui, she suddenly accelerated. With a powerful push from her feet, the ground beneath her shattered. Tiedan was moving so fast that she left only afterimages behind. Oh no, Lin Hui, watch out. Lin Hui's pupils contracted, and he instantly transformed into a streak of light soaring into the air. Seeing Lin Hui escape, Tiedan immediately shifted her target and threw a punch through the air. At the same time, an iron ball appeared in front of Tiedan. This iron ball was created by Yin Lan. Tiedan's fist slammed into the iron ball, causing it to explode instantly and send shrapnel flying. The shrapnel hit Zheng Zai first, but his body turned into rock. However, the fragments were powerful enough to shatter pieces off his rock body. Even more fragments shot toward the Transcendental class members in the back. Several Transcendental class members were struck by the fragments. Under the terrifying force of the shrapnel, it was as if they had been hit by sniper rounds. Luo Bing's eyes lit up. Qian, is that child your student? Yes. Is she a heroic spirit master? Yes, but she still cannot summon the main body or the consciousness clone of her heroic spirit. It is impossible to determine her heroic spirit level for now, and she has not displayed any transcendental powers. Every time Zhao Tiedan borrows power, it is merely a physical enhancement. Just by borrowing power, she can have such combat strength. Not bad at all. I will have her transferred under my command later. Luo Bing, she is only 9 years old. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not want her on the battlefield so soon. Let us just see. Luo Bing brushed off Qian Yuehan's words, his eyes fixed on Tao Dao's figure. At this moment, Tao Dao was tearing through the Transcendental class like a maniac. She met everyone with a punch, while the attacks from the Transcendental class felt like nothing more than a tickle against her. The blood gold armor could negate most of the damage, and the little that got through was neutralized by Tao Dao's extraordinary physical constitution. So right now, Tao Dao was an unblockable butcher. Anyone who got close was getting a punch. Aside from the two super geniuses Zheng Zai and Lin Hui, The rest of the transcendental class were relatively mediocre. Facing Cao Dao's attacks, they could neither flee nor defend. Zhang Zai recovered from his rock form to human form and was about to go block Cao Dao when Lin Hui landed beside him. Brother Zhang, do not be impulsive. The opponent's momentum is too strong right now. You will not get any good results if you go up there. Let us wait until she gets tired of killing, then we can step in and finish her off. The mass brawl has only just begun. Let us save our strength. Tired? That does not exist. Cao Dao was a perpetual motion machine that never ran dry. Not only was she not exhausted, but she was becoming even more energetic. Cao Dao's armor was already stained with blood, which only made the crimson armor look even more vivid. You bunch of losers, kill her, what are you all good for? Unfortunately, his voice was completely drowned out by the noise of the arena. Even if they heard him, no one would pay him any mind. Zhao Tao fall back. Cao Dao, who was having a great time killing, heard Li Yuer's shout and immediately disengaged, rushing back to her team's position. At that moment, their heroic spirit class was being besieged by two other teams. Cao Dao leapt high into the air and slammed into the crowd like a demon god descending. Kills. Li Yuer roared and Yin Lan condensed an iron ball in front of Cao Dao. Cao Dao smashed it apart with a single punch again, and the flying shrapnel swept through over a dozen enemies. Bring me something bigger. You human brat, do you think creating these iron objects is free? Although Yin Lan complained, he did not stop his movements, immediately condensing a 50-kilogram iron ball in front of Cao Dao. The red light on Cao Dao surged once more. She gathered all her strength and slammed her fist into the ball. The shrapnel from this iron ball shattered and swept across the entire arena. And wherever the fragments went, regardless of distance, everyone in their path was pierced through. Whether it was the spectators or the participants in the arena, everyone felt a shiver down their spines. Li Yuer was also stunned. What a terrifying killing move. The power of this move must have reached the level of the origin spirit realm, right? Zhao Tao, that move of yours is too eye-catching. If they get ganged up on because they are too strong, they would be crying for days. Cao Dao took off her helmet, revealing a youthful face that was nonetheless filled with fierce killing intent. Let them stare. If they want to come, let them come. I kill them, but I do not bury them. Li Yuer was speechless and asked Yin Lan, how much longer can your spiritual energy hold out? At this rate of consumption, I probably will not be able to last until the end of the battle. Do your best, Li Yuer said helplessly. Looking at Zhao Tao, he knew she was already unstoppable. After this mass brawl, she would likely soar to the top. Killed, Cao Dao tossed aside her helmet and charged once again toward the approaching enemies. At this point, she had gone berserk like a little demon, her face covered in blood, though it was unclear if it was her own or someone else's. Work together, let us take down that little girl. Meanwhile, several talented students had already begun to coordinate. They had expected to shine in this mass brawl, but a nameless little girl had suddenly appeared and stolen the spotlight. Now they all wanted to eliminate Cao Dao and use her as a stepping stone to their own glory. However, they were not confident on their own, so they secretly contacted other talented students they knew, planning to team up and take Cao Dao down. These geniuses within their own classes could take on more than half a class single-handedly, if not an entire class. After all, the gap of a major realm gives them overwhelming combat power. But right now, facing Cao Dao, they feel like they are the ones being overwhelmed. Cao Dao is too strong. It is a completely crushing landslide victory. Plus, she has a suit of blood-red gold armor on her that blocks most of the damage. With her formidable defense and powerful offensive, Cao Dao has become the goddess of war on this battlefield. By now, a small mountain of bodies has piled up at Cao Dao's feet. People keep trying to take Cao Dao down, but even more are dying under her fists. Zhao Tao, Yin Lan, and my psychic energy are exhausted. It is up to you now. At this moment, Yin Lan has already returned to the spirit realm. The blood-red gold armor on Cao Dao begins to flake off and disappear. After all, the blood-red gold armor is a creation of fantasy power. Once Yin Lan stops sustaining it, the creation fades. Cao Dao looks back at Li Yuer with an expressionless face. The others do not know, they think Cao Dao is already spent. So they attack even more fiercely, surrounding her regardless of the cost, purely trying to wear her down with their lives. Yet Cao Dao shows no signs of exhaustion. This is a one-sided slaughter. In the spectator stand, Wu Qingyang stares at that figure with bloodshot eyes. He looks over at Zhang Zai and Lin Hui, who are still holding back and watching from the sidelines without joining the fight. There are actually quite a few people like them, all waiting to pick up the scraps once Cao Dao is exhausted. On the other side of the stand, Luo Bing has his eyes wide open. Is your student's strength already surpassing yours and mine? If you do not say anything, we can still be friends. Being surpassed by a student is a thing that is both joyful and sad. Does not she have any consumption? I feel like her combat power has remained at a high level the entire time, barely dropping at all. I do not know. Kyan Yuehan watches Tao Tao with burning eyes. She feels like she really found a treasure this time. Thinking back to when she first met her, she was only 4 years old and had just been adopted. Back then, her talent potential was F, and Kyan Yuehan thought it would be fine for this child to just grow up as an ordinary person. They met again when she accidentally saw her application form. Although her application for the front lines was rejected, Kyan Yuehan herself did not know why she chose to bring her into the reserve team at the time. Was it to fulfill her obsession, or to see if a miracle would happen? Perhaps a little of both. And now that miracle has truly appeared. Now that the Battle Royal assessment has reached this point, regardless of the spirit class's final ranking, Tao Tao's performance is enough to earn her an individual reward. Tao Tao is not truly not tired. Her power is still full, but fatigue will still set in due to her physical constitution. Tao Tao's sweat and blood are running down her cheeks, and her hair, clothes, hands, and feet are all stained with blood. It is about time, Lin Hui said. Brother Zhang, let us move. If someone else gets the kill, we will lose out big time. Right now, Tao Tao is like a high-value bounty in a game. Whoever lands this major kill will be remembered. Let us do it together. Zheng Zai gave a light shout, and the ground around them churned. Boulders rearranged themselves on Zheng Zai's body, turning him into a stone giant. The stone giant took big strides to Tao Tao and raised his fist to hammer down on her. Tao Tao raised her fist to meet the enemy. Despite the hundreds-fold difference in their physical sizes, the clash of their fists was evenly matched. Tao Tao landed back on the ground, kicked off, and soared into the air again. Zheng Zai roared, and the stone giant's right fist suddenly grew several times larger, violently smashing toward Tao Tao. Tao Tao exerted all her strength, and the red light bloomed even more brilliantly. With a world-shattering punch, the stone giant's right fist shattered, but Tao Tao was also blasted away by the immense force. Just then, Lin Hui spotted his chance in midair, and a beam of light landed on Tao Tao. Suddenly, a block of iron appeared above Lin Hui's head. This iron block was created by Li Yuer using borrowed fantasy power. Although it was a bit small compared to Yin Lan's, it was at least enough to stall Lin Hui for a few seconds. Lin Hui did indeed give up the pursuit and chose to avoid Tao Tao. Li Yuer's psychic energy was low at this point, as maintaining Yin Lan's summon earlier had depleted it. He had only recovered less than 10% of his psychic energy now. Aim everything at the guy in the sky, do not let him sneak attack Zhao Tao, Li Yuer told the remaining companions. Although most of the enemies were blocked by Tao Tao, there were still many who chose to attack them. The 30 members of the spirit class are now down to half. Lin Hui glanced at the spirit class, annoying little bugs. Lin Hui raised his right hand and pointed at the spirit class's direction, firing off beams of light. One of the spirit class companions was instantly vaporized by the beam. Lin Hui's palm swept across, and one spirit class student after another fell. Zhou Yan Lin Bei, Tao Tao's eyes filled with rage as she saw her companions slaughtered by Lin Hui. Worry about the fight on your side, they are not truly dead. Stop with the melodramatic nonsense, Li Yuer cursed while blocking the beam Lin Hui fired. He immediately channeled his fantasy power, and a mirror-smooth shield appeared in his hand. The moment the beam hit the shield, it was refracted. The shield did not reflect 100% of the light, and the beam's heat turned the shield into a branding iron. The arm Li Yuer was using to hold the shield behind it had already been scorched. Pain surged through Li Yuer's nerves, but he held on. Teaming up with Tao Tao this time, he felt he had done too little. Tao Tao had carried almost everyone's attacks, while he had fallen off the wagon midway. He felt he had let down this partnership. So he had to do something. Seeing his beam get countered, Lin Hui's face darkened, and he instantly unleashed an even more intense beam. Sunshine pervades, Li Yuer and his shield were vaporized in an instant, along with several students behind him. In the spectator stand, Luo Bing nodded slightly. That kid is a good seedling too. You think everyone is a good seedling? Kyan Yuehan rolled her eyes, though she was very tense about the situation in the field, her gaze locked firmly on Tao Tao. This generation certainly has many outstanding extraordinary professions. Seeing Li Yuer fall, rage surged inside Tao Tao's heart. Glancing in all directions, she channeled her psychic energy frantically. She needed more power. The red light on her body grew thicker, as if it were about to materialize. Gradually, a figure appeared behind Tao Tao, and this figure radiated an aura that made one's heart tremble. Luo Bing stood up abruptly, staring at that figure. Half-step vault realm. Waves of intense pressure radiated from the spectral figure. In an instant, the entire chaotic battle arena fell into complete disorder. Everyone surrounding Cao Tao, along with the members of the heroic spirit class, broke into a cold sweat and kept stepping backward, as if moving just a few paces away could help them escape that terrifying, heart-stopping sensation. The cowardly ones had already collapsed to the ground, though many others were still bracing themselves against the pressure. But even if they could withstand the pressure, it was impossible for them to fight Cao Tao while under its weight. However, by this point, no one in the spectator stands cared about who won or lost anymore. Everyone was fixated on the spectral figure behind Cao Tao. A half-step Sky Realm expert. Until now, no such powerhouse at the half-step Sky Realm had ever appeared in the human camp. And yet here it was, manifesting through an ordinary heroic spirit master. Everyone was exhilarated. The appearance of a half-step Sky Realm expert in the human camp was of immense significance. For the human camp, which had been suffering from low morale, this was a massive source of encouragement. After all, humanity's main adversaries were the Zerg. If the Zerg could not be eradicated, humanity would never be able to leave their current territory or reach the wider world. And although the Zerg were numerous, they were all at the elemental spirit realm, with none reaching the half-step Sky Realm. Just then, the official in charge of the assessment suddenly picked up a microphone and broadcast his voice to every corner of the arena. Assessment over, I repeat, the assessment is over. Hearing this, Qian Yuehen and Luo Bing immediately headed toward the exit. But when they arrived, they found it was already crowded with people. Yunxing, what are you doing here? Yunxing was an instructor for the 2nd Reserve Team's Heroic Spirit class and an old acquaintance of Qian Yuehen. The two had enlisted together, retired together, and eventually became instructors for the Heroic Spirit classes together. The only difference was that one was assigned to the 1st Reserve Team, while the other was in the 2nd. Qian Yue, that kid is your student, right? How about this? Transfer her to me, and our 2nd Reserve Team is willing to offer 1,000 Spirit Energy Crystals in exchange. I am from the 1st Reserve Team, and I am willing to offer 2,000 Spirit Energy Crystals. Shut up, both of you. I represent the Frontline Legion, and I have already claimed that kid, so save your breath. Luo Bing, when did I ever agree to let that child join your legion? It is not too late to start talking about it now, haha. Oichem PH. Qian Yuehen had already made up her mind. Unless it was a direct order from the military headquarters, she would never let Cao Tao hit the battlefield so early. Such an outstanding disciple deserved to be nurtured with the utmost care. If she were sent to the battlefield too early, accidents were likely to happen. After all, if such a powerhouse appeared on the battlefield, the Zerg swarms would surely target her first. Most Zerg swarms lacked intelligence and operated purely on instinct. But the leaders among the swarm possessed high intelligence and even understood tactical maneuvers. Before long, Cao Tao walked from the arena into the corridor. Wu Qingyang was the first to rush forward. Student, come join our transcendental class in the 2nd Reserve Team. Although I cannot teach you professional knowledge regarding heroic spirits, I can provide you with a massive amount of spirit energy crystals and various training resources. Hearing Wu Qingyang's words, Qian Yuhen's face darkened instantly. Was this old dog poaching right in front of her? Is this something a decent person does? Qian Yuehen immediately pushed through the crowd, grabbed Cao Tao and walked away. Luo Bing immediately helped block the crowd. They could not let her be snatched away by others right now. After all, while Cao Tao was in Qian Yuehen's hands, he might eventually use their connection to lure Cao Tao into his own team once she reached military age. But if she belonged to someone else, he would not stand a chance. My little Cao Tao is just amazing. She is already able to borrow this much of my power. Zhao Tiedan was filled with satisfaction, and his daily workout was exceptionally vigorous today. He had to work hard too, otherwise he would not be able to keep up with Cao Tao in the future. Daily workout complete. Reward: Physique plus 1 million, HP plus 10 million, Stamina plus 10 million. Lifted 3 million times. Reward: Infinite Realm Divine Ability Solar Eclipse. A member has advanced to the Elemental Spirit Realm in the gym. Reward: 3 yellow court fruits. Zhao Tiedan perked up. It was a good harvest today, and someone had actually advanced to the Elemental Spirit Realm. In Giant Bone City, the ones most likely to advance first were Yu Yi and Yu Sun, though he was not sure which one it was. Zhao Tiedan then checked the newly acquired Divine Ability. Solar Eclipse Infinite Realm Divine Ability deprives enemies of their 5 senses during battle, cannot be defended against. Reading the description of Solar Eclipse, Zhao Tiedan could not help but imagine it. If it deprived enemies of their 5 senses, did that mean those in the Infinite Realm fought their peers with their eyes closed? That made sense. They could still fight using their 6th sense, With Zhao Tiedan's current level, his perception far exceeded that of ordinary people, so he could sense others' movements without needing to see or hear. Being stripped of one's 5 senses would certainly make a fight tricky. At the very least, even he could not guarantee he could finish a battle successfully with his eyes closed. When his own level reached the infinite realm, his perception would inevitably increase significantly. However, against lower-level enemies, this skill would be a lethal weapon. Zhao Tiedan took out the yellow court fruit. It had a golden skin, looking very much like the legendary golden apple. Zhao Tiedan picked it up and sniffed it first. When held close to his nose, he could smell a faint, fruity fragrance that seemed no different from an ordinary fruit. He took a bite and the fragrance of the flesh exploded in his mouth, filling his taste buds. Even before he had chewed many times, the flesh seemed to turn into a cool stream that surged into Zhao Tiedan's body. Zhao Tiedan finished the entire fruit in a few bites. Consumed 1 yellow court fruit, physique plus 10 million, HP plus 100 million, stamina plus 100 million. Bro, a single yellow court fruit increases my physique by 10 million. That figure alone reaches the sky realm. Why does it only bring an ordinary person to the elemental spirit realm, and why does it take 18 fruits to reach the half-step sky realm and 188 to reach the sky realm? The life levels at the sky realm and below are fundamentally different, and their ability to absorb nutrients is different as well. Zhao Tiedan thought for a moment, and that seemed to make sense. He still had 2 yellow court fruits left. When Tao Tao eventually summoned his main body over, he could give them to her. Zhao Tiedan felt delighted, wishing he could rush back to Earth right now. Unfortunately, Earth was not a place one could visit just because they wanted to. Taizai, just then Yu-sun ran inside. Are you here to tell me you have advanced to the elemental spirit realm? Huh, you did not advance. What are you talking about? I only advanced to the void spirit realm half a year ago. How could I advance to the elemental spirit realm so quickly? Oh, what did you come to see me for then? Toward the coastline, there is a guy in a mask looking for you. He said if you do not come to find him, he will destroy Giant Bone City. Zhao Tiedan's fists clenched. Was this guy asking for a beating? It just so happened that he had awakened the solar eclipse skill. It was a perfect opportunity to test it out.
What?
Zhao Tiedan arrived at the coastline and saw a masked figure standing in the air. The masked person was wearing a long robe, making it impossible to discern their physique or even identify their race. However, this person before him was undoubtedly a master of the firmament realm, and an enemy at that. Who are you? Zhao Tiedan soared into the air and arrived in front of the masked figure. I am Heavens. Stop playing God. Zhao Tiedan twitched his mouth. What do you want with me? Join us or die. Zhao Tiedan scratched his head, a look of agony on his face. Cannot you just let me live a peaceful life? Why must you come looking for trouble? Why must you insist on seeking death? Zhao Tiedan's reaction was somewhat irritable. He just wanted to crush these people who were digging their own graves. The masked person raised his palm, looking down at Zhao Tiedan from above. Even though Zhao Tiedan could not see his facial features, he could perceive the look of contempt in his eyes. Do you know that I have lived for 60,000 years and have been in the firmament realm for 60,000 years? Do you have any idea how powerful 60,000 years of accumulation can be? To still be in the firmament realm after 60,000 years, you really are trash. Zhao Tiedan felt something condensing in the air. The next moment, Zhao Tiedan's head buzzed, and a burst of blood exploded inside his ear, splashing out as if a bullet had struck his temple. Zhao Tiedan stumbled back 2 steps and touched his ear. Sound? It was sound. The masked person's extraordinary power was sound, and his control over it was incredibly meticulous. He could act directly upon his eardrums. The eardrum was clearly a more fragile organ than the eye, though it was also harder to target. Being harder to target also meant it was difficult to defend against. I have to say, Zhao Tiedan had suffered a major setback this time. The masked person must have used his own energy field. Everyone's energy field is different, and these energies are ubiquitous, existing even inside the ear canal. Zhao Tiedan's eardrum had already automatically repaired itself, but the agonizing pain was still fresh in his memory. Zhao Tiedan's expression turned as dark as a volcano about to erupt. The masked person maintained his superior posture. This is just a small lesson for you. You must show enough respect when facing your seniors. Zhao Tiedan immediately filled his ears with gravitational field energy to prevent his eardrums from being punctured again. The masked person noticed Zhao Tiedan's move. Suddenly, Zhao Tiedan's vision blurred as a sonic boom exploded in his eyes. Zhao Tiedan lost his sight and covered his eyes in agony. Fortunately, his immortality ability quickly repaired his damaged eyes. This made Zhao Tiedan dare not take the enemy lightly again, covering his entire body in gravitational field energy. Looking back at the masked person, murderous intent flared in Zhao Tiedan's eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Tiedan felt the skin of his arm being sliced. With the slightest movement, his entire left arm was severed. Zhao Tiedan froze for a moment, then reached out his right hand to probe the air in front of him. An invisible thread blocked his way. No, perhaps not just one, he had only discovered one. Zhao Tiedan's gravitational field erupted instantly, with a repulsive force spreading out in all directions. No matter how many of these sound threads you destroy, I can create more. You cannot see them or touch them, and you dare not even move an inch, the masked man said with pride. The masked person's methods and attacks involving sound were all extremely bizarre. One could say that Zhao Tiedan was being caught off guard. Zhao Tiedan's arm quickly healed and regenerated. The masked person's repeated provocations brought Zhao Tiedan's murderous intent to the brink of explosion. Now tell me, join us or die. Zhao Tiedan's smile turned savage. I refuse. Tub 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 tub. Suddenly the seawater in front, the beach behind, and the very air began to explode. The beach, the water, and the air were all roiling, undergoing massive explosions without smoke or fire. Every boom possessed terrifying lethality, and the masked person had instantly detonated 10,000 such sonic blasts. Zhao Tiedan felt as if he were trapped in an airtight room packed with hand grenades. The masked man before him was far more powerful than the thunder disaster. Sound is everywhere and sonic energy fields are everywhere. And the masked person had the power to control these sounds and the sonic energy fields. For ordinary people, the howling wind and the crashing waves are just commonplace noises. But for the masked person, these were bone-cutting blades, killing swords, deadly poisons, or even powers that could tear the earth apart. Invisible and intangible, yet incredibly dangerous. Even with his gravitational field energy protecting him, Zhao Tiedan's body was blown to pieces. Reflection ability. This was the first time that Zhao Tiedan had been forced to use his second life without even a chance to strike back. His riddled body healed once again, flesh and blood regenerating and reassembling. Zhao Tiedan let out a long breath. One last chance, join us or die, the masked person repeated. Zhao Tiedan's smile grew even more savage. I refuse. Then die. The sonic boom came again. The masked man intended to wipe Zhao Tiedan out completely this time. This boom was 10 times fiercer than the first. The entire beach was practically decimated. Mud, sand, seawater, and air were all being torn apart and reconstituted in impossible ways. Sound was the culprit of it all. Sound triggered a chain reaction, releasing louder sounds which triggered even louder ones, until the sound was so great that the air could no longer contain it, turning into explosive booms. This was the masked man's finishing move, and he could release such moves countless times. In the eyes of the masked man, Zhao Tiedan was just a raw, inexperienced kid. Although both were in the firmament realm, there were gaps even between masters of that realm. He had 60,000 years of accumulation, while Zhao Tiedan had not even been in the realm for a year. This gap was as vast as the ocean, immeasurable and impossible to bridge. Therefore, from the moment Zhao Tiedan refused his offer, the outcome was already sealed. The masked person finally stopped the sonic blasts, ready to welcome his destined victory. However, when the booms ended and everything fell silent, Zhao Tiedan stood exactly where he was, completely unharmed. The masked man's expression changed. You actually blocked the blast, how did you do that? Zhao Tiedan tapped his own forehead, and a voice echoed in the masked man's mind. Was that fun? Now it is my turn to counterattack. Arrogant fool, you have no idea of the gap between us. The masked man raised his hands, preparing to destroy and annihilate Zhao Tiedan with an even more powerful blast. The explosions surrounding Zhao Tiedan struck at him incessantly. But as they neared the 10-meter radius around him, they suddenly lost their momentum and subsided completely. A look of shock crossed the masked man's face. He knew the power of his own technique better than anyone. Having honed it for 60,000 years, its lethality had reached the pinnacle of the firmament realm, making it difficult even for his peers to withstand. Yet at this moment, Zhao Tiedan had blocked it, leaving the masked man both startled and enraged. The masked man raised his palm. He intended to weave sonic threads around Zhao Tiedan. These sonic threads were naturally formed from sounds condensed to an infinitesimal scale. Not only were the sonic threads microscopic, but they also possessed high-frequency vibrations. They could slice through any material, even the blood-red gold known as the hardest substance in the spirit realm. Flesh and blood were like tofu in the face of these threads. Zhao Tiedan's arm had been severed by them earlier. But this time, he found he could not place any sonic threads around Zhao Tiedan. It was as if an absolute defense had formed around Zhao Tiedan, and his sonic field energy could not penetrate the 10-meter radius surrounding him. Zhao Tiedan continued to tap his forehead, communicating with the masked man via mental energy. Zhao Tiedan had used his gravitational field energy to create a perfect vacuum around himself. The absence of air also meant that sound could not propagate. For Zhao Tiedan, it meant he simply could not speak, but for the masked man, it meant his power could not act upon Zhao Tiedan at all. Zhao Tiedan raised his palm toward the masked man. Divine ability, solar eclipse. Deprive the enemy of their 5 senses. In an instant, the masked man felt his vision go dark. He had lost his sight. Then followed his hearing sense of smell, touch, and taste. "What did you do to me? What did you do to me?" the masked man screamed in terror. In a panic, he gouged out his own eyes, only for his indestructible divine ability to cause a new pair to grow back. He assumed Zhao Tiedan had played some trick on his eyes. And after losing his sense of touch, even his feeling of pain vanished. But even after his eyes grew back, his vision did not return. Before him was still nothing but void. Zhao Tiedan began to store power in his right fist and threw a punch through the air, blasting a hole through the masked man's abdomen. Yet the masked man acted as if he heard nothing. He felt absolutely nothing. His nervous system had been completely bypassed. Activating his divine ability again, Nirvana Essence. This stripped away the masked man's indestructible and reflection abilities. For those at or below the firmament realm, the divine abilities of the infinite realm are nothing short of a catastrophe. Setting aside their inherent life level and power rank, these divine abilities alone are something the firmament realm simply cannot counter. The moment Zhao Tiedan appeared before him, the masked man reacted, desperately launching a sonic kill toward Zhao Tiedan. He was relying on his 6th sense to perceive Zhao Tiedan's approach. However, since his main 5 senses were completely out of commission, he had no idea he was standing in a vacuum. His sonic attack could not inflict the slightest bit of damage on Zhao Tiedan. In a state of absolute vacuum, sound simply cannot travel. Zhao Tiedan grabbed the masked man by his neck and shoulders, and the man did not even notice. Zhao Tiedan increased the strength in his hands and tore the masked man's neck directly from his shoulders. It was only then, relying on his 6th sense, that the masked man belatedly realized what had happened to him. Yet he did not panic, thinking that as soon as his reflection ability activated, all negative effects would vanish. He was already planning to distance himself from Zhao Tiedan to avoid getting hit again, once his body recovered to its peak state. But he would have no such chance. Because Nirvana Essence had already sealed his indestructible and reflection abilities, he could no longer regenerate. As his consciousness gradually sank into chaos, the masked man seemed to realize something. Why is this happening? What did you do to me?" But he could not even make a sound now. His head was still held in Zhao Tiedan's grip and was still submerged in a vacuum. He waited until the masked man's vital signs faded away completely. The system's notification sound rang out suddenly. Mission: annihilate the Scarlet Church. Scarlet Missionary, 1/12 rewards, Yellow Court Fruit X, Mysterious Fruit X. Zhao Tiedan looked surprised. It turned out this masked man was a member of the Scarlet Church. This was the first time there had been any response since this mission was triggered. A veteran firmament realm expert of 60,000 years was just a missionary for the Scarlet Church, which meant he was likely a low-level member. Above him there were still high judges, archbishops, and that crimson god. Zhao Tiedan checked the description of the mysterious fruit. Mysterious fruit. This is a fruit containing a fragment of divinity with the possibility of awakening an extraordinary power. Zhao Tiedan pondered as he gazed at the mysterious fruit, which was wreathed in 5-colored light. Should he eat it? Zhao Tiedan gritted his teeth and took a bite. Zhao Tiedan bit off a piece of the mysterious fruit. But it felt like biting into thin air. The fruit inside his mouth was empty, and the next moment, the fruit in his hand turned into a handful of yellow sand. Consumed mysterious fruit, obtained God of Strength Divinity Fragment 1/6. Constitution, 125 million to 250 million. Awakened Incomplete Divine Domain, Gravity Domain. Gravity Domain, all enemies within a 10-kilometer radius will be affected by the Gravity Domain. Whatever weight the user bears, all enemies will also bear the same weight. Zhao Tiedan looked puzzled, sweeping his gaze across the coast, where he spotted a dying sea beast. Zhao Tiedan walked over to the beast, which was already heavily injured from the aftermath of the masked man's attack. Seeing Zhao Tiedan approach, the beast immediately spat a mouthful of venom at him. But the venom fell onto the mudflat before it could even reach him. Zhao Tiedan tried activating the gravity domain and immediately felt a ripple spread outwards. However, when the ripple reached the sea beast, nothing unusual happened. Zhao Tiedan noticed his stamina value dropping rapidly. It seemed the cost to activate the domain was enormous. Even with his stamina in the hundreds of millions, it was still plummeting. Zhao Tiedan took out a dumbbell. Currently, a single dumbbell weighed 1.5 million tons, dozens of times heavier than when he was at the half-step firmament realm. The moment Zhao Tiedan pulled out the dumbbell, the sea beast's body turned into a pile of pulp. Zhao Tiedan finally understood the function of the gravity domain. In other words, anyone who cannot withstand the weight of his two dumbbells is not qualified to be his opponent. Of course, that would not apply to supersized abyssal beasts like those in the extreme abyss, or people capable of attacking from beyond a 5-kilometer radius. Also, this gravity domain only affects living beings and cannot be applied to buildings or other inanimate objects. I wonder if it would be effective against a mobile, weaponized building. I will have to experiment with that when I have time. Zhao Tiedan opened his status panel. Host Zhao Tiedan. Race Spirit. Rank Firmament Realms. Traits: tireless gluttony, many-handed, swift, predatory, fight to the death, inspiring, adamantine. Skills: setting sun like blood active, endless passive, shadow active. Firmament Realm divine abilities: restraint, indestructible, force field, reflection, yellow court, true word, cavern. Infinite Realm divine abilities: break 10,000 laws, nirvana essence, solar eclipse. Health 1.445 billion/1.445 billion. Stamina 1.45 billion/1.5 billion. Comprehensive Constitution 250 million. God of Strength Divinity 1/6. Domains: Gravity Domains. Before long, Yuji arrived. Seeing the head in Zhao Tiedan's hand, he immediately came forward to ask. Taizi, what happened? Nothing, just someone asking for death. Zhao Tiedan shook his head and crushed the masked man's head in his hand. Inwardly, however, he wondered if other companions would emerge after he had killed this masked man. Just then, Yuji let out a startled cry. Taizi, oh, look at the sea. What? Zhao Tiedan looked toward the sea, where an incomparably huge black shadow was approaching the coast. The sea was forming a tsunami moving toward the coastline because of the giant entity. Zhao Tiedan's pupils contracted sharply. Jiyuan Island, Jiyuan. Why would he appear here? Although it was still thousands of miles away, the outline of the black shadow that spanned the horizon was already becoming visible. Birdman, go into the city and get everything ready. Be prepared to evacuate at any time. Zhao Tiedan was confident he could kill Jiyuan. It would just take a few more heavy impact collisions. Jiyuan's traits had already proven that he was countered by Zhao Tiedan. Moreover, after obtaining the divine fragment of the God of Power, his physique had doubled again. If he unleashed the heavy impact skill this time, he would definitely deal heavy damage to Jiyuan. However, if the two of them started a war, Zhuhai City would certainly be razed to the ground. To the residents of Zhuhai City, Zhao Tiedan and Jiyuan were already godlike beings. The aftermath of a battle between the two of them was definitely not something anyone below the firmament realm could withstand. Are you planning to go to war with that thing? That depends on what he is here for. Zhao Tiedan could not be sure what Jiyuan's intentions were. Zhao Tiedan did not want to fight either. There was no benefit in killing an enemy at Jiyuan's level. When it reached a distance of 200 kilometers from the coastline, Jiyuan finally stopped. Zhao Tiedan's eyes flickered, and he ultimately decided to go over and take a look. He simply took to the sky and flew toward Jiyuan Island. As he approached Jiyuan Island, Jiyuan's mouthparts did not attack Zhao Tiedan. They were all submerged in the sea. Zhao Tiedan landed on Jiyuan Island and skillfully found the location of Jiyuan's eyeball. But this time, two eyeballs had appeared in the black water pool, both soaking in the dark liquid. Jiyuan, why did you move your body outside Zhuhai City? Zhao Tiedan got straight to the point. Two massive eyeballs floated up from the black water. Zhao Tiedan guessed that one of them must be the pupil stone that Quangxi had sent over before. He just did not know how such a small pupil stone had become so large. It was probably due to some kind of seal. Did you kill that guy? Jiyuan asked. That guy, do you mean the masked man? Was he sent by you? I cannot command that guy. Then why did you come here? How about we make peace? This was strange. Zhao Tiedan had assumed he was here to start a war, but it turned out he wanted to make peace. As long as you do not cause trouble, I cannot be bothered to settle scores with you. It was not that Zhao Tiedan was particularly magnanimous. It was simply that there was no benefit in fighting a giant monster like Jiyuan. I think it is necessary for us to form an alliance. Why? 100,000 years ago, back when I was not this big, a group of people built a base on my back. These people were extremely powerful. Even though I had not gained sentience then, I still remember their terrifying aura. Later, for some reason, they all disappeared. A few thousand years ago, that group appeared again, and that masked man was one of them. I can sense that they seem to be searching for something. Searching for what? I do not know, Jiyuan said. The base they established back then is still on my main body. When this group appeared a few hundred years ago, they were searching for something in the ruins of that base. Since then, they have communicated with me from time to time, trying to find clues from me. So why do you want to make peace with me? I have a premonition that they want to destroy me, or perhaps they want to erase my consciousness. Since you killed one of their people, they definitely will not let you off easily. I want to protect myself, and you cannot stay out of this either, so we are natural allies. Zhao Tiedan shook his head. There was no benefit. Do not be fooled by the alliance. There was absolutely no benefit to it. Once a battle broke out, Jiyuan's combat effectiveness was pitifully small. Do not let Jiyuan's power fool you. He is essentially just an unbreaking turtle shell. He is good at taking hits, but if you asked him to help fight, he could not even hold back a single enemy. The reason Zhao Tiedan hung out with Guangxi and Su Neng and was even willing to form a defensive alliance was because they had been friends since their time in the origin spirit realm. But with Jiyuan, it had to be about interests and gains first. To put it bluntly, Jiyuan just needed an enforcer. Even that masked man might have been sent by him. It would be generous if Zhao Tiedan believed even 30% of what he said. Asking him to join up with nothing but empty words, not a chance. I can offer 100 yellow court fruits as a sign of sincerity, Jiyuan said. Zhao Tiedan shook his head. These yellow court fruits had no appeal to him. It takes 18 fruits to advance from the origin spirit realm to the half-step firmament realm, and 188 to advance from the half-step to the firmament realm. So how many are needed to advance to the boundless realm? 1888. If he relied on yellow court fruits to reach the boundless realm, he would likely never gather enough before he turned to dust. Of course, he could put some effort into the gym, cultivate another origin spirit realm practitioner, and earn 3 yellow court fruits for himself. Besides, the gym members provided Zhao Tiedan with 200,000 in physical stats every day. And Zhao Tiedan could currently gain about 1 million in physical stats daily, just from his own workout routine. Jiyuan was clearly wary of the people he mentioned and added, I can give you one of my eyeballs. What would I want your eyeball for? Jiyuan knew that Zhao Tiedan was a man who would not commit until he saw the goods, and he also knew he had no power to threaten Zhao Tiedan. The best result of a fight with Zhao Tiedan would be mutual destruction. And Zhao Tiedan's only weakness was Zhuhai City. But he could move the residents of Zhuhai City away at any time, so there was no way to threaten him. Instead of that, he decided to play a big card and reveal his true bargaining chip. My eyeball holds the accumulated power of 10,000 years, as well as one of my traits, Devour, and my supernatural power, Black Water. Honestly, Zhao Tiedan was genuinely tempted now. At the same time, Zhao Tiedan could tell from Jiyuan's words that Jiyuan's eyes each harbored a supernatural power and a trait. Who exactly are these people you are talking about? I do not know. They existed before I gained sentience, and by the time I did, they had all left. Their return was only within the last 10,000 years. I can agree to an alliance, but I will not help you fight those people to the death. If I can beat them, I will help you deal with them. If I cannot, I am running away. If you agree, then that is the deal. If not, we go our separate ways. Agreed, I will stay in this sea area so that if enemies enter either of our territories, we will be able to spot them immediately. Do as you like, but the residents of Zhuhai City hunt sea beasts in this area, so do not scare them all away. I can attract the sea beasts here. What? The eyeball on the left side of Jiyuan began to shrink. Finally, it shrank to the size of a fist and floated into Zhao Tai's hand. How do I use this? Just condense a wisp of your consciousness and merge it into the eye, and you will immediately understand how to use it. Zhao Tai immediately condensed a consciousness avatar and merged it into the eye. In an instant, the buff guy system popped up. What? Eye of the Abyss left. Rank Sky Realm. Type extension item non-upgradable. Special ability Devour. Supernatural power Black Water. What? Zhao Tai then checked the descriptions of Devour and Black Water. Devour can swallow enemies to replenish one's own spiritual energy and physical strength. Black Water, as long as you inject power, you can create an unlimited amount of black water. The black water has burning and corrosive effects, can morph into various shapes, and can be used in conjunction with the Devour ability. This thing is actually quite useful. Zhao Tai immediately let his consciousness avatar control the Eye of the Abyss. In an instant, the Eye of the Abyss produced a large amount of black water. This black water can be created infinitely and can also be retracted. Since it has burning and corrosive effects, it does not increase his combat power cap, but it does add to his range of attack methods. Zhao Tai thought about giving it to his daughter, but this thing consumes too much power, and basically anyone not in the Sky Realm cannot afford to use it. Even those at the half-step Sky Realm probably could not last more than a few minutes. If it were someone at the Yuanling Realm, trying to activate the Eye of the Abyss would require risking their life for just a minute or so. So Zhao Tai decided to use it himself. If you give this eyeball to me, will not you lose this power? How could that be? All I have lost is 10,000 years of power accumulation. Supernatural powers and traits are indispensable for every Sky Realm expert. If you are willing, you can also spend some time condensing such a power carrier. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tai understood, although he did not know the specific method. However, if he really put his mind to it, it would not be difficult. It is just that spending thousands or 10,000 years to condense a power carrier is unimaginable for Zhao Tai, who has not even lived for 30 years yet. Do you think it is not worth spending 10,000 years to condense a power carrier? I think improving your own main body seems more cost-effective. I gained consciousness 100,000 years ago and achieved intelligence 90,000 years ago. It took me over 3,000 years to reach the Sky Realm, and then I spent another 50,000 years reaching the limit of the Sky Realm. My power could not be increased any further, and I could not make any more progress, so I spent my time looking for an opportunity to break through to the Wuliang realm while condensing these power carriers. Zhao Tai had a thought. In that case, he must have 3 or 4 of these carriers. At the same time, Zhao Tai became vigilant. If someone with the strength of Jiyuan is so wary of his opponent, he should be even more careful. The reason he did not fear Jiyuan was just because he happened to restrain him, not because he had overwhelming strength. And Jiyuan once said he had sensed an aura he had never forgotten. That must at least be in existence at the Wuliang realm. If a Wuliang realm entity really shows up, he and Jiyuan are both done for. He might still have a chance to run. If he gets a head start, he can run towards hope, but with Jiyuan's body, it is certain death to run into one. Earth Yunchuan City. 2 days have passed since the melee assessment. And in these 2 days, Tao Tao received a 3-day break. Today, Kaian Yuahan came to visit Tao Tao. Teacher Kaian, why are you here? Lin Xiu currently works in an administrative role, so she has no idea about her daughter's affairs. And at home, Tao Tao generally does not talk about her time in the reserve team, mostly because she does not want her mother to worry. So she does not know how amazing Tao Tao's performance was in the melee assessment 2 days ago. I am here to visit Zhao Tao. Tao Tao has not been to school for 2 days. She said it is a holiday. Did she cause any trouble at school? No, Zhao Tao's performance has been excellent. Kaian Yuahan's answer was very understated. Saying it was excellent simply could not capture the sensation Tao Tao had caused. That was a half-step Sky Realm. It was the first time such a powerful presence had appeared in the human camp. Is Zhao Tao here right now? She went out for a run. She should be back in about half an hour. Teacher Kaian, if you are not in a hurry, you can wait at home. Kaian Yuahan nodded and started chatting casually with Lin Xiu in the living room. Not long after, they saw Tao Tao return, dripping with sweat. Instructor, why are you here? Just to see you, you should go shower first. Then please sit for a moment. Tao Tao knew she was covered in sweat and it was not appropriate to entertain guests. A while later, after showering, Tao Tao invited Kaian Yuahan into her bedroom. Instructor, is there something you wanted to discuss? Zhao Tao, what exactly is the background of your heroic spirit? Tao Tao's heart skipped a beat. Had the origin of her heroic spirit been discovered? Is it not convenient to talk about? It is not that it is not convenient, it is just, I do not know its origin either. Did not you go through the contract ritual with everyone else? Yes, but there was an accident with mine. Tao Tao then told the story of how no heroic spirit wanted to contract with her, and later a spirit body of unknown origin entered, and she ultimately chose to contract with it. Kaian Yuahan's expression turned grave. You were too reckless. I do not even dare to summon my consciousness avatar now. I am worried that the one I contracted with might be a terrifying and evil existence. Kaian Yuahan was starting to get a headache. It was not even certain if Tao Tao's contract partner was a heroic spirit at all. Have you noticed any abnormalities in your body? Numbers? Well, not exactly. What do you mean? Are you experiencing anything unusual? At first, my spiritual energy would drain quickly after I borrowed its power, but after the second time, my spiritual energy started increasing instead of decreasing. The more power I borrow, the more I have. Now I do not even need to practice, I just have trouble converting all this energy into my own in time. Kaian Yuahan was so shocked she could hardly believe her ears. It was her first time hearing such a thing. Even she could not understand why something like this would happen. Instructor, should I try to confirm the identity of my contract partner? We still cannot determine the intentions of your partner, so it is better to be cautious. If they have ill intentions, it would be a huge disaster for humanity. Contracted parties cannot harm each other, right? That is true, but what if your partner decides to harm others? Could you stop them? Then I can cancel the summoning. Do you know that 3 years ago, a person contracted an unknown existence in the chaos of the void and later summoned its consciousness avatar to Earth? That avatar caused massive destruction and the contractor ended up dying. The unknown existence also left behind an egg. The government tried everything to destroy it but failed and ultimately had to focus on preventing it from hatching. The egg is still cryogenically frozen in a secret location. Tao was quite frightened after hearing this. So the government now prohibits any contracts outside the standard ritual, and what you did counts as breaking the rules. Then what should I do? Keep it a secret. No third person can know about this. If anyone asks, you must say you contracted your heroic spirit during the ritual. Also, until I find a solution, you cannot summon your consciousness avatar. Can I still continue to borrow its power? That you can. Contracted parties cannot directly or indirectly cause harm to each other, so borrowing power is fine.